Our story starts with our main character stepping onto the stage, Gu Yangchun. Believe it or not, this guy was truly a first-class genius with a blade born right into one of the most elite noble families. But he got involved with a dangerous gang and eventually ended up. He was assigned the role of a low-ranking soldier. He languishes in the terrifying army of the Heavenly Demon. Now he has fallen, completely broken, before the strongest swordswoman of the kingdom, her blade pressed right to his throat as she demands the truth. Backed against the wall and with death staring him straight in the eyes, he begins to laugh with twisted irony how his life came to this very end. Crazy story about how the woman standing before him actually became the chosen disciple of the state sword. She is the same insane absolute beast who with a single hand tore apart hundreds of demonic martial arts masters of her god-level sword. It turns out this woman is the deadliest martial arts master the earth has ever born, and this poor guy just ran into the worst luck by crossing her path. She is the very icy legend who put an end to the Heavenly Demon, the absolute monster responsible for the outbreak of this entire bloody nightmare war. The military beating only stopped when the warrior drove the blade straight through the chest of the Heavenly Demon. He delivers the fatal blow with one last, devastating swing. Prepare to meet the indisputable legend called Heavenly Sword Seola. She is shouting at the top of her lungs at this bastard who refuses to give her a proper answer. Our divine warrior is in madness after all. Yang Chan still keeps the location of the demon hideout a secret. Her face twitches with pure rage and a broken heart as she begs him to remember the soul he lost. Honestly, even if he wanted to speak, he couldn't utter a single word. His throat was completely shredded. And to finish it all off, the heart wildly pounding in his chest is already marked by a terrible curse. This seal turns every breath he takes into a living nightmare, a cruel mockery preventing him from releasing any secrets. One tear escapes her eye and it's shocking. The same invincible beast who just single-handedly tore through an entire army and a heavenly demon now trembles because of a man barely clinging to life. She is practically pleading with this guy to give her a direct answer so that Seola can actually save his skin. Now remember, she has no idea about his seal or the curse, so she is sure that he is just brazenly lying. Watching her tremble and beg through a stream of tears he saw for the first time. Now she begins to doubt everything, wondering if she really hates these demonic martial arts masters as much as she thought. Probably the reason is that her fiancé, Sun Young-yong, was simply snatched from her hands, leaving her in complete despair. He cannot hold back a laugh of irony. The strongest woman on the planet turns out to lose her composure because of love. The expression on his face becomes the last straw and she is overwhelmed by absolute, blinding rage. Seola simply throws him into the dirt as if he scored a game-winning touchdown. She trembles like a leaf but has officially reached her limit, convinced that this man resists not by accident for a very specific reason. Now he hits himself on the head, wishing someone would just finish him off the moment the chance appeared. Her words spin again and again in his head, forcing him to dig through memories and think, when did they really first meet? If you recall, their story actually started in a noisy market row. They were just children when she first approached him and handed him a simple potato as a peace offering. It was a beautiful, innocent thread of connection until it turned into a dark, twisted path and overturned everything. He sold his own blood just to chase the path of a demonic martial artist, so let's be honest, in all the chaos that has engulfed him now, only he is to blame. Even now Seola hangs by a thread, fighting not to fall while, stumbling, desperately reaching away. She suddenly turns and sees him crawling in despair and scratching a convulsive, urgent message on the floor. She is completely baffled. She demands an explanation of what the hell Yanchen is trying to pull off in his current state. As soon as he spilled those secrets, the seal sharply clicked back and the body immediately plunged into absolute hellish pain. Consequences are so brutal that he eventually convulses and unleashes a kissing fountain of blood. Yangchun takes the blow as if it is nothing, like a true beast. He does not stop, writing on the floor with his own blood instead of ink. He knows if he dares to break the contract, his heart will literally close and his body will be torn to pieces. Here you have it. This is exactly how it all happened. This man really had his own. His heart was completely wiped off the face of the earth as soon as he dared to betray the demonic temple twice. The distant voice of an old friend echoes somewhere in space, but it is already too late. He has lost so much blood that its cries no longer reach him. And the best part of all, she already sees right through his little game. In a broken state, he begs for mercy, but he does not stop and leaves Yangchun with a lingering, devastating regret. He will die without ever having finally revealed the truth. He did not truly choose to betray his own. He was played like a fool, cornered and forced to retreat, but honestly, the excuses are already too late. Yangchun takes the blow like an absolute pro, admits his guilt and finishes, continuing to write something with all his might. In the final act of loyalty, he gives Seoli the exact place where the demon hid in his secret lair. Suddenly, the power of the seal turns against him and a fierce burst explodes, tearing his internal organs from the inside out. When the light fades in his eyes, Yan Chun does not let go of one last question: how did everything go so terribly wrong? He is haunted by a soul-crushing memory, how he stood there completely powerless while his sister's life slipped through his fingers. I send him away with a sincere wish for a peaceful life, exactly the one he truly deserves. Seola's voice tears the silence in the alley, but he will already go too far. He won't manage to hear a single word. Instead, Yanchun drowns in the unbearable thickness of each of his reproaches for the senselessly lived years. A prickly wave of memory suddenly covers Yanchun's thoughts just as he sees the woman clinging to her last breath. Her heart was completely torn apart because of him. He just stands there, completely paralyzed, eyes full only of pure broken heart and such regret that it tears the soul. Seola's voice thunders in the air. She screams his name again and again, while her emotions explode. Tears lash his face, and after some eternity, finally it happened. Yan Chun flashes in memories of that unbearable moment when he suffered a devastating defeat again. When she lay powerless in his hands, the woman with white hair raised her gaze and quietly whispered, "Wait, are you really crying for me?" And Yan Chun kept his cool image locked up, pretending it was just raindrops on his cheek. In her last breath, she asked about the moon and only then felt peace as she quietly passed away. But the poisonous gas cloud inside her finally did its job, and she slowly faded until nothing was left. This is the very Yan Chong who once belonged to the legendary House Ku from Sanseo, a clan known worldwide for its unwavering honor and righteousness. He fell into ultimate betrayal and turned into a terrible demonic martial arts master hated by the whole world. Now his life hangs by a thread, cold death ahead. He lost the war that destroyed everything. This was supposed to be the final, tragic chapter of his story, and honestly, it's as pathetic as it sounds. As soon as he closes his eyes, Ciela's voice finally becomes clear, loudly and clearly echoing in his head. Here's the catch: the same little girl again, and still asking him if he wants potatoes. As soon as Yan Keian saw him, his jaw almost dropped. He stands right in the very center of that noisy market on the very day everything began and has no idea how he even got thrown back in time. Our guy just stands there looking like a complete deer in the headlights, totally lost in this mess. He relives every agonizing second of his brutal death over and over, the ultimate price for breaking that forbidden seal. That is, his heart literally exploded, and let's be honest, no one survives a hit like that. The last thing he remembers is Ciela, who clung to him with all her might and shouted his name at the top of her lungs. Now his heart thunders in his chest as if that nightmare never happened at all. He stared down at his own tiny, shrunken figure as if he had rolled back into childhood, lost in a vivid dream about the past. Past Ciola was just standing still and looking at him as if it simply couldn't comprehend what was happening in his head. Yan Chun is racking his brains, desperately trying to recall the exact words he said to her in a past life. He simply brazenly snatches the potato right out of her hand. He left her paralyzed with shock when he dropped his heel and completely smashed it with a strike. Noticeably offended, Yunchun showed not a drop of mercy and humiliated her right in front of the whole crowd. It was his past life, but this time he refuses to let the story repeat itself. He lets out a short snort and, finally deciding, chooses to bury the hatchet and settle everything once and for all. He really reaches out and grabs the potato right from her palm. He actually went out of his way to thank her, clearly trying to pump that Sigma energy to look like a real boss in her eyes. Just now he bit that burning hot potato. That guy literally burned his tongue from the very first bite. Yanchun is completely thrown off track. The dream managed to hit him with such a wildly vivid sensation. How he is instantly overwhelmed and carried away by just one potato, pure gold for comedy. She laughs wildly as soon as he leaves and burns her tongue like a complete amateur. While Yanchun stands completely paralyzed, the servant from the Sanseo Ku bursts into the room and rushes to him to find out. The boy suddenly vanished into thin air, and our young man lost his mind from panic. Stop, that's the same Mayan, an elite personal bodyguard sworn to protect Yangchun at any cost. And here's the trouble: our guy can barely say a word, his tongue is simply burned. This bodyguard is such a paranoid that he thinks the girl was actually trying to eliminate the young master and almost draws his sword as soon as she moves. Honestly, he is instantly ready to remove her. It's shocking. But Yanchun doesn't stick to the script. He insists on settling everything his own way and demands to be handed Yakwa right now. Turns out there is only one left, and he snatches it right out of Muyen's hands with a jerk. He really passes it to Seoli, and both are literally paralyzed with shock. All this child wanted was to repay Seoli after she gave him that incredibly hot, igniting, problematic task. He catches Yakuka's gaze, and damn, he looks simply delicious right now. She is salivating and her eyes are sparkling because this is the very thing she has always dreamed of trying. Suddenly Seola turns around and rushes away to meet her grandfather. He bolts from the spot in full panic, trying with all his might to make sure the little girl is really okay. Brother, these kids are really twisting themselves just to stay lost. He starts fiercely scolding her for trying to be a lone wolf, but then Seola managed to snatch those potatoes and return safe, but her dear grandfather was just in a panic. He was even afraid she might hurt herself somewhere. And just seeing him live was enough to completely throw Yanchin off track like a thunderbolt. She finally admits she shared her precious potato with that little one. Her grandfather reacts, instantly pulling her back in full despair. He actually stunned everyone by falling into a deep bow and showing immense respect to the young master of the great house. But our guy just laughs in response and says not to worry. After all, the girl just tossed him a snack. Yan Chun holds the bar and shows true respect. He is literally overwhelmed with words about this dish. He shares the food and even sweetens the deal, offers yakwa in return. From the very start, Grandfather Seola looks completely focused and dead serious, as if immersed in deep thought. The little girl just bursts out, jumping back and forth from pure excitement. He already itches to grab it right now. The poor girl is completely crushed. Grandfather literally snatches her from the scene and drags her away. He thought accepting such a god-tier snack from the young master would be a complete blow to his honor. Our guy does not back down an inch, blocks the old man, but remains a true gentleman, personally hands the little girl her snack. Seola's eyes almost shine from pure hype, and her grandfather is completely stunned, even silent. From that brief exchange, Seola already knows everything. They have finally found exactly what they were hunting for. The two of them parted ways immediately after that meeting, and the young Chen. Suddenly he is drawn again into a deep memory of the past. Stop, finally it dawns. This old man is a true grandmaster of the entire Murim alliance, and he is definitely not someone to joke with. Once he sat at the absolute pinnacle of the martial world, he reigned undisputed as the strongest warrior who ever lived. He was the only most terrifying monster on the entire demonic path, the legendary original sovereign sword, Heijinwei. But he has finally reached a dead end. He cannot understand why this guy even appeared here and showed himself. The entire path of Yan Chun literally screams in his face in a moment, with a single slashing strike of time. He catches only a moment. The beauty looks at him as he walks, and from her gaze comes such warmth that strikes straight to the heart. Both groups finally part ways, turning away from each other and heading back to their territories. When life finally comes to an end, Yan Chun has no regrets. He decides that the perfect time has come to let this dream fade away forever. But even when he reaches the family estate, this nightmare does not let go. It has been dragging on much longer than it should have. At this stage, Yan Chun already seriously suspects that this is just the final, disgusting curse the heavenly demon threw him out as a desperate last resort. He knows absolutely nothing about the gigantic secrets hiding right under his nose. But at this very moment, a girl's voice sounds sharply, cutting through the silence and completely confusing him. She abruptly flies up to him. Her jaw almost drops to the floor because she can't believe it. Her brother really came back home. Look at the legendary Master of Flame, the very scarlet fire sword, Yansuku. Meet the second older sister of Yanchun, his undisputed #1 hater, and frankly, she is a complete nightmare. Plus, he is simply amazed when he finds out that his father is actually coming home today. Yansu can't stop himself. He constantly mocks him, calling him a complete savage who only knows how to pull off one of his worthless tricks again. Our guy instantly grabs her, making it clear that he is here only out of duty. This makes her explode and give him a scolding for being a complete ghost in the past. Instead of lashing out, Yan Chen lowers his gaze and humbles himself before his father, promising to apologize, proving that he is finally determined to change his life, step by step. And then a furious, white-hot, explosive rage erupts in Yanzo. She screams his name with all her might, unleashing every ounce of hidden power. He almost radiates pure rage as he approaches step by step to issue a challenge. They start pointing fingers and accusing him, certain that he just wants to pull off a cunning scam. She hides nothing, telling him straight to his face how much he annoys and drives her crazy. He interrupts her pity party, indicating that their old man has finally arrived. Let's be honest, this exit is a complete stone, and it's the best proof that old Yan Chun is a hardcore professional who doesn't waste words. And their old man, he's exactly like Masashi here, a complete copy. He is simply stunned that his son finally dared to come out to him, greeting him with such confidence. He sharply jerks his head, locking his gaze directly on the chief steward. He checks his units and finds that the first has already returned from the front line, while the fourth is locked, loaded, and ready to move at any moment. He signals his leader to mobilize the fourth squad and immediately track down and capture him. Switching to Yancheng, the guy is completely frozen, paralyzed by the suffocating weight of his father's gaze. The housemaster leaves the boy with the last order: finish your food and immediately go find me. Yangchun is completely exhausted by this bomb and immediately starts interrogating me on the essence Yuher is the truth. He reaches for antacids because such a level of intimidation was frankly disgusting, made him nauseous. Let's get straight to it. The moment he finally sits down and starts eating, Yongchun's stomach still cramps just at the thought of how disgusting that dish tasted. Nothing has changed, and the very thought of meeting his father again completely paralyzes him with fear. His nerves are already on edge, and he secretly prays for a complete failure just to finish this meeting. Right in the middle of dinner, the head of the house breaks the silence and addresses the table. He scorches Yunsu with his gaze, nagging. He asks if her combat skills have finally reached the next level. She was wildly happy and announced that a few days ago she broke into the third ring, leaving all the other children her age far behind. He demands that she cross the boundaries, and Yan Chen really takes his old man's side here. He knows that hitting that third ring in childhood is something legendary, especially when a natural genius like Yan Su becomes a real beast as soon as she starts putting in the work. The most impressive thing, he is shocked when he sees the little girl smiling, although usually, damn it, her face has a defiant expression for no reason. About Jinx, because as soon as that thought hits him, she stares him down so deadly that it seems the intent to kill is dripping straight from her eyes. As soon as his old man finally admits it, Yanchun instantly shudders with pure fear. Mu Yan reveals all the details about how the boy is going to the market, and he doesn't even try to deny it, confirms everything from start to finish. This makes his old man jump to his feet and shout that they must flee immediately. The boy was completely caught off guard. He expected Musashi to finally say something, but Yang Keian just waves it off, attributing the silence to his father's urgent request to take the boy to his office. But even that falls through as soon as the maid confesses. The meeting was postponed until tomorrow, and Yang Chun is completely thrown off course by such a sudden turn. Late that night, when he simply collapsed in his room, he is shocked that he still hasn't recovered from this crazy dream, and now he begins to wonder, could he have just pulled off a classic time travel or regression? This realization ignites his boundless rage, and he has only one desperate chance left to destroy the heavenly demon before everything bursts into flames. Temptation is great, but Yanchun stubbornly holds onto the thought that this is all a dream, so he believes trying makes no sense. Moreover, he won't be able to face the same heavenly demon who wiped 3 sovereigns off the face of the earth with a single blow. This again pushes him back to the day when he crawled at her feet just to stay alive, a choice that doomed him to the exhausting life of a warrior demon. Yang Chun mercilessly drags the past behind him, and guilt devours him alive. His existence is a complete textbook example of what life looks like in pure, unadulterated remorse. It is the only thing he has left. Crushing weight that constantly pulls him down into the abyss. Yet deep down he still thought, what if Yangchun had a chance for a full total reset? He firmly decided to rewrite his fate and would take any steps to never look back. Since he has spoilers that Seola is doomed to smash the heavenly demon and the entire demon temple, he decides, the best bet for a peaceful life is to lie low and play a no-lose survival game over the long term. Realizing that this is his only chance for a reboot, Yangchun swears he will not make a mistake again. He decided once and for all to bury his former regrets. He pumps every drop of that raw energy directly into his body. Yangchun's sensation is at rock bottom. He can barely squeeze a tiny, pathetic spark of energy inside. And his sister, you saw how Yansu literally exploded with flames, right? That is the huge gap between an ordinary person and a full genius who has already mastered the third ring. To be honest, that much energy is more than enough for him because he bets on the legendary cultivation technique of his family, and it is exactly that which carries all the heavy work. The art of 9 flame blaze wheel is simply a legend. This was his last chance to finally patch up his own wounds and return his body to peak combat form. And as soon as he breaks through the 4th ring, he will finally be able to unleash blinding flames' pure inner power. As soon as he hits that 7th ring like his old man once did, his whole body rises with a power that changes everything. Now our guy is stuck at the absolute bottom of the 1st ring. So he is in a desperate race, gathering every scrap of energy he can find to break through to the second ring. Worse yet, his demonic powers are completely sealed, so he has to survive this mission relying only on his own endurance and the secret martial arts of his family. Immersed in a trance, he directs every moment, every bit of pure power straight into his core. There is a huge catch: this power literally drains life from him. It kills him utterly at his current level and leaves Yangchen almost completely helpless with the weak skills he has now. He cannot just push through with force, otherwise he risks a complete internal collapse known as Kai deviation. Believe it or not, hidden in all this chaos is one huge victory. He finally cracks the code on the second ring and is on the verge of gaining access to this colossal power. Instead of rushing forward like in his past life, Yan Chan stays here and forces a breakthrough on a completely new level. But he must stay calm and watch carefully not to accidentally disrupt the original timeline. Morning is creeping in and our guy is still lying powerless. He cannot catch any sleep because his whole body is torn by pure, raging pain. There is no one to blame, only himself, for how he treated training as a complete joke throughout his childhood. Having hardened his resolve, he finally prepares that very day to face his father. Just as he abruptly throws the door wide open, he freezes in place, seeing that very little girl. She stands calmly and waves as if they were old friends. But to understand this, you need to rewind time and closely examine what happened on that one day that changed everything. The sky literally cracked and parted and everyone below froze in fear, trying to understand whether it was just a star or something far more dangerous. Suddenly, a monster ocean eye burst out of the shattered void. It literally tore through reality, ripping it to pieces. It was the day when demons broke into the realm, and these were no ordinary monsters. Cold-blooded wild beasts, they utterly destroyed the entire planet. The hellish dimension from which they crawled out is none other than the gate of the demonic realm. To fight back the demon, each clan gathered its own elite assault squads, sword squads, and soon every great family had such a squad ready for war. It turns out the legendary Ku clan has as many as 5 heirs, and the elder sister Hibai Ku is an absolute force leading all 5 commander squads. Since he was known as a petty villain to the clan, in the original timeline he still spent 6 exhausting months training under her supervision. It was then that he crashes into Ciola and she meets him with that stone-cold, almost pitiful look. He made a deal to meet exactly 6 months later. Just think about it, whatever he did, it definitely left a deep mark, because the very next morning she was standing right by his front door. Our guy officially ended this day and is heading away. He tries to go back inside, but she suddenly tugs his t-shirt and makes him stop right here. She rushes forward to stop him, praying that they can finally play properly and understand each other. But the poor girl doesn't even manage to squeeze out a whole sentence only. Gramps couldn't stand it and immediately brushed her hand away. He growls at his grandson, calling him a complete scoundrel for daring to touch the young master without permission. Yanchun freezes, unable to utter a word. Ciola manages to throw him an apology. He is still trembling after their sudden visit and has no idea why her grandfather decided to join in. He was simply thrown off balance when that man drops a bomb. By direct orders of the clan leader, he was officially appointed to serve Yan Kaiyan. Our guy literally turned to stone when this guy introduced himself as Moonwai instead of Hyagunwei. And here you go, Ciola is also officially on shift, serving him together with Grandpa. Everything quickly gets out of control so fast that he barely manages to grasp this chaos. He exhales a heavy sigh, realizing that his old man is involved in this mess, and while he quickly manages to thank, he is already convinced, from the very beginning, his life is over. Plus, he is already completely fed up with these official titles and wants to be called only by his name, but the stubborn old devil refuses to accept it. After a few hours, while the old man fiercely scrubs the entire place from top to bottom, the young Leon notices how he is smashing his affairs, crushing them with an expression of complete, unshakable satisfaction. He is completely lost, not understanding what is happening, so he sharply shifts the focus directly to Ciola. This nimble girl really wants to impress him, so she takes on a huge pile of laundry and drags it herself. The other maids seem to try to be gentle and even offer to help, but Ciola sharply stops them, firmly decided to carry the entire burden on her own shoulders. But that whole collapsing, confident style flies away in an instant as soon as she trips over a stone and falls face first to the ground with a loud, heavy bang. Ouch, she just hit her head on the pavement, and that will definitely leave a huge scratch. She completely breaks down, sobbing with pure rage as the laundry basket lands right on her head. Watching her fail like this, Yan Chun finally realizes she really is special, a complete disaster in everything she touches. Since he is a true martial arts prodigy, he is completely baffled by her total lack of control over her own body. Everything that is now out of control falls on him as continuous, throbbing headaches. Seola runs up to him confused and looks completely broken, yet still remains incredibly cute that basket is still stuck on her head. She swears to follow him even to the ends of the earth, but let's be honest, she is simply carrying out a direct order from her grandfather. Wait, it turns out Seola is actually the child's personal servant, not that old grandpa. No nonsense, the other maids conspired behind her back, driving her into this full terrifying labor camp of work. Born into a family power chain, and our main hero is sweating choosing his servant. Not only because it's Seola, but because her grandfather, the legendary Sovereign Sword, will be watching him almost over his shoulder while she fixes his rig. But honestly, it's still a miserable, soul-killing ball of wrinkles. He dares to do it himself and completely crushes her spirit, so she only wonders if the clan head has any idea at all about the true person of Sovereign Sword. When Yangchun sets off to meet his father, he is sure all the answers he was hunting for are finally at his fingertips. Seola instantly closes the distance, cuts him off just before he can even think about escaping. And he sharply cuts her off, says she won't go anywhere until she finishes her work right here. These words hit too hard, she was overwhelmed by a complete breakdown, even Grandpa noticed it. Yangchun finally comes out, but first lowers his guard and shows Seola a rare glimpse of his softer side. He makes a deal: if she fails the mission, he will immediately bring Yakwas back to her. A single tiny comment is enough, and her heart flies into complete crazy chaos. We switch to Yangchun. He is literally trembling with tension, standing right by the door of his father's office. Fearing the consequences, he begins to doubt himself and wonders if he should just turn the other way and ask about Hyagun and Seola. His cunning plan goes awry when the clan leader sneaks up behind him unnoticed and scares him so much that his soul almost flies out of his body, then growls for him to immediately take his ass inside. He is immediately overwhelmed with a wave of remorse for swearing right in his father's face, and he truly wonders how his heart didn't stop from sheer panic. They immediately start talking, bursting into the topic of his brand new team of servants. The boy is infinitely grateful that he can finally get them, but still has no idea what the real reason for this is. His father is silent like a partisan and holds the bet his son will eventually piece together this mystery himself. Oh damn it, everything suddenly went completely wrong, just terribly bad. Yan Chol finally realizes his father definitely knows the secret of the Sovereign Sword, but the old man's true intention is still a complete mystery. Clan head orders him to drop everything and prepare for tomorrow's Grand Nine Dragon Council, and Yangchun actually obeys the order. He was completely lost because he still couldn't understand what the point of this council was and what it was supposed to be aimed at. Suddenly an epiphany hits him like a freight train, and he trembles with pure horror. He just remembers the name of that council. Yangchun is pushed to the limit. Death already begins to seem like a sweet salvation. While Mujun, his deadly personal guard, watched his back. He is already having serious doubts whether he really wants to stay on the sidelines while the council decides everything. This council is truly a great event. It honors the legendary Squad Sabers who gave their lives to protect Sansio from the demonic realm. Once every 6 months, they hold a grand ceremony celebrating these heroes and searching for the next generation of elite warriors. Since he is a member of the main family, he is forced to be present at the council, but he is so fed up with everything that he literally orders Mujun right here to take and cut off his head. Even his own guard is convinced if Yangchun refuses to go, the father will literally kill him again. Moreover, the second elder is in charge of everything this time, and he has already sworn to beat Yan Qiang into the ground if he even thinks about running away and not showing up. Everything quickly spiraled into a complete nightmare much faster than he could have imagined. This second elder is a complete nightmare. He has made our guy's life a real hell since he was in diapers. But honestly, the child himself is a complete disaster zone, so the old man is not without reason to stay on alert. Still, he places all his hope on him, demanding that this bastard finally get to work and carry the weight of the family name as a true heir should. Yangchun secretly trembled from the old man's harsh training and the mountain of work, but deep down he was grateful because the second elder was the only one who truly cared about him, while the clan head treated him like a ghost. It's a pure miracle that he turned out so well in real life, especially after that hell the second senior called training. Alright, let's go. There, just waiting for the carriage to arrive to finally hit the road. Our guy is pressing Manhwa for a fresh scoop, and the maid assures him they are keeping Seola under their wing. This makes the young master sweat all the time. She looks as if she was seriously scared and fears she just made everything 10 times worse. It turns out they were just fussing to manage to beautifully assemble her into a sharp, meticulously detailed image. Seeing her in that elegant dress, she looks so incredible that even young Shun involuntarily completely succumbs to her charm. He is a complete blushing disaster, totally defenseless against her dazzlingly pure smile. She jumps up to him with a smile as bright as a child's and starts bubbling with talks about. She starts choking on the fact that all the other maids were completely obsessed with how stunning she looked. And he tells the pure truth, because even a guy like Youngchun is absolutely defenseless against her insanely cuteness. Finally, she pulls out every drop of courage and directly asks, does he consider her beautiful? And that is enough to send the little master into a full rosy breakdown. He is pure bloody shame. He runs away from her gaze and convulsively changes the subject, just to escape this heat. Next, we see how this carriage literally tears through the landscape, rushing at almost a crazy speed. She gives Seola a real ride to the fullest, and since this is her first time in a carriage, the girl is trembling with pure delight. Muyin leads the young master into the house and announces, the council is gathering in the legendary commercial district of Cheonal, the absolute heart and soul of their entire region. Ahead of her is a 4-hour marathon of walking, so Haein decides, the best thing is to switch off and catch some ZS. That hyperactive kid behind him squeals so loudly that he is about to lose it and go crazy. Youngchun stuffs a yakwa snack into his mouth and orders, finally shut up for at least a second. This finally and completely quiets her down, giving him the perfect chance to finally dive into dreams. But you can forget about catching any ZS in a moment. He is already shaken awake and he opens his eyes. He jerks back to reality, sees that 4 hours have already passed and finally they have reached their destination. Youngchun jumps out of the carriage and is immediately overwhelmed by the luxurious lights and the hum and tension of the festival crowd. He pauses for a moment, stretches and shakes off the rust and slices right onto Esulchin. The district chief was already completely exhausted waiting to finally get an audience with the young master. Yan Chun introduces himself to the whole class, showing full enthusiasm and making it clear that he is incredibly moved and thrilled to finally stand before such a legendary figure. He finds out the boy's sister and the second leader were the secret powers that made Day 1 seem like a complete walk in the park. But honestly, just hearing the name Yansu, he immediately gets fired up and instantly remembers her absolute worthlessness and attitude. He prays to every god that might exist somewhere that their paths never cross. Turns out a big shot from above has serious scores to settle with him because, wasting not a second, he tracks her down literally at that very moment as soon as the scene breaks off. Classic move, she throws him a look of pure disgust as if he had the audacity even to greet her. Yansu starts ranting about what a nightmare will grow out of this little brother at the festival and warns he should keep himself together and not ruin the performance. But as before, he doesn't even blink, just brushes it off and casually says he's fine and sitting quietly in his room. It was a harsh reality check for his cheeky sister, who is always hungry for attention. But her gaze suddenly twitches towards the girl trying to hide behind her brother's back. Junsu, in complete outrage, calls her brother for a talk as if trying to get close in such a place is acceptable. She sharply turns around and walks away, shaking her head at that scoundrel clearly has no idea about self-control. And then out of nowhere the door slams and closes, sealing him inside. Yanshin outright loses his mind, wondering what twisted madness drove his mentally ill sister to complete collapse. He actually stops to apologize to Officer Cheyenne for this mess, but instead of running to his room, he has other plans. Hey, stop, because the young master has an urgent detour that cannot be postponed. Next to Seola, the group immediately heads to the main arena to see where the real fight begins. Something incredibly huge with a bunch of bright, flashy details. On the very first day, the crowd just took off. An insane roar exploded in honor of the 5 sword squads. And tomorrow, the decisive trials will start to finally select new participants. Since the main family is completely exempt from that brutal competition, everything is going just wonderfully. Yanchun has already relaxed, confident that he has a one-way ticket to an easy life. But suddenly, out of nowhere, the second elder arranges a complete, he's right behind me, stingy horror, and you immediately understand, our guy's day is completely ruined. It rumbles like a lightning strike. The second elder is holding his face with all his might, but apparently stunned. The guy really dared to show up at the festival. He raised his eyes just in time and saw how that palm lunged straight at his face. Yunchen is literally trembling, gripped by fear. Any moment now he'll be crushed like a lawn chair. In complete shock, the old man simply extends his hand and gives him a calming slap. He demands to know what exactly finally ignited the guy's motivation and made him actually show up. Yanchen has already practically been dodging the second elder by working full-time, so when the guy warns, the old man is completely losing his mind, he immediately understands truly big trouble awaits him. He waved his hand and brushed it off as if those twisted words never even flew out of his mouth. This old man is clinging to the guy to madness. It's about him, because he is the last male heir who must continue the family name. Ziola, on the other hand, is almost trembling with excitement finally meeting that guy. He simply shines and all that pure happiness glows through her. But damn it, he fixed her with a look of horror, otherworldly, one that pierces the soul like a true death demon. Her face instantly crumbles, a mask of pure terror and a broken heart. She is simply too dear, trembling and retreating behind Yanchen as he growls at the old man. Enough of the dead looks, calm down. The old man finally calms down but immediately starts rummaging in search of tea and interrogating whether Ziola is really his secret girlfriend. But Yanchen does not give up his position. He insists that her outfit is a dead giveaway, implying she is nothing more than an ordinary servant. She slips into the shadows to lie low, while the second elder tells the child finally time to get some sleep. Before takeoff, he casually warns Yanchen if he tries to skip the festival he's dead. Damn it, I can't figure it out. This guy is either fanatically obsessed or just a ruthless psychopath. Ziola keeps calling him Bearman. Honestly, I really liked it, so from now on that's his official name. Bearman immediately here and now understands. This time the kid is put together completely differently. We immediately burst into the second day of the festival, and the energy is already off the charts. Yanchen climbed out at 5 at dawn, but was already stuck at the end of a huge, endless queue. Since there are almost no requirements, the recruitment office is literally overwhelmed by a crowd. People are eager to join the sword squads. To be honest, earning a place in the legendary sword squad is the highest honor. Ziola begins to tremble like a leaf, afraid that Grandpa Bear will soon rush to chase her, but her brilliant plan to simply ask him to hibernate again is pure comedy. Our guy has no idea what exactly scared her like that and must be careful because she is actually the granddaughter of the legendary sword Sovereign Sword. He gives Ziola his word, if she ever gets scared, Muyin will intervene and destroy any threat that dares to appear. The guard stubbornly has no idea about the nickname Bear Grandpa until our guy explains that it means the second elder, but the pressure on Muyin becomes unbearable and they decide there is only one option left: to sacrifice Ziola. The funny thing is that she takes the order too literally. She decides that today is her funeral and she must torment herself for the sake of the team. And honestly, seeing her younger version in such a state is just heartwarmingly tearful. Yankeo wildly backs away, constantly swearing, saying he was just joking. The surprise is that Ziola's final big request is just for him to buy her a mountain of dumplings so she can die happily. That is, he actually gives her full carte blanche, do whatever you want and have fun as you please. When she is gone, Muyin spreads rumors about how the young master gives Ziola a real VIP referral, even though she is just a low-ranking maid. He pretends to keep himself together, but in his soul he is still completely in love with Ziola from his past life. Muyin is sharp as a whip and she immediately calls the young master out for reaching into his own pocket to buy her those dumplings. He completely silenced them, leaving them zero chance to object. The young master doesn't even glance at them a second time, he simply turns his back and walks away with complete indifference. Muyin barely restrains his excitement when he sees the boy is not the monster the rumors painted him to be, but Yanchen sharply jerks him and says not to let a few dumplings turn him into a complete softie. He completely cornered Muyin, directly accusing him of judging the young master based only on a few dirty rumors. He has only been working as his personal bodyguard for 2 weeks. He babbles only because Yanchen just recruited him into the security exactly at the moment he slipped back into his past life. Their conversation breaks off mid-word when some noisy woman starts howling and yelling at a lady nearby. He warns her that wandering alone is almost a sure recipe for disaster. She orders them to retreat, insisting that she is keeping the whole situation under control herself. Plus, behind her is a whole squad of real monsters from the House of Ku. Their voices are an exact double of Yang Qian's voice, and he instantly snaps back into memories. Yobai, the girl's loyal servant, panics. He insists that crossing paths with the young master from Ku is a complete disaster. But honestly, in that family there are plenty of boys, so Yanchen thinks she could have been talking about anyone. Even she understands, finding him in this gigantic sea of people is directly impossible. Even Yan-Chen has a continuous meta moment breaking the fourth wall because he is faintly sure this is all just a grand early hint. He abruptly turns around, eyes wide open from shock. She almost jumps out of her own skin when she sees the young master standing right here looking just as stunned as she is. Nguyen moves closer and whispers a secret directly into his ear. From their strange reactions, he understands it has become too awkward, and he begins to wonder if he has ever met these guys before. The second Youngchun caught her face with his gaze, those piercing obsidian eyes etched into his memory forever. She wears a ring on her finger with a mysterious pattern, one that is completely impossible to decipher. The catch is that no one has the slightest idea what the mysterious symbol on the ring means. He finds out immediately this thing is straight from the house of Peng in the Habuk region. And imagine, it turns out this woman is his ex-fiancée. So let's figure out how exactly this strong love developed between the two great houses, considering that these two were almost the same age. At House of Pings, they closely watched him. They already felt that this boy was destined to lead the entire clan. That's why they staked the entire future of their daughter on him through the engagement with him. Predictably, this guy started causing complete chaos, and with the reputation of a total madman who scared House of Ping to death, the relationship finally went downhill as soon as he threw those farewell words at her while leaving. She doesn't waste a second, immediately demands that he explain what the hell he is doing here. Yoonchun immediately stops her, flips the game, and throws the same question back, straight in the face. He answers her with an excuse, urgent matters, and she sharply cuts him off. Her family's reputation means she doesn't need any explanation about her mission in the Sanseo region, but he just meets her gaze, pure ice. This completely throws her off balance, and she sharply jerks him to remind him she is still a year older. He instantly changes tone and scenario, discards arrogance, and addresses her as she deserves. He sharply turns to Seola and says they need to grab those dumplings and leave. And this cute little creature just pooped a huge pile of dumplings for herself and happily jumps away from there. He throws one last sharp phrase at the end, tells his ex-fiancée to enjoy her stay, and this completely confuses her, leaving her speechless and defenseless. She curses her fate for running into him, and specifically him, but already notices a suspicious servant standing next to him. She barely restrains her rage. He has already managed to enslave himself to such a luxurious servant. Finally it clicked, he is still the same hopeless lecher as before. The memory of that day when their engagement fell apart, Yangchun went on a rampage, calling her a spoiled piece of a prostitute and dragging her mother's name through the mud. It angered her so much that she was ready to smash him to pieces. And Yangchun does not flinch for a second. He sinks his teeth into his statement like a true madman. Bro simply took a Mike Tyson hook from her side, and honestly, he definitely deserved to get a good hit. Even when her family's inheritance is at stake, she officially reached her limit with this guy and his trashy attitude. Yobai rushed forward to grab and stop her, but the girl just waved her hand and threw off the grip like nothing. She forcefully pushes down with her heel a few inches from his skull, and her eyes blaze as if her intention is to finish him here and now. Remove Yangchun forever. Looking back at her memories, that day was living hell. And still she desperately lies to herself, trying to believe that he is the same as he once was. But imagine, the guy really gets covered in mud helping a dumpling servant, and you immediately see he is no longer the same. She brushes it off, saying it's pure coincidence. She is sure that a rascal like him will never grow up. But somewhere deep down she can't shake the feeling that maybe, just maybe, he has come to his senses. Suddenly, a furious roar thunders from afar, so sharp that it seems to freeze them in place. This guy is clearly out of his mind. He shouts that those very recruiters will grab him so hard that they will throw him behind bars. This cryptic comment just sucked the air out of the room, and everyone froze in icy silence. While the whole company argues and snaps at each other, the young gentleman cuts in. Enough, come to your senses and get ready. He feels that somewhere nearby a real trouble is already brewing. Muyin warns them, don't lift a finger until forced, so they decide to just let the recruiters deal with that total nightmare of a man. And yes, it really works, but there is a huge catch. He simply drives the recruiter into the concrete unconditionally, trying to make this harsh demonstrative blow more than enough to secure a spot in the tournament. In the end, his ruthless way of doing business resulted in him being permanently banned from the premises. Mayin is ready to rush into the thick of things, and Seola just goes with the flow, completely high from that epic performance that just unfolded. Barda is simply blown away. He can't believe the young gentleman so easily writes off a crisis of such scale. Yan Chun pushes it back and insists that he is just trying to avoid a terrible headache being dragged into their mess. Tension is off the charts. The recruiters are not going to back down, and honestly, they have every reason to resist because this guy is still hiding his true identity. Even after he just showed his unreal strength, they still refuse to let him through those gates. He can no longer endure the contempt, finally snaps and reveals his true identity as the sole legitimate heir of House Ping. Turns out he is actually the former brother-in-law of Brother Yan Chun. The news hits both of them like a ton of bricks, and they freeze in confusion when they see that he really is bursting into the fight. Let's rewind time and see how all this crap started from the very beginning. One morning she is shocked her brother woke up at dawn. She stands completely bewildered, having no idea why he is even here. Meanwhile, he is living his absolute best day, stuffing his belly and warming himself by the roaring fire he just lit himself. His sister didn't care about his antics, her eyes fixed on the sign in his hand, and he just laughed and teased, saying you could throw it into the fire as spare firewood. Before he can understand anything, he is slammed into the ground by a flying stone. His sister has officially reached her limit with his antics, so she decides to reveal a juicy little secret about her brother. He actually broke all records as the youngest heir in the history of House Ping, and the nameplate is pure flex because the Lord personally handed it to him. She is desperately trying to keep the conversation serious, but her brother keeps goofing around about firewood until she snaps and knocks some sense into him. She drives the thought into the wall. The next head of the family bears enormous responsibility. Her words sink into him like a direct blow to the stomach, and his face falls as if he is panicking from the huge weight he now has to carry. His sister notices this immediately and egged him on, saying he is a complete genius who has accumulated legendary achievements all his life. Even after all this, he still looks absolutely miserable. He exhales a trembling laugh and hurriedly fusses to put everything in place. He drops a bombshell. He is setting off on a journey and will not return home for a very, very long time. She finally stops bossing him around and says, "Go take a walk to clear your head." One tiny hint and it clicked in his head like an emergency brain explosion, but it's definitely not the plan his sister was counting on. 4 exhausting months dragged on from that day, and all she has as proof is a single mysterious note, as if he would just disappear for a short time. He was furious and gave Yobai a dressing down a whole speech. It was she who leaked that the Vagrant clan has a lead on him, and now, desperately grasping at any scrap of news about where her brother disappeared to. And what about the Sansio lands? That thing was a complete mystery that she could not comprehend at all. But her luck suddenly ran out. She simply ran into the same blabbermouth who was obsessed at any cost with breaking into Nine Dragon. He was just arguing with the recruiters, shouting that he had not a single second to waste on their nonsense. The noise stopped instantly, and our guy and the guard immediately paid attention. Both heard him babbling non-stop about the Black Knight Blade, a secret technique of House Ping. Our guy immediately realized everything is about to go awry, so he tried to disappear quickly. But if... And of course, Grandpa Bear had to kill the mood at the worst moment. He lunged forward and grabbed the child right by the face. Stunned by how the kid was connected to the legendary Peng family, he decided to give this troublemaker a chance and allowed him to join the squad. It was then that Wu Jin Peng finally stepped forward, introduced himself, and made the second elder of House Ku understand how much he honored his presence. The old man started laughing wildly, and since Wu Yin played him like a violin, he now even more stubbornly wants to let the boy compete, even though the recruiters are going crazy over who he really is. The second elder spins everything down to the hook, the vein, and the sinker, fully convinced that Wu Jin is telling the pure truth without any tricks. Just like father, like son, a perfect copy of the father, 1-to-1. And as if that were not enough, the ring on his finger is the main, indisputable proof. Yanchun is completely stunned. He was also kept in the dark about Wu Jin, but Grandpa Bear sharply changes the subject. Why then is the prestigious heir of House Peng participating in a trial meant for entry into the great squads? Wu Jin does not hold back. He frankly admits that every second he is stuck at home is truly unbearable for him. The second elder unconditionally breaks down and starts howling, while Yangchun simply watches them, firmly convinced that they have both officially lost all their last brains. Wu Jin indifferently shows that he has abandoned the house, and by this proves he is a true rebel who lives to break every rule in the book. That's all the old devil needs to burst out laughing loudly again. The craziest thing is that Wu Jin is actually 23, and it drives you crazy. He looks like a real teenager. Even the second elder is amazed that he brought Ping House to the table. He throws Yangchun a look of complete disgust, treating him like total trash because he is so pitifully weaker than him. Muon and Seola start firing questions at Yangchun, and he can only bark at them sharply, quieter, and he burns with shame from it. but then he realizes he is not angry or jealous at all about what they said. The heir of the Ping house is a straight-up dragon in human form, and it makes sense. This boy will one day become the legendary Heavenly Blade feared by all. When he sees him, it finally dawns on Yangchen that he has already crossed paths with Wujin's sister before. When the devil appears, Ahi Pen suddenly bursts onto the stage and frantically starts looking for his brother. Do you think everything will turn into snot and sentimentality now? Absolutely not. She does not hesitate for a second, she simply presses her fist right into his face without the slightest doubt. He connects a huge punch right to that guy's face and drives him into the ground so hard that he flies headfirst. Ahi is just insanely furious because that man literally disappeared from sight immediately after being named the heir and never appeared anywhere else. His face is a complete nightmare, and now Wu Jin is panicking, pulling time just to take a timeout. And his sister is already in full John Wick mode and, without a second's hesitation, starts attacking him so hard that the floor literally turns into a carpet. While she is showering him with blows, she mocks him. How pathetic he each abandoned his own family to please House Ku at their tournament. He is completely being torn apart, and he starts screaming for a savior like a total princess. He beat him so brutally that she stands still soaked in his blood. And the elder has officially seen everything and growls for her to turn it off immediately right now. Noticing him, she almost jumps out of her skin, immediately stumbles and babbles apologies, trying to explain what a terrible mess she just dragged him into. Ahi is furious that he will later repay House Q with interest, but now growls the order, everyone get out immediately. But her stubborn brother refuses to move, so she starts wondering if he is actually asking for another world-class beating. This time Wu Jin officially stepped aside from the fun and is playing full out. We are spun so much that even Ahi begins to catch a serious terrible tremor. She is completely confused by his sudden change of attitude, not understanding what the hell has come over him, but the guy stubbornly sticks to his guns, convinced that House of Peng is a complete burden. In his eyes, literally anything is a better option than the exhausting life he left behind. Augie gives him harsh reality, reminds him that now he is the heir, and finally the time has come for her to step back. Wu Jin firmly decided to live to the fullest before being shackled by family duties, especially since stopping can only happen either in a coffin or in a wheelchair, and he respects neither, so he found himself a secret third option. Wu Jin does not hold back, spits right on the very idea of running the family, and declares that the monsters from the House of Peng are no longer even human after all those sick things they have done. Knowing that only he can play the invisible, he swallows his pride and takes the title only for the sake of his sister. Yang Kaian honestly is going crazy because Bear Grandpa allowed Wu Jin to enter this fight, especially since this mess has already exploded far beyond the competition and dragged other houses along. Even the second elder understands that there is no way out of this disaster. He barks a challenge for 1v1 and tells Wu Jin if he somehow takes down this absolute monster, he is in the game. But let's be honest, this is almost a plea for a miracle. Even Ahi has to admit, his jokes are a complete failure, a real transport crash. And the old man does not move at all, insists that 10 pathetic hits are quite enough to crown the winner. And look at Wu Jin, in his eyes there is such a look that screams. He is young, hungry for victory, and fully focused. The second elder does not back down a step right now. He is describing the exact wind conditions that Wu Jin must cope with. He declares, as soon as the child touches him even once, that's it, the end, and the boy wins. Suddenly, young Pemperdyasnik slips behind with insane speed, and Grandpa Bear, he just stands there as if it doesn't concern him at all. Meanwhile, Wu Jing screams, diving down from the sky, just to strike a lightning-charged Chidori right through that boy's chest. But the scenario flips in an instant, as soon as the old man releases a beastly counterattack, and yes, Wu Jing simply completely broke down. We immediately jump into a huge arena. This is exactly where the real brawl is about to begin. Here, the life-or-death duel between Yan Jin and his sister Yeon Su suddenly turns out to be a complete setup. As soon as someone looks, his two-faced sister immediately puts on the best role of the innocent angel, without any tricks. Meanwhile, our guy is increasingly losing his mind, eaten up by doubts about his own purpose in this world, and that's without all the terrible trouble, having to fight his own sister. But wait, let's rewind and see what happened to Wu Jing. As I said, the old man unquestionably broke the boy, hit him so hard that he crashed into the ground like a human meteor with a giant crash. This fight ended as soon as it began. One hit was enough. That's how the old man flips the switch, and the killing machine with a cold soul switches back to everyone's favorite caring grandpa. Meanwhile, Yan Ko is going crazy and can't understand why this blatant madman would throw a strike if it could easily be dodged. Grandpa White Bear showed everything clearly. The hit that almost knocked out Wu Jing was such that it seemed like he wasn't even trying. Yanchen is trembling with the thought of House Peng's wrath if they find out, but the old man doesn't care. Our guy tries to calm Ahi, but she just shrugs, dismissing it, confident that her brother deserved every second of that slap in the face. She decides that a harsh lesson is the only way to finally tame this spoiled heir, and honestly, her logic is almost indisputable. The second elder immediately cuts off these accusations and insists that he only suggested a sparring fight because he wanted some fun. After talking with that complete rubbish, Yanchen directly tells his servant, "Let them run away and get rid of that old junk and let them save themselves anyway." While he remains completely unmoved, Seola is going crazy as if watching an expensive movie, and our guy has the thought of how this hyperactive girl could ever become the most fearsome warrior that exists. Seola's commendable chatter worked as it should, and now the second elder is officially her biggest fan. He even offers her a snack to the girl, who is completely addicted to sweets. Out of nowhere, she makes a complete 180 and suddenly becomes hooked on Bear Grandpa. So as not to offend Yanchen, the second elder decides to bless him with a special gift, declaring that our guy will have to enter a fight in an unexpected sparring match as soon as the competition ends. And here we are again in complete chaos. Yan Chun is forced to face his own sister in a bloody clash. She is completely confused by the fact that he refuses even to draw his sword. The boy was completely knocked off his feet. He freezes and has no idea whether the kid at this age can really handle a weapon. The coolest thing about 9 Flame Blaze Wheel is that it can power almost any weapon, but if you want to reach the peak of lethality, attach it specifically to a sword. The main trap is that Yan Shin doesn't understand blades at all. He threw away the weapon to master the art of beating, basically deciding that his hands are the E for everyone. Yansu openly admits that she doesn't care how he uses the weapon, and her huge ego actually becomes the best shield for his cover. She is shaking from one thing and only one, because let's be honest, she just knocked out that very legendary golden ticket. She essentially gives herself a free chance to beat him so badly that not a wet spot will remain on him, without any consequences, and the fact that the whole world is watching him disgrace himself in front of everyone makes it even more enjoyable. He's frankly insane. Believe it or not, even a force like Yang Kaeon is now sweating from tension before this upcoming duel. Flashback to his conversation with the second elder. He openly felt disgust. How dare they even suggest he fight his own sister. Their grandpa just collapsed from pure despair, certain that otherwise this competition would turn into a completely boring show. Yan Chun immediately saw through this old scoundrel. He was just looking for an excuse to laugh and was already holding a white flag ready from the very first second the fight started. And the second elder reads his thoughts like an open book, pointing to the shattered body of Wu Jin as if saying, "Surrender and you will get the same treatment." Yan Chun completely lost control. He couldn't accept that he was about to be crushed right in front of this huge audience. The old man wasn't fooled. He directly asked the boy if he had already come to terms with the loss. These words keep spinning over and over in Yun Chun's head, and he understands. A new life is too precious to just take and throw away. That's why he avoids fighting with his sister. He's tired of this chaos and won't let the family drama ruin his fresh start. As soon as he begins to get lost in his own thoughts, Yansu's voice sharply pulls him back to reality. She let out a furious roar of pure rage and wildly cursed the fact that her brother took everything just because he was born a man. As soon as the fight begins, she explodes into a frenzy with a lightning-fast strike that he barely manages to dodge. Yansu swings again with a second blow, but our boy just slides under it as if it were nothing. She doesn't slow down, cutting across in a wide horizontal strike, forcing him to throw himself back and duck again, saving his own life. Yansu is hit by a terrible thought. Her brother effortlessly breaks through every one of her strikes, and he hasn't even reached the second ring yet. Yan Chan barely fends off the attacks, literally saving himself by a hair, and as his body starts to crumble, he realizes there is still a whole mountain of training ahead. But he is still weighing his fight plan, even thinking about just breaking all endurance with a giant blow and pretending to fall to the ground to stop the fight right here and now. Look, since she has gone so wild, he is no longer pretending. He really thinks she is about to put him in the ground. He doesn't even have time to gather a strategy. His sister immediately dives back into the attack. He grabs his uniform and squeezes it with all his might to avoid breaking away anywhere. The entire area shudders as soon as she unleashes another devastating sword strike. Again, he manages to duck the blow and tears the shirt off himself. Yeonsu's blade cuts the fabric into pieces. He starts mocking his sister, insisting that her blind rage makes her moves too predictable, then suggests ending the fight and asks how deep his hatred for him really is. They didn't even use real steel, yet it still tore his shirt as if it were paper. Yeonsu retaliates, acknowledging the bitter truth. Even after dedicating her entire life to training, the constructed system meant she would never become the heir. Although he is a complete spineless coward living like trash, he is simply handed the position on a silver platter just because he is a son. That's exactly why she hates him intensely and considers the whole system a complete farce. Yeonsu cranks up the heat to the limit. Her blade splashes with the power of inner energy to push this clash to the very edge. Yanchun's jaw drops as soon as he realizes his sister has already passed right beyond the third ring. She does not retreat for a moment, continuously launching attacks, throwing everything she has to land just one precise, strong strike. She lunges at him, calling him a spineless coward and a downright worthless clown who. He is stuck dancing around every strike, and let's be honest, dodging is the only trick he really has. He is now being spread around as a complete failure, zero talent, and even less motivation. She knows if her brother continues to live such a reckless life, everything will only get worse. Fate controls the blows. It's time to erase him once and for all. Strange thing, the boy simply swallows her trash epics, but as soon as the next blow lands, you literally see the pain in her eyes. Yangchun stands like a statue, not flinching a step, while Yeonsu starts to scold with poisonous insults about his mother. And this is how it all ends. It's a real brain breaker. He actually instantly quells the attack, snatches her wrist right out of the air. Yangchun shoots back a look full of pure anger and demands to know what exact absolute trash just flew out of his sister's mouth. Pouring out her heart, Junsu finally admits she absolutely adores her older sister. This girl was a true prodigy. At just 15, she earned the legendary title Searing Blade, and by 20 became a real monster. Thanks to pure talent and insane daily work, she rose to the very top and led the elite 5 swords of the House of Ku. Everyone recognized her as an unparalleled warrior, but even with all that power, she was never given what she wanted most. Title head of the house. Such luxury was allowed only to Yan Chengku, the blue servant, and the only one who was really in line for the throne. At first, Jansu was head over heels in love with her own half-brother, and when Yeonchun's mother was so incredibly lucky with her, Jansu loved her back. That's why earlier she never felt any suspicion or threat from him. Then the unthinkable happened. One day, she simply vanished into nowhere, leaving her 2 children abandoned. Her father, the clan head, strictly forbade anyone from searching for her, and the entire mission immediately turned into a complete dead end. At that moment, the boy's heart turned to ice. He began beating everyone around him so badly that there was not a single living soul in the entire clan who could be called a friend. But then rumors spread like an explosion, dark gossip about what he was really doing with women behind closed doors. But no matter how the deck was shuffled, one harsh truth remained unchanged. Yan Chan was still the one destined to sit on the throne and lead this house. And it wasn't even his fault. That's how the insidious system works. It automatically gives titles to men, and deep inside, Jiangsu knew the chances of changing this were zero, like a snowball in hell. She was completely overshadowed by the legendary talent of her older sister, and this difference ignited a dark, burning envy in her heart. She grew up hating him, raging because he got everything, even though he barely used the power he had. Returning to the present, as soon as the sister says their mother's name, Yan Chan jerks sharply and stares at her with such a look that it becomes creepy. He instills such pure terror in her that she immediately fled the place just to save her own skin. Now it no longer matters. He officially stopped playing, teleporting right behind her. He delivers a massive straight punch to her face. Watching the fight unfold, Ahi is completely thrown off. Yan Chun's sister shows incredible skills, especially since they are almost the same age. She catches the brothers and sisters exchanging words right in the heat of their duel, but unfortunately, no one can understand a single word of what they are saying. The only reason this worked is that the second elder decided to flood the entire arena with his own devastating internal energy. At least that's what Wu Jing claims, and what can I say? The poor guy came out of that sparring with a face as if it had been completely smashed. If I were in his place, I would hide in a cave, not show myself in public after such a defeat. Even Augie starts scolding the clown for his reckless antics, but she is shaken by the thought of going to House Peng. She knows they will grill her with questions for answers. They both switch to fan mode because of Yeonsu's crazy talent, as she is already the third ring a beast with a blade. But here is the real twist. Wu Jin is not at all concerned about this beautiful prodigy. His gaze is fixed on her opponent. Age's jaw drops when Yobai steps forward and drops a bombshell. These two are officially brother and sister. Watching that clash, Wu Jin realizes Ku is not just a one-trick, they have a whole arsenal of real monsters. Look at his face, the man is glowing with pure joy. Ahi is completely crushed. She understands that the brother she once knew will never be again now he has taken a cold place, becoming the head of House Ping. In the heat of the fight, Yansu realizes her only move is to dodge her brother's deadly strike. She barely manages to slip out of the attack and roars in response, delivering the final terrible blow, and that means inevitable death. She surely knows the fight is over. She decided that just now, breaking through that deadly gap, she has forever decided his fate. Yangchun silences her with words cold as a blizzard. At that moment you realize, now they will simply burn you. The end, when the opponent fries you right on the pan while you release your last strike. He tells her he understands her pain, so he is not going to judge her for wanting him to die. Her little jab definitely got under his skin, but Yangchun keeps his face and brushes it off, mostly because he is praying she forgets that crazy trick he is about to pull next. He throws his hand back and unleashes a crazy burst of pure power. He delivers a devastating blow mercilessly, completely crushing Yansu with pure, primal power. He swings her to the ground with a sweep, and in a moment she faints. The dust settles and everyone's jaws drop. The one called a total loser, Yan Chun, was falsely accused because he actually pulled off the victory. The dust hasn't even settled yet, and the boy is already choking on remorse for how he handled this whole mess. He didn't even try to win, and now everything looks terrible. Some worthless fighter from the second round just stood up. The third-ring elite lie breathless. Yan Chuan can't shake it off. His sister's words still echo in his head like a ghost he can't escape. Meanwhile, he keeps sinking into a bottomless pit of despair. Muyin and his servant burst into the room. They jumped out of desperation to check if he really pulled through. Muyin is about to throw the loudest truth about our boy right at the moment when the whole city is going crazy over how he survived the fight. Everyone was sure he would be thoroughly smashed in. The second elder has to intervene and tame the rowdy crowd, and while the speech still drags on, Yanchun finally gets a golden window and manages to slip away before the old man catches him. Seola screams through his bloody hand, but the truth is much worse. He lost control over his internal GI at the absolute worst moment. Precious Seola tries to play nurse and bandage his wound, and our boy has a full feverish rosy breakdown. Oh God, the poor girl is so broken that she can't even understand how to properly wrap this up. She is choking on tears, gripping his hand convulsively and endlessly apologizing for being so completely useless. That moment was pure perfection, and Yanchun froze in time until Wu Jin decided to crash the fun and completely kill the mood. Even after all this, Yunchun keeps his composure and meets him with full respect. Ahi here is dying of shame and is practically begging to just wrap everything up and go home. I really like how this guy absolutely doesn't worry. He treats Yanchun as if he is his old friend, even after Ahi's engagement caused such an explosion. He is basically playing matchmaker for both of them here. Our host is completely caught off guard. All that's left is to scratch his head and wonder how the hell he even ended up here. Wu Jin says he just wants to mingle with the elite, and although he always put his sister Hibiku on a pedestal, he never expected to come across a hidden power like Yan Chun. The guy is completely knocked off his feet. Wu Jin actually knows something about his sister. The wife at House Peng proves that these two are really on the same wavelength, but he still acts like a total loser, not understanding what she feels, a complete contradiction. Yan Chun just laughs and waves it off, taking this whole ridiculous story as if it were an empty joke. He watches Wu Jin disappear along with Yobai, but the trouble is his ex-fiancée is somehow still somewhere nearby. She finally stopped being silent and is ready to say everything to the last detail. She apologizes for breaking the chair, and honestly just a moment more and she would finally have buried the hatchet. But Yan Chen cuts her off halfway through a sentence, so she is completely thrown off track, and it turns out he is the one apologizing first. He knew he had crossed a huge line when he started shaming her mother, so he swallowed her response and called it a calculation. They became quittance. Ahi finally seems to give up, finally resigns himself to the crazy situation he got into. As she leaves, she throws a hint at the end, let him go and check for himself what her brother left for him. Yanchun looks over his uniform and suddenly stumbles over some mysterious little tile, but he has absolutely no idea what it is. The night finally quiets down, and the two share a last bittersweet farewell. Yang Keun finally erases the mistakes of his past life, but let's be honest, he still has a mountain of terrifying blunders to fix. And they finally move back from the scene. The light of Iella goes out instantly, and she plunges into the ground like a sack of bricks. Our guy still truly longs for that crazy clash with his sister. In his past life, he didn't even have a chance to cross blades with her, and looking back, Yan Chun is more certain than ever he shouldn't have won that victory. He understood as soon as Seola began working under his command, the threads of fate immediately started unraveling and twisting. One simple act of mercy overturned the scenario and completely threw off the course of the fate he was supposed to follow. He still does not understand at all why all this is happening, so he must be completely serious to rethink his next step. Suddenly, childlike survival instincts scream wildly as he feels something dangerously sharp squeezing him with a closed blade. He does not waste a second, almost shouting for Mayan to inspect the cursed demonic talisman. The guard flashes a confident smile and assures his master that there is nothing to fear. The talisman works like a true enchantment. But at the very moment when Muyin drops this bomb, the talisman suddenly comes to life and bursts with power. And so he growls an order and everything instantly slams into a sharp break, tires screeching. This talisman goes mad. The demonic gates have just broken free and torn apart right next to them. Mayan immediately orders his men to protect the young master at all costs. But to complete shock, the same young lord is just sitting outside relaxed, casually stretching his arms and legs, as if the upcoming fight is just a light warm-up. Mayan starts attacking him, barking non-stop that this mission is a total death trap, but Yunchen simply calms him down, telling him to stop overreacting and keep his gaze fixed on the danger right in front of them. Like a torn crack, it cut through the air, tearing reality into pieces and splitting it open to the end. Suddenly, the flickering green gates spin open and swing wide. They release those fierce dog-like monsters, but fortunately, the green gate spits out the absolute weakest demons among them. He fixes his stance and charges his signature move. Yanshin wreaks total havoc, tearing those monsters apart as if they are worthless to him. Now listen carefully, there is one critically important thing you need to know about every demon in the world. Each of them has a glowing stone embedded in their chest, their heart. It is a massive power module, but at the same time a deadly weakness that can be ripped out of them right now. From his blind spot, another monster lunges. It jumps and tries to cut a huge chunk out of his back. Our guy has lightning-fast reflexes, and without wasting a second, he starts tearing those demonic stones like a true pro. Having taken those two, he cut his energy reserves to the bone. The nine-flame blaze wheel trembled, paled, and began to fade, but he must keep pressing on because stopping now is not an option. And then everything got even worse. 3 grotesque hounds rush at them again. But a fierce surprise awaited him. Muyin crashes onto the scene, throwing himself at the front line, taking the blow to protect his young master. He moves dazzlingly fast, unleashing a flurry of slashes so instantly that it seems it was Virgil himself who taught him to perform the judgment cut. Yangchen's jaw drops to the floor when he sees his cool servant pulling off a move that can only be described as legendary. Mian spins around abruptly to check if he's okay, and only thanks his lucky stars that he got out unscathed. The dust is already settling because almost none of those monsters reached us, so honestly the heroes were very lucky with enormous fortune. Mayan is outright panicking because our guy just dove headfirst, and let's be honest, this could have ended in complete failure. Yangchen tries to stay calm, but in vain. His hand suddenly explodes with fierce purple flames, driving him into a full spin, merciless, soul-crushing pain that crushes from within. But even Mujin has no clue what kind of insane desire has just overwhelmed his young master. Yangchen bursts out with furious swearing, his heart pounding, and demands to know why the hell the heavenly demon martial art is suddenly going crazy. This move is the legendary signature technique of the heavenly demon, officially known as heavenly absorption. We dive headfirst into a legendary flashback for the mightiest demonic being Yangchen. He single-handedly destroyed an entire battalion, and the only survivor lying broken on the ground was left in despair, begging, "Why is he so merciless? Why did he slaughter them all, and without any reason at that?" Just as Yan Chun was about to deliver a fatal blow, he locked eyes with him and asked if those were really the last words he wanted to leave with. He stared down at the severed head of the elder and broke out in a mad, painful scream, a continuous agony. Suddenly, a gigantic shadow crossed the sun, looming over the entire horizon. From the blood-red portal bursts a huge dark dragon, and the heavenly demon wastes no time. He leaps off her battle back and jumps down. He stepped forward all the way to Yanchen, who is still kneeling. In essence, he admits he could have put much more effort into keeping her entertained. Pleased with his progress, she decided to give him a completely new skill. And this brings us right back to the present moment, and the guys there completely lose it. Nine-flame blaze wheel ignites into action and cleanses his absorption technique, transforming it into the legendary merging effect, so crazy that in his past life he had never even seen anything like it. Meanwhile, Seola and Mujun are completely petrified with shock, looking at him like. He finally forces himself to stand up, waving off and insisting that he is fine. He worries that during the fight with his sister he might have secretly sustained a hidden injury. While Muyun fusses and looks for a doctor, our guy keeps a calm appearance because he will never let anyone find out that he was fueled by demonic energy. Meanwhile, Seola is whining somewhere there and throwing a complete tantrum, like a lost puppy. She just presses and squeezes his cheeks, begging for the truth because she sincerely feels sorry for how miserable he looks. Fortunately, another servant intervenes and forcibly drags her away to give Yangchun a break, and Maiyan almost begs them to go to the doctor again. The young master is already tired of this. He decided to simply return home so he could finally collapse and sleep after complete burnout. When his guys are getting ready to hit the road, the boy suddenly realizes something stunning. He has not a single drop of demonic energy left, and this proves that his family's secret technique really worked. He catches the moment when the stone loses its color, confirming the demonic energy has been completely devoured, and he doesn't waste a second thinking. He crushes the stone to powder in his palm and understands he must immediately put his plan into full swing. Already the next morning, the legendary craving for sweets in Seola is back in action. She is hunting for sugar. But our guy with a cool head ignores her pleas and turns everything around 180 degrees, completely overturning the scenario before her eyes. Yangchun throws it back in her face, reminding the girl it was she who held on to it all this time. He just hangs around for no reason, but alright, moving on. Maiyan seriously scratches his head and doesn't understand why they are even dragging her to such a place. The guy is still barely standing after what happened, so there is no point in him wandering around the market instead of finally resting. Mu Yan politely offers to help him find everything he is looking for, but the young master appreciates the gesture, so Yan Chun decides that this time he is better off handling it himself. He aims at a specific street and begins to comb through every inch of the dark alley. This just pushes Muzin even deeper into the confusion. Yunchun drives the girl away, orders Mayan to stay close and watch him, and sends Xiaolu home with a message he will return just in time for dinner. She is sweating now, panicking that her grandfather will lose his temper and give her a lifelong lecture. Yanchun plays right into his own greed. He pulls out 10 tasty yakwa snacks as the final bribe to get everything done. Suddenly she shines with pure confidence and waves a demand, serve dumplings too, so the deal is sealed. Yangchun is simply delighted. He is completely for these terms. And they agree on the spot with a handshake, as if they have been ride-or-die brothers from day one. In the alley, Muyin is already dying to know the answers, but our guy keeps his composure and keeps him in the dark. The guard scans the area like a hawk, sensing danger in the air, and even Yangchun understands they are walking straight into a deadly trap. After so many years, he finally came exactly to what he was hunting for. At first, he panics and thinks he has completely lost the trail. Muyin stands there, almost scratching the back of his head, not understanding why the young master is so obsessed with this particular building. He even admits his gut screams that something is very, very wrong with this building. Yanchuan gives him approval for those killer instincts and widely flings open the door. A gang of worthless thugs starts picking on the boy, thinking he's just a lost kid, but their mocking smiles vanish instantly as soon as they notice the weapon in his guard's hand. This is essentially the perfect moment to finally finish off their pair. These punks keep Muyin under the highest alert while he tightens his grip on his blade, ready to burst into battle. One of the guys demands an explanation for why this young man would even show his face in such a place. Yan Chun didn't even sweat when he dropped the bomb. It turns out he's just a client. His smug attitude is the last straw, and the hooligan starts growling threats right in Yan Chun's face. Muyin itches to slash each of those freaks right now, but the young master restrains him. He knows they must wait for the perfect moment to strike. He reveals each of them recognized him the moment he entered that alley, and while Yan Chan asks if they tremble because of the power of the Ku house, he actually came for something completely different. Instead of turning that guy into mince, our hero actually stops mid-strike and tries to make a deal with the manager. Stunned by the boy's shameless boldness, the bandit mocks him, claiming that Yangchun clearly hasn't learned a shred of respect. But our cunning young master immediately retaliates, reminding those thugs that they themselves are definitely not saints. The thug just lets out a superior chuckle, clearly finding the whole story funny. But instead of going along with the boy's proposal, he orders all his men to cut the kid down. In a moment, the whole team jumps up and rushes at him from every corner at once. Muyan's patience finally snaps. He unleashes a furious rampage and takes out the entire group to the last man. He minimizes all the blows, ensuring that after this fight everyone will leave here intact. After that crazy show-off, Yangchen doesn't even flinch. He just stands relaxed, as if on a farm, while his guards mow down the whole crowd. Punk's jaw drops to the floor. He is utterly stunned, can't believe his eyes. Honestly, he doesn't even look shocked that Yang Chuan brought such a monster as backup, but let's be honest, there's no chance he'll bend to the young master's demands. Suddenly, the authority receives a signal from the big boss, and it turns out the higher overseers have already set their sights on this boy. The messenger steps forward to announce the news and reveals the full danger of the situation they have to deal with. Meanwhile, our guy's gears are turning as he begins to doubt exactly what dark game they are really playing. He is already completely fed up with this futile waste of time, so he orders Muyan to just step forward and cut them all down. But suddenly, amidst everything, Thug freezes in place and drops a bombshell. The big boss actually wants a face-to-face meeting, so there is no point in continuing to fight. Yan Chun quietly goes mad that they didn't start with this, but still orders Mu Yan to retreat. They stay hot on the heels of those thugs, shadowing every one of their moves. Mu Jian still completely doesn't understand anything and digs around for answers, but the boy finally throws a huge hint about his secret plan for the Vagrant clan. And no, let's dive into the Vagrant clan. They are placed in the elite among the 10 great clans, all because their intelligence and information network are simply god level. But don't let this power fool you. They live by an honest code of honor that keeps their reputation clean in a world full of vipers. Since the first clan failed, he switches to Plan B, the intimidating Hauklana group as cruelly evil that wandering beggars look like saints, and that's exactly why he's here. He rapidly falls down to the level below. Our hero finally comes face to face with the one who controls everything in this region, branch manager, Wan Chudu. She apologizes for their aggressive reception and explains that they lost their composure only because the boy's sudden arrival completely threw them off track. Yanchun doesn't care. He demands to speak with her live, face to face. The branch manager, wasting no time, demands explanations for why such a great authority as he has even stepped into a dark and twisted clan. The boy instantly shuts them down and retorts, no chance, he is not going to fulfill the request of the clan of vagabonds. The manager finally apologizes for the interrogation, admitting that his connections with the House of Ku made the entire staff break out in cold sweat. Yan Chun perfectly understands the mess they are in, but does not make a single move until they finally give him a clear yes. Wan Chudayu makes everything crystal clear. His clan takes on any job no matter how crazy it is, as long as the price is right. With relief that they finally started playing by the rules, he reveals he is hunting for a specific child older than 10 and pulls out a detailed sketch to show them exactly whom he is looking for. He tears apart the details of this mysterious case. The branch manager shudders with panic and admits there is simply no way to handle such a request. And here is the catch: someone beat Yan Chun. They hunted not for the child, but for her guardian, thereby igniting a huge conflict of interest that neither side is ready to swallow. Yanchen flashes a confident smile and proposes to settle the score, demands information about the leader of their clan, and in a moment receives a deadly glare from every guard in the room. They instantly draw their blades, ready to cut him to pieces. Hamuyin is a real cheat code. He rushes forward and parries all 4 of their blades at once, an absolute machine. The sweet mask of the manager instantly crumbles, and instead pure bloodlust is unleashed as he demands, how did this kid uncover their most dangerous secrets? Yunchen shrugs and says that both sides have dirt on each other, so they should just settle the score, but even so, Wanshu does not just take his word for it. He demands proof that this info is really genuine. But the young master just laughs in response, warning them, if they dare to refuse, he will go straight to the Vagrant clan and spill all the dirty secrets about the leader of the Hao clan. This threat is so huge that the branch director definitely cannot just turn away and pretend nothing happened. He has no options left. She is forced to surrender. Until then, our guy is already truly bursting with impatience, guessing how much longer to wait until they finally do it. The Hao clan insists they need at least 3 months to pull everything off, but for Yan Kaiyan this is the perfect window of opportunity. He sets off, making it clear the real business will only start once they meet all his demands. But the guy freezes as soon as he catches the manager's gaze, pure fear, as if some dark secret is hidden in the Yejok Mountains. Wanshu loses signal the moment he tries to leave. He throws a mysterious clue, provoking, as if this is just a small hint for now. The head of the department completely loses control. The bandit snorts, doubts whether she is really betting everything on the child's word, but is unquestionably sure. He is real because he knows that their clan leader has disappeared and they have no choice but to follow his trail. Even Wonchu does not fully guess the boy's true plan. He is sure that he is leading his own secret conspiracy and doubts that such a young master as he can uncover secrets of a higher level. This puts the head of House Ku right in the crosshairs, and although he is actually innocent, she is absolutely sure he is the one pulling the strings. She tears that mask right off her face, and finally everyone sees her true face. She looks much younger than the adult woman she was really supposed to be. Wonchu begins to piece together the puzzle and realizes the clan leader is hiding only because his own people have no respect for him and he is terrified of a full rebellion. Imagine that man is her own father. And that is exactly why she puts her whole soul into it. Next we see Yang Qiang and his guards. They step out of the building step by step. He put on a brave face, but deep down he was afraid everything would go awry. Fortunately, memories from his past life finally save his skin. It is then that he learns the leader of the Hao clan has been rotting in a cell for 5 long years. And just imagine, he was exactly the reason why the clan started a full-scale war against the Obsidian Night Palace. But the Merm Alliance completely destroyed the Obsidian Night Palace, and their desperate mission to save the clan leader ended in total tragedy when he never came out alive. This disaster drove the entire clan to the brink of total destruction. But the catch is that he has no idea where exactly the palace is, and he only got this mission through bluff selling himself thanks to some basic quiz information. This is an incredible headache to travel so far, but Yang Chun knows finding this guy cannot be postponed. You see, this guy was not just anyone. He was destined to become the most vital and most trusted member of the inner circle of the demonic temple. Later, he will be feared as Hyuk Jiggle, a brilliant strategist who controls everything, pulling every string from the shadows. That is why Yang Giant is determined to destroy him right now before he manages to turn into a nightmare. He remembers how the crazy tactics of this guy pushed a beast like Seola to the edge too many times, and if he doesn't end this right now, it's the end for all of them. Yuan breaks out of his own thoughts and demands, let him say what this child is really hunting. He demands that the work be finished by summer, but he himself is on edge, gnawed by the thought of what the young master really knows about the Hao clan. Yang Chun records everything, confirming that by summer he will have this information in his hands. And suddenly, out of nowhere, a new problem hits him, and it really gets under his skin. He is struck like lightning. This is the very moment when the secret treasury of the House Yan mine was finally uncovered. It is about a real mountain of riches, hidden so well that it is enough to turn the whole world upside down. But all that gold essentially was just junk compared to the real jackpot, the legendary spirit pills. These pills completely revolutionized cultivation for anyone, and in the first timeline they elevated the warrior to such insane heights that the heavenly demon himself truly acknowledged their power. Now our guy is stuck between two heavy headaches, Jiggle and those mysterious spirit pills, and although he really wants to find out the truth about the medicine, finding even a decent lead turns into a complete nightmare. Our guy makes a move from the genius at maximum category, a true classic, long established as a standard. He throws in the towel because this is pure madness. With such chaos, he'll never find that treasure. Suddenly we switch to Seola. She stands motionless, her jaw almost dropping, because this guy shamelessly starts approaching her and demands that she quit her post and instead serve him. The second elder wastes no time. He chases after Seola's grandfather. He admits the boy is the only reason he made it this far, but he was literally blown away by shock when he sees the sovereign sword personally as the boy's bodyguard. Both laugh for a moment, but the second elder manages to remind, the work doesn't stop. This is the last straw. He effortlessly smashes the broom to pieces and demands, why the hell did Elder Rayan even show up? Strangely, even the legendary bear grandpa trembles in his boots. Sovereign sword silences him and demands he immediately pick up the fragments of that broken broom. While all this is happening, Elder Rayan is meanwhile making his own move. He demands to find out the true intention of the second elder and doesn't even flinch. Rian followed him closely. After all, this guy has long been in his field of vision. Believe it or not, but only 3 months ago this boy couldn't even withstand the legendary stance of his family's horse. And suddenly, as if by a snap, he gained the strength to take down his once impregnable sister. When his blaze wheel was finally perfected, one thing was clear. This kid is a real diamond in the rough and his potential is off the charts. The sovereign begins to doubt, is this word talent even appropriate? In all his life, he has never seen a child develop so fast in just a few months. This immediately triggers alarm, and now he scrutinizes the child with maximum suspicion. He insists that the first elder of House Ku is lurking somewhere in the shadows, frightened by how quickly the boy is advancing. And Rian also adopted this version because he knows the old man is definitely up to something wrong. But the boy himself, he disappeared as if dissolved, and no one has any idea where exactly he is hiding. Fortunately, for now he stays out of the line of fire, especially because his watchers track his every move like hawks. Let's return to the absolute disaster of Seola. She is still recovering after someone just showered her with a huge confession of love. This incredibly precious girl lets us right into her head and admits that the real nightmare completely broke her sleep last night. In this blurred dream, she directly destroys everyone who crosses her path and doesn't stop until she gets exactly what she wants. She begged her own body to stop, but the nightmare still followed her home until she destroyed the people she loved the most. Suddenly, an old man spoke from inside the house saying that he would actually crush her, and immediately after that, he lunged forward and plunged the blade deep into her stomach. He jerked sharply and woke up, gasping hoarsely for air when he finally managed to claw his way out of that terrifying nightmare. She forced out desperate apologies, her voice trembled, and it contained only merciless, crushing guilt. As soon as she snapped her eyes open, she weakly longed to see Yangchun. Bonghua, the head maid, sharply pointed straight to the training grounds. She ran there to find him. She rushed to the target and even outran Yang Keian, but she was stunned when it turned out someone else had already latched onto the training grounds. He promised Seola a whole world of happiness if she just jumped off the ship, but she was already enjoying every second of life next to Yangchun. After that, our guy looked like a ticking time bomb. Just a few more seconds, and he was about to have a complete breakdown. He didn't waste a second and immediately punched that random kid in the face to start a fight. He fell into a spiral of thoughts, not understanding who he really was and what secret game really he had started. One glance at that awkward, embarrassed face is enough for even Yangchun to think, this guy can definitely be considered a certified pervert. He apologizes for missing the official introduction, but immediately turns the game around and says he already knows exactly who this young gentleman is. Most likely he calls himself Jolie Upku, and his fists are already itching to spar and get into a fight. And our guy doesn't waste a single moment. He cuts off this offer before they even finish speaking. The guy is completely thrown off. Stepping back means making Yangchun look like a total coward, but he honestly accepts it without any shame. This drives the second guy into a full rage, and he starts mocking the young master, calling him a pathetic weakling. Our guy no longer even tries to look cool. He fully embraces that he is weak, because at this stage, why lie at all? The guy freezes completely in shock, but the main clue is this: if Yangchun starts picking random fights right now, he will get into much bigger trouble than ever before. But as soon as he starts to flee, Grandpa Bear manages to, and once again completely ruins his life. He seems to appear out of thin air and practically begs Yangchun to finally get into the fight. Jolie pays respect to the senior in rank, quickly explains to the guy who this heavyweight is. In this grand twist, it turns out he is actually the grandson of the first elder, and just one look at his face, the resemblance becomes simply eerily obvious. The second elder is completely for the duel, but Yan Chan does not mince words. He knocks the guy down because, according to him, he has a nasty plan to hit on Seola. He begins to suspect that Gioliope is actually a puppet of the first elder, and that sudden challenge to spar, that was definitely a setup. Turns out this is not just a fistfight, it's a political game with power at stake. The first elder is a snake devouring power, pulling strings from the shadows, rigging the game so that the worthless clown Yan Chun becomes the boss just to control him like a puppet. And now, when that talentless guy somehow destroyed the brilliant sister, everything went awry, and Gioliope is sent to personally destroy Yangchun. Elder Rian almost begs him to show some mercy, but our guy is all cold and has no desire to indulge that kid. Yan Chun silences everything, insisting that there is no point in fighting with hands when defeat is already carved in stone. Grandpa Bear gives him a huge boost of confidence, swearing that victory is already in the pocket, and honestly, this old man is the absolute MVP because he always sides with Yan Chun like that. Having seen enough, Yang Chun immediately understood he would just be crushed. He was completely losing. Joliup is a real monster, even compared to his own sister, so he has no desire to fight a suicidal mission, but just at the moment, he is already retreating. The arrogant grandson of the first elder does not hesitate. He rushes forward and grabs her by the hand. He reminds Seola that she is a completely different level, too elite to waste time on a complete joke like Yang Kiwon. He tries to recruit her, swearing that he will give her a life of luxury if she finally leaves that pathetic weakling she calls her master. And the most terrible thing, when Yan Chun sees Seola in danger, all his logic and caution disappear. He casts a terrifying glance and immediately accepts the duel on the spot. Instant remorse overwhelms him like a truck as soon as he realizes he is stuck in the arena against an opponent who is many times more dangerous than the last one. But Grandfather Bear covers his back and thinks, even if the boy loses, this is the perfect chance to finally level up. Yan Chun will not move without compensation. He demands a huge reward even before he thinks about intervening. The second elder gladly accepts this deal but warns the young man, as the heir of the clan lord, losing the fight is a complete disgrace. But the boy does not back down. He shouts that he never even wanted to lead the family, so there is no doubt. The confession twists Rien's mind and knocks him off course forever. They insist that he has no choice. He is the last male heir, but Yan Chun boils inside. Why does everyone assume he desires power if in his past life he himself rejected that future? To finish it off, the boy warns the old man, if Rien even thinks about breaking the deal, he will throw the entire match. Father Bear gives the green light, but there is a huge condition. He must come out of this fight victorious no matter what. He rises into a stance, locks eyes with the enemy who stands right in his way. Iliop actually gives the boy a moment to shake off the rust and make his blood run faster. He even throws an apology, as if he really regrets that everything turned into such a mess. He actually sympathized with Yan Chun last year in their match. Joliup completely crushed him and left him bedridden for a whole month. Even Yan Kaeon is going crazy and cannot understand how he could have forgotten something so huge. Jolio is still babbling nonsense. He says that back then the guy was a complete loser, and his victory over the brilliant sister was nothing more than a huge coincidence. This guy is practically giving warnings, acting as if he is too important a person to waste time crushing some low-level trifles. Jolio absolutely cannot stand when a weakling climbs the stairs, so he charges his blade with deadly energy and prepares to unleash all his fury on the guy. He turns to Eldorayan and puts a period directly. If he leaves with the victory, he has his own condition that must be fulfilled. Grandpa Bear actually fully agrees with this plan. Surprisingly to absolutely no one, the big price Joliet pays for this clash is Seola. He just had to drop that one phrase that would have already pushed our guy over the edge, and now he is shaking with rage over the sheer audacity of this bastard. The elder is totally thrilled by this chaos and finally gives them the green light. Charge the attack. The fight starts, but Jolio is clearly stalling, as if he has serious doubts. He just stands frozen and cannot take his eyes off while the furious red aura explodes from the child's body. He tries to reduce everything to tradition. Supposedly, the stronger one allows the other to strike first, but Yan Chiyuan cuts this down as complete BS and asks if Joliup is really not trembling with fear. But here is the catch. Joliup is simply a beast when it comes to controlling his raw power and inner energy. He is completely restrained by the crazy aura of the young master. Even though the target is open, he is so stunned that he does not dare to shoot. They are sure that Yan Chen is burning all his strength to the last drop to pull off one giant bluff. Joliup releases a smug mocking laugh, certain that he has finally won because he thinks Yanchua is a complete fool. He wasted his inner energy so recklessly and wastefully. Our guy officially shaved expectations and strikes first, tearing Joliup so fast that he is already on him before he manages to finish the sentence. He releases a deafening kick so fast that he almost cuts off the opponent's head. Jolio does not even think about sweating, sure that his crazy speed advantage is still too great to handle this. But when Yan Chun's next strike hits without warning, he is thrown straight into the stratosphere. With one bone-crushing kick right in that cursed face, he puts an end to everything. He forcefully slams Joliup to the floor, forcing him to kneel a complete defeat. The guy chokes. A bloody cloud bursts out as he convulsively tries to stay on his feet. Yan Chun drags humiliation, delaying the final blow, and shows that this victory is not a random trick. Ego Jolio breaks completely when he finally admits he was fatally wrong to despise the insane potential of the young master. But he is not finished yet, just waiting for the perfect moment to arrange serious revenge. This fight is not over yet, and for Yang Chun everything looks very bleak when he realizes he will have to fight the monster again, to whom he is clearly no match, somewhere far away beyond his strength. He directs his energy into precise channels right at the moment of the strike and fires explosive bursts of power, not letting his body collapse into a full meltdown. And the truth is, Yan Sun is on the clock. He has exactly 7 minutes to finish this fight, otherwise it's the end. Jiliup remains in action, relentlessly spinning the insane scarlet sword of the 9 dragons, and Yan Chun is stuck to that blade, tracking every deadly moment. At the moment when the blade draws the sword from the sheath, Yunchun is wound tighter than a spring, barely holding on by a single hair. He has a moment to dart aside and manage to slip away before that grand, sweeping blow hits. The speed demon gives no second to retreat, immediately rushing forward again to finish the job. He sprinkles a series of precise, target-aligned laser strikes to confuse Yang Chun, proving that Jiu Liop has honed his deadly skill for an incredibly long time. How smoothly this step goes, maybe this is his secret weapon. But there is a big trap. If the rhythm of that blade falters, everything collapses. Yan Chun ignites inner strength and roots himself firmly in place. He won't budge an absolute inch. And just at the moment when Jay Oliep is about to deliver the final deadly blow to finish him off forever, the boy bursts forward like a human bomb, but just before he can finish it, he immediately drained all the heat from him, completely confusing Jiliup and giving our guy the perfect chance to end the fight right then and there. Yang Kaon drives his fist so deep into Jiliup's stomach that the impact is felt even through the screen. That explosive strike, and Joliet instantly flies straight into the wall, creating a huge crater and instantly ending the fight right here and now. But Yan Kaon is not finished yet and throws a real bomb. He absolutely doesn't care about the family head title or all the gossip they discussed behind his back. And if there is one thing he absolutely hates, it's when scoundrels like Jill Yop try to forcibly evict people from their belongings. That really drives him into a furious rage. He unleashes a murderous assault. He is consumed by burning fury, for he will never forgive Jolio for daring to touch Ciola. He is so enraged that he is ready to break the boy's arm like a twig if he crosses the line again. Honestly, he is a real beast. And at that very moment, when he was just a fraction of a second away from breaking Gioliup's arm like a dry toothpick, Elder Rion cuts him off mid-sentence and in desperate pleas stops him. He won't take another step. When the smoke clears, the boy is thoroughly scolded for turning on the demonic mode to full power. But Yan Chun insists, in a real fight someone will bleed. Since Jolio managed to limp home on his own, it means he's fine. Yet Rion is still drenched in sweat. He knows that the first elder is about to cause a full nuclear explosion over this mess. Yanchen finally snaps and admits he absolutely doesn't care about clan leadership. All their petty political intrigues mean nothing to him. He even offers Ciola the role of house head, and she is ready to take full control, though only if he keeps bringing snacks. Elder Rion clings tightly to how grand and dangerous all this is, while Youngchun just shrugs indifferently, admitting that Ciola is completely out of his league. He freezes in place as it hits him, and he has no idea when exactly she officially became a beast with a blade. The Sovereign's sword should already be sinking into the training of his star pupil, but he still hasn't even seen Ciola touch the blade, and this confuses him, especially since in this life she seems much less capable than in the past. Now he is left wondering who she really was at this moment in her life. Yanchen draws a complete blank in his mind regarding the details. Crazy, since he should definitely remember this, while the charming girl nearby asks if he is alright. Youngchen suddenly slaps her cheek in desperation to pull her out of delirium and back to reality. Finally, the second elder waves off the whole argument about the house head and tells our boy to go get some long-awaited sleep. But Yunchen is too sharp. He stops the old man half a step and immediately reminds him of that small deal they once made. Alderon can clearly see how annoyed he is, but a deal is a deal. He composes himself and asks the boy what he really wants. The young Chong lays out the cards, second elder, implying that if that man has so much influence, he will definitely take this request as a walk in the park. He, uttering these words, sharply throws his hand to the right. He makes a move, demands a one-way ticket directly to the territory of Sachai. Talk about a terrible headache, especially when our guy realizes he can just enter Sachin whenever he wants. This news hits the young master like a freight train and leaves him completely stunned. They set up a harsh reality stop for the old man. Sachian is far beyond reach, and he cannot just go AWOL when he is monitored and guarded every second. Grandfather Raijun clings to a brilliant idea. He proposes to use the House Dang weapons exhibition as the perfect cover for his secret business. At close to his face, you can see his brain is completely short-circuiting. He recalls the annual Weapons Expo, a huge tradition where families gather to see the most incredible equipment imaginable. Even if he doesn't need to appear in person, he will definitely use this event as the perfect cover. Out of the blue, Yan Chun turns everything upside down and reveals the real goal. He is simply hunting for cold, hard cash. The old man with sharp eyesight sees through him and understands. The guy is in a desperate attempt to reach Sachian as fast as possible at a crazy speed. To be honest, he is genuinely thrilled that he will send the child to Sachian. Wangxin begins to tremble with fear, realizing that asking this guy for help might have been the biggest mistake of his life. And Grandpa Bear lets out a fierce roar, shouting that he is kicking him out right now. The young master pulls him back, reminding, properly writing a report is not something you can just rush through. Grandpa Rian extinguishes all the drama in one stroke, declaring the boy's departure an official decree, which stuns the caretakers into urgently gathering him. Before Yan Chun could comprehend this madness, he suddenly realized he was already back inside his carriage. That old devil played our guy like a violin and threw him out. Meanwhile, Sword Sovereign dumps a whole mountain of tasks on Rian, insisting that it is only fair, the youth must serve the elders. Rian takes Sword Sovereign aside for a brief private moment, in despair finally to unload the heavy secrets eating away at his soul. Rumors on the streets say the clan leader is hunting the divine physician and he definitely has a hidden plan. Feeling the heat, the second elder completely loses composure and desperately abruptly changes the conversation. He confronts Sayola and drops a bombshell. He sees no trace of humanity in that girl, as if she is a completely different person. This simple question pushes Sovereign Sword beyond the limit, and he, losing control, orders Rian to shut up, just as he unleashes a whole arsenal of divine blades. Rian again stakes his claim that Sayola is not even human. He recalls their first meeting in the council and at that very moment realized that her body was just an empty shell. Elder Rian instantly cuts down this idea, warning, even the divine doctor's medicine is a complete waste of time because Sayola is actually not sick. But while he is still chattering, Sovereign Sword explodes, unleashing a storm of golden blades from the sky, with such pressure that bones crack as he shouts that Sayola is nothing but human. Rian does not believe a single word, so he simply turns away and lets Sovereign Sword take the initiative. Just listen, her grandfather is truly convinced that he can fix her broken soul if he makes her a real person. He is ready to waste his own life in a moment, all just so that his granddaughter grows up healthy and strong. Several hours pass until her grandfather finally notices that she has disappeared from their room. They have been struggling on the road for several days, and Sashan still has not appeared anywhere. Mu Yun sweats with fear over the disappearance of the young master, but Yan Chun has actually frozen out and left them for silence. It turns out, without Sayola, he is simply deadly bored. But here is the catch, our guy is really mowing down work like an absolute beast, pushing himself until his body literally hits the limit of destruction. But let's be honest, this guy is still a complete loser. He wobbles after a few basic hits. 10 full days of this road have passed and Yan Chun has hit a dead end. No matter how hard he tries, the next level breakthrough is nowhere near. That duel with Joliet forced him to face the truth. His internal energy reserves are simply pathetic. Step 1, he needs to return and grind out his internal energy until his cultivation pushes to the absolute limit to a complete breakdown. He finally pulls the trigger and unleashes the terrible power of his demonic art of heavenly absorption. He understands this thing literally draws life force from every living soul nearby. Here is the catch, this insane power slowly devours the user from the inside out, but thanks to the blaze wheel technique, he completely avoids those deadly side effects. Since he has zero demonic energy, his potential is practically limitless. Every demon he kills only further fuels his internal strength. But the problem is that leveling up the heavenly demon martial arts in this new timeline is a huge burden, and he is stubbornly determined to avoid the same tragic ending that took him the first time. Suddenly, a piercing scream tears through the air, and he immediately breaks out of his own zone. Our hero rushes straight to Mujun, desperately trying to finally get real answers. The personal bodyguard let it slip. Something absolutely insanely limitless is happening in that carriage. This leaves our guy hungry for answers, and he starts digging for the truth on his own initiative. Osceola flies out of nowhere with a huge, shining smile. She plays complete innocence as if she accidentally ended up here. Let's rewind time 10 days back to the very moment when everything started to spiral out of control. Sayola was strictly forbidden even to step into the Sachin region because of an overly authoritative, iron-fisted grandfather. He allowed her to attend the Nine Dragons Council only because he knew she had huge insurance, but in the Sachian region she flies completely alone, and for our girl, that means very serious trouble. The old man was not going to accept refusal. He barked at them to stop dragging and immediately dive into the laundry room. Sayola was completely breaking boundaries in her head. She understood that Yan Chun would not return for a whole month, and considering that she was a disaster in household matters and had no special skills, she knew If she tried to go with them, she would just be a burden. And suddenly, as if from nowhere, a voice sounded. The poor girl was thrown up. She jumped as if she was climbing out of her skin. She wildly scans the room with her eyes, remembering that mysterious line from the box, and frantically rummages in search of any answer. Suddenly, a hand appears from nowhere and pushes her straight to the ground. She loses her balance and tumbles headfirst right into the middle of the distribution zone. Ciola didn't even want to step inside, but immediately fell into a trap. The poor girl was utterly terrified and screamed wildly for someone to save her. But the same spectral hands begin to work their magic and drag her straight into a deep hypnotic sleep. Just like that, everything collapsed in an instant like lightning. Ciola plunged into the ground and fainted, while that voice, Imagine, dared to apologize for knocking her down. The carriage jerks and suddenly rushes forward. Those last words echo dully in the air. Ciola must be their shield. But Imagine, the little girl, finally reveals everything, and she builds her story on. All three froze in place, their brains completely fried by the bomb she just dropped. The expression on their faces, and Ciola plunges into panic, replaying in her head, could it be she just made a huge mistake? She presses the point again, hammering her thought into the very heart, and finally brings her story to an end. She insists that the ghost lured her into that carriage, but let's be honest, no one will ever believe such a crazy story. Yanchun wanted to send her home, but at this stage there was no turning back. They were breaking through the dead night when suddenly, an owl circles very close above, but Ciola is too busy looking at the local wildlife and happily telling how exactly she will tear them apart and eat them. Even our guy is completely stunned, because this girl has zero calm when it comes to appetite. At first he wanted to immediately send her back to the House of Ku, but since they were already at their last strength, he realized this trip would drain their resources to zero. Zilla dangles a wriggling worm in front of his face, making him twitch, and tries to barter for Yakwa in exchange. He reached the edge to the point that he throws the food away, officially regretting that he ever allowed her to join the squad. Their relaxed vibes instantly collapse as soon as Yanchun senses a colossal presence approaching. He shouts a warning to Mayan, who immediately dives to stop the rest of the guards right on the spot. Just when he thinks he can finally breathe, calm silence cracks in a moment. Suddenly he feels a dark energy for demons lurking far, far away in the distance. His heart almost stopped when he realized he only sensed 3 of them left. Before he could comprehend all the chaos, he was already the last one standing. This last surge, a desperate strike, he rushes straight at the cart. Our guy is barely ready to land for the final blow and kill this monster as she falls into the dust. Suddenly this girl with silver hair and purple robes simply lets the hidden power explode. He lets the steel fly and cuts this demonic monster cleanly in half. He pulls the blade back into the sheath even before the dust settles. She apologizes for acting so recklessly with the prey and letting it get too close to the carriage, so close that even Yan Kayan remained completely clueless about who this girl really was. Until she turns around and stares straight at him. He is about to hit this guy with a shock so strong that he will fall as if struck by thunder. Suddenly a nightmare overwhelms him, the same woman who tears apart an entire squad of warriors as if they were worthless. He fixes his gaze on the same flawless beauty from his memories, the same girl he accidentally crossed paths with during his previous lifetime journey to Sachian. History repeats itself. The same girl steps forward and begs to join their company, and in this timeline too. This stunning beauty is Baya Nam Gung, but for Yang Chun she is still the same madwoman who wanders and haunts him in every nightmare. Let's go back to that absolute nightmare that was their first meeting in the previous life. This woman just mercilessly destroyed all the warriors in this area, not a drop of mercy. Meanwhile, the demon martial arts master Yan Chen was left doubting whether she really had the power to cut them all down to the last one. Turns out they are actually on the same team, and now Namgung is itching to find out what exactly their master has planned. He learns that Yan Kayan was sent to bring her back before she triggered a full-scale massacre, and he loses it and fiercely scolds her for being a complete psychopath. The irony at its peak, she is a stone-cold killer, but her spatial orientation is so messed up that she even confuses left with right. Realizing that this idiot is a complete waste of time, he simply snaps at her, "Shut up," and silently keeps the pace so she doesn't fall behind. Yanchen finally tracked down fresh work to take care of. Namgung couldn't resist and leaned in to ask how much the divine maiden power of that sovereign sword really weighs. He warned her to stay away from the sovereigns because they are rivals of the heavenly demon, not theirs, and Namgung's curiosity flared to the limit. She had no idea how her blade would stand against theirs or even against her master. He chattered nonstop all day and didn't stop for a second. Her guy finally lost it and unleashed a devastating strike right at her. She didn't even look at him, she just casually sliced that energy shot in half as if it was nothing. Her mind is completely confused, yet she is already ready to clash right now, and at the same time, it seems she is just walking around gathering aura like a farm. Yangchun allows the explosion to fly out just to sharply tear her out of this state. He growls at the idiot, "Stop wandering and stay right under his heels." While they were walking step by step further, she completely confused him, constantly firing off another question. But this time Yan Chun was not pretending, he was ready to tear her to pieces if she dared to mention those sovereigns again. Then she knocks him off track, points out a hidden passage that could save them a lot of time. Yang Chun froze in place with an empty look. She had no idea at all what this girl was babbling about. But before he could blink, she had already vanished in an instant. And guys, the ending is just laughably ridiculous. Our hero reached the place the same day, and this absolute lunatic managed to appear only after 4 days. Truly, she is a complete failure at properly following simple instructions. Returning to the present, Namgung realizes that they are drawn to Sechin and almost begs to take him along. But with their toxic history, Yangchun immediately cuts off everything from her side, no way back. He is not going to endure the same chaotic nightmare of the schedule again, and besides, she is literally a magnet for disasters. Nothing but continuous problems. Yangchun does not waste words, he immediately hits the point and makes everything about trust. He tells this guy that there is no chance to stake his life on a complete stranger at night when it is dark outside and no one has time to hesitate. She finally understands, if she wants him to be on her side, she will have to fight for every crumb of his trust. He releases a pinpoint flash of high-voltage lightning. She tries outright to burst into Super Saiyan 2, pouring so much pure power into this next burst. As soon as Muyan releases that sword-style survival instinct scream, she is in incredible trouble. This move raises a gigantic burst of energy, a massive supernova, and tears her right out of her body. But before she managed to land even a single scratch, Muyan dashed forward and immediately right there stopped her. Bia just wanted to boast about her crazy strength to prove her identity and finally earn their trust. There is no way back. Yanchun is officially forced to admit her long-standing, deeply rooted involvement with the Namgun family. He goes for a second excuse, insisting that he cannot risk letting a monster with such terrifying power into the company, and honestly. But imagine, Bee pulls their carriage all the way up to the place where they were supposed to stop and rest. Yunchun keeps at a safe distance behind them, but she honestly has no idea why she even tagged along following them. He had the audacity to lie to her straight in the eyes, swearing that Sachi-on is not their final stop at all. For now, he dodges confrontation, keeps aces up his sleeve, and pretends she doesn't exist. She is like invisible. But it's already too late because Ciola is already on the street giving the girl a masterclass on how to skin a frog. The guy finally loses self-control and forcefully drags her away from there. He is going crazy because of what she is doing, especially because he directly ordered her to stop wandering around aimlessly. Bia throws a cold, empty look at him, her eyes almost scream, "What the hell is your real problem?" Our hero asks what she is doing alone in the wilderness, and it turns out, Bea actually started this journey with her family who were still nearby. But imagine, this scoundrel actually managed to get lost, and this, just as Yang Kaon expected, was exactly what she needed, because in her past life Hesh also navigated terribly. He pins her against the wall and demands, why is she still holding on to them as if glued, even though he has made it completely clear they don't even touch the Sachian region. Bia's jaw drops and she immediately starts interrogating them again where exactly they are supposed to go. Ciola throws a confused look at Yanchun, but he just waves it off with a disappointed shake of his head. This kid still completely understands nothing, frantically tearing the truth apart, and Yanchun begins to truly regret not throwing her out earlier. Look, he has already basically given B, essentially saying do whatever you want, just stay as far away from him as possible, far, far away. She meets him again just in case he somehow forgot who she is. Her heart feels as heavy as lead when she asks the boy to introduce himself too. He goes for a complete transformation, kidnaps the identity of Jiliup Ku and passes off the house of Ku as his own, because it is the only way to protect his secret. 2 days later, flash forward, and Ciola and Bia have already grown together like thick friends. Their progress slowed to crawling because this cute little potato kept climbing off the carriage to chat with another girl. Yangchun was boiling with anger. He had already laid out the cards regarding Bia, but she still refused to make contact. In the last classes, he gasps for air and with a trembling voice asks Muyan how much longer until they finally reach the goal. The guard from OP drops a bomb. They should arrive in 1 day, but at this breaking pace, at least 3 more days. Complete nightmare. He has no idea why Yangchun got so obsessed with this girl, but he thinks giving her a ride is the fastest way to get to where they are going. By this moment, our guy officially reaches his limit and simply surrenders without a fight. He dives into the nearest village to rest and think over his next big move. The young master and his servant curled up in a heap and map out every detail of their next step. They have only one day left and to the destination, and fortunately they didn't have to freeze at night in the dirty ground. They avoided camping. Seola almost begs Bia to join and crash with them, but Bia hesitates over whether this is really a good move. Yangchun's jaw almost drops when he sees a lady of the high class like Bia actually drags along an ordinary servant, and still, despite everything, she has a big heart. She insists on helping the exhausted girl. Yangchun, however, doesn't buy the drama. If she's really that hot and tired, let Seola just faint in the carriage. And as soon as they roll up to the village, he orders her to stop eating someone else's food and get off Bia. Bia tries to get any answers, but the frame immediately cuts as soon as that charming little potato flies by. A whole squad of guys dressed in the same gear as Bia quickly begins to tighten the circle. Ahead actually goes Bia's brother, and he has already completely lost his head trying to figure out where she disappeared. They turned the whole world upside down searching for her, but she still vanished without a trace. He curses himself for not stopping her sooner to prevent this complete disaster and to stop it from happening at all. His brother finally begins to calm down after completely losing his mind over their sister's condition. His jaw almost drops when he sees the squad come to her support. Seola steps forward to introduce herself first, and Yang Chan is just boiling with rage because she still won't leave her alone. When our MC locks eyes with Bia's brother, it finally clicks in his head. This is the legendary lightning sword, the very one whose super speed once haunted nightmares. He was destined to become one of the 5 most famous fencers on the planet, a legendary title, without a doubt, but he met it with complete kindness, introducing himself. Lightning Dragon, Chungjun Namgun. He almost ruins the legend by blurted out his real name, but immediately corrects course and becomes J. Oliup again, acting casual and telling the legend that meeting them is an incredible honor. Chungjin completely loses his composure. He is already blushing deeply, because everyone treats him like a true legend. And as soon as his sister gets involved, he immediately drops the mask and becomes completely serious. Trembling like a leaf, Yangchun hastily claims they just met on the road, but the idiot accidentally reveals everything. Sachian was their real target from the very beginning. BR is too sharp, he smells that lie in an instant. Everything went from bad to worse, but Chun is not worried. He is used to his sister's chaotic energy, so he offers Domo-ku a place to rest. Just then Yan Chun stops him, stating that they were simply doing the right thing. It's a very tempting offer, but our guy has officially ended things with this absolute madman and is now desperately looking for a way out. Mayan drops the cold truth, no room is reserved, and as soon as his young master suggests setting up camp, Mayan sharply and harshly stops him. He notes that the servants are already dead on their feet, so forcing another camp to turn around would be complete chaos. And so, when his back is against the wall, he finally has no choice left only to accept the deal. Let's rewind her past life. Bia as a demonic martial arts master, and the first thing she did was ruthlessly annihilate her entire clan. She is the same cold-blooded killer who stabbed her own father and brother, then destroyed her entire clan, earning the terrifying title Demon Sword Empress and a legendary reputation that haunts the whole world. Yan Kaiyan is still in shock, trying to understand what made her cold-bloodedly slaughter her own family, especially considering that earlier he had not sensed any spark of hatred between her and her brother. The craziest thing about her is the ruler's sword technique. Even a tiny glimpse was enough for him to realize she is leagues stronger than her brothers. Yet despite all this raw power, she still never earned the legendary title like Lightning Dragon. Now he begins to suspect that the insane power struggle is tearing this family apart from within. As soon as he breaks out of the room, he accidentally bumps right into Cheongjun, but still keeps it as friendly as possible and greets him with all possible politeness. Yanchun remains completely stunned. The bastard not only ignored him, he literally pushed him away. He delivers a cold, ice-like, real blow to his confidence and makes our guy clearly understand his place in this hierarchy. Yan Chen stands rooted to the spot, completely shocked and has no idea what just happened. Don Chun makes it crystal clear, a trashy kid like this has no right to come anywhere near his sister. He is sure that his naive sister has been completely deceived, and is ready to cut Yangchuan in half if he even looks her way, especially after he himself saw that servant literally cling to her back to get a ride. But then the second Bia appears and the frame clicks a switch and instantly turns into the cutest, warmest boy you have ever seen. Yangchen just stands there with his mouth open, finally realizing that every person in the Namgung family is completely crazy. Later that same day, Mu Yon finds his master to sort out the tense drama surrounding the Namgung family. But our guy has officially reached his limit and is ready to tear out of here. Mu Along gives the green light to leave right after breakfast, and for our guy, it's like music because he has been itching for hours to hit the road. He does everything in his power not to get caught on the crooked path of the Namgung family from this moment on. He rolls up to grab a piece, only to see Seola and Bia are already sitting there fussing over breakfast, enjoying themselves to the fullest. Our guy is sweating buckets between these two, completely reevaluating his life decisions, and honestly, it's going to get even crazier. As soon as he finally falls into that chair. Brother Baya now is a real-time bomb, burning as if burning a hole through Yanchen, and his gaze from behind the table screams murder. True comedic gold, how Ba just can't hold back and steals glances at Chi every time June appears on screen. This man does a full 180 and starts acting like a true angel, and even Yan Chen can't figure out if it's some high-level mental trick or just pure witchcraft. He fully understands why Chen Jun behaves that way, but the best part is that at the weapons exhibition they will never cross paths again. Yun Chen devours the rest in one breath and rushes out of the room like he's on a mission. He says goodbye to Baya for the last time with all his heart before heading to the next destination. Suddenly she catches a stench, a thick, black energy literally oozing from him. Jin strides straight to his sister, finally time to clear everything up. He demands to know why she really decided to join the house coup. She manages to snatch a moment, and her gaze immediately sticks to Cheongjun. And then he is struck by the thought that disgusting stench does not come from somewhere else, it is falling apart from his own body. The lightning dragon warns her to stay in her house next time, and Bia doesn't even try to argue, she simply swallows her pride and apologizes. She just notices Yangchen and the squad as they start moving, instantly rearranges her position and rushes to stay at the tail. She dives back into the carriage again and tells the group that she just needs to crash a little and disconnect. His sister is still completely lost, she can't understand why she is so obsessed. She finally finds him, and our guy is just insanely burning with rage because she is still tailing them. Taeyang-jun switches Tokyo Ghoul mode to maximum and shoots that legendary Kanky Finger Snap. He spits out pure poisonous venom, making it perfectly clear that he absolutely hates anyone who dares to cross the line and trespass on his territory. He reveals a secret to young Ch-han. That girl is not some creepy stalker, she actually wants to join their team. Young Mr. Hosuku is completely confused. Why is she so desperately eager to go with them if her own brother and the powerful Namgun clan are already preparing to leave? Seola flashed a self-satisfied smile and declared that she is the main one in everything, so she really stirred up everyone's blood. In the end, Yangchen got fed up to the ears with these annoying girls and wants to immediately throw them out of the carriage, but a guard intervenes, tells him to calm down because they have almost arrived. After everything they had to go through, the team finally set foot in the captivating region of Sachien. Let's dive into the legendary House Dang of Sachien. For hundreds of years, this clan followed the path of honor and made the Sachien region their final refuge. While the Namgun family were true legends with the blade, the Ping family simply crushed everyone with just their incredible, all-conquering power. Then there is the Dang family, the undisputed kings of deadly poisons and legendary smithing. This grand weapon exhibition they organize is essentially a gigantic challenge to their god-level reputation. Meanwhile, Yan Kaeon is racking his brains. He understands he has only 3 days left to find that secret room. He knows it is lurking somewhere in the Sachon region, but let's be honest, it's still too early for him to go searching. He is not strong enough. And here is the main trap. If he exhausts himself, he will have to crawl to the Wandering Clan for help, and still will have to search every inch of the city to make any progress. Seola catches him completely off guard. She appears out of nowhere while admiring the crazy view from such a height. And let's not forget the legendary Windhe immediately flashes him a smile so sweet that it tugs at the heart. She pulls him along to watch how the firefly lights put on a stunning show under the moonlight. Yan Chun, yes, he looks at this guy as if he were a pure trophy. Seola practically drags him along and forces the guy to help her inspect the nearby lake. A little further and they are already standing right under the cemetery of stars, under the moonlight. This lake is a complete giant, and she got a harsh scolding for thoughtlessly dragging him here all the way to the very water. Even a young master is stunned as soon as he sees the insane scale of House Dang. They literally have an entire forest just for themselves. Seola begins to call him by name and tease him with a bouquet, playing a silly game of peekaboo, because she does everything in her power to pull him out of this mood. Yang Kaeyeon understands that she is completely powerless, but this persistent servant does not give up, begging him to finally open up, to pour everything out. He bets everything on this one chance and plays out the what-if scenario about a treasure in the city, just to see how Seola will find it. The scolding Seola simply burns him with a stone-cold look and does not move a finger, because she believes that whoever hid this treasure is a real freak. Their little sincere conversation is cut off when someone suddenly appears and demands to know what the hell they are doing in the Forbidden Zone. Yang Kaeyeon finally realized it. You can't deny the truth when you are standing right in the heart of Deng territory. Believe it or not, but the woman standing right in front of him is the one who single-handedly held back thousands of demonic martial arts masters, preventing them from burning the entire Sacheon region to the ground. Believe it or not, this resourceful girl boss pulled it all off herself, the deadly poisonous queen, Soil Dang, who just so happened to be the very woman he personally executed in a past life. Let's rewind and see how everything astonishingly spiraled into uncontrollable chaos, exactly when he locked eyes with the mouth of complete defeat. The ground was already officially working at zero, and its bag of tricks was dry to the last crumb. The demonic martial arts master just closed the distance and mockingly asked the Poison Queen if she was finally ready to surrender. Her vision was already in the past, a cruel price for every battle she once fought. She didn't have even a split second to decide if this face was really the one she recognized. Van Chuan realized her own family had completely abandoned her. Now she alone held the line in Satya as the sole warrior of House Dang. Yet in the end, none of her sacrifices changed anything. He remains to wonder why she pushes herself to such insane limits, and her answer becomes a real bombshell. The poisonous queen narrowed her eyes and demanded explanations, why he even came then. His question snapped his last thread. He lunged forward and grabbed her by the throat. He looks her straight in the eyes and makes his intentions crystal clear. He has finally come to end her life forever. Responding with a surprisingly fierce reply, the poisonous queen swallows her pride and quickly apologizes to the demon marshal who teaches fighting. This just sent Yangchen's brain into a complete spin. He stands stunned, trembling, and unable to recover. Right then and there, Soil was dead certain she had finally lost her mind. As soon as she lost her eyes, her vision broke free beyond human capabilities, and now she, cursing herself, dreamed of only one thing: if only she had let that insane power into herself earlier. Yangchen sharply jerked her, "Be quiet," and finally stopped this endless chatter. In her last breath, the poisonous queen does not even mention herself. She leaves behind a final, desperate vow, intended only for Yangchen. She didn't even finish speaking when Bro suddenly snapped her neck and she fell silent forever. He immediately finished her off, sharply turned his back and walked away without a shred of remorse. He froze, looking at his own hand, his face a complete destructive expression of sorrow and inner turmoil. Soil sat next to his grill and bit into the conversation again, babbling nonstop, as if he had never been taught to be silent. But look at her today. She tore off the innocent mask and took on a far deadlier title, Poisonous Phoenix. Soil breathes down their necks, but Bia suddenly crashes in and takes the initiative to set everything straight. The news literally turns the Denag representative inside out, and instantly his entire mood makes a sharp 180-degree turn. He greets Yangchen with a huge smile and plays the polite host for the guest, remaining deeply undercover jolly up coup. Soil is still boiling with rage and can't figure out why this guy is snooping around the lake when the Dang family usually lets someone wander without any doubts. Yangchen shows that Bia is also an outsider, and this throws her into complete rage because she knows he is right, and now they are both officially expelled. Our guy finally catches the signal and enters the mode, focusing all his energy into a fist to make it happen. He and Seola finally take off from the spot, disappearing into the distance. I was already seriously boiling, throwing deadly looks at him because he refused to admit that even the fact that he came here was a colossal mistake. Here's the catch: she openly admits that our guy is a real treat, but don't think she softens even a bit. And now she is literally dying inside because she realized she said it out loud. She literally jumps up sharply and, doomed, trying to clarify, declares that she is a complete monster. This girl with silver hair is still completely lost in all this and looks just as helpless as before. So her only memory of this man is that he was a complete idiot, only grumbled and complained and nothing more. Soil comes out still preaching that kindness beats beauty, and honestly, it's gold how she just won't let go of this topic. The day before the exhibition, Yangchen rushes out of the room determined to cram in at least some training at the last moment. He swings the door open sharply and at that moment receives a powerful electric shock. Baya and Chae-jun are standing right in front of him. As it turned out, the Dang family invited them to a grand banquet dinner, and that's exactly why they appeared. Bia was not going to leave Yanchun behind, so she simply pulled him right into the very thick of it. And our guy is playing the modest soul, but in reality, this is his smooth way of politely cutting them off at the root. Inside, he desperately prays to all the gods in the world for these absolute clowns to leave him alone and finally let him be. And Chin-chun does not give up. He digs into the ground, does not retreat, and does not accept refusal. He is now just furiously boiling, reaching forward and sharply grabbing Yangchun's hand, squeezing it in iron jaws. The young man is already reaching his limit. He is being forcibly pulled away against his will, and for what? Just like that, without any reason. Absolutely enraged, Yangchun allows a terrible fragment of his power to flow out. It has come to a complete collapse, and now Chae simply has no other choice but to retreat from June. But unfortunately for him, it is there that his little brutal performance officially crashes into a brick wall. Yang Chan takes the bait, finally realizes that he has been cornered, but he has one last score to settle with Ki Young-jun. He pulls him away for this friendly little talk, which is about to become truly very harsh. He deliberately tests the guy on the spot, mocks his pathetic look, and orders him to pull himself together before he continues to behave like a complete loser in front of his sister. This terrible threat drives Cheyenne-jun off to furious rage, but he is forced to swallow his anger and keep a straight face for his sister's sake. Yanchun flies into the breakfast hall and freezes, staring at a real corridor of dishes that make the mouth go numb and breathe fire. Our guy has a complete meltdown trying to choose a dish, because every dish here is almost literally swimming in spice. The Dang house does not accept refusals. They demand that everyone feast until they are ready to burst from fullness. Yanchun grabs hold of cold fear and retreats to his ultimate fallback, the failsafe dumplings. Just at the moment when he is about to grab and shove one into his mouth. He fixes his gaze on the poisonous queen. She measures him with a cold, precise, calculated look. She burns a hole in him with the same look as in his past life, and he seriously begins to wonder what her true motive is. It struck a nerve. He is sick to death of this very sour, heavy silence. The young master just shrugs and stuffs the gujul into his mouth. This spice hits him like a truck speeding at full throttle, and now he desperately prays to get rid of it without looking like a complete freak. This spice is so deadly that even the earth itself can barely withstand the heat. Bia hands him a drink like a literal lifeline to keep him on the edge. He actually shows a bit of mercy and offers him a piece of meat that won't burn his entire mouth. Watching her behave so casually with him, the young gentleman remains completely baffled and has no idea what her real plan is. But how Ki Young-jun completely smashes his chopsticks just from pure, unadulterated fierce anger that you have to see. Finally, Soil makes a move and slides right next to our guy. She suddenly starts acting incredibly shy, and he is left completely confused, scratching his head in bewilderment. At this rate, our guy is practically gathering a giant harem, snatching new girls from every corner of the map. Yanchun starts scolding Soil for having so much on her mind, and she is already turning into a complete, blushing to the impossible failure. She is so brave that she is about to ask if he has fallen in love with her beauty, but Chae-jun completely kills the mood, bursts in, and starts asking for a place to train. The hero is out of luck. This place is strictly for families, and they have kept everything just perfect. Jung-jun really itches to check it out, so the whole company decides to set off together as soon as they finish eating. Meanwhile, Yunchun's guts scream at him. He definitely knows that the guy behind his back is cooking up some shady scheme. Suddenly into the arena, and no doubts, this training ground is huge compared to those tiny plots they used before. Even today, the descendants of the Dang family still do not fully understand how their ancestors became such a powerful clan, but Chae-jun only finds this whole mystery amusing. The team learns Soil actually grew up on these mats while still high from the fight. Yanchun thanks her lucky stars that she is not in her brother's place now, but how can one not love that the deadly poisonous queen immediately turns betrayed as soon as her brother starts spilling her secrets. Chae-jiang thinks the best way to calm the stomach is a little training, so he eventually pulls the trigger and challenges Jiang Jian to a direct spar. That smug grin says it all. This bastard dreams of tearing our guy apart, but our MC was not going to step into his trap step by step just like that. Yanchun says it like it is. He is just a lower rank hack and there is no point even starting the fight. Soil growls and bursts into attack, shouting that it will be a complete tragedy if Chin-jin even touches our guy's beautiful face with a finger. and considering the age difference, this fight is practically a crime against beauty. I love how she is completely head over heels for him and doesn't even try to hide it. Chae-in declares that they are dumping their inner energy into the breaks, turning this clash into a lesson for masters without a real fight. He makes a new proposal and immediately just smirks crookedly, staring at Yanshin with absolute confidence, waiting for him to make a move. He just heard the news that energy inside is strictly forbidden, so this immediately turns into a brutal, ruthless fight without rules. Yanshin literally starts laughing through himself, wondering if this fight is even physically possible, but that smug idiot has no idea what he is hinting at. Our guy strikes the same spot again and repeats, essentially demanding to find out if Cheongjun even has the authority to command him. When the tension reaches its limit, Brother Soil intervenes, puts Yanshin in his place and reminds him, "You must show respect to your elders." Just look, Princess Smugface is so brave that she steps forward and takes the bait. He lets his aura spread, trembling with impatience to check if this guy is really worth all the fuss. Kyung-jun doesn't even give him the satisfaction of the first hit. She has already grabbed him and keeps pushing non-stop. Yan-chun cuts him off mid-word and brazenly takes second place for himself. This drives Kyung-jin into complete blind rage. He is in a furious frenzy. He rushes forward in full furious madness, desperately looking for a chance to land that very first hit. Yanshin easily dances around the blade, and although that strike is a total smashed, destructive bullet, Kyung-jun has already pressed twice. He finishes the strike, a fierce jab sinks into the target, and our guy is forced to flee with saliva on his lips, writhing, desperately retreating for his life. With the whistle of blows, Yan-chun understood. His opponent is a complete cheat, constantly deceiving with fakes and feigned lunges. Fortunately, he has fully read Chae-in-gin's move, so he spins around that blade without breaking a sweat even once. In the whole commotion, he has a spot right in the front row, and this clash begins right before his eyes. This gives us a perfect start to dive into her past. As soon as she came into the world, it became clear she is completely unlike her brothers and sisters. While other children chased puppies, she simply enjoyed herself with lions and tigers and even literal wolves. This girl was fearless to the max, even when standing right among predators born to be enemies. These monsters were the undisputed kings of the food chain, and she was wildly fascinated by their deadly power more than by the weakness of those they hunted. That is exactly why Soil never managed to develop feelings for any Onish, was many times more in love with legendary monsters than with any boring people. She was listening to the exhibition in search of true power, and although Chki Yan-chun definitely had strength, she still couldn't help laughing at how girlish he looked. Damn, she's just tearing these handsome guys apart. She couldn't hold back inside, dreaming that every other boy outside had at least a crumb of the honor found in the deeds of the Wolf Ding Rong. But in the end, she finally came across a person who completely blew her mind. As soon as he got ahead of her, he immediately rushed forward and unleashed a fierce, suffocating move, pressing her in delight. Soil's heart pounds against her chest like a hammer, and she has not the slightest idea why. She tried to brush it off as if it were a sheer coincidence and was sure, by tomorrow he would become just another face in the crowd. But by breakfast the next morning, he was already glowing with the same signature energy as if nothing had happened at all. Are these his eyes? They were on a completely different level. We had never seen anything like that. He almost has no patience for spicy. As soon as a single tiny crumb of chili touches his tongue, he already doubles up and immediately removes it. He barely moved a finger, but one single tiny movement, and that intrusive girl already fell unconscious. As soon as she managed to realize it, she already sat down next to him, emotions pushed to the limit, and finally broke. Only then did Soil finally understand. Her feelings are real. Fearless, she was just one pulse away from the highest confession. And so we caught up to the present, just at the moment when Ki-young's wooden sword completely shatters. Torn crumbs fly from it, beyond the ring. But even in the very hell of the fight, our guy is gasping for air. This guy is simply being completely destroyed. He cannot find any opening against our guy. They gladly savor every second of Cheongjun's brutal fall. Soil again completely loses self-control, and the girl simply falls to her knees right in front of him. Let's return to the fight. This arrogant clown finally gets a harsh lesson, and it turns out he is by no means as special as he imagined. He delivers real knockout blows, and his opponent is still playing around as if with food. When the opponent is pinned and helpless, Yan-chun delivers an icebreaker lesson. Geniuses take too long to develop every move, and this discovery is exactly what he needs to completely destroy them. Talking about a fatal flaw, Yan Kae-won probably knows in a real fight to the death, he would have sent this guy to the ground at least 3 times by now. fist crashes into the ground, scattering soil, and B's brother is thrown back in utter horror. He flees forever. He tears that man apart on the spot, calling him a complete coward for attacking an opponent who is completely unarmed. But he has zero peace, a mouth that never stops. He challenges this clown, grab another weapon and continue the beating. And since this is training, he sarcastically reminds the elder that he still has plenty of lessons left. Changjin is furious, blood boiling as he chooses the next target. Another blade flashes out like lightning, but Yan Chun still keeps babbling, looking down at him as if he has already won. But out of nowhere, Bitchface throws the rules away and floods the blade with every drop of his own inner energy. He makes a desperate lunge straight at Yang Chun, and the most terrifying part, he still completely misses. Yan Chun hunts for blood and swings back to pay double for every hit, but before his fist can touch, something stops it dead. Changjin pulls out a cutting cage technique, sealing the opponent inside a deadly trap of blades. But none of that matters because our guy proves he is made differently. He shatters these cuts and breaks free. He finally proves that he is an absolute beast, showing the world that the threat from him is far more dangerous than even Cheongjun. There is nothing left to hold him back. Yanchun decides it's finally time to stop playing decency and let his true, devastating power break free. He finally unleashes the heavy artillery, releasing that legendary, world-destroying generational nutcracker attack to completely wipe off the face of the earth everything standing in his way. He hits the family jewels so hard with a shot that I literally feel phantom pain through the screen. Look at Chaeyen's face. She is not just frowning, she literally snatched his entire soul. The peak of comedy is definitely how the author shows the very moment when those eggs of his are completely crushed by that blow. Yan Chun looms over the fallen enemy, looking down like an undisputed victor. He trembles like a wounded animal on the absolute edge on his last legs. He releases one last self-satisfied look and laughs at the man's agony, while wondering if he just wiped Cheongjin's entire legacy to smithereens. Chan Chun lies face down in the dirt and howls like a miserable dog as every curse word in the book flies at our guy. Yan Chun starts to process him, mocks him, saying that he keeps his family jewels safe because he still has breath to respond. Chungjin spat that he is worthless, just a coward, and swears to expose him publicly before every fighting dome in the country, forcing everyone to hunt Yan Chun. Suddenly, the young master of House Ku grins with a defiant smile and directly asks him how many bodies has he already thrown. Chungjin tries to play the fool, but our guy knows the bloody truth: this monster has already made a dozen corpses from this place. Yan Chun deliberately twists his arm to lock it in a cruel position, and he trembles from pure pain. So Soil's brother crashes into the scene and begs everyone to stop this madness. Yangchun is absolutely right to have given them a dressing down because everyone saw that cheat used internal energy with a direct murderous intent, and now they won't even be able to play the card "he's just a child" because he is actually older than our guy. Brother Soil says straight, Chongjin is a namgun, and pressing further means inviting a world of pain that will land right on Yangchun's doorstep. He admits that all this time he was holding back his true power, but he can't wait to see how Hosting would react when everything flips. But as soon as those gears in his head start turning, our guy shows no mercy, completely shatters the hand of that abuser to pieces, leaving behind Chi and Jun completely broken, writhing in a world of pure torment. He only eases up when he finishes breaking the guy's arm like a twig. That's when Yangchun finally clicks in his head. He has gone too far, beyond the limit where everything should have already cracked. Let's be clear, the second elder will definitely lose it when he finds out that the dragon Night Mauve, the lightning dragon, has been turned into a complete miserable wreck. But then a thought hits him. Elder Rayan might actually praise him and give him a good pat on the shoulder for pulling this off. It turns out he might not be in hot water after all. The best part is that witnesses are watching him from every corner. Cheongjun is dead and exposed, with no chance to wriggle out or lie. And just before he is about to disappear, he grabs him by the sleeve and stops him abruptly. Finally, she is burning with the desire to uncover the truth behind his identity, his real name. Yan Kaeon steps back and immediately reminds her exactly who he is. He is Julia Pku, of course. Bia is not fooled. She sees right through his brazen lie. He has no intention of telling her his name at all. He directly asks if she is just looking for an excuse to report to the higher-ups. He couldn't get rid of one intrusive thought. He just completely destroyed her brother, and Bea didn't show a single drop of emotion. She moves so close that she feels his breath and demands his real name. Dude, we're definitely getting emotional here. Every house caught him. He immediately tests her. She's playing too easily, and without any ceremony, he tears down the formalities. Ia quickly turns around, presses the best manners and respect, addresses him with fabricated titles, and asks who he really is. Yanchun demands that she stop snooping in his shadow, and she really gives her word to stop tracking. He froze for a moment, weighing the next step. Eventually, he drops the mask and tells her his real name. Her heart somersaulted as soon as all these feelings began to burst inside her. Honestly, this guy has officially reached the level of Mr. Steal Your Girl, and now no one is safe from him. In the end, Yanchun realizes that nothing will come of the exhibition, but he doesn't care. It gives the perfect excuse to hunt for that secret treasure room. For now, he needs to crash into a rollback and recover, because that bloody exchange of blows left him completely exhausted. Plus, he literally sweats from tension, imagining the exact moment Mayan will lose his mind after hearing this news. Next, we see Seola. She stands completely alone and simply drowns in this colossal landscape. Mayan, in blind rage, bursts into the building and rushes through the corridors, searching for the young master. He presses her with his gaze to check if she noticed him, but she swears he vanished into thin air. This guy is suspicious as hell. He starts snooping around every corner of the room like a hawk. Yu Yan notes after Yan Chun went to eat and had breakfast with Dom Deng, he still hasn't been seen anywhere. He is now just rolling into the abyss as soon as the news surfaces that he actually held the victory against Cheong Jun. Yola is back at work searching every inch of the city again. Now we switch to House Yan from the Gumshan region, a name that once inspired fear and respect in everyone. They were once the undisputed heavyweights of the world, sitting on wealth and power more than anyone else. They were not just corporate rulers, they literally held a factory of elite battle monsters. But that legendary era ended in a bloody massacre. The family was completely destroyed, and to this day no one has any idea who pulled the strings. Old family records finally revealed the secret. Their legendary treasure was hidden right under the white maple. Catching that exact wood for our guy turned into a complete headache. Youngchun kicks the leg. He can't even find an ordinary maple tree, let alone the one rumored to be purely white. He has been scouring the area since dawn with no results. Now he is sure this legendary wood is nothing but a complete fraud. Yunchun tries to catch his breath, but that guy is clearly running on absolute zero energy. After barely escaping that fire-breathing breakfast and the brutal fight, our guy had to climb a huge mountain on an empty stomach until the end of the day. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Seola flashes through the air and in a moment catches up to him, extending Yakwa. This makes him start to respect her in his own quirky way, and he is honestly stunned by the gigantic pile of snacks she dragged along for the journey. The best part, Yan Chun is so indifferent to everything that it takes her a whole minute to finally realize she is a complete outsider here. They sit down to eat, but the mood quickly becomes tense as soon as they start calculating their next big move. As soon as Yunchun hears that a manhunt has been declared for her, she immediately rushes into the chase. But the real mystery is, how did she know he would go to the mountains, and how was she able to track him so easily? She beams with pride and insists that it was nothing but a lucky instinct, and thank God they brought food, because that is exactly what is keeping Yanchun alive right now. Panic rises in waves. The white tree is nowhere to be found. Even though she packed him 3 days worth of food, it's still a complete lottery whether he will ever find it. He is already ready to give up, frantically insisting that the white tree is a complete lie, when Seola casually drops a bombshell. She actually saw it and it was impressive. Truth hits Yunchun like a truck speeding at full throttle. He almost climbs on her with his feet, desperately begging her to say exactly where she noticed it. The real blow, she was there, right next to him, and saw everything with her own eyes. And honestly, this statement completely blows his mind, a real mental breakdown. They drag Yanchun back to the very same place where she swears she saw that mysterious white wood. But for him, it's a complete zero, a withered, dead tree, and nothing more, no special features. Seola insists that it is definitely a white maple, and our guy is already so fed up that he's ready to drag her to an ophthalmologist, but the tiny dear potato immediately retorts. She says that he is the one who is blinded, because she sees everything clearly as day. Yanchun doesn't even argue, he just wildly beats himself for being naive and truly believing her. Realizing this, our potato girl simply faints when she understands that her name didn't even pass the selection. But here is where everything gets crazy. A mysterious voice starts barking in her head, giving orders and confirming the legendary tree is not just a myth. Yanchun returned to the main place where it all began, and he has zero, absolutely nothing, only a bunch of trouble. And ahead remains a whole mountain to search, so officially, he is already up to his ears in this matter. He is honestly ready to give up and beg the second elder for proper training, just to stop rotting in this place, but at the very moment when he doubts whether the old man even knows what he is doing, everything goes awry. The young gentleman hears a strange sound from afar and suddenly notices Seola right in the middle of her secret affairs. She collapses exhausted right into a torn crevice pulsating with bare, crackling energy. Even from afar, our guy feels the danger emanating from what she has gotten involved with, and shouts at her to move away before it becomes too late. But something deep in her soul takes the helm as soon as she reaches out her fingers to touch this torn lightning crack. Yanshin rushed forward, trying to cut off her path and put an end to all this. But she was a second late, and already she is pulled straight into that radiant blue spatial rift. As soon as they connect, a giant shockwave pushes Yanchao back. But as soon as his eyes suddenly opened, he froze. The tree that had been dead until now emits a dazzling, otherworldly white glow that simply stuns. Seola sharply turns to him, and her facial expression clearly proves she was right from the very beginning. She shines at him with the most precious smile and looks 100% happy about what she just pulled off. Even with a whole past life of knowledge added, Yunchen is simply stunned by the madness unfolding right before him. A dead tree coming back to life is already wild, but his girl just literally passed a wave through the fabric of space. He suspects she is manipulating some high-level masking barrier thing, yet the main mystery remains: how the hell did Seola figure this out at all? He is in zero control, rushing with demands to explain how she pulled a huge tree out of nothing, and this absolute fool doesn't even lift a finger and has no idea what is going on. Old on Seola has no recollection of ever clinging to that dimensional crack. Her attitude drives our guy crazy. He is sure she is tormenting him for no reason at all. Yan Chun pushes the interrogation aside and fixes his gaze on the real task before everything gets even crazier. He needs to find the treasure hidden in that tree, and since the ground looks perfectly normal, he knows the loot is hidden somewhere nearby. Suddenly his gaze catches a crater pulsating with a creepy purple glow. When he peers into the dark abyss, he is struck there in the depths, a huge energy sphere, a hidden entrance to a secret room. But our guy is about to give up at the very moment when it is most needed. This girl has guts on a completely different level. She dives headfirst into the abyss, and there is no anxiety, as if she is just taking a usual afternoon stroll. Seola shouts to her master to follow her, right before she completely disappears into the passage. Yanchun is already on the edge but pushes aside doubts, believes in daily work, and makes the last leap of faith. Just imagine if they had missed even a little, both would be corpses at the very moment they touched the ground. Suddenly, just like that, a dazzling white tree bursts out of nowhere and stops a random passerby as if rooted to the spot. This mysterious man is actually stunned. A bunch of kids just waltz through the barrier for no reason. Meanwhile, Yan Jiang finally shudders and gets to his feet, thanking the gods that such a fall did not end his path right then and there. Seola, she looks completely stunned, as if her brain short-circuited. They fix their gaze on two different paths, and now the main question is, which one will lead directly to the treasure? Finally, our charming little potato settles down and with absolute confidence trusts her own head. He stubbornly believes the path right next to them is exactly the one they need to take. Between her sudden evolution and that strange behavior, Yan Chun's head is simply spinning. Trusting his instincts, he finally pulls the trigger, but for now, that mysterious freak from the past is already lurking near the entrance to get them. Seola's little hair antenna twitches like a high-tech radar and locks onto the target more accurately than GPS. Damn. Our guy finally starts doubting her because this road just stretches and stretches, and there's no end in sight. When the light goes out, they go deeper and deeper, and he already begins to seriously doubt whether he can trust her at all. Seola hasn't lost an ounce of her confident stride. She holds herself boldly and makes sure to always finish exactly what she starts. Finally, she hits the mark. They have reached the destination officially. Honestly, it's a rather bleak sight. Absolutely nothing remains, only complete emptiness. Yunchun pushes away the sweet potato and immediately starts looking around. He looks around and realizes every single one of those shining orbs has gone out. Plus, those huge mountains of loot he was counting on have disappeared. It's empty here, nothing anywhere. Just as the thought begins to spin in his head, did he make the biggest mistake of his life? The little girl panics and frantically warns, they have a tail and it is already closing right behind. Seola shudders all over as soon as she hears the bone-chilling sound of the snake slithering right next to them. The hidden trick works, and before us is a magnificent white snake, more monstrous than anything we've seen so far. Well, except for the absolute steel boulders from Yangshan. As soon as they saw that huge demon, both of them bolted. Seola a complete sobbing mess, and Yangchun holds onto his clasped hands and squeezes himself to keep from screaming. He stayed, grinding his neck, and has no idea what the hell such a gigantic monster is doing in a place like this. And the craziest thing, just a moment ago this place was a complete ghost town, dead silence. Can't be that they overlooked such a huge and incredibly terrifying monster. Yanchuan goes crazy. He sees their gazes fixed on the blue class monster. And the craziest thing, it's only the third lightest rank on the scale. Luckily, the monster hasn't noticed them yet, because if it had, it would have already lunged to kill. He bets everything on the beast shutting down, opening a golden window for them to escape, but as soon as he steals a glance behind his back, the white snake finally breaks its long slumber and rushes back onto the scene. The beast catches the whole group with its eyes, and our guy is already counting how to survive, and let's just say, the odds look not too good. Seola's eyes flash with bright gold, and with them returns the same impenetrable confidence from her past life. Yangchun understands he is completely outmatched in skill, and with his current strength, the chances of victory are practically zero. You literally feel him bursting with anger. It radiates from him in waves. He sacrificed too much to get all this, and there will be no chance for some monster to ruin everything now. Yan Kao decides right then and there. If he is destined to fall, he will go down in a way that will be remembered forever in the flames of glory. But as soon as he directs all his remaining energy into his final strike, the monster truly opens its jaws and orders the child to stop charging his power, and honestly, just hearing a demon speak is enough to make anyone's jaw drop. Yanchun finally understands. This snake is not a threat. It has no intention of harming any living soul. Yanchun is stunned. The monster can really talk. But the snake laughs right in his face and shoots back a question: how did such a complete stranger like him manage to break into the Yan family's secret treasury at all? Our guy stays calm and reveals that he has long been conducting serious reconnaissance behind the scenes. But the answer twists the creature to the max, and it immediately starts bombarding the child with questions. Why did he even come here to look for this place? Yan Kao fumbles for an excuse, swearing he just stumbled upon this place by chance, and honestly, it's a brilliant lie. If that snake really is a guardian, it would have torn him to shreds for trying to get into the family treasury. It's honestly funny when Yan Chan catches himself treating a literal snake as if it were a refined gentleman, even calling it sir, without thinking. The monster directly points out the child is unlucky because here he has no value at all. It leans in very close and gets right in Yangchun's face to ask if the child even has any idea what fate is. This question is so huge, vague, and mind-boggling that Yanchun is literally ready to curse out anyone who dares to mention it in just 1 second. Honestly, it's laughable to tears. The snake was even drooling in anticipation of some deep, high-level wisdom, but the child's answer completely knocks the ground out from under him. The beast immediately bursts into laughter, laughing as if the whole situation is too funny for him, almost to the point of disaster. Even Yanchun begins to wonder if this psychopathic snakery hasn't gone completely mad. The snake admits it was a strange request, especially considering that he knew the House of Yan had long since passed into the past. Yet for some reason, he still wanders these ruins, not knowing why himself. Probably it was that pressing burden of repentance, a twisted way to punish oneself for everything she had done. Yanchun is completely fed up with these talks, and he tries to slip away from there as quickly as possible. Incredibly, but after the battle, the snake gets so fired up that it leaves them a huge gift as a farewell, as thanks for the fun. It is a shining golden stone. It looks much more divine and powerful than any ordinary demonic core they have ever seen. The beast understands this wealth will definitely be taken by someone eventually, so he decides that it would be best for our boy to appear and secure it for the future. When he reaches out to grab it, the beast oddly mutters that only he can tame its power if he accepts the mysterious burden, and Yanchun is left completely baffled. That golden stone suddenly flashes with a dazzling yellow light, and in the child's heart everything breaks off because his power begins to tear through him. Yanchun is completely confused. Thoughts race as he tries to understand what is happening. He examines the stone, but there is no trace of demonic energy on it. His absorption technique sharply reaches its maximum, but for the first time in history, he is not seeking demonic power. This is a completely different feeling. It is pure torment. He desperately struggles to hold back the insane power of the stone from breaking loose and going out of control. Suddenly, a hand reaches out and gently, soothingly pats him on the back. First Ursiola, and before he can even realize what she has planned, she has already made her move. The light in Yanchun goes out completely, and he, face down, collapses to the floor. Here's the trick, that snake was just pretending to be Mr. Kind to lure Seola to her side, although Seola herself already blames herself for how she behaved. She suddenly radiates this crazy heavenly glow, and believe me, she looks nothing like that sweet little potato we're used to. See, this aura alone erases Yangchuan in seconds, and if she doesn't retreat right now, just this weight of her pressure will finish him off. The snake throws a terrifying warning: if he knows what's good for him, he should quickly settle her affairs. She honestly enjoys watching Seola try to smash reality to pieces way too hard and wonders if such a beast can even understand her logic. The snake shoots back and says it's the opposite anyway, and that's why he feels such devastating pity for her. Seola fires back, demanding to know why a creature like him would even give a precious pearl to a boy he just met. The snake sharply throws back: the heart made the choice itself, because he was already desperately tired of waiting for the Yan family, who, let's be honest, will never come back for him. When his physical form literally crumbles to dust, it finally finds peace, a cold reminder that sometimes you just have to stop fighting the inevitable and accept reality. While her form rapidly fades, Seola looks truly frightened, reaching out to the smoldering remains of the snake's skin. He is left in despair by the thought: did that monster end its life as nothing but a complete, senseless futility? When she looks at Yang Chun, she is overwhelmed by a wave of disgust. He is such a huge clown who perceives his second amazing life as a continuous, pathetic joke. He still threw himself right under the line of fire for her, and by that proved that Seola means to him many times more than his real second chance at life. This one single gesture completely melts her heart, but the voice inside Seola suddenly roars with the need for control, forcing her to wipe away tears. She quietly begs her younger self for forgiveness in despair, begging to stay in the body a little longer because the danger is far from over. And what would you think, that random guy from earlier really managed to find them? He is genuinely stunned that she is agile enough to notice his presence. Seola snorts disdainfully and calls him a Namgun family sycophant, looking down on him just as contemptuously as on everyone else. This unleashes complete rage in him. He draws steel and is ready to finish this right now. He mocks the children for boldly climbing the mountain at midnight, and he is twisted with disgust. Chaein Chun lost to such a pathetic clan, although he himself can't even handle a simple walk properly. Despite everything, they are here by order to clear out Yangchen. He presses the cold blade right to Seola's throat, and she doesn't even blink, asking whether the Namgun family ordered this or if he's just doing Chinjun's dirty work, and as if to spite her, he's just a lapdog of that bitch. Now that she's confident, Seola makes a sharp, short swipe along the blade to hear it ring. Before the guy can even catch his breath once and finish the rest of his sentence, his hand slams into the floor. This girl is a real beast. He howls in a fit of absolute pain, but she doesn't flinch for a moment, cold-bloodedly orders him to shut up. She calls upon the legendary heavenly blades once masterfully wielded by her grandfather, and her hair flares bright gold as she transforms into an exact copy of her past self. Seola must finish the fight quickly and does so in complete silence, because she won't allow any noise to wake her precious Yangchen. Let's rewind time, because on that very night, true chaos was already breaking out. The spotlight immediately slides right onto Kyung-jun. Our guy officially loses it. He slams his fist down in a complete rage attack. I'll give him credit, the dude is just incredibly muscular, but all that muscle mass couldn't stop him from publicly, right in front of the ladies, taking a massive, soul-crushing L. This guy is such a huge loser that he's convinced Yang Chun must have bribed, because his arrogant ego can't come to terms with the fact that some nobody actually outplayed him. He is simply overwhelmed by the realization he was just so brutally twisted all over the world. Even throwing a desperate strike, he unleashes a wave of pure pain, and his shattered hand screams in protest. Hee-young has finally reached his limit and calls his own security to entrust them with a special mission. Walmart Gojo pressed him and demanded, "Say, did you really find at least one window to use?" Mashial warns the crew Mujo is a real monster, and they are terribly mistaken if they underestimate him. For some reason, they catch the young master as he slips from the place. They see him completely alone, defenseless, and no guards are even visible anywhere. This is their golden chance to take the child while he is fully exposed. Jinjin flashed a broken smile, passed the turn to Makil, and ordered him to return only when the boy is down. Mikhailo had to take a pause and strike hard at reality, reminded his master that House of Ku is a name not to be joked with. And if he expands the boundaries too much, the retribution will be absolutely brutal. Chan Chun finally lost his mind, put a huge price on Yang Chun's head because he decided that cold-blooded murder is the only honest way to settle scores. With the blade in hand, Mikhailo moved forward to see the matter through to the end. Let's move to the present. Bros just tore off a hand. It was ripped off by a god-level warrior who is practically untouchable. He is ready for anything to get to the truth who she really is. Seola plays with him with her gaze for a second, grins mockingly, and then spits out, "A trash like him doesn't need to know a damn thing at all." Before he can utter the next question, his other hand completely severed and he falls like a stone into himself, not realizing what happened. He was pressed into the ground like a whining puppy, and Seola officially stops wasting her voice on these pointless questions. He throws a soft, anxious look at Yansun, still completely unconscious. He knew if this drags on for another second, everything will get too dirty. Mikhailo finally realizes he is paid almost nothing for this nightmare, so his only move now is to run full speed. He scrapes all his strength from his veins to force himself to get up. Understands this is his only breach while Yan Chan keeps her distracted. He gets out of there at full speed, completely ignoring that his hands are actually pouring blood like geysers. He decides to cut his losses and get out of there, thinking later he will return and the chance will be much better. He drives his legs into absolute acceleration and rushes as if his life depends on it. Mikhail's heart dims as soon as he realizes he has never looked into the face of such a terrible monster in his entire life. But as before, history repeats itself, and he is not even given a split second to finish that thought. The body crashes to the ground with a thud, but there is a terrible twist. The head rolls away, a cold-blooded, merciless execution. Honestly, from such a brilliant warrior as Seola, you would never have expected such a move. Future Seola breaks down and apologizes to herself in the past, acknowledging the devastating guilt for having used her own body to take a life. It was a sacrificial step she had to take, but in return, the sweet potato demanded to steal her body again. Future Seola cannot stop. She breaks into uncontrollable sobbing and endlessly sends one apology after another. She tears out one last desperate plea, begging for a few moments to stay close to Yangchen while the chance still exists. That was just enough to make her fall in love with him even more. And her past self, in rage, claws out the steering wheel from herself. This makes her future self instantly flinch and jerk her hand back in a flash, lightning fast. She swears she will not interfere anymore and promises to remain completely silent until the end of the conversation. That wrinkled snake body is actually speaking to the future Seola, asking if she is already running away, and she only admits supposedly she has already poured too many traumas onto her younger self. The snake leans in very close and tremulously whispers, does she even have any idea who she really is? She shoots back, she has a clear plan. Golden blades flare up, flicker, and disappear into the void. Right then she realizes, now the real cruelty will begin. When the snake crumbles and scatters into ashes, it leaves behind one last, desperate spark of hope. A warm prayer rises up, begging, may Seola's path ahead be paved only with glory. But her face keeps speaking, she is up to her ears in despair and bitter repentance. Seola, for the last time, vulnerably, throws Yunchen one painful smile and clings to a prayer for a miracle that will once again bring them together. And so her past finally takes the helm back, and her hair becomes as it always was again. Fast forward to the next morning, and finally we see Yunchen suddenly breaking free from oblivion and regaining consciousness. The very first thing he notices this incredibly cute little potato. He panics, looks around all around, and suddenly realizes they have absolutely no idea where, damn it, they just landed. Exactly so, the tree becomes ordinary again, a boring old one, as soon as the duet finally exits the secret chamber. The entrance completely disappeared, and Yan Ko found himself completely taken by surprise, blinded by everything that had just happened. Alright guys, let's sum up. They finally managed to find that legendary maple, and then this absolute giant snake slips in and squeezes up to them with a hello there, like a reptilian Obi-Wan Kenobi. The boy just dove headfirst into the twisted masterplan trap of the snake. He managed to gulp it down to the last drop a few seconds before his light went out cold, dead. He desperately tries to sort out this whole mess in front of his servant, but the latter just stands there and his whole posture screams, no thoughts, head empty. He stands right in place, completely understanding nothing, and he has absolutely zero memories of that terrible madness that just happened. Wan Chun explains everything as if his life depends on it, but he's already starting to think she's just spinning him tales because it can't be that she didn't notice all this chaos. Seola finally reaches her limit and starts a furious rant, saying that this whole story is already absolutely insane. Seriously, finding the mythical white maple and having a frank conversation with a giant snake, it sounds too unreal to be true. Even Yan Ko already feels that this is too much of a stretch even for someone like her. But this leaves the main question: how did they actually escape from that secret room? Seola has no answer. She swears she just woke up and saw both lying on the floor, unconscious. Suddenly a sharp pain strikes his chest and he freezes dead still on the spot. He waves it off and tells her not to worry, but somewhere deep inside his sense of danger screams incessantly. At first, he doesn't even allow himself to think about it until the terrible reality finally hits him like a ton of bricks. He cuts off the world and plunges into a state of complete concentration. He tightly closes his eyes and starts tearing forward with pure, wild strength. He was right all along. As soon as he absorbed that legendary pearl, a huge burst of raw power explodes through his veins. His power is more than enough to send him all the way to the fourth ring. The transformation in his own body is proof that it was not a delusion. Everything really happened. Now he is sure that the snake twisted everything here and completely erased Seola's memories. He officially ends this mess and tells the group that they need to get out immediately and find Muyin, because staying here means deliberately inviting trouble. Suddenly, a crazy thought clicks in his head and he decides to risk everything. He crouches down, stretches his arms back, and roars for Seola to climb onto his back. He decided that he would gain much more time if he simply picked her up in his arms and dashed down, rather than crawling at a turtle's pace. Our dear maid trembled completely with shame after she stuffed her stomach, because she decided that now she was just a complete burden to carry. This only adds fuel to the fire of his anger, so he stops asking and practically forces her to sit down. Viola finally gives in and asks if she is heavy, but instead of behaving like a gentleman, this ruthless predator bluntly says, she is definitely not light. He ignites his triple ring on the blaze wheel, and a gigantic surge of pure power pierces his entire body. He bursts forward like a heat-controlled rocket, mercilessly rushing through the distance straight to his target. Yan Chun flies across the field shocked because he feels completely weightless, even though that bulky load presses him down. He tears through the air so swiftly that it seems he is really flying, and from that breathtaking sun they both melt into smiles and continue their course home. Switching to Muyin, that man is literally going crazy because the young master has been missing for 24 hours and he knows, if even one hair on that child is touched, his life will officially be doomed. He completely loses control when the same young master calls him simply up close right from behind. Finally, he gets back to Yongchan, but his jaw drops as soon as he sees Muyin standing right there. The guard completely loses his mind. He roars at the top of his lungs because the boy just disappeared on a journey without even leaving a farewell note. Yan Chun just brushes it off as if it's nothing. He behaves composed and leaves everything looking as if he returned without any losses. And yes, one piece definitely exists. Muyin in despair tears at his eyes, utterly convinced that his young master has already met a tragic end. Wipes his eyes and demands the truth. Where exactly is he now, and how did he get into this mess? Seola is about to reveal all the details about their encounter with that giant snake, but our guy immediately stops her, not letting her say another word. He brushes it off as if it's nothing and acts as if they just went for a light stroll. Mu Yan senses treachery and demands an explanation of what exactly happened, forcing Yan Chun to panic and fumble the truth because he understands. Outsmarting such a clever servant will be a complete nightmare. He abruptly changes the subject and demands, who are these two random strangers wandering in his room? Plot twist, these two randoms are not just background, they are the main characters we have been waiting for. Look at Soil and Beethi are devouring their food without a care. Our guy is completely thrown off track, wondering if Soil was really on guard by the door for his return, and he is almost certain that Bea swore she wouldn't get on his nerves anymore. Yet somehow she suddenly ended up right in his room, and watching both of them go crazy in their own ways is pure laughter and delight. These two are a complete nightmare for our guy, and he has officially hit the limit of their pure madness. Yanzhuang finally realizes the terrible truth: they are both just here to say goodbye forever. Yan Chun cautiously asks if Chong Chun is lurking nearby, and upon learning there is no sign of him, he lets out such a big sigh of relief that his chest quiets. The real setup is that Bea tells her brother, supposedly she is going to meet Yan Chun, and he throws her a tricky bomb, she will never find him again. And in the end, both stand completely clueless about what he means. She casually raises her hand as if nothing special and is already ready to give him a piece of her mind for that mess. He is dying of impatience to find out the truth, exactly where he disappeared. Yan Chun's excuse honestly pathetic. As soon as he stands before her, there is an immediate short circuit, and that's it. Bea takes a step forward and asks for one thing, but incredibly big. She lets the deadly spark from her aura flare up, staring intently at Yan Chun and demanding a duel, does not look away. Just in time, our hero stages a real drama pretending he is so dizzy that he is about to fall, and although Muyin initially falls for it. Then our guy throws a deadly look, one that seems to scream, "Stick to the script or you will die." Muyin tries to resist this nonsense. He kicks with force, and the annoying hose from his room flies away. But before they part, Soyeol stops him and forces him to accept a special farewell gift so that he never forgets their meeting. It is a real invitation to next year's large-scale weapons exhibition, but in pure tsundere spirit she keeps a look as if she doesn't care and pretends it absolutely doesn't matter to her whether he comes or not. Fortunately, this is a huge plus for our guy. He never plans to cross the threshold here again, so he just throws her a brief thank you and moves on. Soyeol immediately draws a line in the sand and makes it crystal clear that he is doing this only for their families. With these parting words, they turn and head straight out of the room. Future poisonous queen indicated that his reaction was surprisingly well, completely perfectly normal. And right then she notices something about B, and it feels absolutely bad. This girl has a smile on her face, honestly just creepy. Of course, it hits the entire mechanism with a huge key. She throws back a sly look and, teasing, asks if he has finally fallen madly in love with the legendary young master of Hao's coup. We rewind time a few days back to see exactly what happened before that big night. Seola is flopping on the mattress like a complete idiot, babbling cute nonsense nonstop, and Yanchun is seriously wondering if she has finally lost her mind. Soyeol explains the story of Chuseok, their version of Thanksgiving, where a huge feast is arranged for guests. And it turns out, Seola's favorite snack, yakwa, actually comes directly from this tradition. Inchun snaps at his persistent servant and growls that there is no point in pretending a tradition that does not belong to them, and again leaves the poor girl sobbing, smeared with tears. But Bei finally breaks the silence and lets out the truth. It seems she has one single trick to make this whole celebration successful. Just whisper your most secret wish to the moon. As soon as that wish comes true, everyone will finally immerse themselves in the magic of the Chuseok festival, but just keep in mind, this happens long before Yang Chang took up the hunt for the white maple tree. Let's return to the main event. We are right in the middle of Soyeol, where Bia puts BIA in place while he takes a tense pause to think everything over. Girl Namgung is left with a bunch of questions, hesitating about what it really means to truly fall in love with someone. This legendary future queen just made a complete turn and turned into a shy disaster. He completely loses the gift of speech, so Bia quickly changes the subject and asks about that special item that Soyeol insisted on taking with her. Here's the catch: that invitation was actually for Bia, but she surprisingly lost her temper, so Soyeol eventually handed it directly to her beloved Yang Chin. Bia doesn't even worry, she just gives the little girl a proud pat on the head and says she did simply wonderfully. With their connection as sweet as ever, the two of them stubbornly continue to move forward. Suddenly, Bea's vision starts to spin. A dark, hypnotic force pulls her down. She clenches her nerves and finally says exactly what she has in mind. One thing is certain, she and Yang Jiang are heading for a direct confrontation to meet again. As soon as night falls, we are thrown back into the Namgung family, where Clan Lord finally gets annoyed by the rumor about the absolute madness that was happening in Sacheon. He is haunted by the memory of how he ordered his son to protect his sister, and he realizes the boy's reckless decisions simply destroyed everything completely. One of their most devoted defenders has just died. The clan leader loses his composure and growls at his son, calling him a complete idiot. But the main thing, even Cheon-jun is confused. He cannot understand what kind of monster could have really taken Mikkel out of the game. He completely denies it and does not want to believe his most loyal subordinate was just so mercilessly crushed. Especially considering that he was a real beast and one of the strongest fighters in the world, so it makes absolutely no sense that he suddenly disappeared as if dissolved into thin air. Father calls Chun-jun, and with every step he releases a terrible flash of a slashing lightning strike. Frightening his son to the core, he rolled a wave of pure horror, and the boy's whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. Listen, the clan head has a deeper reason to be angry at his son, and strangely, it is not because the boy lost or even tried to catch the body during that fight. The only thing that gnaws at the cold-blooded patriarch Namgung is why his son was so careless as to leave a trace and still too weak to finish off. He is still putting Chi down on June for his failures, but is already preparing to deliver a harsh, continuous sentence to him, a training hell that will push him beyond absolute limits. Ch Hanan steals his determination and finally hits the rhythm, fixes his decision, and agrees to carry out his father's orders. Just being near him and our guy can no longer breathe. He is choking on his own air. Clan head lays down the law, tells CHH1 June for a while, throw out of your head this clash with the son from the Ku family. This news hits him like a solid blow below the belt, especially considering that he is already desperately trying to finally earn his father's respect. Clan head doesn't even choose words, he just stares at his son with such a cold look that it is almost a direct death threat. He is forced to look away, he is crushed by the bitter sting of disappointment. He warns his son the true weight of these words will be felt only when he himself leads the clan, but for now they stay away from any war with the House of Ku. Sharingan nods, and now everything is official. You can immediately jump into the action. He is overwhelmed by pure horror when he finds a note from his father, and with a bomb, their families might really merge together. Dude, if I were in Che's place right now and heard that icy bomb, I would be so tempted to jump off a cliff and all. Meanwhile, at the Ku estate, our guy Yang Kaon literally loses his mind over the explosive news just dropped by the second elder. He didn't even manage to blink when his new engagement date was already recorded forever. Our guy is starting to lose control. He exaggerates that he barely survived a mission on the edge of death to Sachan but returned home and was immediately hit by an unexpected engagement. And we must not forget the complete failure of his unsuccessful attempt to get engaged to the House of Peng. Raiyan knows everything about that disaster, yet still pushes this guy into another romance. Now that's a real ultimate wingman. He firmly decided to break Yan Chun's solo streak, convinced that engagement is the only way. Seola quietly goes crazy with fear. She thinks he is falling in love with some girl again, but our guy immediately stops everything, swears to her that nothing is happening between them at all. And here's the thing, she has no idea what engagement means and actually thinks it's some kind of snack. Muyin sets off to the young master for the truth and gets the shock of his life. This whole engagement story is actually 100 real. While he was beating the beat in Sachian, he heard how rumors spread like wildfire, and the funniest thing, everyone was in on the secret except the guy who was about to get married. Yang Kaon is simply exhausted. Could it be that someone really took the bait and agreed to marry him, especially after his last engagement ended in such a loud fiasco? Unable to hold back, he demands to know which foolish family actually dared to give him their daughter. Grandfather Rion laughed it off and hurriedly started jotting something down again. He is right in the middle of shouting Namgung when he is cut off mid-phrase. Yunchun cuts him off mid-breath, finishing the thought before he can utter a single word. But he definitely messed up. He doesn't understand at all why the Namgung family is bothering with him, especially since they have already agreed on the engagement with the House of Ku. Pieces finally come together. He realizes there is only one girl from the Namgung household. Elder Rion throws in the truth. They actually crossed paths again at the exhibition. Nanchan's expression instantly makes the room icy, and the truth finally clicks in his head. Believe it or not, his fiancée is none other than the gorgeous Bia. Not to mention, our guy is just boiling with rage because he has to deal with this complete psycho. Elder Rian quickly puts him in his place and warns, when you talk about your future fiancé, watch your tongue. Bad for our MC, he has no say because his family has already decided everything. If he wants to complain, he'll have to stand shoulder to shoulder against the head of the Ku clan himself. But the worst part is that a much bigger disaster is looming and it needs his attention right now. And just then, as Yang Qiang thinks about how things could possibly get any worse, the old man flashes a sly smile and drops a real bombshell. The sister has finally returned. This bomb literally shatters our guy's confidence, and honestly, they are already spiraling. Forget Yansu, they are actually talking about the legendary older sister who commands all 5 squads. We analyze every word spoken by the legendary mad sovereign fighter of annihilation. He once solemnly declared that the glorious golden age is finally dawning over their world. Suddenly geniuses began to appear in every family like falling stars, and every clan boasted its own elite prodigies, and who would have thought his older sister was born right in the midst of that crazy era? Yangchun lived his whole life in the shadow of his sister, cursed with the reputation of a failed child born in the wrong era. Yes, the boy had talent, but against the genius of his sister he couldn't even compare a dim candle next to her. Then appears Hibiku, the burning sword and pride of the Ku clan, a woman whose raw power and god-level talent are beyond any competition, and that is why Yangchun grew up fiercely hating the very appearance of Hibiku. As soon as he hears that she has already arrived, Yangchun's survival instinct kicks into overdrive. He desperately seizes any chance to hide far away from this nightmare. But Grandfather Rian didn't even listen. He immediately blocked the place where the boy was hiding, because he knows the time has finally come for the great reunion with his sister. Yang Chun, almost on his knees, begs the old grandfather, just close your eyes, pretend he doesn't exist. But Ryun sees through this act and understands. Yang Chun is not just pretending drama. He is genuinely trembling with fear of the absolute nightmare that his sister is about to unleash on him. So he sets himself an unquestionable mission to disappear from sight and remain a ghost for at least the next few months. Elder Ryun grabs his head and can't believe himself. He wonders if the boy suffered a brain injury or was weakened by the Sachian poison, since he is behaving like this, and at that moment the conversation sharply turns to the great return of Hebe. A loud explosion shakes the training ground, and our hero recognizes this sound from any moment the older sister has finally launched an attack. Turns out that blazing monster is actually dying of impatience to catch him. Yan Kao doesn't catch the wave. He growls at Mu Yan to stop hesitating and immediately slam the door. Could some pathetic piece of wood really stop his sister when she is breaking through this? You seriously won't believe it. Their absolute ultimate defense for the entire gate is just a broom stuck in the door. The guard scans the area and asks the young master what he will do once the sister finally crashes inside. On the other side, Hebe just laughs with a muted, displeased tone, as if saying her little brother really set up access control to the door, even though she is so desperately eager to see him. As soon as Mayon's hand touches the gate, her jaw drops. They start to get webbed already from the second touch. Only when she finally sees her brother clearly. He completely destroys the door and pushes Mayon. He flies through the air. Hebe decisively approaches him, radiating deadly red glow, and snaps on demand. Why does her brother have to be such an unbearable headache? Probably Yan Chun is already ready to meet his maker right now, but a harsh reality check awaits him. She just throws him a casual wave of her hand and teaches that boy to respect his elders. Even he loses his train of thought. He stands there like a statue, completely paralyzed. Yan Chun is completely confused by this question. Could it really turn out that now he has to do something else? Hearing that he just made a huge mistake, he slams his knees to the ground to show her his serious respect. He doesn't even try to speak condescendingly. Instead, he extends his hand and gives him a friendly pat on the head. She is wildly happy to have finally caught up with the second elder, and Grandpa Rainian admits he is simply amazed that she is still the undisputed legend leading armed squads. Hebe is not some arrogant diva. She is the first to rally her team and gives them the huge praise they deserve. Our guy desperately looks for any plan that will finally get him out of here forever. Jeeb has cornered her younger brother and demands an answer whether he even realizes the two huge mistakes he just made. Yang Chun finally gives up and admits he locked the door with a wedge only to break out of there in a desperate rush. The funniest thing is that she is so fixated on one single detail that she doesn't even notice he is already planning his grand escape. Suddenly it hits him like a ton of bricks. Could it be that he just made a colossal mistake by pulling Yansu down? Hebe's jaw nearly drops from its place when she finds out that he actually crushed Yansu after all. She was completely in the dark about the whole fight. Yan Chun sees that she is playing complete indifference and cannot understand why she is so angry at him. She places a soft palm on his head and points to the stunning news about the boy's engagement. He kept such a secret that he couldn't even breathe a word about it. She simply goes mad that he got engaged behind her back and is now ready to erase our boy from existence directly. Yan Chun abruptly rushes to explain that he was just as shocked by this engagement as she was, and honestly, he doesn't need her permission for anything. As soon as she realizes that he finally mustered the courage to stand up and argue with the adults, Hebe's jaw nearly falls to the floor from shock. He sharply turns to Mujan, almost pleading for a miracle to save his own skin. In one look from those eyes, yes, he looks straight through their souls. She literally burns his soul with one glance, and now the elite guard who swore to die for their master collapses after a single deadly look. Hebe again shifts her gaze to her mischievous brother and decides it's finally time to give him a legendary scolding. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Seola rushes forward and snatches her hand. This didn't just stun Yang Chun, even Hebe was completely flustered. The young master immediately understands his servant failed because he jumped out without thinking. But instead of just pinning her down, he puts Seola in her place and, to everyone's surprise, shields her from his sister's anger. Believe me, this is just the warm-up. Hebe watches as the servant goes into completely crazy antics to protect Yang Chun and prevent her from getting scratched. She steps back for a moment and suddenly explodes with a massive wave of scorching aura. Now everything is about to go awry as soon as his sister finally releases her terrible aura. Hebe shouts at her younger brother and points at him, as if to say he is holding her so tightly that he almost crushes her hand. He demands to find out, damn it, what is really going on. Yunchen trembles with fear and begs incessantly that she is just a new maid still learning all the nuances. Despite absolute terror, he rushes forward and unleashes a devastating flame strike, then starts chasing after Seola. Yunchen calls her a complete psycho and dashes forward to snatch his servant from the jaws of death. Seola, no matter what, she is already prepared for the total chaos that is about to be unleashed. Grand finale, pure bait and switch. It all ends with Hebe simply crushing the girl's face with a potato because she was insanely cute. She just completely lost her mind because of how incredibly soft and pinchable Seola's face is. Youngchun is going crazy, his sister struck with inner energy just to make Seola's face grimace, but Hebe is even more furious because her brother kept Seola a secret all this time. Actually, she is such an obsessed fan that she stubbornly decided to snatch Seola and declare her as her own. He is not going to let her go, so he shuts down all attempts with a cold refusal. Hebe is really stunned. Her brother has never refused her once in his whole life, so why is he now so fiercely holding on to this one and only particular servant? Youngchun receives the order barked to drive in, park, and sit down again. Suddenly he notices a colossal, decisive break happening right inside the boy. His energy is so strange that she begins to wonder, did the elder secretly intervene and is he involved in his crazy growth? Her guy bets that she is smart enough to already connect all the dots. Ryan swears he didn't move a finger, but Hebe doesn't believe it. She is still going crazy over how this boy leveled up so much in just a few short months. She sharply turns around and orders the child to look at the clan leader right now, leaving Yanchuan standing completely stunned. Honestly, she was ready to tear him to pieces, but luckily she has cooled down, so our guy is lucky. He will live another day. Having left his sister Yanchun, the trio does not slow down for a moment, heading straight to meet the clan leader. She cuts off his remark right here and finally says what she thinks. He clenches his fist and crushes that tiny grain of sand into absolute dust. Yan Chen has hit a complete dead end with this mysterious rock. He cannot feel even a drop of energy flowing from it. She admits it's just a cheap souvenir she snatched from a merchant who praised it as a lucky charm, so now she is handing him complete junk, praying that this time it will turn out to be at least somewhat useful. Jibi gets right up in the troublemaker's face, warning, if he even thinks about defeat for a moment, it's over, he's dead. She is about to seat him in the front row, even closer to her twisted, obsessive love. That's all Yan Chun needs as proof he holds that charm on his own skin, or he will die trying. And for the first time he releases a smile, a genuine one, 100%. Jibi beams with pride when she sees how her younger brother has been grinding with all his heart lately. This scene is a harsh echo of the moment when in a past life he lost Jibi. Even in her last seconds, the only thing she wanted was for him to find happiness. That's what you call a brother-sister. The boy shuts down for a moment, thoughts race as he realizes he might. He rushed forward and did not slow down until he finally reached his old man. Jeeb steps on the second elder, eager to find out how deeply Grandpa Rayan is involved in this whole mess. She is seriously worried because just last year her brother got stuck at the very first ring. He couldn't even touch his energy and was unable to move with any real precision. But look at him now, the power is perfectly stabilized, the energy literally doubled, and the movements are so precise as if they were honed surgically. She is more confident than ever that something big happened after his fight with Yansu. And seriously, how her brother is developing at this crazy speed is just baffling. Even Grandpa Rayoni himself has to admit, as soon as this kid touched his hidden power, it was truly legendary. Jibi didn't even tease her little brother about his crazy growth. She knew he was stubborn and wouldn't give a direct answer. She read him like an open book, and one look into his eyes was enough to understand. He was already about to stop her. But she wasn't finished yet, because Jibi truly feels bad vibes from that servant who is constantly hovering around the boy. Grandpa Ryan already knows the truth but keeps up appearances and lets Jeeb tell her version first. Jibi warns him she felt that something was very wrong with this boy overall. She no longer even knew what her body was really made of, so she tightly squeezed her face to make sure it was still solid. Sweating to the bone, Grandpa Ryan remains completely calm, behaving as if this boy is just another servant to him, and nothing strange is happening here at all. Hebe got caught on the hook, on the line, and on the depth they led her like on a string, under the silvery chatter of that old scoundrel. She thinks after months of continuous war against those endless demonic hordes, her instincts could have completely burned out. Somewhere deep inside, Bear Grandpa quietly rejoices that he cracked Seola's secret, and now he is sure that they are both doomed to legendary growth. Rian gently stroked her head and, finally showing true gratitude, poured out his whole heart to her. This family is pure coldness, a bunch of distant strangers who wouldn't bat an eye to turn their backs on their own flesh and blood. Although the whole clan treats Yang Kaeon like complete trash, Hebe is the only one who truly stayed in her place and takes care of him. Rune is almost choking with joy. Finally, someone is really paying attention to this boy. He is delighted because finally a huge weight has lifted from his shoulders, no more worrying about how to save the child's life. Meanwhile, the second elder shook his head, thinking that she had gone too far and should have kept calm when talking about the engagement. And we must not forget about that incredible bomb that just crashed the party as the new bride of the boys. Hebe's blood boils as soon as she thinks some girl is looking at her brother, and it makes me laugh how she rushes into battle to protect Yang Chun, even if she has to do it against his own beloved. Without warming up, we immediately dive into a high-stakes showdown with the clan leader. Lord Ku has already heard the crazy rumors that this boy actually smashed Lightning Dragon's hand. Yan Chun fusses to save face and acts as if he barely touched that person on the shoulder. His response falls like a bomb, and a heavy, dead silence remains between them. Lord Ku takes a smooth sip and immediately turns around sharply, changes the subject, and asks them a completely different question. He demands an explanation why the child had to take things to such cruel extremes just to break his arm. Yang Kaeon is clearly not in the mood after being cornered by such a merciless question. He draws air into his lungs gulp after gulp, desperately trying to calm his nerves. He reveals how the fight got out of control. He was just supposed to warm up, but as soon as he saw that the opponent was really hunting for blood, he stopped behaving politely and went all out. Lord Ku's jaw drops. He panically asks if anyone else saw this outrage, but Yangchun just barely smiles and shows that the whole crowd gathered in the front rows and watched the entire beating from start to finish. Even Lord Ku loses his train of thought and finally admits that the boy's strength has reached a completely new level. He is actually thrilled because nothing excites him like when his son finally starts to overcome his limits. Yangchuan inside is already losing control. Although his father knows he smashed the Thunder Dragon and hit the third ring, Musashi's face is still a complete blank wall. This man is the king of total composure. Moreover, Lord Ku is quite sure the boy could not have avoided crossing paths with the new bride while he was fighting the Namgun family. And this was at the exact moment that Yan Chun feared with his whole being. He shoots back at his old man and demands to know the truth, how this engagement came about at all. Lord Q reveals it was the elders who pulled the trigger, but while Yan Chun considers this a complete disaster, Q proves that the boy, on the contrary, gets a rather advantageous deal. His old man is already aware of the disaster with House Ping, and he explains it very clearly. If you ruin this engagement, you will officially be left without any chance. Yan Chun is cornered, and honestly there is no one to blame but himself after he lost his last duel. Lord Ku snatches a letter and shows that summer is officially at its peak, so the legendary Hua festival is about to take place on Mount Hua. Look, this is the very mountain where Yan Chun in his past life wiped out his entire clan, and now the boy simply asks what his job is at the festival. His elder man presses the letter into his hands, urging him to look exactly at what is written inside. Yan Chun freezes for a moment, not understanding why to hell he alone has to bear this responsibility. Lord Ku cuts him off mid-sentence, barking an order for the boy to track down one specific person and bring them back to the house. He personally guarantees that Yan Chun will be accompanied for 10 days, but the boy does not feel this at all and immediately rejects the idea. He is still overwhelmed after the exhausting journey to Sachin. Unfortunately, his father is really glad to let him skip work. And without a second wasted, our boy immediately dives right into it. But then his father pulls out a heavy trump card. The mission cannot fail. If he messes this up, he will be rewarded with the legendary Great Sage Pill. And just at the moment when they start discussing all this, Mu Yan and Seola are bored to madness, sitting under the office and waiting for the return of Yanchun, praying, although they know this meeting will last at least 2 more hours. Seola is already holding on with excuses after that brutal journey, but since they both started their watch, no one will sleep until their master finally decides that it's time to end the night. They crouch in the shade and ravenously devour snacks, trying to remain completely invisible. The young master almost gave Mu Yan a heart attack. He appeared out of nowhere and dropped a bombshell. In 10 days they are going to Mount Hua. It seems they are about to dive headfirst into another brutal marathon. And this is a direct order from Lord Ku himself, so saying no is simply impossible. Mu Yan is burning to find out what the real endgame of this journey actually is. He firmly decided to return home together with the other sister, who, right now he is locked in complete isolation and sharpens his spirit through intense meditation. Then Yanchun starts snooping around the corner, crouched down, burning with the desire to check if that stubborn old man and his nightmarish sister have finally left. The Namgung family will officially fall on Sashin, and imagine, Jeeb is already there. Barely had our guy thought that he could finally catch his breath when he was hit again with another exhausting, soul-crushing job. Yanchun is so exhausted that he throws away his dinner and just flops face first right into bed. Few hours pass and our guy completely shuts down as if dead to the whole world. Suddenly, a terrible clan member walks straight into his room and starts watching him. No mistake possible, it's Hebe, and she really came with a new batch of dumplings. Instead of a gentle awakening, she decides to scare him to death, suddenly lunges forward and lies right on his throat. His older sister is a true saint. She doesn't let Yanchun miss a single meal. And honestly, seeing such sincere mutual care between relatives is just a breath of fresh air for Manhwa. Completely drunk, she fiercely shoves a dumpling right down his throat, until he has no choice left and he jumps straight off that mattress. Yanchun demands to know what the hell she is doing in his room, sharply pulling away. This is his private space and she can't wander in whenever she wants. And Hebe switches to commander mode and declares, if this is his room, then from now on it is officially our room. He is already completely drunk but still ready to drink more. Sister Yanchun panicked and fussed after he disappeared from their dinner, so now she writes and checks if he is still alive and well. Plus, she is furious. It turns out Yanchun really clung to that Namgung dragon. His jealous older sister is just boiling with rage every time he loses his composure at the slightest whisper of his fiancée's name. Our guy wasn't going to waste breath on a drunken fool who doesn't even want to listen to him. He wants her to gather her drinks and leave. Hebe thinks this is the perfect moment for sincere brotherly bonding, pressures them and asks to share a room, but Yang Chan doesn't budge and storms out like no one else. Hebe is convinced he's just acting like a real idiot, but Yan Chun is sure that's how it should be to tame her annoying character. As the night drags on, they get more and more drunk to the point of madness. Hebe is totally enjoying the bottle. He just stands still, his gaze fixed on the fabulous sea of stars trembling outside the window. His sister returns to him with a sly smile and offers them some fun, but clear your head from the mud, because in reality she is challenging him to a duel to the death. Yan Chun just hits the ignore button, pretending not to have heard her just spout the most insane nonsense imaginable. He mocks her, claiming she is already at god-tier absurdity to say something so stupid, and orders her to go to the room and get some sleep. Her voice suddenly becomes deadly serious. She asks if he is really sure about this, leaving Yan Chun completely confused, who does not understand what she means at all. So he sharply sticks a finger right into his own tiny chest. She is completely baffled and admits that she has no idea what crazy training course he went through to reach such a level. Obviously, the body cannot withstand such raw power. If he does not stabilize it soon, essentially, he is a walking bomb with a countdown. Yan Chun understands the snake pearl has not yet fully merged with him, mostly because the body is still too weak to withstand such a huge surge of energy. Hebe will no longer wait. She knows they need to act right now. That is why she challenged him to a sparring match, but do not be fooled, she has a much deeper reason up her sleeve. She breaks into a wicked smile and admits the only reason she proposed this is simply because she is in the mood to give him a good beating. Yongchen begins to realize that his brothers and sisters are real lunatics, judging by how they treat him. Next, we see Maybe warming up on the training ground, realizing that a lot of time has passed since the last time she fought with her younger brother. She is completely taken by surprise when he switches to a style without a sword, and when Yan Chuan announces that he no longer needs the blade, she freezes, completely speechless. This is a real upheaval, especially since he had unconditionally stuck to swords from the very beginning until this moment. She lowers the wooden blade right onto him and measures with her gaze whether the little brother's ego has swelled to the point that he thinks weapons are not for him, so she will challenge him. Let him shoot first. Yan Chun's eyes widen in pure shock as he frantically tries to recall. He makes her understand this whole desperate duel is just his way of unleashing that mad power accumulating inside him. Jeeb sighs. She understands that she absolutely does not need to take on murder. After all, when you spend days cutting down high-level demons, a fight like this is just child's play. And just as she begins to pour her soul out, he pulls off a clever trick you barely notice, and Hebe already falls into the trap because he rushed at it with crazy speed. His first strike indeed lands. The fist crashes right into her stomach. Cuts her from the side and she staggers, completely losing her balance. He did not even blink, immediately launches into a second attack. That hit has incredible force, and it throws his older sister straight into the wall. He finally took full control of his inner energy and now his control looks sharper than ever. And the main thing that gnaws at him from inside, a complete nightmare that will strike exactly at the moment his own attack ends. From afar, across the distance, his sister begins to choke with laughter, and this is not a cute giggle. She sounds exactly like a real anime villainess. Ibai is completely stunned by what her brother managed to pull out legendary after legendary. He bursts into a wild, burning hell that swirls around her. Looking at her unrestrained power, Yunchun cannot understand how she can be just a 5-ring because, honestly, she is already swinging as if she were a 6-ring monster. He immediately revealed his last trump card, but Jeeb just shrugged and stands there with a terrible smile. While he realizes that he is about to be mercilessly smashed, he frantically waves a white flag before things get even harsher. But his sister is far from finished. On the contrary, she is just beginning the best time of her life. She stomps down with all her fury, and each step tears the ground with deep chasms. She is a gigantic pillar of absolute destruction, slowly walking through the chaos like a human nuclear reactor, releasing that insane amount of energy. Yenchun cannot even tear his eyes away under the pressure of her aura, and while he manages to come to his senses, Jeeb is already just a few inches from his face. He delivers a terrible blow, and it pushes him across the floor until he crashes with a bang into the far wall. It is a real miracle that he managed to block that blow, because if it had hit, he would already be waking up in intensive care. He notices her wooden saber from a mile away and effortlessly parries it, as if dancing. His psycho sister bursts in like a whirlwind out of nowhere, looking completely insane. She lets out a primal roar, and her flame flares into a colossal hellfire. Yangchun is all sweaty, realizing he has only one heartbeat left before the grave in a hopeless clash with that thug. She floods her legs with pure energy, accelerating before a furious burst of speed. She bites into his side with a devastating strike but doesn't stop there. She completely overwhelms Yangchun, pushing him into desperate defense without pause, a barrage of heavy martial arts strikes. EB is a certified monster, but credit to our guy, he holds his ground and isn't about to budge. Unfortunately, Hebe snatches her blade right off the wall and with one move tears everything apart up to a sharp scream and a complete stop. At the last second, she rips a fiery slash across his throat, and just as instantly this fight becomes history. She grabs him by the hair and orders the kid to grit his teeth for the next hit or else he'll end up with a broken jaw. That's a terrible threat. Finale, a solid blow below the belt, and Yangchun is already on the verge of a total emotional breakdown. He rushed to await death and his screams tear the night sky, and here we move on to the Namgung family. Bia officially ignored them, leaving the clan head one last note. He's burning to see her fiancé, so. The girl dashed away from the estate and hid, and when Lord Namgung found out about it, he simply flew into a rage. And he does not ask nicely, he barks orders for her to return home immediately, right now, this very second. Our farmer is inspecting the harvest on site when suddenly he notices something completely insane. He hits the bottom and completely loses himself, choking on a wave of utter despair. This harvest season has become a complete nightmare for the local farmers. Just at the moment when these thoughts whirl through his mind, suddenly a woman in flowing purple robes jumps right over his head. One look at this girl is enough, and he is already completely under her spell. He is utterly stunned, convinced that literally an angel has descended from the heavens. Bia appears with a quick greeting, but in reality she is desperately searching for a map to the Shaanxi region because with her sense of direction she is a total disaster. She finally secures a foothold for herself. Her target awaits her deep in the east. She rushes back at a crazy speed and disappears into the night. She just dropped a silver ingot, enough to support one family for several months. The farmer is completely stunned, thanks this beautiful angel for her incredible kindness. He scratches the back of his head and doesn't understand why she wanders west instead of east, but it's official. This girl is so confused about directions that she would get lost even in her own yard without GPS. Right now she is flooring the gas and rushing directly to Mount Hua in the west. Just then the second elder finally steps into the spotlight. Who is really diverting the Sword Sovereign aside to talk about the Divine Doctor stopping at Mount Hua. The Sword Sovereign explains this doctor is a true nomad, never staying anywhere, so finding the Divine Doctor hiding on Mount Hua is a shock of incredible magnitude. Elder Rayan is completely baffled by the rush, so he suggests sending Yangchun ahead to scout the situation first. The Sword Sovereign's sword has been through hell to keep his identity secret, so if he blows his cover now, everything he has worked for will go to ruin. He fully supports Rayan's strategy, but adds a tough little trick to make everything sharper. Just as they were ready to move, the Sword Sovereign drops a bombshell. He is going with them all the way. But honestly, dude just stands there, his jaw literally dropped. He was just as completely caught off guard as his utterly stunned second elder. When an ordinary coachman suddenly goes on leave and the legendary sword sovereign takes the wheel, it's immediately clear something colossal is brewing behind the scenes. Yan Chun was especially suspicious because he knew for sure Seola and her grandfather were not on the original list, so something very serious had to happen overnight to turn their entire travel scheme upside down. His intuition tells him something gigantic is moving in the shadows, but for now, the master plan is far beyond his reach. The second elder cuts him off from the flank and starts asking about that strange expression on his face, but Yan Chun just keeps his composure and says it's nothing. His loyal old mentor warns him, stop hunting children, and at first, Yan Chun is sure he would never stoop to that. Now, looking back at every crazy mile he has already conquered on his path. And finally it hits him, he really has earned himself a legendary reputation. Every time he shows up, he inevitably slams at least one kid right into the cobblestones. He swears he will leave his wild antics behind for a while, but let's be honest, knowing him, that's most likely a complete lie. He finally hands the child a secret weapon that is about to turn his life upside down forever. The second elder steps forward and extends a mysterious little pouch to the child. The first thing that strikes our boy is not what he sees, but the incredibly sweet fragrance that spreads in waves through the air. He understands just squeezing this thing makes his power grow wildly. Yan Chun is sure he hit the jackpot, but the second elder immediately dampens this mood, saying that there is actually nothing special about this thing. Believe it or not, this legendary relic is actually an ordinary Stoneth Blossom Stone. It is about a relic once considered one of the 4 legendary treasures of the entire Mount Hua sect. The boy stares at the old man, and only then does the truth dawn on him. This thing is worth much more than he ever imagined. And Grandpa Badger, he is not impressed in the slightest, waves his hand dismissively as if nothing happened. He passes the mysterious artifact to the child, entrusting the rest of the mission to her hands. Yunchun does not understand at all. He does not even guess why he was entrusted with something of such magnitude. It turned out the old man thinks the Blossom Stone is pure trash because he won it in some petty bet, but Yanchun gradually panics. Giving away such a treasure in broad daylight is a direct invitation to trouble. And the second elder stubbornly stands his ground, dead sure that he entrusted himself to a perfect person. Yang Qiang is completely confused and cannot understand what that message means, until his gaze stops right on Grandpa Seola. This guy really hit the jackpot. He got himself the most legendary bodyguard of all who ever did it. Yuan Chun finally understands. Rian is so calm not without reason. He definitely has a clue about the true identity of the sovereign sword. Yujun lets the young master know that the scene is finally ready and all preparations are complete. Having no chance to convince himself otherwise, our hero finally gives up and accepts the legendary gift. From inside the carriage, he throws the old man a final farewell. The latter sets off to inform Jeeb that he is officially on the way. Yanchun finds his missing sister and catches her in tears over his departure, proving that she is the only dear one in a clan full of absolute maniacs. Right at the moment he sets off, Yan Chun asks the second elder to say goodbye to his sister on his behalf, and by this proves that deep inside he actually cares about her more than he shows. Just as they are about to leave, Rian suddenly turns sharply and attacks Jeeb for spying, asking why she hides in the shadows instead of confronting him directly. His sister hides in the shadows and completely breaks down, her heart tears in half. There was no chance she would let him see how pathetic and broken she was. Rian reminds her that the child is no longer a baby and can hold the road on his own, but Hibai, she still treats him like a tiny puppy who needs her protection every second. When the carriage rattles along the road, the young master breaks the silence and throws Mujin a burning question. He can no longer wait to find out exactly how long the road to Mount Hua will take. He is already asking the same question repeatedly, and it is clear he has officially reached his limit. To make matters worse, they face a harsh long-distance road that makes their recent quick outings look utterly shameful. On the way, Grandpa Seola starts mocking the young master because he already looks out of sorts. Our hero puts on a brave face and insists that he is fine. Inside, Yunchun is shaking. The sword sovereign is participating personally, and honestly, how can one behave normally around the strongest fencer on the planet? Meanwhile, the silly granddaughter of the sword sovereign just vibes and makes it her mission in life to inhale every food snack that comes into sight. Seola begins to act like a true mastermind, weaving a scheme, but the truth is she is so hungry and angry that she needs a snack right now, otherwise she cannot function properly. The day of Seola flies into the abyss when the servant throws a full bomb. That little girl was snooping in his stash and stealing all his honey cookies. But instead of completely lashing out at her, Youngchun just grabs one for himself and freezes, looking at the dead landscape, already counting the seconds until he can head home. Meanwhile, the action sharply changes pace and we head straight to the house of Ku. Hebe does not waste a moment and demands to know the true identity of the girl from the Namgung clan. Somehow she scraped her way to our doorstep, a complete shattered nightmare. Just the name Bia and every nerve in Hebe's body flares up to the very bottom. Her jaw almost flies off when she realizes Bia is a true prodigy. She was a real sensation, much more impressive than she could have imagined even in her wildest fantasies. Hebe completely loses it, tearing at a soul that looks like a total wreck just at the moment when she needs to meet her fiancé. He just shrugs and says she made a few wrong turns and it can be considered that events very quickly got out of control. The blazing sword directly exposes her and demands an answer, why she conquered the whole world only to end up here. That's when Bea drops a real bombshell. She actually came to meet her fiancé. Hebe throws her an indulgent smile, teasing, saying that nothing is set in stone yet. To top it all off, Yan-chan, and there's no trace of him. He had no idea she was standing face to face with her fiancé's older sister. Hebe flashes a huge smile and proudly declares that she is the official caretaker of the brats. Look at her after pulling that off, she just radiates arrogance. He tugs at her hair in place and prepares for the next move. She settles with impeccable posture and it becomes crystal clear she is showing full respect. She immediately demands to know where her fiancé has disappeared to. Hebe again returns to her confident manner, boasting that she is already miles away from the road to Mount Hua, so don't expect a reunion anytime soon. And they even mention the second Mount Hua and she can't help but shine with pure excitement. She no longer wastes breath on Hebe and immediately rockets straight into the clouds. This sharp movement leaves the elder sister Yanchun completely confused. She grabs her head. She is on the verge of a breakdown. Maybe it's time to just gather herself and give up. And she is shaking with anger that Bea had the audacity to disappear without any farewell. Enough of this, let's switch to Yanchun's squad and see what they are preparing. After that complete marathon throughout the day, the company finally catches their breath. Grandpa is already on the way, working overtime so that those flames do not go out. He clings to the child's energy signature and it pulses right from there, around the corner. We approach Yan-chun with the camera. He looks absolutely certain that in a second or two he will crush the fourth ring. But he hits a huge wall trying to direct his power. The energy does exactly the opposite and now he is in complete despair, ready to break his own limits. While his sister here, as if casually, burns colossal power without any problems, he can barely get even a spark. This directly proves that the difference in talents between them is simply incredible. But Yanchun is not going to sit and whine. He falls silent and pushes the training into absolute overdrive. To start the training, he takes a deep breath and directs all his raw energy into one point. Just a moment later, insane power waves through his body, and he releases a huge explosive aura. That's not all. The intoxicating aroma of blossom stone completely throws him off his game. He was unlucky. He got stuck on this for good, because you can't just throw away the priceless treasure of an old geezer like that. The smell of this rock hits much stronger than before, and it completely disrupts his focus. After crashing into wall after wall during training, our hero finally decides to give up, throws it all away, and calls it a day. Suddenly, a giant wave of flower petals bursts from the air, exploding right before his eyes. Seriously, these guys shouldn't be appearing in the middle of this suffocating summer. Suddenly, a voice thunders out of nowhere, throwing him away like a complete stranger to Mount Hua, and the glowing pink spirit begins to dissolve, turning into a shapeless, trembling mist. While the frightened young Chong manages to sharply turn around and look, the boy has already disappeared, vanished into thin air. He knows this is not just madness. That sound was 100% real. No mistake possible. The mysterious voice is calling him specifically, and demands an explanation of how some complete stranger could have swallowed so much colossal energy without even being from the mountain. Here there is no mistaking. Yunchun is 100% sure he just heard the old man's voice. The voice mocks him and laughs, saying he has already swallowed so much energy that he must be seriously ill, and Yancheng stands nearby completely clueless about what is going on. Suddenly, the abyss stone in his hand goes mad and completely loses control, exploding with a colossal surge of power. A sharp surge of energy throws his head off balance, and at that very moment he collapses to the ground. The boy finally shudders and returns to reality. The muffled screams of the servant and the guard pull him out of the darkness. He suddenly sits up, gasps sharply, pure panic shoots through his veins. He abruptly stands up and his thoughts race wildly trying to understand what the hell just happened to him. Seola pulls him into a tight embrace while the personal guard breaks down and cannot control the situation. It turns out it was Sovereign's sword. He really found the boy who was lying unconscious in the forest and brought him to safety. Seolan's grandfather completely brushes it off, behaving as if he is just fulfilling his duty as a loyal servant. Now he looks as if he is completely lost in his own thoughts. It has reached such a level that even Yanchun begins to panic. Muyin is constantly burning with the desire to find out if some strange incident happened yesterday, or if something truly dark possessed the young master last night. Yunchun flies into memories of his bloody training, and the answer finally falls into place. He freezes in pure shock while the stone explodes with a dazzling shimmering glow. Finally, he got it in his hands, but strangely, the stone did not change at all. As soon as he finally cracked that stone and opened it wide. But in an instant, he notices a sharp break. The smell of the crystal completely disappeared, and the crystal itself now flickers shakily with a strangely polished, glossy shine. His absorption technique went out of control, sucking the power of the stone until he collapsed from the sheer intensity. He knew that the Mount Hua treasure would be legendary, but this is a whole different level. Now, when he literally merged with its body, he stepped into a whole new world of problems. Feeling a gigantic surge of power rising from the depths of his insides, he simply loses himself in joy as soon as he realizes he finally broke through to the power of the fourth ring. As the journey rolls on, Yangchun leans back in the carriage and finally gets a moment to gather his thoughts and survey all this chaos. He is still scratching his head over how he managed to jump from 3 rings to 4 in one night, and now, with both Muyin and Sword Sovereign breathing down his neck, he begins to get very seriously nervous. Meanwhile, Seola is already hunting, tracking his trail like a real bloodhound. Yang Qian completely loses his mind. Suddenly he has a scent, although physically this is simply impossible for him. He changed into new clothes and dived into the shower, a complete reboot. This time Seola completely confuses him, says he smells just like a flower. He desperately clings to a straw, trying to shift the blame onto the draft from the window or at least onto something in this room. And Seola does not believe for a moment. She holds her line that his scent is as if permanently embedded in his soul. Since Seola actually feels this shift, it is official. His internal energy has just hit a colossal new level. Returning to the 3rd ring, he was essentially just a human radiator, but further launching full-fledged fire attacks will be pure pleasure. This guy is desperate to turn into the same unquestionable monster that Hebe was in their last confrontation. Honestly, you can't tell if he is a complete fanatic or just mortally traumatized by what he saw. He is still very far from actually embodying it, but Yanchun is dead sure he will soon find a victim to test his new power. Both Seola and Yanchen lose concentration for a moment, just as their thoughts begin to scatter. But at that very moment, the cart hits a furious jolt so much that it almost throws everyone around the cabin. They crash to the ground with a thud so hard that their heads ring from the impact, just like that guy. Another servant rushes to the spot and, choking with panic, goes to check if the young master is really holding on. The boy sharply jumps to his feet and demands from Muyin, tell him verbatim what just happened. But for some reason, he seems to have switched off. His eyes were fixed on one thing, a gaze of impeccably deadly focus. Yang Kao peeks out from the carriage and notices a mysterious stranger in snow-white silk robes. The man throws a polite apology, but as soon as you look at this emblem with a flower, it immediately becomes clear who you are dealing with. Yanchun finally puts the puzzle together and realizes this guy is straight from the Mount Hua sect. The boy calls himself Yang Feng, a 3rd-generation disciple, and dumps a mountain of burning questions on his interlocutor that need to be solved right now. And hold on, this is the same loser who was completely crushed by Yang Chan in their previous confrontation. He is haunted by blood on his hands. He cannot shake the devastating guilt for how he brutally killed that disciple from the Mount Hua sect. Yu Yan is utterly humiliated. The Huashan sect sent one of their top powerful members just to block their way. Yang apologizes again, insisting stopping the carriage was not the goal, it was just a test to see who they really are. He is trembling with impatience to find out if one of those disciples is hiding inside the carriage. Yangchan is simply losing his mind, begging the heavens that he does not turn into that legendary disciple out of nowhere. The Dragonflower sword steps forward and declares that it sensed a strange energy and just had to check it with its own eyes. Mu Yan does not take the risk and warns the man, if he takes even one more step forward, everything will become ugly. Without a trace of fear, Yang turns on the spot and looks Yanchen straight in the eyes. She has completely lost her mind. She gets worked up and bombards the child with questions about why he literally radiates the aura of a mountain. This question throws Yanchen into complete stupor and panic. He clearly understands. If he doesn't have a ready answer, it's the end for him. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a mysterious voice sounds, agreeing with him 100. Stop, this is the same old man, definitely the same spirit that tormented him last night. The old man keeps clicking his jaw. The jaw almost falls off when he realizes Yanchuan really sees his tiny figure. He rubs his eyes and tries to grasp the complete madness unfolding right before him. Yangchen spins himself deeper and deeper, desperately trying to figure out whether all this madness ahead is real or just a nasty trick of the mind. Just imagine the old man hanging right in front of him. This is not a hallucination. He is real and already starting to speak. Young catches up with him, notices how he froze, and immediately sharply pulls him back to reality. Yanchen goes crazy, wondering if he is high on some crazy drugs or if his intense training has finally fried his brain. The younger elder takes it personally and sharply whines at the boy, making it clear that this is not a game, this is for real. Young panics because of the boy's condition, but the young master wants only one thing, to know if he can see the mysterious figure hanging right next to him. Look at this ancient old man, he is simply the size of a tiny bug. The young one doesn't understand at all what's happening and just looks at the boy as if he has completely lost his mind. Even Muyan is completely confused when she is asked the same question again. He looks at him as if the young master has officially gone crazy. He nods as if this is just a big joke performance, but the mood changes as soon as he realizes Yangchen is not joking. Every word he says is completely serious. At this stage, his reputation is in ruins, and the old man thinks he is just making a complete fool of himself, hopelessly begging for reinforcements. Yanchen has completely lost his mind. He is convinced that some eccentric spirit has actually possessed his body. It turned out the old man was not possessed, he just had a huge memory lapse and confused what he ate for lunch. At first, the boy is completely confused and has no idea at all what nonsense this guy is talking about. And finally, the thought strikes him. All this time, he carried inside his own body the raw power of the Blossom Stone, and suddenly everything comes together as one. The old man cuts Yanchen with harsh truth. This absolute idiot swallowed their sacred relic and wasn't even a member of the Mount Hua sect. They say about ingratitude, this tiny gray-haired master literally saved the boy's life when his body was about to explode from that power, and now they roast him and call him an insect-like old man. Completely confused, Yangchen demands to find out who this tiny gray-haired old man really is. The spirit is just shocked that the child is so blind. He is practically roasting him for complete carefreeness and zero sense of the situation. Meanwhile, Mu Yan and Yang stand looking quite bewildered because from their place it is clear the young master is simply arguing with an empty space. The floating spirit decides to show his level and finally gives a proper introduction. Turns out he is actually the legendary leader before whom the entire clan bows their heads. To truly understand the power of the legendary immortal sword Xin Qiao, one must figure out why he so sharply changes the course of this story. But first, we need to dive into the absolute chaos of the legendary war that tore the world apart even before the heavenly demon showed his face. The great demonic bloody war was finally suppressed thanks to 5 legendary mighty ones who stepped up to save the world. They were legendary battle masters. Their names are still carved in the halls of history, even when the smoke of war finally cleared. Xin Qiao, the undisputed goat of the Mount Hua sect, a legendary ancestor with a reputation that no one can touch. Now fast forward to today, the same legend has shrunk into a tiny old man, and he is invisible to everyone except our guy Yangchen. Here is the catch: Yang Cheng has no privacy. This old man simply eavesdrops on every one of his thoughts. Now the guy finally realizes he is a pure legendary type whose fame precedes him even before acquaintance. Xin Qiao clenches his fingers, hoping that everyone will finally start treating him with respect. In the classic Yangchen style, he continues to act arrogantly and condescendingly, demanding to know how that old man even managed to get sealed inside this rock. The bitter truth is that the poor guy is completely in the dark about his own secret, just waiting for Yang Chan to intervene and piece everything together for him. Both of them were completely baffled by how everything suddenly went wrong, but the only thing gnawing at Xin Call is the huge question: why? This complete recluse, without any doubt, broke all the laws of nature by absorbing the power of the Blossom Stone, a trick that was supposed to be outright impossible. Hit him with this question and the boy, stunned, freezes in complete silence. This reaction was a direct clue, and the old man then realizes that Yang Chan is definitely hiding something grand. The smartest move for this guy now is simply to look away and pretend he saw nothing. Without pressing him for more answers, the tiny ghost steps back, admitting he knows that children have their secrets, and as the elder, he officially will no longer be a bully. Yang Kaian feels incredible gratitude that he is so patient and stays close, but at this very moment, Shin yells at him to keep his eyes peeled. Something huge is about to land right in front of his face. He was deadly right. A whole company of enemies jumps out from the forest edge and surrounds the carriage. One look at these identical robes and it's immediately clear. These guys are definitely students from the same clan. Yang waved off the danger, making it clear that these guys aren't even worth half a minute of tension. Mujin was done with games. He brought the guy down to the ground by striking the knee to the bone and held the blade at his throat, carefully watching the rest of the crowd. Maiyan's stomach screams that this is not a friendly reception, a complete trap for a deadly ambush. We were almost pushed into such a bloody hell. Mount HWA students on guard, hands on the guards, ready for a full fight. Even Yangchen begins to worry that his guards are crossing the line, but Maiyan cuts him off, confident that they haven't gone far enough yet. As soon as they stepped onto the field, their naked, bloodthirsty rage crashed down on him like a physical wave. Yang desperately begged them to listen to him until the end, completely shocked by the murderous fury of his own clan, yet still hopeful that he could somehow make them think. Mujin, completely confused, demands to know if these guys are really warriors from his own clan. One look at the symbol on their gear is enough to understand Yang was not bluffing. He looks them straight in the eyes and in a pleading tone asks to be allowed to handle this chaos personally. After long preparations finally sold, and Changchun barks an order to his guards to step back immediately. And now he finally unclenches his fingers, releasing Yang from the embrace of his deadly grip. He swears to settle the score face to face forever in this friendly, heartfelt conversation. He rushed to his team to coordinate the strategy, but before he could even utter a word, his own clan tore him to pieces, leaving Yanchen and Muyin completely stunned. The warriors come out into the light to clarify the situation. First, they offer a sincere apology and only then properly introduce themselves. They even blame everything on Yang, swearing that it was his reckless interference that made them believe it was a real ambush. The young master remains completely calm, brushes off all the drama, and even offers his own apology. He is itching to find out why these warriors came so far from the mountain, but the other immediately shuts his mouth, saying their mission is strictly classified. And then Yunj drops a real bombshell, makes a slip, and admits that one of their own simply disappeared without a trace. Something is very wrong here. When the elite Blossom Sword Squad from Mount HWA leads an attack, it simply cannot be that so many warriors vanished into thin air without a trace. That is exactly why they were on patrol, but Yang makes a pure rookie mistake. As soon as he senses power from the crew, he abandons his squad and charges headlong himself. Yunchun understands that his own energy has become a beacon that attracted everyone here, but Shin tells him to relax. He has already sealed the leak and neutralized the threat. Now he is officially out of sight, but Yang points directly at Yan Keog and shouts that they feel their own energy flowing into him in waves. The warriors confirm they feel his power buzzing inside him. The boy is completely paralyzed with shock. After all, Shin swore he personally sealed this energy. The legendary blade urges the boy, stop hesitating, get your secret stone and finish the fight. So this is his hidden secret technique all this time. This move completely blindsides both Yang and the warrior. Yanchun snatches the sacred relic of the mountain, the very legendary shrine that the sect leader foolishly lost in a match against the second elder. Eventually, everything comes together for Yang. That huge surge of energy he felt was actually coming from the blossom stone held by this boy. Meanwhile, the warrior is dying of impatience to find out why the boy is still clutching that mysterious object so tightly that his knuckles turn white. Yanchuan finally steps out of the shadows, introduces himself as the true heir of the Ku family, and announces that he has come to return the treasure back to the sect. Just hearing the name of the Ku clan, the entire Mount Hua direction is on the verge of an outbreak. This immediately sets them off, and before you can look around, they are already diving headfirst into a full market of rumors. The leader immediately begins to retreat backward, apologizing for his hostility as soon as he realizes that Yan Chan is actually elite royal blood, albeit far superior to them. Yang is clearly lost in his own thoughts, but finally breaks the silence and throws out a question that changes everything. Wait, the real mystery is not in him, it is in his sister. Before things got even more disgusting, his own team abandoned him because he couldn't stop talking and babbled nonsense at the worst possible moment. The fighter tries to look defiant, telling Yangchen that Yan is no longer a threat, but the funny thing is that he is scolded right in the middle of the sentence because he opened his mouth too early and kept talking. The boy begins to wonder if his older sister has officially become a real nightmare for the rest of the crew. And how funny it is, she plays completely indifferent, as if everything is under control, but deep inside our guy is already screaming internally because he is officially fed up with all her antics. Seeing that his sister has brought them to absolute hell, the boy apologizes and swears, as soon as he steps onto that mountain massif, he will pull her back into the clan. After learning that Yan Chun firmly decided to bring his sister home, the warriors simply go crazy. It's hard to believe, but the team is so uplifted by the news that they give him a legendary send-off and pay huge respect for finally stepping forward and taking responsibility for his sister. Mayan and Yanchun freeze in dead silence, and you can't help but think how many traumas she inflicted on those poor warriors to leave them so broken. Later that same night, the spotlight shifts to Yanchun's sister. Here she is standing right at the threshold of the teacher's door. But even before he stepped through that door at all, the old woman is simply stunned by the crazy courage of this boy. She sees how every evening he challenges the night, stretching to the dead darkness itself, and he has not a drop of fear. The student slowly makes his way forward, and his heavy steps echo with every landing. He loses control and crashes right into the embrace of her teacher. While they discuss her condition, she finally comes to life, finding a strange sense of calm simply enjoying the moonlight. Finally, she bursts out with a huge sigh of relief. The old woman's heart tightens because she understands. The time of their closeness is coming to an end. The girl will eventually have to pack her things and return to her real family. And as soon as she hears that the return back was even mentioned, she immediately freezes and literally turns to stone in the silence so clearly, there is no doubt, she still hates her family to madness. Her voice breaks with an icy growl as she bluntly says that these people are not her family and will never become her family. That bloody confession hits her master like a truck. He completely loses himself in his own thoughts. But she is not the type to meddle in other people's affairs, so she decides to just let it pass. That student bursts into the conversation to set everything straight and gives her master the respect he fully deserves. I mean, her mistress was the legendary Blossom Sage herself, right before this disease finally took her down. Now that legendary title is just a ghost of the past. She will keep guessing how much time she has left until her clock finally stops. In the dead of night, this writer flawlessly cuts through the horde of demons as if it were an ordinary Tuesday. And onto the stage comes B.A. Namgong. She just perfectly tore through a whole bunch of monsters and didn't even break a sweat, now standing there with a completely empty look as if she's deadly bored. She's hanging on by her last reserves, but then she feels it as if something is lurking nearby, hovering over her. Suddenly something mysterious, hiding just behind her, catches her eye. He throws Bia back into the mess, barely managing to dodge just in time. Then he wipes out its trail, closing the distance with several explosive, lightning-fast strikes. The next morning, Seola took kitchen duty and began setting up a huge banquet for the Mount Hua warriors. After all, they hadn't slept all night guarding the camp. Yang Jiang officially got tired of this mini-ghost who watches his every step, so he demands to know the fastest way to get rid of this little nuisance. Jin gives the boy a harsh hint. If he really had an escape plan, he wouldn't be stuck here babysitting this kid. Yangchen again stirs up a hornet's nest, calling the mini-ghost old grandpa, and this again triggers another wildly loud tirade about his glorious days as the legendary immortal sword. Yan Chong looks down on this pathetic, small loser with the same suspicion pure, without any admixture. He is already set to bring the answer out, but just as he is about to speak, Shin cuts in and interrupts to finish the thought. He understands the kid is nervous over complete nonsense because he doesn't care at all about kidnapping and using his body. It simply won't happen. The younger master of House Ku cannot process the news, especially since it comes from a real ghost, and Shin feels the unbearable weight of guilt and secrets that the boy hides deep inside. Trembling like a leaf, the boy stammers and asks questions desperately to finally understand what is really going on. Shin is completely confused. Yangchen has not the slightest idea about the literal chaos that is already tearing his own body apart from the inside. Before he can move, Shin delivers another devastating blow to the boy with a heavy question. He prowls the streets, grilling everyone in interrogations for any scrap of information they have about Bloody Demon. As soon as he hears this, the boy immediately becomes alert and doubt begins to gnaw at him, whether this legendary saber is really real. Yan Chun stops holding back and lays everything out as it is. He is dead sure. This guy is nothing but a complete fraud. That is, the legendary immortal sword. He personally put that demon to rest, so how could he completely forget the murder he committed with his own 2 hands? And imagine this tiny spirit drops a bomb, admits that he is also trapped in exactly the same snare. And for some crazy reason Shin's had a total 0 when it comes to what and how that fight with the demon really ended. Seeing this, Yanchen's face twists with pure, uncompromising horror. Realizing they are going in circles, he turns back again to the real mystery, the monstrous power living in his body. But suddenly, the little gadfly ghost has spun himself a huge, indifferent thought. His identity is questioned, so he officially declares a strike and refuses to help. But he still gives in, especially after Shin humorously admits that he also absolutely has no clue about the chaos happening inside Yang Chan's body. Tell about a brutal way to instantly cut off that conversation. The old man laughs. The guy absolutely has no clue, and it's especially funny because inside him, essentially, a huge, brutal energy is already hidden, right in his very soul. Shin gives his all to suppress this wild energy, but this power far surpasses anything he has dealt with before. Yang Chan miscalculated and didn't even suspect it would go this far. This dwarf ghost throws down a challenge. Let him take the wheel and see what he is really capable of. Before he can utter even a single no, the immortal warrior finally releases the steel grip. This unleashes a furious stream of dark energy, deeply buried in Yangchun. This disgusting, pulsating energy completely swallows the child alive, and tries to swallow him whole, desperately striving to devour every last fragment of his soul. Shin sharply slams on the brakes of his power impulse and realizes, even a very small jerk was enough to convey the thought. The boy shakes like a leaf, his head trembles and spins from the absolute nightmare he just experienced. The immortal sword puts everything in place. It is the only thing restraining that power, but even it has no idea why it is buried inside Yang Qian. The boy flutters with impatience to learn the answers, but Shin decides to cut the conversation short for today even when Yang Chun resists, putting up a huge attitude. Shin raises a finger to the sky, letting everyone understand he has serious matters to deal with up there. The boy surveys the area and everything looks completely and absolutely normal. As soon as he lowers his guard, he immediately encounters a harsh awakening. Suddenly, a huge pillar of purple light crashes down from the sky, striking the ground right next to the boy, terrifying the poor guy so much that he almost kicked the bucket. Yunchun screams with pure rage, a tiger's roar at the man who just seconds ago almost sent him to the other world. This absolute giant stands up to his full height and declares that his clan has been bound by an iron code since the dawn of time. In that rule, to call someone a friend, you first have to throw yourself into battle, only then do you earn that right. Yanchen's brain almost shorts out as he looks at that boy and tries to understand what absolute nonsense he is spouting. Shin, honestly, is just relieved to see that the legacy of his clan is still alive and continues to work. The young lord from House Ku is frozen in complete shock, unable to believe that these guys call this absolute chaos sparring. Yang quickly apologizes for the sudden ambush but admits curiosity got the better of him. He just had to find out what this martial arts master is really made of. Yan Chun blocks the strike, boasting that his sect, the Hua Mountains, is filled with elite masters. Call them whenever you want. This move knocks Yang off balance. He is completely cornered, and his face instantly dulls with pure disappointment. Shin looks Yan Chun straight in the eyes and lays everything out clearly. This kid is not some random brat. He is the key to their entire future. This boy is officially the youngest elite genius in history to rise through the ranks of his clan, standing there like a giant, immovable wall of pure, relentless talent. This is truly tragic, and that is exactly why Yang drowns in self-contempt. His god-level talent has effectively turned him into a complete social outcast. Sheena's jaw drops when this guy starts spilling secrets about a complete stranger, but let's not forget this mini poltergeist literally reads his mind, and I am dying to see how this chaos unfolds. To everyone's surprise, Yan Chun actually accepts the challenge. Usually, he would avoid a fight like the plague, but this time he is already in the game. He has gathered himself and is ready for war. As soon as the second Yang hears this, a huge, painfully cheeky smile grows on his face. He begins with a respectful bow, and then an electric crackling runs through his whole body as if he is finally releasing his own secret power. But here's the catch: that huge blow was not his at all. And so out of nowhere, this mysterious guy jumps out and with one crazy move breaks the poor guy's bones completely. He throws it like a rag doll right into the middle of the lake. Even Yan Chun goes crazy when he sees Bia Namgun appear here. but you know the Namgun clan is about to set this place on fire with their signature lightning. She is instantly obsessed, completely mad with joy as soon as she finally found her fiancé, whom she had lost long ago. Let's stop the moment and immediately dive into the past. Again, misfortune falls upon Yan Chun as he watches his most loyal comrade torn right from his hands. And right there stood Bea, the girl with legendary hair as white as snow. The light in her eyes begins to flicker and fade as she slowly drifts into darkness. She was completely stunned and could not understand why a guy like him was actually shedding tears because of her. Changchan, more stubborn than ever, simply brushed her off and declared that he was fine, insisting it was just rain. His explanation finally got through, but honestly, the truth turned out to be a complete knockout. In despair for the truth, he screams at the top of his lungs, demanding an answer. Why did she just turn around and run away, leaving him far behind? She had a million ways to leave, but she discarded caution and dove headfirst into complete chaos. She threw herself right under the blow, taking on the full, devastating force of the impact to protect him. To this day, Yanchen still cannot understand why she went so far for him. As life was slipping away from her, Bea caught his gaze and declared that she did everything just on a whim and gave her last breath to how the moon looks. Yunchun points to the sky, reminding that the moon is still high and the night is not over yet. Bea smiled as soon as she saw that her 2 months were safe. She realized Yanchuan was truly one of the most precious people to Haran. Just from this thought, her tragic end became much easier to endure. In a moment, her eyelids trembled, her eyes closed, her body grew cold. She finally slipped away from this world. Suddenly, this arrogant warrior steps onto the stage and struts disdainfully, mocking the very idea that demon people could ever fall in love. He incessantly mocked the demon, poking that he would soon reunite with Bea right in the grave. Yan Chun, in furious rage, lets out a roar at full volume, cursing the meteoric sword that he will personally make its death a living nightmare when its devastating demonic aura explodes. The memory abruptly breaks off and returns to reality, but Bea's smile became a spark that covered him in his head with a wave of memory so huge it rushed like a tsunami. Yunchan is completely confused and immediately brushes her off. She never has time to figure out what her real plan is. Just when she is about to reveal the truth about why she really came, suddenly the warrior's voice thunders in the air. He is about to die of impatience to find out if Yan Ko really conspired with that woman. He is convinced that she is some kind of alien criminal and is already gripping the blade, ready to cut her on the spot. Yangchen is completely paralyzed with fear as the warriors from Mount Hawa swarm her, drawing steel to finish her off forever. He panics and fusses in search of justification. His head short-circuits because Bea has just mercilessly defeated Yang, and now it is impossible to claim that they are a team but before he can open his mouth. Bea simply drops the final bomb and reveals the truth. They turn out to be engaged to each other. One single simple answer and the entire squad of warriors falls into a complete spin of misunderstanding. And yes, this also applies to that strange little geyser spray hanging in the air as if nothing happened. Officially, Yangchen is cornered and he has no choice, so he is forced to play by her rules. And the main trick, watching everyone start to lose their minds because the goddess actually chose such a pathetic, lower-level savage compared to Bea. He presses her against the wall and interrogates her about what exactly she is after. Yan Chen learns that Bea actually came for him, and suddenly every warrior in the room stops staring at her and starts burning our guy with looks, trying to figure out, is he real or just a huge fraud? Yangchen cannot understand why she had to resort to the nuclear method just for a meeting, but Shin only sighs and says that he is still a complete ignoramus about the vibe. The spirit cast one look at her and understood. Bea is working at full throttle. She pushed herself beyond the limit just to reach her beloved. From exhaustion, she is already completely drained. She didn't even figure out who the enemy was before rushing to save Yang Kaeon. Our guy is still losing his mind over how far she is willing to go, but that proves it. She will move mountains to get to him. This girl is a true ride or die. In a wild twist of events, Yan Chun actually sides with the Mount Hua warriors and declares that they will not allow this disrespect to pass even for a second. His jaw drops when he realizes even his own flesh and blood, Yang, is already stepping onto the stage. He is practically sparkling with excitement here. The princess looks just like a real goddess. Yanchan has completely lost his mind because he can't believe this guy is so foolishly slacking off on his duties. From the crest of pure arrogance, Bro challenges Yan Chen to a decisive battle, proving that Baiao's previous strike didn't even leave a scratch on his giant, tank-like body. Under the cover of darkness, the warriors freeze in dead silence, holding their breath until the tension reaches its limit. Meanwhile, Yang's heart is doing absolute somersaults. He completely loses self-control, his gaze slides to the absolute beauty standing to the side. Yan Ko barely starts sweating from that guy's crazy obsession, and this gives the floating old man the perfect excuse to tear him apart for envy. It's no longer even about jealousy. Our guy is in a furious rage. He took this fight as a pure favor, and this treacherous snake turned around and is trying to steal his girl. Jin sees a golden opportunity in this. Let the guy rise, snatch victory, and leave with something colossal. Realizing that Yangchun is too thick-headed to catch the message, Shin sees this as the perfect moment to fully test the guy's incredible new power. Turning back to the company, Seola and her friends are having fun together, but one thing gnaws at them: when and how be erect the party. In the very midst of this chaotic confrontation, Muyin is the only one who is really panicking about the safety of the young master. Students of Mount Hua are already throwing money, placing bets on who will emerge victorious. But let's be realistic, everyone has already crowned Yang as the winner, because his god-level talent puts an end to this fight. When he is just resting, he is a complete fool, but as soon as the gloves appear, he instantly turns into a true demon. And that's not all. Shin definitely sees exactly what is happening. Exactly at the moment when Blossom Warrior draws steel and prepares to unleash a world of pain on everyone. He releases every particle of his power, wrapping himself in a giant, wild whirl of petals. Showing considerable respect, he loudly announces his first move, and only then does he fully unleash the move. Hearing the power reach a boiling point, our guy finally lets those burning flames break through. He left the whole crowd with their mouths agape, pure mastery of internal energy control. This move really managed to completely catch the legendary Sovereign Sword by surprise. Yan Chun spills into a fiery mantle like his sister, but inside he drowns in self-pity, convinced that his fire is only a barely flickering candle against the insurmountable hell of Hebe. His enormous aura completely confuses the enemy, and Yun looks absolutely stunned. Yanshin begins to wonder, could it be that his opponent is finally trembling in his boots as the power spills over to a whole new level? He grips the hilt so tightly that his fingers turn white, ready to unleash absolute chaos. The warrior of Quick Blossom doesn't even blink. He rushes forward and is ready to meet the young master one-on-one. He starts with a simple attack, but it is ignited by pure insane speed. He releases every ounce of his strength outward, leaving a shining trail behind, and sharply crashes straight into the blazing hell of Yangchun. Yang finally swings out his hammer and unleashes the monster from the attack. Our guy doesn't even flinch, he just stares at him with a stone-cold, emotionless gaze or he simply brushes off the blow and directs it into the sky with a single indifferent flick. In a moment, Yanchun's fist, a complete smear, crashes deep into the warrior's belly. The blow pushes him so hard that he flies like a human rocket, and Yang twists in absolute, unbearable pain. The entire crowd goes crazy, completely stunned by the madness unfolding right before their eyes. The sword simply shattered into a million pieces. The result of this match is so impressive that even the legendary Sovereign Sword remains completely speechless. Yan Chan stands opposite the charred remains of the field, while his opponent smolders in the dust. The fight suddenly ends with a brutal blow. Without wasting a second, Bia rushes out of the group and approaches her fiancé to pin him to the ground. He doesn't waste a second, challenges her to a fight right now. He thinks she is rolling down again and needs to be reminded. He literally just fought for his life against another opponent. Gorbija has no more counter-arguments left, so she simply finishes him off with the sweetest, deadly look. She just goes crazy, and that blade hanging in the air is just waiting for the signal to strike. Spirit notices this at the very second it happens. Yan Chun realizes if he delays any longer, it will turn into a complete nightmare, so he seizes the moment and immediately records their next clash right here. He is glad that he is truly ready for the fight. His fiancée grabs his hands and shines at him with a look of pure delight. Ran ahead all the way to the dead of night, and now everything is about to become much harsher. Yan Keian is just sitting there full zen, but his fiery aura really explodes like a bomb. Shin is simply amazed. The fourth bell can already touch the central core, but Yanshin just shrugs as if there is nothing special about it. Shin insists that the guy is packed with an incredibly terrifying amount of raw talent, but warns, if he overexerts his main resource too far, this whole machine might go into full overdrive and explode in his face. Yan Chun digs into the secrets of his power and stumbles upon a dangerous trap. His core reacts directly to his energy, so the more power he releases, the more oppressive the pressure grows inside him. This means the child is doomed to basic fire bursts. Try something more complex, such a load on the body will tear his core apart completely. This news is a real blow to Yan Chun's heart, as he was convinced his path upward would have no end. Now he is officially pinned to a plateau. He will have to sit and wait until it passes. Yang crashes into Yangchun's training and freezes, seeing his opponent completely broken even though Yang himself won. The boy demands an explanation of what exactly he is supposed to do here. Yang sharply bowed to him all the way down, thanking him for the chance to turn this devastating defeat into a grand lesson. Yang quickly realized this was not some mindless fight, but a harsh lesson that Yang Qin was trying to beat out of him. Shin is literally thrilled by Yang's reaction because seeing him accept defeat with a smile means one thing: he has the heart to turn every failure into insane growth. Meanwhile, Yang Chun completely loses control, reproaching himself for almost dying during ordinary training, but tells Yang he had no plan, yet he's still thrilled that he actually leveled up after their bloody clash. Yang just received a harsh reality check. Returning to the Mount Hua sect, everyone praised him as the best genius of his generation. But when he saw Yang Chun tearing through everyone here, his perception of the outside world simply shattered. Now he will wonder how much blood, sweat, and tears young Master House Ku had to shed to climb those divine heights. Yang Chun is practically going crazy in his head. He's massacring this guy, while Shin keeps tugging him relentlessly. Shut up and just listen. Yang walks away sincerely grateful for this experience, while Yang Chen remains completely stunned by his strange behavior. To make things even more twisted, Tai is the same worthless bastard he once tore apart piece by piece during his bloody reign. This seriously grates on his nerves, but there's no stopping now, so come on, let's keep the pace. Meanwhile, we move to Seola, who is now. She is drawing this battle for her grandfather as if it were a high-speed blockbuster, chattering non-stop so he feels every epic moment. She drops a bombshell for her grandmother and reports a new crisis, and honestly, it looks like a total nightmare is about to erupt. But as soon as you realize it's just this poor little potato, and she's in a frenzy in February because the young master took off alone and even got engaged. She was expecting a celebration, but instead just walked into a room boiling with pure rage. Her grandfather is completely bewildered by her outburst until the truth hits him like a truck. Seola directly admits she has absolutely no idea what an engagement is and what it is supposed to mean. Our little potato literally goes into absolute charm mode and declares that only she dares to mess with the young master. Apparently, someone is a bit jealous of the territory. The Sword Lord finally shatters the innocence of the little girl and pours out a huge truth about what an engagement really means. And then the shock suddenly tears her out of the empty trance and brings her back to reality. The dust from his fight with Yang hasn't settled yet, and a whole mountain collapse of fresh problems has already fallen on him. At first, Seola looks simply devastated, a crazy shock, because usually she is the first to lose her head over food. It has gone so far that even her own grandfather begins to panic. Potato Girl just shakes her head and finally gives up. Meanwhile, Yunchun harshly nags her, asks why she only picks at her food instead of really eating. He even scolds her for constant snacking, warning that she will just spoil her appetite before a proper meal. While she is busy, Baya snoops around looking for something to grab and eat. And suddenly Seola abruptly snatches it right from her bowl and starts devouring it herself. Not stepping back a single step, the girl Namgung rushes forward to the second round. Again, the same events unfold all over the world. Seola fires back with cold, relentless precision like a real machine. Yunchun is already ready to demand what the hell is her problem, but before he can even open his mouth, his terribly angry grandfather just loses it when he sees how she eats like a complete failure. Poor Seola looks simply broken as she suddenly begins to feel complete horror. He finally breaks down, collapses into tears and screams that they are all complete idiots. Wasting not a second, she jumps up and rushes to sort things out herself. She leaves her grandfather behind and sets off alone to face the burden of the world head-on. Our guy is still wandering in the dark and wondering if Bia is controlling everything, but it turns out his fiancée is completely innocent. After that confrontation with Yang, his servant behaves very strangely, and it is clear that she is furious about something he has no idea about. But hold on, the very next morning everything suddenly went to absolute collapse. Yanchun abruptly jumped out of sleep and looked as if he had been fighting his own nightmares all night. Setting up camp at such a long distance is simply exhausting, but he does it as if he has lived his whole life relying on what the earth provides. He is busy greedily drinking water from the nearby river. Our guy flies straight into a huge machine with a torn 69-pack and a body that looks as if it was ripped straight from Baki. Yang suggests that the two of them head to the training squads, but the young master quietly goes mad when he sees this guy strolling freely at dawn, shirtless. Shin suddenly stands up to defend the shirtless guy, stating that a warrior's body is his main pride, and that a Mount Hua disciple becomes deadlier every time he pushes himself to the limits of physical capability. Overall, they drive these guys to the absolute limit so that at the next stage Mr. Olympia can turn them into real monsters. Our guy immediately rejects Yang's offer without any hesitation, stating that he has much bigger problems to solve and now Yang is burning with the desire to find out what is so important. Yang's gut feeling sharpens. Could today finally be the day when his whole world turns upside down? Yanchun freezes for a moment, finally allowing the enormous weight of this day to settle in his soul. We focus on him again. He stubbornly continues to push forward, clanking and shaking the entire crew inside. After an exhausting journey, they finally reach the very heart of the Mount Hua clan headquarters. Move to the next scene. Yangchen simply loses his composure and defends with curses that madman who decided to set up a base right on the mountain. Honestly, it's incredibly refreshing that these warriors are truly adequate, unlike other toxic clans. The Sex Warrior Squad advises Yanchun to just hide in the carriage for the night and wait for dawn to climb these stairs. But when he has the legendary Blossom Stone in his hands, the young master knows he cannot waste a second. He must immediately get to the top right now. Hearing this, Yang warns him, let him seriously reconsider his next move. Yangchun decides to fold up and spend the whole night right in the carriage. He lets the Mount Hua disciples finish their night reports, orders Yan not to leave the young master's side, and guarantees that tomorrow he will reach the place safely and without losses. But our guy actually tells Yang to just go with the others enough because he's been babysitting for too long. The young genius heard the plan and let out such a huge, exhausted sigh that it became crystal clear he is categorically against it. And somehow suddenly, thanks to his wild reaction earlier, Yang officially stuck to the overnight stay together with the whole squad. Yangchun quickly realizes, for his bosses, this guy is probably a complete headache. When this mess was finally sorted out, Ciola immediately returns to her usual self. He completely blows the younger lord's mind, serves legendary dumplings at night hidden behind a secret recipe. Yang Kaon is wildly inspired to finally find even a ray of light in this chaos and is ready to savor every second. To complete shock, even his servant offers him a drink, suddenly too polite for such a situation. Now he is left alone, scratching the back of his head with no idea what the hell actually triggered this huge 180-degree turn. He just laughs through it and truly rejoices that she is the one helping him. Yang Chan is puzzled by this mystery because just a few days ago this girl was a complete emotional wreck and now behaves as if everything is absolutely normal. To lift her spirits, he gives her a huge head pat as a reward for a job well done. She is simply on cloud 9 and enjoying every second. He directly kills the mood, reminding her that she usually does everything exactly the opposite. She is never as sweet as in this version of herself. Suddenly Bia appears out of nowhere and tries to feed our guy a dumpling as if this is completely normal. Yang Chan imagines a fight between these women, thoughts racing as he tries to calculate the perfect move. For now, Ciola drinks in her with that most terrible demonic look like that of an executed enemy, as if she is her sworn rival. She doesn't even hesitate, she just takes and destroys those scoundrels with one huge bite. She pushes it into herself for her master, and at the same time throws a look at Baya that could kill. Even when he was caught completely by surprise, with no chance to dodge. Instead of burning with rage, Groom Yunchin remains completely calm and only warmly smiles at her. You can see how guilt begins to eat away at Ciola as soon as she realizes exactly how she just behaved. Our guy definitely feels the tense atmosphere in the air, but honestly he's going crazy because they won't even let him eat properly. Now he's already miles ahead, leaving Yanchin and his cart eating his dust. Finally, the shadowy conspirators behind the disappearance of the Mount Hoa students emerge from the darkness. The big boss rages madly. His worthless accomplices turned out to be too thoughtless to cover their tracks, leaving a huge trail of clues for the Mount Hua sect. He curses their luck, realizing they have officially hit a dead end and will not squeeze a single drop of value from this nightmare anymore. The lackey swears he will deliver that report straight to the main palace. They make everything clear. If he misses that deadline, the report will have to be handed over with his own limbs. Plus, the spy just dropped a bomb. The legendary divine physician has finally been spotted in the Shaanxi region. This huge bomb-dropping strike covers their grim, petrified leader as if a truck is rushing straight at him. He hears that the divine physician first hid in Anhui, but now, having been tracked down and cornered in Shaanxi, his scouts are combing every inch of the province to precisely figure out where exactly he is hiding. The ruler rises from the throne and calls his servant by name, Bei Chun. He presses the sword right into the traitor's neck, pressing him that the orders were crystal clear, never to involve their own. Trembling like a leaf and clutching his throat with the sword, Baiken panics and shouts that he is just following the orders of the son of the palace himself. This is the only thing that can really keep the boss from losing it. He rubs his head trying to understand what they want from the divine physician until he realizes their twisted goal is to imprison him forever in a secret underground dungeon. For our main guy, this whole show is pure sleepy boredom. And here you go, the leader just got the green light to completely destroy everything that stands in their way, whether people or anything else. This means he was given the green light to remove anyone in the way just to obtain and capture the divine physician. This absolute psychopath is almost trembling with joy, smiling from ear to ear and rejoicing at the chance to start a complete massacre just like that, for the sake of the feeling itself. Returning to Mount Hua, Yan Chun wheezes as if about to vomit his lungs. He finally conquered the summit, but he was completely wrecked by those stairs just like Po from Kung Fu Panda. He has completely lost his mind, shouting at the genius who decided to build this fortress in the clouds and hurling curses without end. Yang adds insult to injury, stating that the elders used this cruel Othrak to teach them a lesson about hard work, which makes Yan Chun amusingly boil over and grill the annoying spirit for the truth. But best of all, even Shin thinks that building this place so high was a complete disaster. Seola climbs the cliff as if it's a piece of cake and even offers to carry him, but his huge pride won't let him accept help. Dia stays completely cool, even reaching out and helping her fiancé to stand up. She dampens every step Seola tries to take, and the expression on Potato Face Girl's face tells you everything you need to know. Yanchun suddenly jumps to his feet and, for some utterly incredible reason, actually bows deeply and respectfully. Shin mocks him, calling him a complete clown for being too stupid to understand what just happened right before his eyes. You feel that this is not just another day for Bia, this moment means the whole world. She clenches her hands tightly, still trembling from the electricity of her fiancé's touch. And then there's Seola, a tiny ball of rage, just a hot kitty, waiting for any excuse to snap and go wild. Yanchun suddenly realizes she is bowing not out of respect, she wants him to give her exactly the same head slap as he just gave his servant. He is already on the verge of pulling everything out, but suddenly everything goes completely awry. Seola immediately jumps into the frame and starts stroking her head. It's crystal clear that she has completely forgotten about Yanchun. It's hard to believe, but the girl with white hair is actually completely for how everything turned out. She throws her fiancé a confident smile and knows deep inside, next time it will happen anyway. Every time she lights him up with that smile, you immediately understand, our guy is completely at rock bottom. Desperately trying to clear his head, Yanchun shifts his gaze and watches how the rest of the squad is holding up. Grandfather Seola and Mayan look as if they have finally gotten lucky and are out of danger, but this silence is about to shatter into pieces. Meanwhile, another servant gasps for air and clings to life during the ascent, completely satisfied that he was thrown away like useless baggage. But our guy won't let her throw away her life on those stairs, so he rushes forward and finds someone to support Ganhwa instead of him. And now the gates of the Mount Hua clan finally open wide for the young master Heiesku. Their main boss finally steps out of the shadows to meet them face to face. And here's the thing, the old man is an exact copy of that legendary immortal sword spirit. Clan leader suddenly lunges forward and grabs the child by the shoulders. He smiles ear to ear, pouring out like a nightingale about how he has long been dying for the child to finally appear before his eyes. Just as the leader Elder Rian was mercilessly defeated and lost to Blossom Stone, the other clan elders went after him right for his blood. Meanwhile, our guy is giving his all to introduce himself. This old grabber goes crazy without stopping, shaking him like a rag and not letting go. Lord Hua drops a bombshell. Rian actually sent a letter right before the guy arrived, and by this made it clear that he is here only to return the stone and take his sister home. Yanchun is beaming now. He can finally stop wasting breath explaining every little detail to these people. He confirms it here, and now these two things are the absolute reason why he came. But wait, Lord Hua points out that Rian missed one huge nuance. That crazy energy he feels is right now flowing from Yanchua. Just hearing that name, our guy immediately activates mode. He knows that a complete mess is about to start. In the main shock, he was completely caught off guard when Sovereign Sword himself crashed the party, and he kept a calm appearance and blended in with the crowd like just another face among others. And despite everything, Lord Hua restrains himself and does not approach the boy closely. He decides that they are already completely exhausted, so he orders the guard to personally arrange their stay and ensure that they finally get a proper rest. And so as soon as they move on, they finally break through, stepping into a hidden sanctuary where a sea of sakura fills everything around. Suspended in this strange chaos, Yan Chan turns to Shin for a hint, fully expecting him to give him genuine gold. The floating old spirit just chuckles. He knows. As soon as the boy starts extracting his raw power from the stone, such a wild reaction is completely usual. The leader of the Blossom clan barely lets them catch their breath, grabbing everyone for an emergency meeting and apologizing for the lack of sleep. He completely loses his mind because the boy absorbed all that power from the Blossom Stone and now strolls around as if it means nothing. Yanchun actually brushes off his worries and simply adapts to him right during the meeting. The chief repeatedly replays the reports in his head, doubting whether Yangcheng's body really just accidentally absorbed all that insane power from the stone. For a moment, the child just stands still, fully focused, as if lost in deep thought. He curls closer to Shin to plan the next move, and the flying spirit orders him to stop overthinking and just stick to his version. The clan leader is extremely confused because this boy not only devoured the stone's power, he somehow juggles a whole cocktail of conflicting auras, and this promises big trouble. Finally, he climbs down from the child and decides to get to work. His mission is to first reunite him with his sister. Yunjan Chan is forced to follow his leader like a shadow, doomed, trembling, to find out where they are really heading, but the old man just brushes it off with a cold, mocking laugh. He throws out a terrifying truth: after swallowing that legendary stone food, he has no chance of getting away without punishment. The boy simply nods silently at the plan, and his expression does not reveal anything, completely calm, like stone. The clan leader shudders and is completely confused, but Yanchun does not even blink, calmly explaining that surviving the nightmare that the second brother became for him made him impossible to scare. Only upon hearing the name Ryun does the sect leader fall into complete rage, as if the very fact that he is compared to that boy is a deadly insult. No jokes, the leader lowers the hammer. Finally, it is time to meet that boy's sister. We switch to a quiet corner of the temple where all this fuss finally dies down. We switch to the same high-status lady now. She is undergoing a tense medical examination to find out how she is really holding up. The results are a complete nightmare. It is visible how her blood flow is wildly and uncontrollably accelerating. Her body completely cannot withstand its own energy, and with each passing second, she seems to be rotting from the inside out. Even after surviving all that exhausting, soul-tearing hell, she spreads before her student a continuous show of power, pretending as if this pain means absolutely nothing. But the healer immediately sees through this trick. She knows that she only pretends confidence to appear strong before her student. Our healer is hit by a real bomb when she realizes she has been suffering from this disease for 4 years. And if you are curious about how exactly she got it, the story is actually crazy. Just the memory of that scene hits her so hard that she completely freezes mid-word. Sister Yanchun is trembling with anxiety for her master, her face twisted, a complete mixture of reproach and disappointment. His coughing fits get out of control. With every second, they become increasingly severe. This forces her student to rush into battle just to save her skin. She does not explain any details, just quickly thanks the doctor and rushes away. The healer suspects that a hidden seal is behind her illness, but even he could not find any trace of it in her energy, and yes, he is not just some local doctor, but the legendary divine physician himself. But he simply hates that name and demands that everyone call him Elder Tay. She finally breaks down and asks the only question that has been gnawing at her all along: how much time does she have left before her clock runs out? Her face is pure despair as she imagines the pitiful state of her master. Elder Tay drops a real bombshell, revealing the terrible truth: she will not survive the next winter. Instead of trembling at the announcement, the master does not even flinch. He simply looks his harsh fate straight in the eyes. You can clearly see her whole figure trembles like a leaf. Memories of her days of glory wash over her like a wave and take her back to a time when she was a legendary, super strong force of Mount Hwa, soaring high into the skies and destroying everyone around. Now she is completely trapped in this situation without any way back. Elder Tay swears to give his all to save her and orders the children to get away, but the girl is clearly trembling with doubt. Her master sharply snaps at her and it becomes crystal clear: she must start following orders. Her cough suddenly becomes wild, and before she can realize it, she starts coughing up blood right into a handkerchief. He is in a furious rage and the little one has no choice. He will have to surrender and submit, but that's not even half of it. Our guy is going crazy, has completely losing it on these endless stairs from the moment he stepped into this damn hell base. The clan leader pushes him beyond the limit with his sermons about the same work until exhaustion, and he begins to pour out his anger on the spirit of the immortal sword living in his head. Yanchuan notices his sister falling out of the temple, barely standing on her feet, her face covered in tears, her nose burning bright red from non-stop sobbing. She suddenly slammed on the brakes to a dead stop, her jaw dropping when she realized her own brother, the last person she expected to see, was standing here. Even the legendary Yanchuan was caught completely off guard. His sister does not accept this, immediately cornering him and demanding, "What is he even doing there?" She slammed the brakes so sharply that the person behind her crashed right into the back of her head. They collided head-on, and from the colossal impact, both were completely shattered. Yanchuan immediately aims at this boy, those unmistakable white streaks cutting through his jet black hair. It seems this boy should not be a problem for us, but for some reason our guy is so fired up by this that a blind rage covers him. He completely cuts the safeties, and all his devastating power, down to the last crumb, bursts explosively outward. Let's go back and see what exactly pushed our hero to the edge at the moment he abruptly opened those ancient temple gates. Yanchuan finally stood face to face, shoulder to shoulder, against the brilliant mastermind who was pulling the strings of the heavenly demon. He made a loud shout-out to the demon's single combatant, praised him so much, and could no longer wait for the beast to finally return with a great triumph. And he felt it in his stomach, something was terribly wrong. Yanchuan was literally boiling, his face twisted in rare explosive rage, as if every step he takes erases these demonic people like a walk in the park. Now that's what I call the legendary Oriflex. The strategist was burning with impatience to find out what exactly could have ignited such an undeniable fire of rage inside Yanchuan. He immediately connected everything with the death of Bayan Gung. He believed that his murder was the spark that triggered this brutal revenge. At this stage, our guy bursts from the spot with such force that an incredible reserve of raw power rages within him. His aura was so devastating that the strategist's legs literally buckled under the pressure. He kept twisting the wound, mocking Yanchuan, saying that this was the entire master plan of the heavenly demon and there was nothing he could do to stop it. Absolutely furious, Yanchuan sharply steps forward and goes straight into his face. He shock fills his hand with a stream of raw demonic power. At the very moment, he rushed forward to unleash his devastating strike. Using skillful psychological techniques, they hammered into him. The Queen Demon is his superior in rank. As a result, the fighter master had no choice but to obey her every command. These words hit like a brick wall, causing Yanchuan to freeze and stop the attack midair. One could feel pure, unadulterated rage as he looked at the degenerate. It itched so much that he wanted to end his life right here and now, yet he restrained himself. Having driven this complete degenerate into a dead end, he is forced to launch an attack in all directions just to survive under such incredible pressure. He simply turned his back to him and gave him the coldest cold shoulder. Just as he was about to leave, the strategist sharply stopped him, reminding, "The heavenly sovereign has already been ended. And it will not last long, or a sovereign will come in a moment to take its place." And finally, the third sovereign, Seola's own grandfather, in that desperate clash against Heavenly Demon, actually lost an entire arm. When all three sovereigns were finally destroyed, the strategist was immensely certain the Heavenly Demon was about to completely overturn the scenario. He would simply have dumped that excessive burden on someone else, and in his mind, Yanchuan was the perfect target to rise up and intercept the nightmare of demon rule. Only once to relive that nightmare agony, and in it flares such blind rage that he suddenly jumps forward and grabs the mysterious stranger. He literally squeezes life out of him with just one look, so cold, as if he is not human at all. That demonic force hidden deep within him finally begins to boil. His sister trembles with pure horror, watching as her brother finally snaps and plunges into complete madness. Yanchuan looks as if he has finally lost his mind and gone completely over the edge. This forced the clan leader with a stone face to finally step forward and take full control. Lord Hua reaches out to cover the boy's eyes, and he gives the child a chilling warning. What he is about to do will hurt unbearably, like hell itself. The scene switches again to the divine doctor and his patient. Both are suddenly jerked by the boy's blood-curdling scream coming from the right, somewhere off-screen. Lord Hua is beaming. The doctor is already here, and even more so because he just arrived, bringing with him a completely new patient. And imagine if this patient is actually the young master himself, lying there completely unconscious. Elder T gets fired up as soon as someone dares to utter that special title of his. He has such a legendary reputation that it almost enters the room before he does. To the whole world, he is a god-level miracle worker who can cure literally any disease with a single strike. And strangely enough, it is this legend that ultimately heals Yang Chun. On his path is the terrifying Blossom Sword Queen, and here's the thing. Her star pupil is Ryan Hwaku, who also turns out to be the half-sister of our MC. And imagine this, the star pupil of the Divine Doctor is actually Yejul Hook, the man destined to become the legendary mastermind behind the Demon Empire. Immediately, as soon as the young master finally regains consciousness, the full weight of this situation falls squarely on his shoulders. And he will have to explain seriously, especially after he almost squeezed the life out of Jiggle. He looks around the mess he is in, and the only thought is completely lost, and this, essentially, roars in his head. So much time has passed since he last crossed paths with this guy, but he knows, long time no see won't save his skin today. The craziest twist, the secret connection of Jiggle with the legendary Dr. Elder Tay, especially when all his plans are now collapsing and burning. But imagine even the spirit of Shin has completely disappeared, so Yang Jiangyu is left all alone to drag this nightmare. The boy simply cannot pull himself together, draws a complete blank, and has absolutely no idea what to answer. Somehow, the clan leader reads our boy like an open book and cuts straight to the chase, whether his memory is a total void. Yanchun is completely stunned. Those shocking words knocked him off his feet and left him trembling from the shock. And imagine, even the clan leader has absolutely no idea what exactly could have triggered that crazy idea. We are analyzing this incredible madness show. All this really happened. Lord Hua begs Elder Tay to examine the child once more, but the legendary doctor throws a furious fit and outright refuses. While these two old fossils are settling their scores in a fight, Queen Blossom seizes the moment and corners our guy for a short one-on-one conversation. He is completely confused. She actually knows who he is. After all, she was his mom's most devoted best friend, Chi-On-hee. Her words hit him like a ton of bricks, and the kid froze completely silent. Believe it or not, but Queen of Swords is surprisingly boiling. They finally met face to face. In Ryung Hwa, she is all on edge, keeping her guard at maximum and looking back vigilantly. She tells Yang Chin that his aura is a complete mirror of his mother's aura, and praises him for having such a huge, golden heart. Those farewell words, she turns around and tears away from there. But the clan head changes the rules of the game, offers a priceless letter of dragon herb just for a chance to examine Yangchun's body. That man was boiling with rage. Elder Tay finally gives in and agrees to fulfill one last request for Lord Hua. Yang Ko did not hesitate for a second, calmly extended his hand so the elder could begin the examination. Elder Tay's skin tingles as soon as he senses a massive, suffocating surge of dark energy festering somewhere deep inside the boy. Finally, it breaks free on its own, escaping the desperate grip of the child. Lord Hua instantly taps into the strange power lurking deep within the child's body. Elder Tay takes everything upon himself and drops the first bombshell. It turns out they are dealing with not just one huge problem. The conclusion is simple. Yanchun is nothing less than literally a walking corpse. This bombshell sends a chill under the boy's skin. He trembles even though he still absolutely does not understand the real threat. The Divine Doctor is stunned. Inside the child's body, he finds a chaotic mixture of energies quarreling among themselves, and honestly, the fact that he is even standing is a complete miracle. After Yan Chun drank the Demon Stone, the Blossom Stone, and that white stone from the snake, he effectively becomes a human blender, placing all hope on these multicolored energies eventually clashing and merging into one. He considered himself the master of his own power, but Shin's warning hit right at the heart. Something deep inside is directly stealing and replacing his energy. Out of nowhere, a mini-ghost suddenly materializes to interrupt the child and declare that he is not dead right. The boy is completely confused, begging to be told where the hell this guy was when his life was literally plunging into the abyss. That tiny ghost swears he lost contact the very moment our boy went into a full rampage, and upon hearing Elder Tay's verdict, Immortal Sword finally grasped the terrible truth about the boy's illness. The only reason he is still alive is that insidious dark energy pulsing through his veins. That dark energy fights for complete dominance, suppressing other forces so they don't spiral into pure chaos. With the storm energy already swirling inside him, Yan Chun is itching to find out what his next big move will be. Even Elder Tay thinks the child is doomed. Only one heartbeat remains before this power explodes if things go awry. This boy's body could simply detonate on the spot, and even the legendary divine healer cannot do anything with Yanchuan. And on top of that, he shows that the child's body is so unstable that she could literally die at any moment even while just having a snack or taking a bath. This news is a real blow to Yang Kyoyuan. And for Lord Hua, this news is not just bad, it is a complete nightmare, many times worse than he ever imagined. Reincarnates is completely confused at how does her brother stay so calm when his life literally hangs by a thread. The boy just brushes it off, telling them, as long as he is still breathing, they have absolutely nothing to fear. The words fade and the whole room sinks into a heavy, suffocating silence. Now he gasps for air, but in his mind rages anxiety for Reincarnates. She desperately needs medical help and a way home. Despite the fact that she stubbornly dug her heels into the ground and openly refused to return home. Yan Chun warns her, staying is her choice, but she better be ready for the real storm their father will raise as soon as he hears that she disobeys him. His words struck right at the heart, forcing her to admit the cold truth. Their father is a bloody, soulless body, and if she got stuck here forever, he wouldn't even bat an eye. Lord Hua watches their every move like a hawk before intervening with the main recommendation. Yan Chun retreats to his chambers to catch his breath and recover some strength. The boy sets off but first throws a final reminder. Very soon he will go to the doctor again. He is already storming out straight from the room. Even Elder Tay is forced to admit, this kid is the most witchy troublemaker of all he has ever met, and Sword Blossom Queen stands nearby feeling that something is clearly wrong with the boy. Vice did not blink when certain death was already staring him in the faces if he had long since settled accounts with this life for good. When night falls, we see the young master quietly strolling alone, and it seems as if he has no worries at all. The ancient spirit completely loses his temper and cannot understand how this boy remains so ice-breakingly calm, even after hearing the horror frank revelation. Shin asks if the master plan is really just endlessly filling stomachs until the world ends, and Yanshin just shrugs, as if the apocalypse doesn't concern him. He spent his whole life piling up offenses, so honestly this cruel karma the universe is finally balancing the scales. The immortal blade is completely confused, thinking that it simply can't be that a child of such age would spout wisdom like that. Yan Chen returns to the room and almost has a heart attack when he sees Bio, who is just sprawled out in his bed and he has absolutely no idea what she is up to. And she doesn't even think about backing down, she stands her ground firmly, to make a move and spend the night with him. The main tease how Shin trolls Yangchen because she has a child before she sticks to the world, and our guy remains ice-cold calm and simply tells her to get back to her room. Plot twist, only one room is left in the place, so these two have to share one bed whether they are ready for it or not. Yanshin feels it in his bones. This whole mess boils down to a dirty scheme hatched by the second elder. Knowing he can always rely on the loyal guard Mayan for a safe place to fall and rest, our guy finally makes his move and sets off. Suddenly Bio rushes forward and grabs his hand. He begs her to just keep him in bed, and nothing more such a soul-crushing gesture that honestly, it would immediately break any guy. But somehow Ching Chun keeps a full poker face, looking straight into her eyes and not flinching for a moment. Suddenly he bursts out, he starts laughing, and she completely loses her guard but then realizes he is not trying to mock her. Dia's heart is just wildly joyful. She finally caught the moment when he showed her a genuine, sincere smile. Just as Yan Kaon is turning to leave, she suddenly reaches out and grabs his wrist, instantly stopping him in his tracks. She interrupts him mid-step, gently guiding her palm until it presses right against his face. She throws out the sweetest chilled offer to stay the night together, and honestly I haven't seen romance pick up speed this fast, suspiciously perfect how everything falls into place. But most hero guys would have broken by now, and ours is holding on. He's definitely not the type to jump into simp mode. Meanwhile, the Sword Sovereign raises havoc at Lord Hua's estate at night and finally finds the divine healer he so longed to meet. For now, the legendary masters of Shaolin and Wudang are also hunting the Sword Sovereign. Lord Hua starts sweating, convinced that the cunning Sword Sovereign has already figured out the doctor's secret location. The Shaolin Elder actually signs off on this and knows perfectly well that a huge energy barrier is covering him. And surprisingly, he didn't break through by force. Instead, he showed serious respect to the Mount Hwa sect. The Sword Sovereign demands a private one-on-one meeting with Elder Tay. Lord Hua stops him mid-sentence, reminds him that there is already another patient on the table, and throws out a cold truth. This meeting definitely won't end the way he wants. Among the dancing cherry blossoms, Lord Hua suggests a cunning option to patch up his failure, but it will come at a great cost. Morning rolls in and the child looks like a complete zombie. It's clear she's still shaking after that absolute nightmare of a night. He still ended up in the same bed with her, but that guy was so aroused and constantly on edge that he didn't catch a single second of sleep. Shin completely petrified from the fact that these two still haven't moved a finger, but the young master tugs him shut up because he's already a complete wreck from lack of sleep. Despite all that drama, he still finally spent the night with her. Yangchun gave in only because after he refused her, she was practically choking on internal energy, and he knew, if he didn't start listening, she would unquestionably tear him apart. That little ghostly spirit hanging in the air simply exhales with relief. Seola didn't catch them when they shared one bed. At first, Yangchun notices nothing at all. He doesn't even suspect that it wouldn't have changed anything anyway. Then the gears finally turn and everything falls into place. Seola has been a complete pest ever since Bia returned to the team, and the best part is watching our guy frantically fuss to ensure she never catches them together. His heart sinks somewhere into his stomach when he realizes she is already looming right behind his back. And honestly, her facial expression is just demonic. Just in time, his fiancée decides to crash the party too. He sharply grabs and immediately spins around abruptly, looking at the servant. She asks Seola if she slept well, but the maid jerks sharply. Her rage boils and turns into pure, tearful heartbreak. She spits poison, calling them all selfish, and boils over losing a night with the young lord, and her pitiful plea goes on and on. Yun Jiang is already going completely crazy, but his fiancée just shrugs and casually says she wouldn't care if they actually see it through to the end. She is totally fine with me staying close to her, but damn, this story is rushing in such a crazy direction I couldn't even imagine. But honestly, Seola is just enjoying it at full throttle because finally in the team. A moment more and she dives onto the bed, bursting with euphoria. Finally, she was invited. Yanchun's fiancé is simply delighted by this, and the kid, he just accepts it all, not a word of protest. Yang crashes into their room and suddenly real hellish chaos. Yangchun opens his eyes and sees he is living a dream trapped in bed between two girls. It's written all over his face. He's going crazy just like us. He disappears in a literal flash, dashing away at the speed of light so they can sort out their own affairs. Shin says the only saving virtue of the Mount Hua sect is that its members are truly sober-minded and not interested in silly rumors to spread petty gossip elsewhere. Shin is clearly lying because in the very next scene, Lord Hua scolds Yan Kaiyan for being caught in bed with two women. And now the boy has a huge new headache, and since he doesn't care about this meeting, he simply turns around and disappears. Out of the blue, the clan leader stops the boy and starts interrogating him about that small shop he visited yesterday. But Yan Chun could never forget the day he first met the absolute legend's sword queen and divine physician. Lord Hua pours him a drink, but the main surprise is a mysterious scroll that he suddenly unrolls. He ordered the boy to deliver it directly into the hands of Elder Tay face to face. Listen, this task for our boy looks downright oddly mannered, and even more so because he shouldn't be there at all. Lord Hua spills a huge truth. The entire clan has no idea that their legendary sword queen is actually fighting a secret illness, and that is why every message must be delivered in complete secrecy. Lord Hua keeps this information under lock and key, understanding that another clash with Elder Tay will inevitably escalate into a decisive battle, so he can't even risk sending his disciples as messengers because this whole operation is strictly top secret. That's exactly why Yan Chun is the only suitable one for the job. The boy owes him big time, so he is the perfect courier. Our boy rethinks his life decisions every time this creepy old devil sneaks up and approaches him from behind. Lord Hua gives the boy the green light and sends him rushing on his way. Suddenly Reincarnates, locked inside and tirelessly working on her business empire. He just wanders through the bustling market until she finally catches his gaze. He finally brakes with a skid to a complete stop right in front of the store. She dives headfirst into this dimension and disappears exactly at the moment her work is done. He hits the market to prepare for the journey, taking absolutely everything needed with him. Reincarnates bursts back to the very top and then finally drops the cargo. Suddenly her gaze fiercely fixates on a herd of deer living their best life in complete, cozy euphoria. This look hits her immediately, and her mind instantly takes her back to those days in the House of Ku. Right before her father's eyes, she witnessed the soul-crushing cruelty unleashed on young Yanchun and his mother. Just one look at that absolute nightmare and she vowed never to return, and after she finally clarified this, she vanishes as if through the ground, twisting out of a secret hidden combat technique passed down by her clan. Spies of the Shadow Organization remain shocked when she disappears right into thin air without a single trace. Now they sit in cold sweat, wondering if she really tracked them down. One of them stepped forward to investigate this massacre and see what had just happened. He suddenly realized the sect leader deliberately dropped a huge energy barrier to isolate this area. This crazy barrier is like a brick wall that doesn't let any of those guys set foot inside even once. Honestly, it just gave those bastards the perfect "I told you so" on a silver platter. Turns out the Divine Doctor is held under heavy guardrate under their noses. For now, they are making a tactical retreat to survive and fight again. They are retreating because they are sure their regional boss is just waiting to come in himself and finish the job. He accelerates and storms that giant wall of stairs, breaking through continuous torment. She crashes right into our guy, and for all we know, the man immediately collapses right before her eyes. Our guy hits the limit, gasping for air as if his lungs are burning right now. As soon as Reincarnates manages to look at him, she immediately feels nauseated with disgust. The guy finally cuts the brakes and demands to know why she looks at him as if she wants to burn a hole through him. He sharply turns to him and demands to say what he is even doing here. Yan Chun makes it clear this is not a casual walk, is on a mission to deliver a package. Manhwa sharply straightens up and growls for him to stay behind his back. And you'd better believe it, he is pushing himself far beyond his limits. Half-sister Yanchen is still haunted by the icy, cruel words that Elder the spat in her face. They realize the boy's life hangs by a very thin thread and he could drop dead at any moment, but at the same time the real madness is just beginning. Our little hero is simply going crazy because everyone else calmly climbs those huge stairs as if it were a walk in the park. Reincarnates crashes right into his face and demands, "Hand over that delivery immediately." He swears to give it instead of himself, a full bloody twist that confuses everyone and jumps unexpectedly. But he's a nasty troll, living only to poke everyone's buttons so he can't help himself. Yanchen catches up with her with words that she is clearly worried about him, but it only hits a nerve and she snaps, throwing his kindness back in his face. She starts to finish him off, calling him a complete slug for wasting time and dragging his feet. Yan Chun brushes it off, confident that he can just throw his speed into hyper mode and handle it. While he climbs up, the girl screams hysterically like a madwoman. She needs to know if her brother is still alive. Yan Chun suddenly changes tone and demands a full report on the grandson of the Divine Doctor to check if Jiggle is playing some suspicious game behind the scenes. Strangely enough, Reincarnates actually admits she has never seen anything like it. Fueled by these words, he sharply raises his head and continues pressing towards the summit. That tiny floating spirit suddenly fixes its gaze directly on the girl. Michael's face completely fell. He was overwhelmed by the soul-crushing weight of disappointment. He makes it clear that Reincarnates is by no means a bad guy, so these brothers and sisters have no reason to stand in each other's way. And honestly, even Yan Kyan scratches his head and cannot understand why these guys started a fight for no reason. Shin is clearly on edge. He asks the young master if this whole story isn't turning into a huge headache for him. Yanchen admits that his absolute biggest nightmare right now is a completely destroyed body. That floating spirit intervenes to remind, family is everything and the child still remains a vitally important part of this picture. Our MC was completely confused because he thought the whole conversation was about Jagal, the doctor's grandson, but it turned out he literally doesn't even care about his own sister. This is an absolute red flag. Shin is even curious whether these two are connected to each other at all. Let's move on to Elder T. He is already reviewing the terminal message just delivered by Yang Kyon. As soon as he finishes reading, the doctor reveals a funny truth and it becomes clear how much their situation is really off track. Lord Hua really had the audacity to send a boy who is essentially a walking corpse to deliver a pathetic message, and when Elder T has a real breakdown, Yangchen is left wondering what crazy story these two old stumps are actually hiding. Elder Tae clearly respects the crazy progress the child has made to get this far, so he approaches and asks if she is even holding up. Yang Chun just brushes it off, pretending everything is going smoothly and he has nothing to worry about. This news sounds like music to Elder Tae's ears. And then he throws a chilling question: does this young master lack death in his mind? This question hits him like a ton of bricks and he freezes in dead silence while the gears in his head start spinning wildly. Elder Tae finally clarifies this: he can't get anything out of this boy at all. He quickly apologizes for ruining the party. After being kicked out, he gets to his feet and heads straight for the exit. Ryung Hwa is still a complete nervous wreck, checking once again if her brother is really okay. Yang Kaeon just brushed her off and dashed away, leaving her question hanging in the air. His icy reaction completely unnerves her. They sharply turn to Lord Hua, where the boy confirms the message was delivered, although they had to endure a complete collapse because of Elder Tae. However, Hua is not surprised at all. Then he pulls them aside for a brief whisper, discreetly checking if the Sword Queen is holding herself together at all. The boy whispers back that while she was unconscious, he had no idea whether she was okay or if everything was starting to fall apart. Lord Hua heard this and his face immediately twisted. He is definitely not impressed. Yan Chun pushes him away, claiming that if the legendary divine doctor personally takes care of her, then everything is under control, and although technically he is right. Lord Hua delivers a harsh blow to reality, showing how their clan is repeatedly hit by one disaster after another. Having just learned about all those disasters, Yan Chun immediately latched onto this topic, and now he is simply torn by curiosity to learn the whole story. Jin tugs this clown and reminds him that their fellow disciples from the clan have completely disappeared. Wherever it is just at the worst time, the Sword Sovereign has officially appeared, and to be honest, the arrival of Yejil is pure trouble. Each of them alone is like a piece of pie, but when you get hit by all of them together, it's a real nightmare. Meanwhile, far in the shadows of the organization, the scout finally throws the main news: they have definitely found where the divine doctor is hiding. This so drove his leader crazy that before the hunt, he completely lost his mind. This complete bastard is going mad with joy. Finally, he tracked him down and got him. Even if his thugs still cannot reliably determine the exact location of the doctor. But honestly, it ruins his mood. Chang says that they finally managed to find the giant energy barrier of the clan, so the doctor is very close. This knowledge definitely drives the leader insane. His blood is boiling. He is not going to bet on maybe, because until they get the target in sight, they don't even know if the doctor is there at all. He begins to wonder where Baikang gets so much audacity to act so openly confidently. He plunges the blade into the ground, missing his servant by a hair. He explodes in a fit of rage, yells at him for daring to lie by giving such worthless information, and the very image of this absolute titan is so terrifying that Baikang will be haunted by nightmares for the rest of his life. He actually agrees with his boss, admitting that the intel he brought back was a complete waste of time. Baikang swallows his pride and accepts the heat takes responsibility for every one of his mistakes. Out of nowhere, a gigantic swing fiercely tears through the air and flies straight into his left shoulder. The man howls from pure pain. His boss chops off his arm, and he goes into a rage because his worthless thugs still couldn't track down a single old man. Becheng completely falls apart. He sobs from sheer pain and, choking on his own words, forces out desperate apologies. Meanwhile, the boss actually thinks he is doing a colossal favor by sparing his life only because he is the smartest piece on the board. Even when he writhes in complete agony, he actually thanks his boss for mercy for allowing him to live. This absolute degenerate flops back into his chair with a heavy, exhausted sigh, and now the regional boss stubbornly believes his accomplices will return empty-handed no matter how many times he sends them to chase the failure. But as soon as he hears about the energy barrier, his curiosity switches to maximum. Becheng's body convulses spasmodically as he is finally overwhelmed by the hellish pain from the missing arm, white hot, unbearable. And only when his boss finally puts all the evidence together. He is exhausted to the bone and drops a bombshell. He will appear personally in 3 days. He gives Becheng a countdown to pull Divine Physician back before time runs out. And if he doesn't stop this, he will simply be blown apart, and every fool who stands in his way, he will mercilessly crush. This deranged maniac is ironclad convinced. His bloody petty conspiracy is 100 flawless. His poor sycophant has no choice. He can only resign himself and nod at every absurd demand of his boss. Suddenly switches to Yan Chun. He looks utterly exhausted from the complete chaos his day has turned into. Our guy literally left just one single note, and somehow that one small errand managed to ruin his entire day. Jin makes a call. It's time for the child to pack up and finally return home. The young gentleman is fully present. He just realized that his sister has no plans to return, so he started to shake off panic and rush home immediately. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a voice sounded calling his name. Viola beams with a smile and rushes forward for a huge hug, but our guy makes a graceful sidestep and dodges her. She reaches out into emptiness, touching nothing. He is completely baffled. Why would she hide here, far inside a room that is clearly not hers? But as soon as he looked at that potato, memory clicked, and he perfectly recalled the exact agreement they made. It was official. Ciola really planned to share a bed with him for the night. Yunchin dismisses that promise as worthless, but Shin and Ciola remember every word. He tries to use her grandfather as leverage, but Ciola doesn't even flinch. The old man has lately almost completely dissolved into his own world. Yan Chun starts snooping and realizes the Sword Sovereign disappeared without a trace. Everyone is left in complete darkness. This excuse from Yangchuan is enough to stay, even if Shin is still scratching her head and can't understand why her old man is so legendary. Floating Spirit understands the world has turned upside down, and our guy returning back to his room, he enters and sees Bia is already waiting for him right in bed. Buckle up, tonight will be a total nightmare. Daeula doesn't waste a second and immediately dives under the blanket. Both girls are literally begging him, just sleep next to them, and this guy's luck with a harem is simply off the charts. Yongjan launches his I ain't no simp jutsu and tears away with a cannon roar. Bia is a true speed demon. She chases after him and grabs him in a moment. Fast forward a bit and we see how our cute little potato completely switches off, utterly unconscious. Bea is so incredibly graceful that even in sleep she looks like a real princess. Yunchen caught right in the very hell of crossfire. He tosses from side to side, thoughts racing so wildly that falling asleep is almost impossible. Even better when the charming little potato Ciola accidentally flies into his dream during sleep just at the moment when another crazy morning arrives. But if you weren't lucky, everything falls apart too quickly, or not good for him, because our guy officially ends up in double embraces from both sides. Chained to the spot and in despair, he begged the tiny spirit to save his life because he couldn't even twitch a single hand. Just look, even the old man calls him a lucky bastard for pulling off such a sweet deal and taking it all for himself. He won't move anywhere, and all because Ciola is squeezing his hand with a truly deadly grip. Shin is at it again, calling him the happiest among the living, because honestly, most men right now would literally kill to be in his place. But here's the trap: if someone comes in and sees Yangchun lying broken like that with two real beauties, it will be a total disaster. And just in time, Reincarnates bursts into the room at the worst possible moment you can imagine. Her face says it all the second she enters and sees her brother in bed with two genuine beauties. Now everything looks completely catastrophic to him. For this, Reincarnates throws him a look of pure skin-crawling disgust. He puts on the last layer and sharply slams the door, banging so hard that thunder roared. Yunchan finally realizes that these clan members have zero manners. They never knock before barging in. Weakly trembling from the need to wake them, Yang Chun panics and shouts to his maid that there is a huge bug on her face, just to get her out of bed. She suddenly opens her eyes and jumps out of bed in complete panic, and just like that, one target is officially out of the game. Now that he already had his sights on target number 2, she pulls off some brilliant high-level tactics and immediately hits her right in the face with a deadly snap of the fingers. Bia is mercilessly chased without any explanation. She doesn't even understand why. And Ciola completely loses it over a tiny mistake on the bed, but at least the chaos finally woke them both up. In a moment, Yancheng goes outside to meet Ryung Hwa. He appears with a big update. The clan leader officially challenges the guy. His statement fell like thunder out of a clear sky and literally knocked him off track. Ryung Hwa just laughs at her own misfortune and has no idea about the intense show already unfolding in his room. Otherwise, she definitely would have held back from that message. Ryung Hwa slips up and reveals that she is actually here for the great Hua ritual of the clan, and as a sect disciple, she simply could not miss it. Message delivered, Ryung Hwa prepares to bolt away, but before that she scolds Bia and Ciola, calling them complete fools and snorting disdainfully. She wouldn't catch any real beauty even under threat of death to get involved with their disgusting brother. Everything changes the moment. She notices Bia and Ciola. Yuan-chun demands to know what they are planning, and although everyone is swooning from meeting Ryung Hwa, the boy just takes off, leaving everyone without an introduction. Just one look at them is enough to make the blood of Ryung Hwa suddenly boil and literally simmer. She storms out of there angry and furious. Our guy is left guessing what her thing is, but Bia immediately notices a big red flag as soon as she sees her walking away. Alright, let's dive straight into the past. Let's see where it all started for the young one. Ryung Hwa frantically searches every corner, exhaustedly looking for any trace of her brother. She sobbed uncontrollably in the Ku house, paralyzed by the terrible thought that he had disappeared as if into thin air. Suddenly, a sharp rustle in the bushes breaks the silence. This young traveler is already itching with the desire to squeeze herself into the limits and dive even deeper into the unknown. That is, until Chan Yanchun suddenly flies out of nowhere and scares her so much that she swarms from sheer panic. It was pure nightmare fuel. The poor girl was drowning in endless tears. Late that evening, Yangchun takes her aside to finally talk for real, heart to heart. He keeps apologizing without stopping. It was he who brought her to tears, and now he can't calm down. She was not going to let him get away with it. She was still boiling with anger at that boy. He is already tearing his brain out, not understanding what exactly is needed to bring back her smile. Hua finally voiced her special demand. She wanted her brother to unconditionally get through to his older sister Yansu and put her in her place forever. Honestly, Yansu was a complete nightmare. He treated both as if they were worthless. Yangchun was completely in love with Hua. He looks into his sister's eyes and reminds her, these trials are just part of the deal when you are family. Then, when she heard these words tearing from his lips, her heart soared to the heavens. Enough about the past, let's instantly return to the present. By the time she finishes training, she is completely exhausted and almost running on the last remnants of strength. She has completely drained herself again and again, throwing the blade into the sky, fighting to finally break her own limits. While he drags his battered body away after another harsh training that breaks bones with a crunch. Hua is boiling with rage, his patience is finally running out. She hurls her blade through the air and with a dull thud drives it deep into the trunk. The white Charan fury was already beginning to boil somewhere deep inside her. Bia finds her completely out of breath and immediately lays down the rules. No matter how tired you are to the edge, you never, under any circumstances, let go of your blade. The elegant lady from Namgung drew her blade and, with full grace, pulled it back. Staring at her, Hua suddenly realizes, this is the same girl she saw next to her absolute crap brother. She was truly touched. She pours out words of gratitude from the bottom of her heart for her being so incredibly kind. She tightly grips the hilt of the blade and her voice sharply drops to a cold, uncompromising command. Before she can snap her fingers, understand, she has everything and she doesn't need a single soul to help her. She abruptly jumps to her feet and on her face is the same sour, twisted expression. He stops her and demands an answer. What is she even doing here in such a place? Bi confessed that she just got a suspicion in her head. Hwa and Yang Qin were on short terms, so curiosity won and she began to watch their every move. Just one look at that legendary smile and that's it. Hwa is completely stunned by her appearance and is left wondering what the hell is wrong with this woman. First, she wrote Bio off as nothing, a pathetic, disposable trick for Yangchun. She was incredibly wrong about that. Regarding Yangchun's fiancée, the girl with white hair advises the little girl to try to relax more. Bia catches Hua in a choking grip of her blade holding tight, and this advice from a true pro proves Hua herself is secretly a sword master. Hua looked at her with one eye and snorted, as if a girl with such an appearance could not even hold a sword. She thinks that being so arrogant and playing the master when you yourself are still a complete novice is outright impudence. Instead of losing her temper or rushing to expose her mistake, he behaved restrainedly and asked if they wanted a quick, friendly sparring match. A moment later, they froze deadlocked against each other, a tense exchange of glances in a silent standoff until they finally go into battle. Hwa is completely stunned. She realizes that her opponent didn't even bother to draw his sword. Ego Bia is so huge that she is firmly convinced nothing can stop her. That blatant contempt drives Hwa into complete white-hot rage. He immediately floors it, releases the brakes, and unleashes all his power. He puts all his strength into one huge strike, breaking bones in the process. Bia reacts in an instant, stops it with one lightning-fast shot. Even in the heat of this brutal clash, he still tries to make Hwa recover and keep herself together. Luxi hasn't even drawn her sword yet, and she's already just talking on the move, deflecting these giant attacks so easily as if they were trifles. Hwa's jaw drops to the floor. He is completely speechless from what just happened. Bia repeatedly pounds the same advice into her head, insisting that she will never win if she doesn't finally learn to relax. To show what she is really made of, she lets her energy flare up, wrapping her blade in the scabbard with a wave of crackling electricity. As soon as the lightning flash, the fight breaks off in an instant. Hwa completely shatters. The unbearable pressure with which Bia spun her attack was so insane that it literally carved a crater in the ground beneath her feet. This crazy end to the battle so stuns Yangchun's sister that she is. He is in the smoke boiling, demanding to say what kind of Bia she is and what she really means to her brother. Bia didn't even have a second and already declared about the groom. She cuts him off mid-sentence and growls that a power like Bia should not waste breath on a complete clown like her brother. She's 100% sure a loser like Yangchun has no right to be anywhere near a legendary warrior as stunning as the one standing right here. Hua has no idea that her brother has already undergone a grand transformation, so in her mind he is still the same lazy, pathetic bum. Next to the literal goddess Bia, he is pure trash. For the first time in history, the perfect poker face finally cracks when Yangchun's groom shows a real flash of irritation. She immediately defends him, cutting off the haters with the claim that he is actually a real handsome guy. Suddenly, her cold composure shatters as she snatches the lightning through the blade and yells at Reincarnates to watch her language because she will make him bitterly regret it. As soon as she lets her strength loose, our guy smears in motion, deflects a hit on the tank, and comes out completely unscathed. Reincarnates remains absolutely stunned because she just mocked her brother for weakness and ugliness, and he suddenly stands up to defend her. Yang Xin completely loses his temper, presses his fiancée against the wall, and demands what the hell suddenly happened to her. She is boiling with rage right now because that girl had the audacity to call him ugly, and honestly, that's pure royal energy. She was ready to throw punches to defend his honor. And Yangchan, he just shrugs as if it's absolutely nothing. But it's obvious his fiancée is going crazy. He is obsessed with uncovering the truth about this tiny girl and her secret identity. Let's be clear, Yangchan wouldn't blindly support her without reasons, and here is the proof. Reincarnates further inflates her own ego, disdainfully snarling that she doesn't need anyone's help and definitely doesn't want anyone to take her side. She lets out a wild, furious roar at her brother and immediately rushes into the distance. Leave them alone together to finally settle scores face to face. Young Master Ku is sure his sister skipped every etiquette lesson in the book judging by how brazenly she behaves, but Bia doesn't give up. She is obsessed with uncovering who this mysterious girl is. Instead of siding with his own fiancée, Yanchen turns everything upside down and starts harshly tearing her apart. She is overwhelmed by such a revelation, her jaw drops. They are overwhelmed by a collapse, the feeling that they are truly lost brothers and sisters. Bia freezes as if rooted to the spot, and her mind is turned upside down by this revelation. These two are real brothers and sisters, blood relatives. You know, the irony is that Bia is actually panicking. She is sure that by touching her daughter-in-law's hand, she made a fatal mistake. After that explosive statement, Bea spent the rest of the journey as if in a complete trance, wandering back and forth like a ghost of her former self. She completely lost touch with reality, groping blindly for air, stumbling blindly and again repeating the same words like a broken record. When the day finally left him behind, Yan Chan retreated back to his room that night to clear his head. And this time he enters and Ciola is already lying back on the bed, ready to wait for him. He is shocked just realizing that Bile has completely disappeared. This is a clear red flag, especially since she hasn't even entered her room once today. Now his thoughts race wildly. He tries to understand what could have suddenly taken her away. Soon rumors spread that she disappeared without a trace, as if dissolved into thin air. Yanchen is already dying of curiosity when the legendary sword sovereign will finally appear, but the girl knows nothing either, as if her grandfather is making the longest detour in history. Obviously, the young master will have to handle this himself, otherwise he will get stuck there much longer than planned. The next morning, a new moment rolled in and we see the merchant completely twisting, working to exhaustion. Buckle up and let's dive without breaks into the brutal world of leather and bones of the demonic. He saw in these creatures a solid gold mine. They were just waiting to be immediately cashed out. Yanchen arrived with security, fiercely hungry to get those demonic stones. The merchant is completely confused by such a request, but the boy stubbornly insists. Is there anything for sale that is exactly 1 day old from birth? The merchant awkwardly scratches the back of his head and immediately drops the news those stones are not sold at all. But even after scouring the area, he still could not find a single trace. Our guy hunts everywhere but still did not find a single shop in this place that trades those demonic stones. Yu Yan is sure that no stone will be found here, and honestly, Yan Chen is already starting to think he is right. These demonic cores of beasts, these are their hearts, but as soon as the monster falls dead, they usually turn into worthless piles of junk. Usually. After the advice of the immortal sword spirit and the divine doctor, Yan Qun realizes he can truly devour this demonic energy to sharply enhance his own secret technique. Our hero knows perfectly well he still breathes only because demonic power flows through his veins, so he needs to dive headfirst into that darkness and take control of the energy once and for all. To push his powers to the limit, he is now risking everything, swallowing another demonic stone. Yan Shun begins to think that he has waited enough. It's time to take everything into his own hands and hunt those demonic beasts for stones himself. But don't think it will be that simple, Mayan directly points out. The population of demonic beasts is rapidly collapsing, another strange phenomenon that eerily haunts Mount Hua. And yet Yunchun stubbornly relieved the tension. His guard did work, and he received a lot of important information. Despite the life force of the Sword Queen fading and Old Tay breathing down his neck, Yan Chun suddenly realizes taking Mu Yan with him was pure genius. This exhausting search drained all his strength, and now his stomach roars as if demanding food. After all the work done, it's finally time to return and enter a truly serious banquet feast. Our guy is almost drooling, just waiting to finally taste the legendary Manhwa cuisine. He heads home and only then finds a complete disaster on the plate. Seriously, Gordon Ramsay, I think, would have a stroke if he saw this monstrosity. Bad news for all taste buds, Seola decided to try her hand at cooking fish today. Yan Chin and Mu Yan look at this absolute bacchanalia honestly. They can no longer even tell if this was ever supposed to be fish. One look at her face is enough. Our dear little potato knows. She simply ruined everything. Until she finally reaches the limit and starts sobbing without drying her tears. As soon as Yanchun hears that Honghua is preparing a fresh banquet dish for him, he cancels the meal and immediately flies off. He is told just to lean back and rest. The young master has personal matters to settle, and he sets off alone to do everything himself. Woolen does not accept no. He stubbornly insists that they must stick together for the road ahead. But our guy is as stubborn as a mule. He insists that it's better for him to go into solitude for a while to strike out on his own as a loner. Let's change course a bit. Let's see what's going on with Bia. She is actually busy driving Reincarnates through hell, sharpening her work with the blade and killing every tiny mistake in her stance. They both sharply turn their heads back at the sudden sound behind just at the moment when young June. He spreads his legend and rushing forward, dives headfirst through the thickets. He was simply knocked off his feet when he saw his sister grinding right next to Bia, even if Reincarnates looks extremely angry about having to admit it. Yanchun is literally stunned by this turn of events, especially considering that these two tried to destroy each other just 24 hours ago. His sister finally spits out the truth. She was not angry at the elegant swordswoman at all. She was annoyed by him the whole time. Eventually, she swallowed her pride and apologized, but now Reincarnates will not back down. She will finally make her learn the way of the sword. Since they are completely safe, Yunchun finally exhales a huge relieved sigh and heads back. She shouts towards the group, letting everyone know that it is finally time to start eating. Bia is completely on board. She even went as far as inviting Ryan Gua to sit and join the meal. She freezes as if something is gripping her, and just then Yunchun's voice echoes from afar, shouting for her to immediately take her tail there. He cuts away, leaving the boy sister alone. You say he managed to pull that off after just one day of training. Nayoungwa looks down at the thick calluses on her hand and realizes how tightly she was gripping that blade, as if holding it in a fist. This immediately takes us back to that blurry memory of her still a child, standing in their old house for some inexplicable reason. Yanchun suddenly became icy and started spitting venom, even breaking into a hysterical fit and yelling at her just because she called her own brother. Essentially, he told his sister to stay unnoticed and live quietly so that she would never attract anyone's attention. In a couple of hours, Reinghua is still locked inside and with crazy concentration hones her solo training. Suddenly, a memory flashes in his head. An impressive woman looks at him with pure love. Almost certainly this is Chaeyin-hee, the mother of Yanchun. He cuts through the air straight through at explosive speed. The whole world almost screams for this flower to finally bloom. A wave scatters across the table, steaming hot, piles of fresh berries and huge grilled skewers. Meanwhile, Ryan HWA bathes in complete satisfaction, soaking up every second of the festival vibe. She notices a little girl nearby who is almost drooling over exactly the same skewer. But Reinghua is definitely not in the mood to give away now. Days of tough training on an empty stomach, and she is sure if it tastes so legendary, then she. Returning her thoughts to her state during graduate school, she realizes this is the perfect recommendation to get him back in the game. Yonghwa dismisses the memory. Her master constantly said never skip food and always manage to grab some grub while you wander the streets. The sight kills her dead on the spot. She doesn't even manage to take a single bite. In the end, she gives in and hands the entire skewer to the tiny little girl. Before she finally retreats, forced to stretch away in loneliness, without anything that could be shown on herself. Ryanga pushes him into overdrive, bringing her speed to the very edge of rupture. She was determined not to leave her master until the very last second. She finally reached the inner sanctuary right where her beloved mentor waits. She even has sparks in her head, dying to boast about her epic clash with Lady Namgun and the crazy new sword secrets she is just mastering. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a blade flies toward her. The regional leader goes for the kill, wants to take her head off while she is open. But god-level reflexes of Baya's work in time. She dodges the strike that literally cuts through trees. Rayangwa's brain shorts out from shock, and B just fixes her gaze on that huge meat fool. He starts cracking jokes about how a full knockout just plopped down from the clouds and crashed into his life. Yanhua sharply bounces back, breaks the distance, and thunders, demanding to know who this freak is. His name is Yahiljok, but since he's such a moron, throughout this rescap I will call him Trash. This thick-headed guy boasts and mocks the trembling girl, ordering her to immediately drop that knife, or else he will definitely blow her face apart. Leah sharply bounces back and orders Reincarnates to get to her clan because, honestly, in such a fight he is just dead weight. This twisted freak tells her to reconsider her life choices right now because he is about to go full throttle and definitely wasn't going to hold back. Bia releases a gigantic burst of energy and yells at her friend to tear off from the spot and keep focus on what is really at risk. The oppressive tension breaks and the mood suddenly changes when Suilla makes a huge double take, stunned that Yanchen really woke up at dawn. He drives his servant away and clears everything himself because our guy is on a mission to track down the legendary divine physician. Starting to realize that Suilla is completely bored with her choice, he vows to visit with skewers of chicken to win her back. Before leaving, he gives her a final warning to stay away from trouble and tame her wild side. His faithful maid flashes a radiant smile and says to watch his back, shouting at full strength for the victory of the young master. Yanchen pushes forward but hits a wall, realizing that his harsh daily training has already pushed him beyond the absolute limit. Shin absolutely tears him apart for whining like a little fool about training, reminds him that he is such a big chick magnet, and he should be grateful, then mockingly finishes Yanchen off, derisively calling him an ordinary praying mantis with those elevated little eyes. Our MC delivers a chillingly realistic blow of spirit, showing the little one that he is too small to talk nonsense about appearance, especially since that old man actually thinks he is some kind of heartbreaker. Shin shakes off a joke about why everyone is so hung up on his art, and Yanchen gives him a harsh response, saying his paintings just prove even ugly guys are capable of something great while the whole rest of the world tears each other apart. Reincarnates bursts forward without any stops, full of determination, extremely desperate to convey this to her brother. She slides into full panic terror, completely loses self-control, and falls apart right before his eyes. She is sobbing uncontrollably, panicked for B's life. At first, Yan Ch-han brushes it off, but as soon as he hears that his fiancée is in danger, a switch clicks in his head at that very moment. Inside this man, a literal demon finally awakens deep within him. Again, in the very thick of events, our elegant queen gives a master class dancing lightly, avoiding those massive, bone-breaking blows. This regional lord is furious, hates being forced to waste precious time on some random girl, when he should be hunting the legendary divine doctor. He finally stops holding back and twists his strength up to 11, delivering blows of such weight that Baya is left completely exhausted and sinks under the pressure. Their swords continuously clash against each other and bounce back, raising an unceasing, bone-breaking storm of steel. The Lightning Queen slides right under his strike and does not lose tempo, stays one step ahead of his blade. He bursts into the sky, spins crazy tricks right in the air, and conquers them with pure intellect. Even this complete degenerate is literally blown away, his moves are so lightning fast. And this man is openly going crazy because of her, while the battle literally rumbles around him. Bia flies in from the sky and crashes directly like a real thunder dragon. A surge of power bursts through his entire body, pinning him to the spot as if he were a human statue. Just one glance at that devastating blow and it's immediately clear, she is not joking. Yahiljok knows that he is about to unleash the legendary signature move of the Namgung family, but even when holding such a trump card. For him, Bia's technique was painfully slow. It was visible from so far away that he could notice everything a mile ahead. He barely manages to slip past her first lunge, but don't be fooled by his deceived expression. The regional leader knows that first attack was only a distraction and the real strike is already coming. Bea flicks her blade in a blurred whirlwind to scatter the enemy, but the meathead stops her with a reinforced concrete block. And that thunderous attack has such raw power that it literally vaporizes everything in its path. His head buzzes with the feeling that he is facing such Namgung power. He demands to know who she really is, because seeing both Ku and the Namgung family at the top means there is a completely different, much bigger game here. Bia is already running on her last fumes. She managed to draw some blood, but even her ultimate move couldn't knock this guy off his feet. The psychopath actually applauds her killer performance, but very quickly realizes there is only one fatal flaw in the act. She never crossed that line and didn't take anyone's life in a real fight, and it is this hesitation that dooms her to defeat in this match. Let's move to the moment after the incident. Bea suffers a complete defeat, but her performance leaves the regional leader completely stunned. He even restrained himself just to knock her out of the fight because he planned to take her as a trophy as soon as he dealt with Divine Physician. Even Lightning Queen is forced to admit she is completely at zero. She understands that if she is caught now, there will be no help, no one will come to her rescue. And then the very same blow below the belt. She is in despair, knowing that she will never see her fiancé again, and just like that, her whole world suddenly collapses into complete isolation once more. A suffocating world in which she is doomed forever squeezes her from all sides again, and she forces her own body to move, desperately trying with her claws to break free from this miserable doom. Suddenly, Yanchen's voice cuts through the silence. He calms her, says that she has already done enough and it's finally time to rest. He understands Bia has too stubborn a character to run away, so he simply orders her to stay low now and be out of sight. And what about that absolute freak who is still somewhere at large and continues to destroy everything in his path? Yunchun flashes with rage for a moment, twitches, and sharply flies forward, so fierce is his furious anger. He pushes himself forward with all the strength he has, dead set on grinding this idiot into dust. Even returning to the past, Bia died tragically. She gave her own life just so Yanchen would remain alive. She had a million chances to dodge and save herself, but she stays in place and takes the entire blow on herself, exposing her own body. Right then, the cold-blooded demon finally grasped something truly grand. Yanchen finally faced the inevitable. His entire existence was just a mountain of sins and pure chaos. On the other side, no one waits for him, not a single soul to greet him warmly. He played the villain so masterfully that even the thought of redemption seemed like a mere pipe dream. But fate has a cruel joke, and suddenly he is given a second chance at life. He saw in this his last chance for a clean slate, a way to return everything he lost, bury his own failures, and finally fix every single thing he himself broke. And when he saw how Bianam Goon completely collapsed unconscious, it pushed him into the abyss, back into the dark memory of his past life. It hit like a harsh awakening. He realized that if he didn't play it right, this time his friend's death would end with the same tragedy as before. This is not a second chance, it is a sentence with mutilations, forcing him to relive every painful nightmare from his past life in an endless cycle of death. He is tormented by the thought of whether the great heavenly demon himself is dragging his soul straight into the abyss of hell for eternity. Yan Zhang was not going to let his life slip back into that same miserable nightmare, not this time. Suddenly, an unquenchable flame ignites in his heart, and a huge wave of pure power bursts forth. He swears a bloody oath to rewrite history and make sure that this nightmarish future never happens again. Meanwhile, the regional leader desperately strikes the energy barrier of the Mount Hua clan with a hammer, and finally begins to see these defenses crack and give way. His eyes popped out of his skull from pure, flawless horror, like a boy lunges forward like a human torpedo, instantly closing the distance in a blur. He was just wildly charging with power as he drove a dirty hail of blows straight into his own stomach. The strike was so insanely powerful that it caused a giant, earthquake-like explosion. The explosion turned the world to ashes and made Yan Chan's enemy stagger wildly, leaving him in complete stupefaction just as one of the members of the House of Ku truly appeared. He was already about to drive to the guy himself, but his owner stopped him. And looking at Yanchuan's condition, even the regional leader feels that terrible bloodthirsty rage coming from him. Right now, he is one-on-one like his father, looking exactly like the legendary flame demon, Lord Ku. But in the end, it changed nothing. The cold, hard truth remained: the boy was still a complete greenhorn standing before an experienced professional. Yanchuan is completely out of control, a continuous barrage of strikes that drives his opponent straight into the ground. When even the local psycho thinks you've lost your mind, it means your battle plan is frankly insane. He delivers a heavy blow and immediately pulls back, fiercely slashing with the blade in a desperate swing. Yang Chu's movements are so incredibly smooth that he manages to weave right under a clean horizontal strike, leaving even the regional leader speechless. This absolute madman is really enjoying himself, having fun with Yangchen every time they clash. And our guy is burning with rage, but he is pushed back so hard that the crazy bodybuilder decides. His spirit supposedly is already completely broken. Tired of the chatter, our guy immediately tears back into the attack and completely smashes this dude. She will give him such a serious lesson to make him swallow every insult he has ever spat out. Now that's audacity. With every second, the stakes jump to the sky, and suddenly, out of nowhere, the scenario turns upside down. Plot twist: the villain is actually the only person here who hasn't completely lost their mind. The spirit of Shin hovers right here and imploringly asks that boy to calm down. His rage makes him inattentive and sloppy, and Yang Chun senses this mistake instantly as he thoughtlessly rushes forward. The body finally screamed enough as soon as he reached the absolute limit. Suddenly, the child's energy core splits in half out of nowhere. He breaks the attack at the moment when the boy falls from the sky manages to stand right at the moment when the enemy was already ready to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, a terrifying voice echoes in Yanchun's head shouting for him to devour everything that appears before his eyes. Suddenly, his strength revives again. He snatches the blade Yahiljuk right out of the air. And the boy's shock instantly rises to a whole new level. The regional leader is going crazy that such a monster as this guy even exists, especially when his elite Dark Palace warriors can't even reach the level Yangchan is at now. Exactly on time, our guy drives a fierce hook right into the stomach of that fellow. He rips a giant pillar of explosive energy from his opponent's body, and I'm not joking. This man literally pulls techniques from Dragon Ball Z. This blow simply smashed the Thew, choked on his blood and gasped, but young Ch Han still sees only red, and he does not stop there. The smoke finally settles, and as soon as Bia regains consciousness, a landscape completely burned to ashes appears before her. Then her fiancé simply snaps, mercilessly turning that boy's face into a complete bloody mess. Deadly splatter, like blood swirling and bubbling in a whirlpool, fills the air. And all this time, the completely helpless Bo desperately begs him to stop. Suddenly, the same foul, dark stench that had been there before begins to burst out of him in waves. She has never in her entire life felt such outright filth in its pure form. Yan Jiang has already finished off that man, but his twisted mind is still not calm. He mercilessly continues to smash his face to pieces, pressing it into the ground. Bia struggles through the charred wasteland, and her voice breaks as she desperately begs him to just stop. He has completely shut her down, and she grabs him with her hands to pull him back to reality, shouting that his enemy is already dead and that his mad bloodthirster can swallow his soul. Your voice is the only support that can pull him out of the abyss of complete madness. Finally, it becomes too much for him and he simply collapses, losing consciousness right in her arms. Returning to headquarters, the Shadow Organization goes insane. Their regional leader is officially listed as MIA, and although they tremble with fear and sweat, they are strictly forbidden to move without orders. They prepare to launch a merciless, total attack as soon as the sun peeks over the horizon. Out of nowhere, this mysterious old man manages to find their secret base and simply walks inside. This is the most legendary ancient monster of all time, Sword Sovereign, and he is in a furious rage. These bastards are exactly to blame for the disappearance of the Mount Hua disciples. This clown seriously thinks he is just some old crazy grandpa who wandered here without any idea. The Sword Sovereign with a single swing cuts that man in half without even blinking, showing that his aura is on a completely different level. The rest of the group trembles in place, trying to figure out what kind of monster they are even facing because their brains can't even begin to process the insane horror that has just been revealed. Sword Sovereign drops a bomb. The blade reaches the peak of its beauty when it is safely sheathed. He stubbornly insists that dark impulses must remain in the mind and never poison the soul, and he clearly makes it understood. These evil thoughts must never cross the line and turn into cold, harsh actions. During a conversation with Lord Hua, he learns the disciples disappeared without a trace, and they are sure that the Dark Knight Palace is behind it all. When the clan leader could no longer move, he released Sword Sovereign to hunt down and wipe out those bastards to the last one. As soon as he wiped them off the map, the old man gives them one last chance: lower your blades and surrender. But these overconfident idiots try to attack him, thinking they will have a special battle like in Jujutsu Kaisen. With a simple movement of his hand, he slashes through all the warriors in his path with a blade sweep, wiping the entire squad off the face of the earth with one devastating strike. Meanwhile, the legendary Sword Sovereign just snorts disdainfully as if to say, how foolishly they behave. Switching back to our guy, Yan Chun twitches sharply and wakes up in a full state of panic. His survival instinct kicked in fully and went into absolute overdrive. Thank God the Divine Healer is already here to intervene instantly and prevent him from completely breaking down. As it turned out, the boy was unconscious for 2 whole days while the doctors struggled to keep his body from literally exploding after that insane voltage spike. Our guy now looks like a complete human target, and hopefully his little master is not caught in the line of fire while Yangchuan notices smoke billowing from Elder T's mouth and has no idea if he is witnessing a completely new type of ascension. The document puts the child in his place and explains he is actually absorbing that smoke to accelerate his recovery. He doubles down on his diagnosis and literally calls the boy dead yet still walking, saying his heart could stop at any second due to these clashing energies. He is already almost running on fumes, but Yangchen looks eerily calm. Both he and the doctor remain stunned, but right now he doesn't care. The main thing is that Bia and his sister are completely fine. Thank the gods both are safe and sound, and the wave of relief he so desperately needed washed over him completely. And these girls really did faint on the floor, completely exhausted from waiting for the young master. Just like that, Muyan also collapsed unconscious. Turning back to his room, Yan Keion freezes awkwardly as he realizes he has just taken his first life in this new world. But it is not the killing blow itself that gnaws at him, it is the chilling voice that echoes in his head. The voice that did not just speak, it commanded him to do one thing: devour. And all this happened while he was supposed to be immersed in deep meditation. The warnings of Elder Tay became a grand alarm signal for him. He finally realized that he was still a novice, far from fully grown. He immediately dives deep into his own soul to make sure that his inner energy will not break loose and run wild. He immediately feels his blood circulation constricting, but his pure strength surges so wildly that it is about to burst through that narrow throat. And the most terrible thing is that this chaotic energy vortex has turned into something truly divine. Officially, Yan Chun finally crossed the line and declared that he is taking the demonic energy for himself. But everything changes sharply when the leader of Dark Knight Palace hears that Yahil Jok has been completely erased. This dark figure is completely stunned, demands to know who on earth could really have broken such a mighty warrior. And the man was a fighter at his peak, in the very prime of his strength. He is shocked some complete newbie on Mount Hua actually managed to handle him one-on-one. The leader's eyes flash with pure curiosity and he decides that it is finally time to take Rakasha to the Divine Doctor. Wait, this man has the same demonic eyes as Yan Keion, legendary martial arts master from his past life. This sudden blow to the head is just a nightmare, but he is already so close to his final goal that it can almost be tasted. Then we see this skinny girl who swings those same demonic eyes and it becomes perfectly clear. She is the younger version of Heavenly Demon from the future. Now the spotlight shifts to Seola and the legendary blade Sovereign. The little girl literally glows when she reports that the young master has finally returned to 100% and with Bia in perfect order. The old sage beams with joy, but his granddaughter enters with yet another, far too heavy request. He leaves a snack and suddenly her hand grips a deadly knife. He will beg for training and the legend of the highest disciple of the sovereign sword will ignite, the only one destined to forever defeat the heavenly demon. Let's move to the dead of night and we manage to catch a chilling glimpse. A woman's foot floats through the dark water. She is simply resting by a crystal clear spring, taking a refreshing sip of water. She looks and is overwhelmed by shock at the incredible houses and huge, towering mountains surrounding her. Meanwhile in the room, Elder Yan Chun simply sits right by the table. The heavenly demons raise their glasses and swear that this wine has never tasted so delicious. She swears again and again that the moonlight is the true cause of all this. She addresses Yan Chun as unit commander and directly says she wants him to join her squad. As soon as he heard those words, he sharply turned his head toward her, but did not utter a sound. The feeling of the full weight of the situation slowly sank into him. He simply fixed his gaze on her as if staring straight through her. Then he abruptly shifted his attention back to the drink standing on the table. Heavenly Devil pierced him with a gaze so heavy, as if under pressure his own soul was being crushed and squeezed to the edge. She sharply kicked her leg through the water and raised a huge splash that scattered everywhere. Sprays right onto Yun Chun's face. She exposes him for that dreadful expression in his eyes, and Yan Chun quickly wipes his face and apologizes for making everything so awkward. Heavenly Demon orders our guy to drop the apologies. He waved them off as if they were worth nothing at all. She grabs a bottle of wine and pours into a glass, a sly smile spreading across her face. She accuses him of thinking about someone else every time he looks at her, but Yan Chun instantly shuts it down, swearing that it's not true. Heavenly Devil sees through him, exposes him for vain dreams about the girl he loves. She makes it clear his pathetic lies won't work on her, but Yan Chun doesn't even flinch at her harsh words. Instead, he simply offers her a cold, concise apology. Heavenly Demon twists a deadly smile and teases the guy, saying that one certain person will be insanely salty if she finds out about this. She hits him with harsh truth and says that the Empress of the Demonic Blade did not sacrifice her life just for him to behave like this. Yan Chun turned to him and swore that he would do everything in his power to keep these thoughts under control. Heavenly Devil put our guy on the hot seat, demanding every detail. Who is the girl that clouded his heart? Smiling crookedly, she mocks Yan Chun and asks if he will finally lose it as soon as he sees her stab the woman with her own hands. Our MC suddenly froze like a stone, and it became so quiet that the air literally suffocated. He stared at the ground, unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, Heavenly Demon was just carelessly sipping her drink, splashing her feet in the water as if she didn't care about anything. Returning to the present, we see Yan Chun climbing forcefully up the giant stone stairs of the Mount Hua sect. Gasping for air, our guy shouts to the Mount Hua disciples, "You are real lunatics." He had no idea why these guys were so obsessed with their stairs. Breaking through to the top by fighting, the guy immediately walks straight into the sect leader's office, not stopping for a moment. The old man looks up and asks Yan Chun if that divine doctor really allowed him to get out of bed. But the guy waves it off, saying everything is fine. Those wounds, he says, were initially barely noticeable scratches. The sect leader actually bowed his head and apologized to our guy for dragging him into that absolute deadly trap. Jun looks him straight in the eyes and solemnly promises that everything will be fine with him. He pressed him with a question whether it was already time for the Mount Hua ceremony and reminded him he knows how much this ritual matters for the future of their sect. The sect leader drops a bomb. The event was supposed to start on time, but it was officially put on pause, and our guy immediately demands to know what happened with the delay. Gramps nodded at him in response, promising that all this mess would soon be brought under control. Yan Chun was completely stunned. To disrupt the big Mount Hua festival, such a thing had never happened before, and he couldn't help but wonder if this disaster was directly related to the disciples who disappeared without a trace. The sect leader stands up and admits that he has no idea how to even start apologizing to Yang Chun, then orders our guy to just focus on finally getting some sleep. He promised to drop by in a nominal time, but Yang Chun immediately shut it down, told him not to bother because he is up to his ears busy, yet he insisted anyway he would find him the moment a free minute appeared. Honestly, our guy was just burning with the desire to head home as soon as the stone with the plum blossom was finally delivered. The sect leader suddenly remembered some mysterious visitor is eager to meet our guy. He orders him go outside and see everything with your own eyes. In Yang Chun's head, everything spins wildly. Who the hell could it be, and why is he looking for him specifically? He racks his brains, has no idea if it's Bia, Ciola, or Feng, and prays that it's one of the girls, because today he is absolutely not in the mood for a bro hang. Yanchun goes outside and is greeted by a breathtaking view of plum blossoms in the golden sunlight. He sharply throws his hand forward, reaching up to the very heavens, and there was something special in that mountain. Icy air it hit completely differently. He looked around the empty street and realized no one was there to meet him, but just as he felt alone, a cold gaze clung to him from the shadow of the doorway. He sharply turned around to catch even a moment. The figure disappeared behind the door just in time. Suddenly, the figure is pushed right into view, and it's his own sister, causing Yang Chun to completely lose his bearings and fall as if weightless. Ryung Hwa demands to know why his sister even came, begs her to reconsider, but B does not back down, insists there is no other way. Yang Chun catches his sister mumbling to herself and asks what happened, but she immediately waves it off, saying it's absolutely nothing. She heads straight to her brother, says he better listen carefully, then quietly whispers, "Is he really holding on?" Yun Chun completely missed what she had just said, so he had to ask her to repeat it once more. Ryonghwa leans over to look at her brother and asks if the body has finally come together. Yangchun just looks at her in surprise, asking why she suddenly whispers. He lets her know that he has finally healed and stood on his feet again. Ryonghwa tries to say something else, but only a barely audible whisper escapes her mouth. Our guy didn't understand at all. He didn't catch a single word. He moves closer, almost pressing his ear to her face, and asks why she is shy again and mumbling. He tells her to stop being silent and finally say it. Yanhwa screamed across the whole roof, shouting a huge thank you to her brother at the top of her lungs. While these words hung in the air, she shot off like a cannonball. Yang Chun shouted after her, demanding to know if she had finally lost her mind. He grabbed his head and howled madly that she had completely destroyed his ear. Ryonghwa didn't want to hear it, cut off her brother, and ordered him to be quiet. Bia steps out of the shadows and drops the news. His sister is actually dying of embarrassment. Just to say thank you, Yang Chun snorted disdainfully and by pointing to her words made it clear, as if she were really that grateful, she would have followed him straight to his front door. He notices the bandages tightly wrapped around Bia's arm and asks what's going on, but she says that she actually has to wear them every time she goes outside. Our guy panics and explains that he had no idea she was injured, but Bia just waves her hand saying it's all right, she's completely fine. She tells him that she just has to endure wearing this outfit until tomorrow. She asked our guy if he was really holding on, and Yang Chen immediately understood what she was hinting at. He remembered the exact moment when he broke down, and how Bia was the only thing pulling him back from the edge of complete madness. He clears his throat, keeps his face calm, and tells the girl that he is simply wonderful. He looked her straight in the eyes and finally gave her such a big thank you that she truly deserved for covering for him. Bia is simply stunned by his words, and the guy only asks what happened because he really wanted to say thank you and finally talk to her like a normal person. He gave her a full way out promise that they could immediately return everything to how it was if she didn't feel comfortable with it. He gently places her hand on his shoulder, and her voice becomes quieter as she says how much she really appreciates everything he does. Her guy's face blushed bright red as soon as he looked at that. He admits in his head complete zero emptiness, but in one thing he is sure to the bone: she was with him everywhere. As soon as those words hit her ears, B's face instantly flushed bright red like a beet. Yan Chun was exceedingly grateful, thanked her for being the guardian his sister needed to stay as far away from trouble as possible. Bia spins on her heel and rushes up the hills. She won't let our guy see how her face flares up and reddens. Yan Chun shouts after her, not understanding where the hell she was even going. He stood in place completely confused, not understanding why everyone suddenly rushed off in all directions, saving lives. Next, we see Yunchun falling to the ground and gasping for air after that bloody road to the Sword Queen's home, but still manages to exhale through the fit, suggests to Keel to find someone they can really beat up. Since then he realized the old man did not say a word from the very fight, and Kaol's warning about his deadly temperament surged again to haunt him. Yang Chun's head kept spinning as he surveyed the area, desperately trying to understand where the hell Chaeong had disappeared to. He gasps for air convulsively, his lungs burning, when suddenly a shadow unexpectedly falls over him. He looks up and understands. It is Hayek himself standing right in front of him. Yang Chun lunges with a barking question, tormented by why the boy appeared just now, but instead of an answer, the boy only gifts him a mysterious, confident smile. Yang Chun sat up sharply as soon as he realized Hayek had actually come to take the place of the divine doctor and check the Sword Queen. His gut told him something was wrong here. He could not understand how Hayek chatted endlessly in his past life if he was supposed to be mute now. His thoughts rushed back in a whirlwind to those crazy times when Hayek was about to crash down on the Sexa direct, devastating hurricane wave of destruction. He mocks the rebels, shouting that anyone who dares to draw a sword against the Lord is now just a bloodstain, and his master's iron grip on the world tightens every day. As soon as this dawns on him, Yang Chun surely understands. Hayek is silent on purpose, and since he has no idea what the boy is planning, he knows cannot lower his guard for a second. As soon as he stepped over the threshold, the Sword Queen was already holding Hayek on a hook, interrogating who exactly had come to visit her. Yang Chun folded his hands in a respectful bow and announced that he had come on a visit, and the Sword Queen immediately beckoned him inside. Our guy slips past Yuck and hits him with a furious shoulder tackle just to make it clear who is boss here. Sword Queen admitted that her heart was already pounding with excitement as soon as she heard about the accident, but seeing Yang Chun standing here whole and unharmed, she finally sighed with incredible relief. Sword Queen felt terrible because she met Yang Chun lying on his back, but our guy just waved his hand and told her not to worry. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Chun felt the mood change instantly, and Sword Queen forced herself to stand up to tell our guy she had heard about all his exploits in Reincarnates, and everything he had done was truly legendary. She flashes a smile and tells Reincarnates that Young has quite the brother, one of the best. Chun scolded himself for missing this earlier, especially since this energy was painfully familiar, so he simply could not fail to notice it. The guy's instincts screamed when he felt a huge wave of demonic energy emanating from the Sword Queen. It hit him like a ton of bricks, pure, unadulterated demonic energy, the same terrifying power that the heavenly demon possesses. Yang Chun's consciousness jumped with thoughts. Was this a hidden poison slowly burning the life out of the Sword Queen? He could not piece it all together. Could a legend of such a level be soaked in such disgusting demonic energy? And then a terrible thought struck him. Could it be that she had already faced the heavenly demon himself? Our guy knew you can't just sit through demonic energy clenching your teeth, so he was in complete shock when Sword Queen absorbed a power that literally tears you from the inside out. Suppressing a cough, Sword Queen sighed with regret. If they had met earlier, they could have just sat down for a meal together, but Yang Chun told her to stop worrying so much. Sword Queen reached out and grabbed his palm, reminding him, no matter what happens, he is still the son of her dearest friend. She promised to restore her health to normal so that he would finally stop worrying. The heart of Zhangchen painfully tore for her. Before he could utter a single word, a stream of pure demonic energy tore him from within. He simply knocked her hand away, brushed off the Sword Queen in a way that showed he was not scared at all. Her jaw dropped when she saw her guy pulling off the impossible. It clicked. It was the demonic, well-directed art of absorption, and he had no idea it could literally rip energy from other people. Looking down at his hand in shock, he hears someone barking the Hyaku command, close the door tightly before the wind tears the room apart. Yanchun whirled to the side and immediately saw the divine doctor was already looming right behind him. The old man wasted no time and immediately demanded, "What is he doing here?" Teleport to Manhwa. He continuously strains and pushes to the limits in a brutal training session. She led the blade with surgical precision, pouring every drop of focus into every strike, while she lets the blade break free into flight through the air. Before his eyes flashed the voice of Heeljuk, who asked where such a perfect beauty like her came from. She still shivers with cold when she remembers his twisted, eerie smile. He looked her straight in the eyes and ordered her to discard her worthless staff. Reincarnates thrust herself into her blade and was sure it was just dead weight, but in panic wondered what she could possibly achieve with it. She was suddenly overwhelmed by a memory of that moment. She recalled the irresistible desire to simply get back to her sect. He needed to spread the news as quickly as possible and make sure the whole world finally learned the truth about Heeljuk. Bia's grim words about her being useless flared up in her head, and then Bia suddenly dashed past her, shouting for her to start running. Reincarnates was literally staggering and couldn't recover. She had actually survived by just throwing away her warrior's pride straight into the trash. He carries a colossal burden, fueled by a heart that is truly pay attention, genuinely virtuous. Raian's lungs burn with pain and he desperately gasps for air, convulsively swallowing each breath. Ganhwa calls herself a complete failure. Her blade clinks against the floor, and she collapses to her knees, admitting she is nowhere near the legendary warrior her master expected. A stranger approaches and intercepts her right in the middle of training, asking if she is really giving it her all. They look her over with concern, wondering if she has pushed herself too far. Reincarnates sharply lifts her head and sees Feng standing right in front of her. He extends a bottle of water and says she better not forget to drink while she goes through training. He promised her the whole world on a silver platter, and at that moment it clicked for Reincarnates. Feng was the youngest Blossom Swords inspector in history. She was sure if Fen were in her place he would never have turned tail and run away like she just did. But Fen himself had no idea why she suddenly fixed him with that burning gaze as if to pierce right through him. Reincarnates turns her gaze to the memory. The divine doctor desperately works to save her brother. The old man warned, without her older brother, everything would have turned into a complete nightmare. He ordered her. As soon as Yan Chun finally opens his eyes, say a huge thank you to him. The divine doctor looks her straight in the eyes and asks if she understands how insane this whole situation is. But Reincarnates just blinks, completely unaware of what he is even talking about. Elder T reported the news. Her brother had just smashed a demonic monster that Ba couldn't even touch. He interrogated her from all sides, eager to know exactly how Yang Chun did it and which secret technique he unleashed. The divine healer felt that our boy's energy was a complete mess, but had no idea he could turn it into a weapon so ferociously. Reincarnates was completely stunned, never thought her weak and selfish brother was capable of something so crazy. Since then, Reincarnates has been overwhelmed while everyone else prowls their own way like true warriors. She still remains a spoiled brat clinging to her master. She stared at the petals while her thoughts raced as she tried to understand exactly which plum blossom was before her. Finally, she will build something, even if the only thing she truly managed was to run and save herself by fleeing. She snatched the blade from under her arm and immediately took hold of it, ready for battle. Feng comes in, asks if she will really keep pressing at the border. He says he will leave the bottle right here for her. He just asks to bring it back when she finishes, but Reincarnates sharply stops him, tells him to forget about it all. She walked right past him in such a way that it was crystal clear. He must back off and leave her alone. Feng was completely frozen by surprise. He suddenly turns around and sees the girl speeding away without stopping. During the sprint, she gasps for air and, trembling with despair, manages to apologize to Feng for having earlier turned away from him with a cold, indifferent look. Her master's voice echoed in her head, warning, "Do not rush." Because the Sword Queen knew her path would be strewn with torment or a pure broken heart, but any road she chose, she must conquer. It was pure, poisonous envy, such envy that eats a person from the inside, down to the very rot. He pulled Reincarnates aside and dropped that huge bomb that they They both will immediately smile from ear to ear as soon as she reveals that absolutely crazy attic of loot. Now that she has finally chosen her path, every strike of her blade blooms with a beautiful but deadly flowering. Transport yourself to the dead night when the whole world finally falls silent. Reincarnates rushes full speed to her master's door, wound up to the edge. The Sword Queen hadn't touched a single piece of food all night. Reincarnates was about to dissolve the door when she overheard the divine doctor begging Yan Chun to stop making him laugh. Our guy makes it perfectly clear to her that he is not playing, and Reincarnates moment by moment recognizes her brother's voice. She jerked back sharply in memory only then when she completely lost it and screamed right in his face. She just cursed herself to hell for that brain-breaking move, completely lost about what to do next, while the divine doctor was putting the finishing touch on Yan Chun, forcing him to prove his medical genius even before saying a single word. Yan Chun throws a bomb. Medicine is not the answer. The divine doctor is shocked by this. He demands an explanation of how they intend to heal anyone without it. He demands to know if Yan Chun can really keep up with them, and our guy simply nods confidently to show he is on the same wavelength. He steps forward and boldly declares that his secret technique is the only thing that can save the Sword Queen. Reincarnates' jaw almost dropped the moment she heard this. She burst through the door and immediately started pestering them with questions. She pesters her brother to check if he is really genuine, and her sudden appearance completely confuses Yan Chun. She desperately asks if he can really save her master, and our guy honestly says there are no guarantees yet. Reincarnates cornered her brother and demanded to hear the plan, since even the legendary divine doctor has officially given up. Yan Chun stunned his sister with a revelation. He will take on healing the Sword Queen as soon as the divine doctor gives him the go-ahead. The Sword Queen slides to the edge of the bed and demands that he name his plan, and Yan Chun shows he is about to unleash the final secret technique of his family. He laid it out for them. This technique burns away corruption with scorching heat, destroying it to the last drop, then smashes the divine doctor with a bomb. He actually feels the dark energy devouring them. The Sword Queen's life hung by a thread, and the news shocked the old man so much that he fell silent and turned pale. Yan Chun revealed, as soon as their hands touched, a giant wave suddenly struck him, and his goo flame wheel art was already working beyond normal to push that energy back. The Queen of Swords coughs and gasps, saying she has never seen the Gu family pull out their secret technique to such a height, and she is absolutely right. This power has nothing to do with Gu flame wheel art. It is a deadly trick. Only the demon well-absorption art can perform it. Our boy could not risk the truth, so he lied shamelessly, claiming it was just some secret power of Gu flame wheel art to enchant her. Yan Chen understood there was no retreat. Everything depended on that legendary sword. Queen was already on the edge because of that demonic energy. Now it would finish her off. Even if she survived, she would disappear, curse the whole world, and dissolve without a trace, like in the past life of our MC. Yan Chun prayed with the thought of how to rewrite fate to save her, but his sister instantly brought him back to reality, tugging at his clothes. She looked him straight in the eyes with despair to find out if he really had what it took to save her master. Tears streamed down her face like rain, and Reincarnates desperately begged her brother to intervene and save her master's life. Yan Chun did not believe those crocodile tears for a second. He knew perfectly well that his sister switched to crying mode only when begging for a favor. Seeing her torn apart by tears became the last push he finally needed to make his choice. He sharply turned to the divine doctor, almost begging, "Give the green light, intervene and save her." Elder Tay throws a real bomb. Maybe he is finally able to cleanse that energy using the highest secret technique of the Gu family. He threw a terrifying warning at Yan Chun. This technique was not made to save lives. He put our guy in the hot seat and demanded an answer. Is he ready to bear the blame if the Sword Queen really died at that very moment? Yan Chun desperately asks if they should just stand and watch her die, and the divine doctor sharply cuts in. They do not give up until every last possibility is exhausted. The divine doctor abruptly sits down, shouting so much that his voice breaks from complete stupor. He growls at Yan Chu to shut up and stop babbling such senseless, reckless nonsense. Angrily he states, "This crazy plan is not treatment. It is a suicidal gamble with the patient's life." But the Sword Queen cuts him off mid-sentence, declaring that they must let Yan Chu take his shot. The divine doctor flinched at her words, but she just looked him straight in the eyes and said she cannot watch her rot alive, reminding the old man he has already exhausted every single healing attempt from his arsenal. She honestly admitted, as soon as Yan Chun touched her, she felt a spark, one she had never felt before. Coughing through the pain, she gasps for air and says she is finally ready to take this path. She looked Yan Chun straight in the eyes and promised, if everything goes wrong, he will not blame himself for a moment. She admits that her time is running out, so she decides to take a step into the darkness and place all her trust in him. And so the Sword Queen was finally ready to test in practice our guy's crazy method. The Divine Doctor finally made his move and covered her with his full weight. He looked Yan Chun straight in the eyes and swore he would dive into chaos as soon as it got dirty. Sword Queen sits in the lotus position and Yan Chun stands right behind her, and our guy cannot help but recall the thousands of lives he cut short in his past life, realizing the crazy irony. Same hands that cut for killing now save someone's life. Finally, it clicks in his head. This devastating burden on his shoulders is exactly the responsibility the Divine Doctor warned him about. At that moment, Yan Chun immediately understood. He must give his all and push through his absolute limits. Because if he just sits and does nothing, it's over for everyone. Now he won't be able to save a single soul. Reincarnates and the Divine Doctor fixed their gaze on him to the very core. He abruptly stepped forward and pressed his palm directly against Sword Queen's back. As soon as he managed to do this, a massive wave of demonic energy crashed into him. So he activates his Goo Flame Wheel art and lets it unleash to the fullest. Yan Chun's soul is torn through dimensions and he finds himself in a completely new world where he is greeted by this. His veins began to swell as pure demonic energy burst through them. Our guy's jaw nearly dropped. He was completely stunned because Sword Queen held such a monstrously colossal, oppressively powerful reserve of demonic energy within her. He was absolutely stunned. How did she manage to bypass death and hold on for so long? When he looks at this twisted demonic energy, the consciousness of the Queen of Swords suddenly begins to manifest right before his eyes. Suddenly, a terrible creature emerged above her. It stretched out its hands and grabbed her by the head and arms so tightly as if pressing her to the ground. Yan Chun crawled closer and his heart pounded with every step. He immediately realized the situation was a complete disaster. He knew it was the end if he. For a moment his concentration breaks and he starts spiraling, wondering if his body could even withstand swallowing so much insane demonic energy. He fixed his gaze on the nightmares born from that demonic energy and accepted. To survive in this hell, he had to pay for what he had done earlier. He pounds his palms on the ground, devouring every drop of that demonic energy, which he calls parasitic degenerates of the essence. And he directed every drop of this evil demonic energy straight into his core. He releases Jiu Flame Wheel art with roaring flames. He burns all that energy to the last drop. Every moment of this demonic energetic pressure was simply inhuman, incredibly insane. In Yan Chun, he stood his ground and didn't move an inch. He let the flames run wild. Their heat instantly burned those cursed veins of demonic energy. He didn't stop there. He burned to ashes every monster spawned by that demonic energy. Those monsters screamed wildly from pure pain, slowly retreating from Sword Queen. At that very moment, the eyes of the Sword Queen suddenly opened wide. She draws the blade in an instant and it is immediately clear there will be no more jokes. Yang Chun breaks free from that plane and heads back to reality, directly throws himself there. And look, his whole body is still wildly twitching from that raw, flickering energy impulse. The moment and the body instantly twitched back to its original form. Yang Chun's vision drifts. He settles on the ground and his sister's scream still echoes in his head. As soon as his world plunges into darkness, he is struck by one last, extremely painful realization. A blurred figure of a woman flashed before his eyes, and the second Yang Chun closed his eyes, a mysterious voice hissed that this time everything will be different. That monster just glanced with a smile and boasted that it tastes simply delicious. Cut sharply to a rocky cliff, someone is squeezing everything out of themselves on the very edge of disaster. A voice jerks and growls at Ciola to make her raise the sword, and the strangest thing, her own future self at that moment lashes her, sharpening her to action. Future Ciola looks her younger self straight in the eyes and says, she has risen to a level much higher than she thinks. Our girl looks her future self straight in the eyes and admits, every single victory they won is only thanks to her. Her grandfather lost control the moment she remembered martial arts, and Ciola completely broke down because of it. As tears stream down, suddenly a voice cuts through them. It says she needs to pull herself together. Ciola's heart almost stopped the moment she heard that voice. She glanced around quickly to see if anyone was watching her, but the elder Ciola reached out her hand and promised to teach our girl the art of fencing. Smiling, Ciela confesses, after that body swap story, she was afraid to train with her older version, but now she even prefers her path more than her own grandfather's. As soon as these words left her lips, suddenly a voice thundered calling her name. Turns out it is actually Hyagun, and Sword Supreme immediately starts interrogating the girl, reminding her that he strictly forbade her from ever touching a sword. Seola panics from the moment she notices her grandfather. She instantly hides the wooden sword behind her back and her mind races, trying urgently to come up with an excuse for Hyejin. Lord Supreme instantly silenced her no interest in letting a single word she said escape her lips. He returned to Yan Chun just as his eyes suddenly snap open. Our guy was completely out cold, drooling, and 2 giant needles were driven straight into his skull. The man looked exactly like a giant insect with antennas and everything. Yang Chun suddenly jolts awake in a strange room. Our guy sharply lifts his head and scans the space. He immediately shouts about Sword Queen and Divine Physician, not even thinking about anyone else. Suddenly a wave of pure, unbearable pain pierced the whole body of our boy. He clenched his teeth tightly, holding back the urge to scream as this torment kept rising and rising, and at that moment he understood. In this world, only one thing can cause such a vile level of suffering. When that dark energy began raging fully inside him, our guy understood without any doubt he had officially sucked out the power of Sword Queen. Yang Chun abruptly jumps out of bed, needles still sticking out of his head like spikes. His head is spinning. Could the Sword Queen really make it? He rushes out of the room like a whirlwind, rushing to check if she is still breathing. As soon as our guy finally stepped foot beyond the boundaries of this place, suddenly he notices something completely incredible. His younger sister is standing right there, completely enchanted by the plum tree in bloom. Yan Chun rushed to call her name but froze like he was rooted to the spot as soon as he saw the incredible sight that his sister was staring at. Yan Chun's jaw nearly dropped when he tried to process the absolute madness unfolding right before him. He notices a woman gracefully dancing with a blade, her movements sharp and fluid. Each deadly strike ignites a shower of plum blossoms from her steel, painting the sky in a stunning display of power. Reincarnates was glowing with joy when she saw her master finally get down to business. She froze in complete shock because her master is pulling out moves she never even suspected. Queen of Swords thrusts her sword into a branch and holds her ground, then instantly shoots up into the sky like a missile rocket. Yan Chun was watching the Sword Queen flying through the sky, and his thoughts were racing. Could this really be the power of a complete skeletal overhaul? In an instant, everything clicked. The Sword Queen hadn't changed. She had simply returned to her original, terrifying form. When she soared into the clouds, she raised her blade high into the heavens. She slashes the air twice with her pure power, and from such a strike, the power becomes insane. She literally tears the sky to pieces. A gigantic X-shaped scar ripped through the very fabric of the sky. The Sword Queen landed, and only then did she see Yan Chun finally open his eyes. He entered and immediately made it clear she needed to say something before her master could utter a single word. Manhwa rushed to her master and pulled her into massive embraces so strong that bones crack. The Sword Queen reached out her hand and stroked his head, so Yan Chun thanked her for standing up to protect and save her life. She looks him straight in the eyes and admits if he hadn't gotten up and saved her, it would have been the end for her. Our guy remains standing completely silent, utterly taken aback by these words. Honestly, heartfelt conversations and touching moments are not his strong suit. But before he can utter a single word, someone pulls those needles right out of his head and says that he did a simply killer job. It turns out this mysterious man is the legendary Divine Physician, and just as the Elder explains that he has just expelled the toxic energy clogging Yan Chun's system, a truly terrifying expression of obsessive fixation appears on the doctor's face. He steps forward and asks Yan Chun for the green light so that his refinement method can pass the final test. But our guy is barely holding it together. Just look at the tense expression on the old man's face. He must stay calm. Under no circumstances can the Elder find out about his grand secret. The Divine Physician begins to pursue Yan Chun as if something is wrong with him. He is frantic. He wants to use him as a guinea pig for his new cultivation method. Our guy is simply in a panic, begging the old man to stay away. Queen of the Sword shone with joy, watching as the Elder tracked Yang Chun, and with obvious pleasure caught every second of this bloody commotion. Switching to the table, Yang Chun fumbles with the noodles, sipping them through a whistle, while BA sits opposite with a look that could make one faint. She wastes no time and demands to know exactly where he sneaked off to last night. The question hits him like a freight train, and our guy starts coughing uncontrollably from complete shock, and while he gasps for air, BA simply Giant immediately puts him on the hot seat and demands to answer where he crashed last night. Yang Chun wildly gulps water, trying to wash down his meal. He couldn't understand why he felt as if he had just been caught red-handed in a huge scandal. until finally it dawned on him her guy is actually doomed to marry this girl. He rushed to tell Ba that he had been training all the time, stretching through the whole night. He said he was so exhausted that he just collapsed and fainted right there. Ba didn't believe his words for a second. She interrogated him, forcing him to say directly whether he was telling the truth. Yang Chun sharply replied, asking why he would make anything up for her. Meanwhile, the guy was just scratching his head. Why was he being interrogated like a criminal at all? Ba slammed her chopsticks into the plate and leaned over Yang Chun, saying he should have warned her. She was worried sick when he didn't come home. She abruptly stood up and demanded that next time he warn her properly. Yang Chun caught her mid-swallow and asked where she was rushing off to, and she casually replied that she was heading back to work to train. Our guy's eyes were glued to her as she finally left the room. He had no idea everything would spiral so wildly in such a short time, but that's when he noticed something that turned everything upside down. Zola was behaving eerily quietly, so he finally spoke past what was bothering her. And right there our girl suddenly breaks down and starts sobbing. And imagine, she does this with her mouth completely full of food. Yang Chun looks at this mess and turns away in disgust. Finally, he breaks and demands an explanation for what the hell she is doing. She chokes and barely manages to say it's her grandfather, words bursting through a mouth full of food. Crumbs and bits fly everywhere, splattering all over Yang Chun. Our guy clearly reacts with disgust to the sudden food rain. He immediately raises his hand to shield his face from the explosion. Ziola suddenly cried, whining in a trembling voice that her grandfather was too scary and strictly forbade her to do it. Yan Chun's jaw clenched in pure despair when he growled at her, "Stop this nonsense and just swallow your food," and strangely, Ziola obeyed. Yan Chun was already losing control. He was already overwhelmed by chaos, and now this new night thundered right onto his plate. He could not shake off the fear from the demonic energy raging wildly inside him, and what hurt him even more was that Kael had already been considered missing for years. Yan Chun's mind raced. Could the mysterious voice be the very evidence that caused the sudden disappearance of the old man? The voice in his head purred and urged, "The freshly absorbed demonic energy is pure bliss, simply delicious." And then it hit him, once Kael had already mentioned something very similar. The old man admits he has long been fighting a desperate battle so that something dark hidden inside him does not break out. Yunchun's heart pounded as he had no idea whether Kael had already torn to pieces and devoured that creature. Just as he was lost in thought, Honghua sharply brought him back to reality with a knock on the door to announce an unexpected guest, and our guy immediately demanded to know who was ringing. Honghua shakes the door and opens it wide, showing Reinghua, and immediately begins to apologize for crashing into her brother's meal. Yanchun asks his sister why she continues to torture herself with the stairs of that mountain just to visit him. Reinghua immediately snaps, "Shut up." She pretends everything is under control, saying she just suddenly felt like seeing his face. Then she drops a real bombshell. Her master's internal energy is finally stabilizing. Blushing all over her face, Reinghua sincerely thanked her brother for saving her master and admitted that she was already beginning to feel she probably would never have enough strength to repay him. Gajan ate a dumpling and immediately started bombarding with questions. He barked at his sister and asked if she really dragged herself here just for this. Clearly, without beating around the bush, he asked if she had anything better in life than this activity. After such disrespect, Reinghua was simply boiling with rage. She will beg her master to show her the truth to see exactly how her brother twisted and became truly cruel. Yang Chun's jaw almost dropped when he heard how she actually calls the Sword Queen. The Sword Queen finally lost her patience and snapped at Reinghua to stop his continuous whining. Xiala is completely stunned by the beauty, and the Sword Queen reminds her student, a debt for life is not something you can brush off by sniffling, and mocks Yang Chun, who looks like he's about to jump out of his skin. Yang Chun is eager to see how she returned in top form, and the Sword Queen admits she never thought she would bounce back so quickly, like lightning. He asks if she has finally returned 100%, but the Sword Queen only smiles crookedly, clarifying if she looks like the one who still hurts. Yang Chun says that now she looks much livelier than when he first saw her in her chambers. The Sword Queen pulls up a chair and tells Yang Chun straight she is here only because she owes him big time, and finally the time has come to settle the score. She flashed a smile and told our boy to name anything he desires, even promised to lay down her life for him, because he saved her from the very first minutes. Yang Chun was in complete disarray and demanded an explanation why she risked her life immediately after she got it back. Shining with a huge smile, the Sword Queen admits that she would have been a corpse if not for him, and offers to fulfill any of his whims, but Yan Chun only smirks boldly, asking if she is really not afraid of what he might desire. In a moment, the Sword Queen grabs his hand and she looks him straight in the eyes and says she is 100% sure he would never ask her to do something twisted or hurt an innocent soul. Yan Chun released a deadly gaze directly at his own hand, her eyes burned with pure, devastating power. With a terrible grimace on his face, our guy froze in shock. How did the Sword Queen read him like an open book just by looking? He is overwhelmed by a memory from the past. He sees again and again the exact moment when he turned the entire order and every one of its disciples into a pile of smoldering ashes. He watched as they humbly begged for mercy, then mercilessly incinerated them, leaving nothing but smoldering ashes. Yan Chen logically understood. The Mount Hua sect was not to blame for the failure in guarding Reincarnates, but still could not quell the fire burning inside him. He still saw everything in red and was only waiting for the moment to let his rage explode. While he sinks into thought, the Sword Queen tells him to put that desire aside for later because in fact, she is the one asking for help. She apologized for ruining Siola's meal, but then effectively told her and the student to get out, to be alone with our guy for some quality time. Reincarnates returned to her mistress completely confused and asked if she was also being kicked out of the room now. The Sword Queen orders her disciple to leave and demands a serious private one-on-one conversation with our guy. Reincarnates finally drags herself out of the room, leaving Yan Chen to turn to Siola and ask if she is also going to stay. Determined to eat everything down to the last crumb, she said to Yan Chen, "Then just plug your ears, can I keep eating?" Yan Chen did not waste a single second. He almost snatched her out of the room on the go. The Sword Queen takes a deep, relaxed breath and admits that his room actually has a very cool atmosphere. She directly tells our guy that too much time has passed before she felt so much peace again. Yan Chen is completely confused. He can't believe she is actually becoming sentimental about such a thing. The Sword Queen truly takes him, admits that next to him she feels the same as in the old days when they spent all their days together, laughing and arguing over the smallest things. The Sword Queen gathers her strength and decides, enough playing, it's time to act straightforwardly. She looked Yan Chen straight in the eyes and asked if he still remembers the last minutes he spent with his mother. She says that Reincarnates was too young to remember anything, and now her entire clan is determined to bury the truth forever. The Sword Queen leaned closer and demanded that Yan Chen lay out every little detail he could pull from memory. Before our guy could say a single word, suddenly memories overwhelm him like a freight train. The world completely disappears. We are pulled deep into his past. We land right in the middle of a frozen, snowy wilderness. We see Yan Chen and his old man staring at the back of a mysterious woman. Wrapped in those stunning silk robes, she finally gives the signal ready to move. Our guy was boiling, clenching his jaws with such fury that he could have shattered his own teeth. He takes after his father and demands, explain why all this show and what the old man hopes to achieve by bringing everything to such an extreme scale. The clan leader didn't give a damn about wealth. His only desperate request was that his son simply stay alive. Yan Chen's mother left him one last, extremely important task, to protect his sister at any cost. Right before our eyes, her hair begins to transform into something completely different. Her husband looks her straight in the eyes and declares, as soon as she is finally ready, he will reveal what he has kept locked and hidden all this time. Only these words cut from his lips, the air cracks with a predatory fracture, and the space tears open wide, revealing massive, looming gates, and the woman's hair flashes bright platinum blonde, and the whole world suddenly covers with a deep, eerie red. Our guy completely loses himself. Tears stream down his cheeks, and only then do feelings overwhelm him. Tears pour down her face like hail. His mother sobs and cries out, exhaustingly begging her son for forgiveness. It hit right on the nerve. Yan Chen dashed at full speed toward his mother. He rushed forward, hand outstretched, begging her not to leave. His mother looked at him radiantly, her gaze full of pure, gentle warmth. The rift slammed shut with a rumble, and in an instant, the entire atmosphere changed. Finally, everything clicks back just like it was before. Our hero's mother officially disappeared, leaving him alone in this world. Yan Chen cried out her name in despair again and again, but she never answered. His father loomed over him, looking coldly, without any concession, until the boy completely broke down. He stared straight into Yan Chen's eyes and threw a chilling command, "Let these be the last tears he ever sheds in this life." He warned him, from this moment on, he would never be able to shed a single tear again, no matter how much he wanted to. Yan Chen turned to his father, almost begging him to finally tell the truth. In his gaze pure slaughter, our MC demanded his father tell the truth about exactly where he sent his mother. The patriarch abruptly turned and gestured for his son to come, as if finally ready to reveal a huge secret. The patriarch flung the door wide open and ordered his son to feast his eyes to look at the spectacle. He threw his last stunning trump card, revealing the dark purpose for which all Guklins exist. Yan Chun froze as if struck by lightning, silently watching as his father dropped a bomb on him. This unbearable burden was the legacy he was doomed to inherit. When memories wash over him like a wave, Yan Chun looks intently into the Sword Maiden's eyes and says he will keep his tongue behind his teeth. The Sword Queen presses him with questions about whether his mother is still somewhere there, but our hero must admit, he is just as helpless as she is. He looked her straight in the eyes and made it crystal clear no matter how many times she asked, his answer would never change. Whatever he said, the Queen of Swords stood up and declared that she finally understood everything. She would no longer meddle in his secrets. She gives Yan Chun soft apologies and a sympathetic pat on the head, acknowledging that he is also caught in a complete nightmare. She drops a bombshell, says she heard that some pretty girl is helping Reincarnates train and asks if it is Ciola. But honestly, our guy loses his mind because he cannot believe anyone called her pretty girl at all. The Queen of Swords cornered him and demanded an answer. If it's not Ciola, then who the hell is it? Inner anxieties stirred in Yan Chun. It was too strange that his sister even brought up such a topic. It was completely out of his style, but he understood immediately his sister was definitely talking about Bia. Sensing the mood, the Sword Queen decides to change the course of events. She glances at our guy and asks if he plans to return to his clan soon. Yan Chun confirms he will set off literally any day now. The Sword Queen pesters him with questions and demands specifics exactly when he intended to leave. But our guy drops a bombshell. It turns out Reincarnates has no desire to return home at all. A sharp smile spread across the Sword Queen's face, and she immediately thundered an order to her apprentice. Reincarnates did not hesitate for a second. He immediately blurted out an answer to her master. The Queen of Swords left the room and asked the apprentice why she still hadn't gone home, and the girl admitted she was just too worried about her master to leave. The Sword Queen makes it crystal clear she still needs to make one obligatory visit home. HWA remained completely silent, but the Queen of Swords caught her panic and promised that she had the perfect solution for the trembling. With a confident, self-satisfied smile, the Queen of Swords dropped a bombshell she would actually join the clan. Reincarnates was ecstatic beyond measure, her face lit up with genuine joy. But Yan Chun? He just froze, unable to piece together what he had just heard. Reincarnates looks the master straight in the eyes and asks if she is really just reaching out to her. The Queen of Swords confirms and makes it clear she owes a huge debt to the Gu clan. Moreover, she is still waiting to hear what exact demand Yan Chun will soon make. Yan Chun meets with the Queen of Swords, demanding an answer. Has she forgotten her oath to protect the sect? Queen of Swords simply laughs through it and tells the boy the truth. She is the one whom this order has actually been guarding all this time. He said that in his sister's eyes there was a wild, crazy secrecy because she stubbornly refused to return home, and Reincarnates swore to follow her mistress to the ends of the earth. Our guy is puzzled and demands to know why she suddenly changed her tone. Reincarnates just brushes him off and says he needs to stop overthinking the little things. She reminds him. Her going home was exactly what he wanted from the start. While they talk, she makes it clear that this whole story is a huge win for him. Zilla laughs out loud as soon as Baya returns from training, and Picha, the Queen of Swords, immediately catches her with a sharp look. With a click, everything fell into place. Baya was the mysterious savior her student had spoken of. She turned to the girl and asked if she was really the one who pulled Reincarnates out of trouble. Queen of Swords grabbed her hand, and her voice choked with emotion as she thanked her for everything. She told Baya that Reincarnates praised her wildly and directly mentioned that beauty who jumped to help at that moment. At that, in an instant, Baya's face turned beet red. She even bit her tongue. She couldn't find a single word. The Queen of Swords looked her straight in the eyes and said she was just as impressive as the rumors said. Yan Chun was left scratching his head, wondering why Baya suddenly became so shy. It occurred to him, maybe the reason was that she simply wasn't used to such high praise. Realization hit him like a ton of bricks, right here and now. Queen of Swords throws a real total bombshell at Bia, reveals that she knows. Bia is the fiancée of Yan Chun, so our guy is completely shocked that she even mentioned it. Queen of Swords promised Bia that since she and Yan Chun have golden hearts, they are destined to become the perfect duo. He lit up with a smile at the news, but right in the middle of their conversation, Sion's gaze suddenly fixed on something suspicious. She lifts her gaze and freezes in shock. Right in front of her stands her older version. She calls her sis, and the future Seola immediately says it's time to go to the training fields. She looked him straight in the eyes and declared that it was finally time to finish what they started. Hearing this, Seola lit up and, jumping to her feet, sprinted off with a huge smile. Yeon-chun asks where she is heading, but she just gives him the cold shoulder and doesn't make a sound. Ryangwa calls her master. Her voice cuts through the air. She delivers the main news. There is very little time left until the huge Mount Hua festival. Then she pleadingly asks the master to finally leave this place and go with them as soon as the celebration ends. The Blade Queen returned to Yeon-chun, checking if he was really okay with the plan. Ryangwa was beaming with excitement. She was thrilled that her master finally embraced her idea. Yeon-chun told the queen directly. If his sister decided to return to the clan, he has no right to hold her back. But one thing he made clear firmly: wherever she goes, he will go with her. Queen of Swords claps her hands and announces that it's finally time to move to finalize the departure. Wasting not a second, she sharply issued this. She noticed a strange detail about her student. She leaned closer to see better. Ryangwa nervously asked the master if everything was okay. Queen of Swords suddenly turned to the student, her eyes wide open as she dropped a bombshell. A colossal suspicion just overwhelmed her. As soon as the sunlight falls on her, she bluntly tells the girl that she has gained weight and poor Ryonhua simply dies of shame. Yang Chun just heard her and burst out laughing until tears came. The Sword Queen turned to her student and admitted that she was too distracted caring for her, and then she truly offered the girl a sincere apology. She dropped a bomb saying that it would be a giant leap forward if she faced Yang Chun one-on-one. Our guy was shocked as soon as he heard the news. He immediately demanded an explanation. Why was he being thrown into a fight against her? The Sword Queen announces the news. Tomorrow morning she will drag Ryonghwa back into training. She insists that the girl needs to get her blood flowing with a serious warm-up before the real work begins. But Ryonghwa stops her, stating that she is fully capable of handling her own warm-up. She insists that she works hard without stopping, but the Sword Queen just twitches her nose slightly and orders her to shut up. She looked her student straight in the eyes and gave the order, just do it and finish it. Immediately in the next moment, the scene shifts to Yang Chun and his sister in a new place. Ryonghwa just drew her sword, took a deadly stance, and asked her brother if she could finally unleash her power. Our MC could not believe she was asking such nonsense and emphasized to his sister, they are in a direct duel right now. She received one last encouraging speech from him and he ordered, go out there and fight with all your might. Just those words hit her ears, Ryonghwa sprang up and rushed straight to her brother. Suddenly the scene changes and we plunge headlong into a decisive memory. Thick flakes of snow begin to layer on Gu Clan, covering the entire territory with a creepy, frozen landscape. Flashback alert, we see young Yeon-chun and Ryonghwa. They are just hanging out and sharing food together. The girl looks him straight in the eyes and pleadingly asks him to finally tell everything. But Yang Chun just stands still, not a word, clamping his mouth shut. Ryonghwa sharply grabs the topic and asks if he really intends to keep pretending as if he understands nothing. And our guy just tilts his head and pretends he has no idea at all what she is talking about. The little girl confesses her mother hasn't come home for several days and she is overwhelmed. Neither he nor their father seems to care at all. Ryong Hwa points out how creepy the whole atmosphere is, but Yang Chun just cuts her off. Shut up and keep eating. Ryonghwa boiled with rage as soon as those words hit his ears. She shouted her brother's name once again, and her voice broke to an even more desperate height. Ryonghwa corners her brother and interrogates him why he behaves like a complete stranger. She drops a bomb, their mother has completely disappeared, and he just looks away and replies, would she really dare to raise her voice at him? Tears stream down her face like rain, and Ryonghwa sharply lashes out at her brother, demanding to know how he can just sit and eat while their mother is missing and they have no idea if she will ever come back. She turns to Yeon-chun and asks if he really doesn't care at all, but Yeon-chun, he is not affected by it in the slightest. Gun was constantly searching for the right words to lift the burden from his sister's heart. But he couldn't take it anymore. He gritted his teeth, abruptly pushed the table away and barked at his sister. Shut up and stop these tears right now. He shouts as if he has no idea where their mother disappeared to and demands an explanation why she keeps pestering him with the same question again and again. He flinches, bangs, and demands an answer. Is she really trying to unnerve him? Ryonghwa's jaw dropped. She couldn't recover from the bombshell she just heard. With a cold gaze, Yeon-chun cornered his sister and dealt a devastating blow with words, their mother is dead. He moves closer and asks if she feels even a little better now. Then he presses, is this really the answer she wanted to hear? Reincarnates looks him straight in the eyes and, without blinking, asks if it was their own father who ended her life. And our guy just shrugs. He doesn't know anything at all. He says she will have to piece together the remains and solve this mystery herself. And he also suggests, if she is brave enough, she can go straight to the source and ask their father himself. Yan Chun thundered at his sister not to utter their mother's name and warned, if she dares to raise her voice again, he will no longer play polite. After hearing her brother's words, Reincarnates completely broke down and sobbed even harder. And at that very moment, she began to absolutely hate her own brother. She was dead set on staying on Mount Hua, convinced this is the only chance to finally wash from her mind her mother, brother, and that cursed clan family. The memory of the moment when she saw with her own eyes how her master wove his god-level martial arts world into Reincarnates' head. For her, the legendary Sword Queen is not just a warrior, she is one of us family. But even despite this, she still couldn't shake off the deep longing for the family she left behind. She fixed her gaze on her brother and, like an X-ray, analyzed every one of his movements in detail. The next moment, Reincarnates gasps for air on the ground, completely crushed by Yunchun, just as we all expected. Our guy gives her the honorary laurels. He admits that her strength is the real deal and the blade flashes like lightning, proving that Sword Queen taught her everything she knows. He convulsively gasped for air, as if his lungs were about to fail. Yunhwa looked into her brother's eyes and begged, could they ever return to how things were before? Yan Chun was completely thrown off balance. He stepped up close and demanded that his sister finally explain what she really meant. He just glanced mockingly and cut straight to the point. Now it's already too late for that. As soon as the second Reincarnates heard those words, she froze in combat readiness, prepared, charged, and already ready to spring into action. A barely noticeable smile slid across her lips, painfully funny that her brother didn't even try to fight back. Right at the foot of the huge Huashan waterfall, water crashes down with a thunderous roar like a dragon god shouting a challenge to the heavens. The one and only stood firm and unmoving, while the absolute chaos of the storm thundered all around. It was Mu Yan, a devoted guardian who would give his life for Yan Chun. Every strike of his blade was deadly. It cut even the air and exploded rain into a dazzling splash of white foam. His blade flared in the fog like fireworks, and the incredible force of the strike spun the water into complete chaos. Waves shattered against each other. Mu Yan did not hesitate for a moment. He gripped the sword hilt so tightly that his fingers turned white, veins bulged as his whole hand locked firmly in position. Rain and sweat drenched his face, but behind that stone gaze his mind was in total ruin. He clenched his teeth and in that silence where time seemed to freeze in the heart, began to move. He could not understand why his master bore this oppressive burden alone, especially when memories surged back like a blade. Yang Chun lay broken, his body a human stand pierced by a forest of needles. Mu Yan recalled again that unbearable moment when he fell to his knees in the mud. His fists trembled, his voice broke with grief, and he could not understand why Yang Chun never called for help and chose to face that hellish fight completely alone. Mu Yan realized the master had simply left him behind, having reached such a level that a guard was no longer needed. Even when the truth finally came out, Mu Yan was still bound by his duty. He saw himself as Yang Chun's ultimate protector, a human shield ready to intercept every blade before anything could touch his master, and for him, any other way of living was absolutely unthinkable. While Yang Chun risked his life as a living shield, Mu Yan was nowhere to be found. He could not endure this miserable defeat, so he turned shame into fuel and began training like a true madman. Every strike of his sword sounded like a scream of unbearable pain. Finally, he released all the inner chaos he had held inside. With one insanely brutal strike, he split the waterfall in half, and water exploded through the darkness, scattering like a million shards of broken glass. A face full of agony and a heart heavy with guilt, he spat out a bitter question. Why master the art of the blade if you cannot even save the one you hold most dear? If his blade could not fulfill its purpose, it was just a useless piece of firewood to him. But suddenly, a sharp voice rang out from the top of the waterfall and snapped him out of his trance. Someone shouted down, "The fall is too high." Mujin's head twitched upward, his eyes scanning the jagged rocks as the wind whipped through his wet hair, but his grip on the sword did not waver for a moment. Recognized that voice immediately. Sea of Laws. He was completely stunned, could not recover from the fact that she was actually standing here, right in front of him. She shouted in response that she understood everything and would not stop, asking if she just needed to keep going with the same movement. Her legs were completely wet, but she still pressed forward, wondering how much longer she would have to keep her eyes tightly shut. Xiala glides over the shimmering water with crazy grassy step, looks as if she is dancing on invisible lotus petals. She moves like a real ghost, gliding through the air with impossible grace. Before her stands a majestic blonde who explains, once she masters this legwork, she won't even need eyes to see. Seola is in despair. She knows a single slip and death will come instantly, but she grits her teeth and pushes forward. The blonde nods approvingly and orders her to go straight into the third form. Seola releases a dazzling golden archer blade, carves a perfect spinning lotus right out of the air. She lets out a pure scream of complete happiness. She impatiently asked if the move was accurate, and after a quick approving nod, the blonde girl pushed her to immediately jump to the 4th grade. By the roaring waterfall, Mu Yan's jaw nearly dropped as he watched Xiaolei put on a real masterclass with her swordsmanship technique. He stood stunned, his brain feverishly trying to remember when exactly she had mastered fencing. She was no longer the sweet-toothed maid he remembered, had turned into a real machine of strength. He muttered to himself. Cutting with a blade on the edge of a torn cliff is almost equivalent to suicide. If Yan Chun found out what she was doing, his jaw would drop. Meanwhile, high above the Seol waterfall, she effortlessly shifts the technique from the 1st form directly to the 4th. The energy of her blade explodes into a dazzling dragon that envelops her with continuous force. The blonde nodded contentedly once again and announced that it was finally time to solve the 5th form. As if she was pulled into a sharp bread hand, she instantly spun with high-speed rotation in the air. And he brought down his blade in a dangerous direct swing. The strike hit devastatingly and with a crash. The stones shattered into fragments, the surface of the water trembled with waves, and she simply shone with pure joy just hearing those praises. She was simply overwhelmed, telling everyone how much she liked this sweet, sweet approval. Mu Yan freezes at the foot of the waterfall while the water wildly tears down like a real mad dragon, and he himself is completely paralyzed with admiration. He finally understood he can no longer sleep on it. Could it be that she had been honing her swordsmanship skills in the shadows all this time? He forced himself to focus and realized, pulling others down will not help him level up in that. He knew he must silence any noise and keep his eyes aimed, focused just on the road ahead. He was ready to sacrifice everything to fulfill his duty as a protector, but suddenly from behind, a quiet voice whispered that he had already done enough. Mu Yan almost jumped in fright, sharply turned around and immediately ran into Xiaolei, who was standing right in front of him. He was caught completely off guard. He had no idea how long she had been lurking like that. She met his gaze and jabbed a finger right into his chest, demanding to know if he truly understood how important his mission was. Mu Yan could only gape in stunned silence, complete confusion, because he had absolutely no idea what she was talking about. Suddenly, a golden flash bursts from the tip of her finger and sinks into him, throwing a wild surge of energy into his body, screaming like a lightning strike. He clenches his jaws so hard they might shatter, and his face twists from pure, unrelenting pain. Xiaola just illuminated him with a gentle smile and blurted out the truth. Cultivation is not only about following orders. Sometimes you have to tear the rules apart lengthwise and crosswise to finally reach the sky. A giant wave of golden energy swallows them both completely, and the spiritual power goes utterly mad. It whirls a storm that tears trees like twigs until everything disappears in a dazzling flash. Mu Yan collapsed to the floor, wheezing and gasping for air as if his lungs were blazing with fire. But as soon as he finally raised his eyes, Xiaola seemed to dissolve into the air and he screamed into the void, "Where did she go?" We immediately rushed to the Firerate Festival. Giant banners wildly flap in the sky. The air thickened with the loud shouts of merchants who spread their goods to everyone who would listen. Now he is throwing out his stash, and you won't believe the crazy profitable deals he is offering. The sky instantly explodes, black is cut by a wave of fire, and huge rifts glow as if blooming peach sakura's solid, bright flowers. While the radiant petals burned the sky, Yan Chun and Bia sat nearby, chewing steamed buns under the fireworks, and Yan Chun whispered that he had no idea how everything would turn out just like this. Since everything was already launched, he decided, if so, he could lean back and just enjoy the spectacle. Bia throws him a tired, playful look, and her face immediately glows with a bright blush as she winks at him with a bold, sly smile. Yan Chun looked at her and said she better get going because her family is probably already turning the whole house upside down to find her. Before he could utter a single word, she had already fainted, sliding right onto his shoulder. He twists a helpless smile and whispers that she is free, let the fire burn however she pleases. The salute exploded right above their heads, roaring a celebration in honor of his grand decision. The night sky turned into a deep violet canvas, painted with glowing peach sakura blossoms that flared in the darkness. Each shot was seized by the pure, wild power of a sword and bursting, scattered into a million shimmering, perfect petals. The crowd has no idea that those flowers are the handiwork of busy Mount Hua students. Behind the scenes, a voice screams in agony, asking the elder brother if he is trying to tear their hands off, but in response only a cold command. Be silent and accept it. To reach the summit, one must embrace agony. True strength is forged in pure pain. Under the pale moon, fireworks tore through the night sky, and Yangchen and Namkun Pai shared a quiet moment on the threshold. The whole scene seemed legendary, like a classic inkwash painting coming to life right before their eyes. When sparks danced in Fian and Ga's eyes, she couldn't help but quietly breathe in sincere admiration. Yangchen remained completely silent, but if you looked closely, you could see a rare, tiny smile finally tug at the corner of his lips. Yet inside the house, something else was already brewing. The feeling changed instantly. The air thickened with tension, as if a storm was about to break out. The swordmaster sat directly opposite the divine healer, not averting his gaze. Their eyes locked, a deadly, silent duel without words. So quiet it seemed you could hear a pin drop, if not for the faint crackling of fireworks somewhere far away. After the painful silence, the divine healer finally breaks his silence with a voice that commands the hall, admitting he definitely knows what the swordsman is hunting for. But does he really think he can pull it off? His tone was. He was clearly exhausted and full of doubts, but the swordsman remained calm, asking who else besides the healer could realistically pull this off. He abruptly got to the point with a question so sharp the healer flinched. The man just shook his head and his eyes froze in utter defeat. He admitted, despite his title Divine Physician, he is an ordinary guy, not some god capable of performing miracles. It was a harsh reality check that hit the swordmaster like a bucket of ice water, instantly cutting off the last shred of hope. The swordmaster's eyes darkened with despair, but he forced himself to speak evenly as he threw the main question: is there really no other way? His question hung in the air like a desperate last prayer. The whole room sank into suffocating silence while the doctor looked into the distance, clearly struggling with a secret that could shake the entire world. Unyielding, the swordsman lowered his voice to a quiet, confident whisper, betting everything on the assumption that the healer's silence means they still have a chance to fight. The doctor let out a heavy sigh. His voice oozed pure horror. He warned, this situation is much more complicated than it seems. Interfering with someone's meridians without a plan is essentially a complete suicide mission. And to pull such a trick on a child who is clearly wired differently, that's just asking for trouble. Every Dantian has a standard energy tank, but the power core inside this boy was completely different. The place was so incredibly vast and deep that it seemed like a huge empty void. There was absolutely nothing inside. It turns out that this quirky little whim was exactly what kept him unnoticed all this time. The healer's words struck the swordsman like a freight train, a wave of shock that pierced his soul. He stands motionless, paralyzed, while a tsunami of memories washes over him and everything crashes back into his mind. He still sees it perfectly. Little Vaisal standing there with a wooden sword, a desperate fire burning in her eyes. She wants to learn to fight. But in a moment of complete foolishness, he blurted out words that still haunt him. Mockingly through that she was just a pathetic servant who would never become strong enough to make the world tremble, and completely losing self-control, he even shattered her wooden sword to splinters and snarled right in her face. She had to rise and finally take on that huge burden everyone expected from her. Even now, the memory of how she lowered her head and tears sprang to her eyes mercilessly tears his heart apart, and when self-contempt overwhelms him again, his fist trembles as he tears out a desperate, broken plea from himself. In despair, he will beg the doctor, just let Seoli live a normal life at least once. The legendary doctor froze in place, dead silence, and only pure doubt flashed in his eyes as he absorbed the full weight of the request. He had already warned the swordsman. What he wanted was light years beyond any medical science. But the swordsman did not flinch. He shot back. Impossibility is exactly the reason why he begs for a miracle. The doctor practically said, he asks to rewrite the very laws of time and space, and this is without even considering the insane amount of preparation that such a miracle requires. The swordsman did not hesitate for a second. He stepped forward and took on the entire burden, swearing that everything would be ready. But the doctor froze. He could not help but wonder if this hero was hiding his own desperate reason. He was doing everything for the sake of his grandson, and these words struck the swordsman as if physically binding him immovably in place. He presses the doctor, asking if he is really talking about the legendary white tear spiritor. The doctor freezes completely, his face fixed in absolute shock. He slammed his fist on the table with fury and demanded to know what the swordmaster heard, but the master did not even flinch. He locked eyes with him as if he had steel nerves. He told him directly that their hearts were completely in sync, both burning with a fierce desire to protect the next generation. She begged him one last time for the sake of the children, and the doctor froze in dead silence before finally asking one single, chilling question: why? The sword master directly forbade the young man from training, and this is madness, because in a world where everything is so deadly, the ability to fight and get out of fights is the only thing that keeps you alive. Letting out a deep, soul-crushing sigh, the first swordsman raised his eyes full of grief, and answered with a counter-question. Will the confession finally help bring the doctor to his side? The doctor lowers his gaze and issues an ultimatum. Explain why you are suppressing the child's talent, bring the white tier magic stone, and only then will you find a solution. Cornered, the swordsman master finally dropped a bombshell. The incredible power of Seola turned out to be no gift, it was pure curse. The price for such power was no less than her own life. He put everything straightforwardly and without unnecessary words. Her only chance for a normal life is to keep her head down and behave like any ordinary child. You will pull through this no problem. And as soon as she combines those raw instincts with tactical genius, her martial arts will reach a completely new level and become more terrifying. Her own soul begins to rise in smoke. Every time she activates this power, she literally burns her own life energy until one day she has nothing left to give. The doctor froze in fear, his voice trembled as he croaked, "Her life." The swordsman nodded through the pain and admitted that even the slightest effort could end everything. But here is the trap: every time she uses martial arts, she literally burns her own life force. It's only a matter of time before that inner fire consumes her from within. The doctor is simply stunned. He mutters that this looks exactly like the cursed demonic bloodlines of some forbidden cult. The truth finally hit her like a ton of bricks. Now she knew for sure why the swordsman forbade her from touching any blade. Then the doctor leaned closer and asked the heavy question. Did the swordsman really step into Tiling Manor, the home of the absolute king of the spiritual world of fighters? But just then, when the swordsman, the master fiercely shook his head and harshly refused, even as the doctor begged him to run. He revealed that this place held the sealing stone, the only thing in all existence that could be strong enough to suppress the child's raging energy core. But there is a huge catch. If this bet suddenly works, she will have to say goodbye to life as a martial artist forever. He warned that the swordswoman is effectively tearing off her wings just to be safe. Time waits for no one, and when she grows up, she will finally piece together the dark truth about what really happened. She will probably carry anger towards him her whole life for crushing her dreams before they even had a chance to take flight. The swordsman let this choice settle with weight, and the fire in his gaze blazed with tragic determination. If the price is for Seola to stay alive, he will pay it without hesitation for a second. Outside, under the sky exploding with fireworks, Yanchun and Namgun Phi weaved through the noisy crowds, but Yanchun looked completely indifferent, gnawing on a candied skewer as he walked. Namyon Pai's face instantly flared up as soon as he dashed from the spot, disappearing like a true gust of wind. He was left completely alone, the one and only, swallowed by the huge, wildly rushing crowd. The merchant's shout sharply jerked Yanchun's head, and he froze, staring at the display case with butterfly hairpins so luxurious they seemed to steal the air from his lungs. He stood still, his eyes glued to them as if under a full enchantment, and at that very moment, Seola was rushing home under the eerie, dim pale moonlight when suddenly she glanced over her shoulder. She was completely exhausted but just enjoying herself, chewing on a Posca bread as if she only needed a little sugar to wash away all her worries without exception. Suddenly, a sharp voice thundered from behind, making her twitch so much she almost choked on her food as she sharply turned to look at them. She lifts her gaze and sees Yanchun's icy stare fixed directly on her, and from fear, she can barely squeeze out the words, "Young master." Sweat instantly breaks out on her face, her hands tremble uncontrollably as she convulsively clutches the Posca bread. And when Yanchun approaches closely, his voice flows with pure cold fury. He looms over her and demands to know exactly where she has been hiding all day. He admits he actually intended to invite her to the festival, but as soon as he turned his back, she seemed to vanish into thin air. She reappeared only in the dead of night, sitting with her head down, quietly murmuring apologies. Not having recovered from the shock, Yanchun suddenly grabs a captivating invisible butterfly hairpin. It flashes under the moonlight and completely throws her off balance with the exclamation, "Surprise, Seola." He freezes in complete shock and bursts out demanding, what the hell is he even seeing? He fights to maintain an icy, unforced poker face despite the discomfort and brushes it off as a joke, saying it's just a small bonus for all her hard work. Seola's eyes flashed with pure delight and her heart pounded wildly in her chest. Blushing deeply, she listened as Yan Chun ordered her to simply take the thing, inventing some lame excuse about his hand being tired, and she stared at him in complete shock, asking again if he really meant to give it to her. Yan Chun waved his hand back with a self-satisfied smile, as if giving himself a second to think, and because of this Seola panicked completely. She waved her arms and shouted that she would still take it. He caught her stunned reaction and threw a barely noticeable smile, just at the moment when he gently slipped the hairpin into her locks, and the whole moment suddenly became incredibly special. Under the moonlight and the rain of cherry blossoms, this moment seemed like a complete dream, and Yan Chun, trying hard to remain composed, casually asked if such an appearance suited her. He pretended everything was under control, told her he could just throw it in the trash if she didn't like it, and it basically cost him nothing. The face of Xiala flashed a deep crimson and her eyes sparkled with sparks, and without saying a word, she, standing on tiptoe, gently touched his cheek with a kiss. Yan Chun was found dead on the spot, and his entire face glowed nuclear red. Xiala simply shines and her butterfly hairpin glitters as if it is about to take off, and the whole room turns pink because her smile sends his heart into a full uncontrolled spin. The next morning brings the resolution. As soon as the sun splits the horizon, we sharply turn back to Bia. She almost walks in her sleep, yawns and stretches as if still in bed, but Seola is pure energy, shouting at everyone to hurry up because they must not miss a single second of the grand tournament. She noticed how Yan Chun was stalling and playfully barked at him, basically, faster. And Yan Chun, watching how she vibrates with inexhaustible energy, could not help but wonder how she managed to fully recover in just one night. Seola's face instantly tightened with anxiety when she leaned over and asked if he really felt okay. As soon as she teased him about his bright red face, Yunchun immediately seemed to freeze, and he began stumbling over his words. The echo of yesterday's meeting flared in his head in waves, but he immediately shook off those thoughts and nodded to himself. He was no longer some scared kid, it was time to just let go. Next, we immediately find ourselves on the tournament grounds of Mount Hua. The place trembles with excitement, and the crowd roars wildly. The crowd buzzes. Could the legendary sword dragon finally be entering the ring? But harsh reality hits everyone. Last year he was a complete ghost, and he hadn't even earned that epic title yet. And this year, believe it, he was finally going to show his face. As the group continues moving, suddenly a question pops up: who really won last year's title? And just in time, a newcomer steps forward and gives the answer with full confidence. He swears it was supposed to be a sacred guard, and nods in full agreement while his curiosity sharply flies beyond the limits. Just as everyone begins to guess who this guy is, Yun Feng steps forward with a confident smile and shows that he is one of the 3 elite students of Mount Hua. The crowd freezes in shock while people wonder if this is really the legendary genius sword dragon. Yun Feng waves it off and modestly scratches the back of his head, as if to say the praise is too much, but just then Yang Chun passes by and freezes, not understanding what the hell Yun Feng is even doing here. While everyone else is nervous about the flower ceremony, Yang Feng notices this group and sends them a huge, friendly wave. As soon as he was named the heir of the Gu clan, Yunchun froze in place, as if rooted to the spot. Yun Feng rushes up to him to ask if Yang Chun is going to the flower ceremony, and Yang Chun freezes in surprise. How does he even manage to catch his breath when so many preparations have piled up one on top of another? Yang Feng releases a chilly smile, short but reassuring. Everything is under control, he says. Behind him, Mount Hua students work like beasts of burden, dragging heavy equipment across the entire area. One of them finally snaps, growling at the others, ordering them to pick up the damn pace. He is boiling over because the flower ceremony is just a step away, and it feels like half the students have simply vanished into thin air. Some classmate joined in and started explaining that everyone is frantically bustling because today is a huge tournament. But the first guy just snorted disdainfully and muttered that this last-minute panic preparation is as useless as cramming before the final exam. Yang Fen snorted nervously and suggested they kill time at the training ground, and Yang Chun suddenly realized that when Fen said preparations were completed, he meant not small things but the huge tournament ahead. After some time, Yang Feng was practically trembling with excitement and led them at full speed, showing the entire place from start to finish. It was a legendary scene for a great competition, a huge, impressive training ground that literally towered right before their eyes. Xiao A's eyes sparkled as she sharply exhaled at such grandeur, and Yunchun just gave her a quick sideways glance as if to say, after seeing the same at the 9 Dragons gathering, she should already be used to it. Yunfeng asks if the Gu clan heir will appear at the flower offering ceremony, but Yang Chun just waved it off, saying if he even thought about that he would have to go crazy. Yunfeng laughed heartily and admitted he was just joking. After all, everyone knows the ceremony is strictly for Mount Hua students. Yan Chun immediately fell into dead silence. Only now did he feel how serious everything was. His mind immediately spun around Ryunhua and the danger she was heading into. Who were the monsters that were supposed to throw her into the ring? He only prayed that she wouldn't be completely destroyed there. But out of nowhere, Yang Feng broke the tension, sharply shifting the conversation to a completely different topic. He looked at Yan Chun and asked if the word had already reached him that he himself was going into the ring to fight against Riang. Barely had those words left his lips when Yan Chun felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His head spun, and in complete disbelief, he tried with all his might to convince himself that Riang Hua had no chance against Yang Feng. Bia had been eavesdropping all this time and was already going crazy over how legendary this great competition would become. Xiola sharply turned around at the very moment Yang Feng spoke and asked if this was seriously the same girl who dared to stand against him. Yang Feng flared up with a self-satisfied smile, confirming that the duel was officially on, but then he even dared to ask the heir of Gu for a strict step-by-step analysis of what was happening, leaving Yan Chun completely stunned. This guy still demanded a live report. Suddenly, a mighty voice thundered over the stadium, ordering everyone to immediately clear the arena. The main event had finally arrived. The flower offering ceremony was about to begin. Bia quickly pushed the group, reminding them that it was time to retreat and make way. But as soon as Yan Chun turned to leave, he began muttering under his breath, his stomach gripped by a sudden wave of fear. He couldn't shake the feeling. Would everything really be all right, or was tragedy already waiting for them? He couldn't help but start guessing who the hell had arranged this match, because he felt that someone backstage was definitely playing a dirty game. He spat out a curse, irritated by the strange feeling crawling under his skin. Could it be that he was really starting to worry about Gu Reinghua? He shook it off, telling himself that he only felt that way because she was about to be completely crushed, but at that very moment, another announcement thundered through the speakers. The announcer roared that the sect leader was finally making his grand entrance. Although the man still hadn't appeared, his thunderous voice was already shaking the entire stadium. Every year the same thing. No one could understand why they were being driven to march up this huge mountain under the hellish heat for such a random ceremony. Xiola, completely disconnected from the leader of Mount Hua, her gaze was fixed on the peach blossoms swirling in the sky. Follow the petals, and suddenly a blinding pillar of light bursts through the sky and crashes with a roar right into the dead center of the arena. When the dazzling light finally disperses, the silhouette of the leader of the Mount Hua sect emerges through the mist. He thanked them with all his heart, ordering everyone to watch him closely so as not to miss a second of his absolute genius. The Mount Hua disciples shed blood and sweat, enduring hellish training to reach this level of power. Nearby, Yanchen could not hold back. His patience melted as he flashed a look at Xiale. She was here for the great clash, but she didn't care about the fight at all. She spent too much time and energy on her strange antics. Then the Mount Hua disciples burst out as one, roaring in perfect unison, and shouting that they were the ones who should say thank you. Because if there is one thing this sect holds on to, it is never forgetting anyone who fought so that their legacy would live on. With a loud voice, the sect leader finally gave the signal. The first large-scale duel begins. In an instant, the falling petals flared up like a victory salute, and when the flower in Xiola's mouth exploded, her jaw simply dropped from pure shock. The stadium erupted into complete madness. The roar of the stands was deafening, and the air literally crackled with electric inspiration. Seconds later, the air tore apart, the relentless ringing of steel strikes clashing against steel like. These two Mount Hua disciples had just stolen the attention with a performance so insane that the entire arena froze without a word. The crowd is simply going crazy for Wu Ainsun. You can feel it immediately. The hype this year is on a completely different level. One duel immediately flowed into the next, and the relentless clash did not let up until the sun disappeared behind the mountain peaks. Meanwhile, two Mount Hua disciples rush headlong to Reinghua, terrified to death because they had never seen her work with a real blade, especially since training swords are just feathers compared to real weapons. And with trembling voices, they nervously ask the younger sister if she is really ready for this. Renhua freezes for a moment, and the silence becomes deafening, so much so that the tension hangs in the air like a heavy burden. He tightly closes his eyes and lets his thoughts run wild while preparing a plan. She gently and modestly said thank you, and those two disciples were so moved that they just started sobbing, and one of them shouted in complete shock as if she had really shown them some gratitude. While he was falling from overconfidence, some guy offered to teach her his secret most powerful move, but as soon as he said that, Yan Chun whirled onto the stage and called her name. The two disciples turned sharply, hatred boiling in their eyes, and barked at him for speaking so casually to their younger sister, asking if he was literally begging for his own funeral. Yan Chun released a cold, cruel smile at her shock. His eyes flashed with malice as he dropped the bomb. He was actually her older brother. He hurled insults, calling them nothing less than disgusting toads, and in a moment both disciples were left lying in a mangled heap, faces beaten so badly it was like mush. Yan Chun decisively approached Reincarnates, admitting rumors were the only reason he rushed like that. He cut straight to the point, asked if she really intended to duel Sword Dragon, and with a soft, even voice Reincarnates confirmed it was all true. Yan Chun sharply stepped back and stated that he did not mean to offend her, but if the Sword Flower herself gives orders, it's better to immediately abort this plan. As soon as he fell silent, the two disciples seemed to jerk back to life. They sprang up and simply demanded to know who this random guy was. They tore into him for ruining the mood, and Yan Chun with a stone face cut off. The real tragedy is being forced to face a monster like Sword Dragon. In his opinion, the fight was already lost before it even started. But at that very moment, Tiat Hoa finally spoke, and it threw even Yan Chun off balance. She says her decision is already made, but she was truly touched that he came to check on her. She admits she did not expect to see him there, but she needs him to shut up and listen to what she has to say. She explains, if she keeps running from her battles like a coward, she will betray every person who has ever shown her kindness. From her mentor and older brothers all the way to Bia and Yan Chun himself. They have already given her much more than she could ever hope to repay. That's all. She swore to settle the score with her own hands, declaring that winning or losing no longer mattered. Because for the first time in her entire history, she was tired of running and finally ready to stand her ground. The sun hid behind the horizon, but the energy at the Tahoe Pavilion was still at its peak. In the silver victory section, the crowd was already going crazy, between wild cheers and pure grief, and some guy was shouting at the top of his lungs. He was completely overwhelmed by the insane spectacle. While the rest of the crowd was drowning in guilt, the next fight was announced, a real rarity. And from the Golden Gate came out an absolute monster, the top talented student of Mount Hua, the only hope for the future. Get ready for the legendary story of the Sword Dragon himself, Yongfeng. As soon as the second Yongfeng stepped into the spotlights, the entire arena exploded to the max. The wait was finally over. Now they would face the legendary Sword Dragon face to face. Right under the spotlights, the same moment flashed in Riongo's head, the first time her brother truly lost control and broke down in hysteria, causing a real rampage. At first, she was simply angry at her brother, but when his relentless rage went out of control, that resentment turned into paralyzing fear, and she could do nothing but hate. Terror her brother unleashed was rapidly gaining momentum and was already turning into a full nightmare. Until she grew to such hatred of the whole world and disappeared, cutting herself off from every living soul. She finally found her master, the only person who ever made her feel safe. But when she looked back at her broken past path, suddenly everything became clear. It hit her like a truck. She runs her fingers along the trail, doubting whether her own brother was really the one who branded her with this scar. Finally, it dawned on her. She actually sensed her own fatal flaw faster than all those children could in any amount of time. When it finally dawned on her how serious everything was, Reincarnates did not hesitate and immediately made her choice. Despite the fact that she insanely hated her brother and the rest of the toxic family, she officially stops running. Time to turn around and look them straight in the face. She lunges at F with all her might, but Sword Dragon effortlessly knocks her down, parrying every strike as if it were child's play. To the right, when she struck him with the blade with all her strength, and sparks rained down. And here, right on the spot, everything finally clicked in Reincarnates. He was a true beast. It was then that it finally clicked in her head. She saw the pure power that brought him the legendary name Sword Dragon. She envelops the blade with a splash of raw energy and unleashes it directly at F. Her strike cuts through space with an explosion, sharp and fierce. Fum manages to withstand it, taking it all on himself, but the pure power pushes him back. He slides and recoils. Reincarnates flashed like lightning through the breach, closing the distance before they could even blink. She throws things at full speed. Her velocity becomes absolutely terrifying. As soon as her blade flashes, a real storm of peonies explodes in the air around them, but F is a solid wall, effortlessly parrying every strike she throws at him. He winks and smiles and directly tells her that she actually has very serious skills. She sharply drops into a fighting stance and begins to unleash a blindingly fast series of strikes. Bang flashes a smile and notes, the seeds that the Sword Queen sowed did not just sprout, they exploded into something fierce. He rushes forward at full speed, mocking her and shouting that every one of her strikes is too easy to read. This is a bright show, but he effortlessly cuts off her attack and immediately pins her down. She is too predictable. As soon as he utters this, he sharply pulls her by the waist and Rangua freezes in shock while Fun coldly informs she is already dead. Instead of finishing her off, he shoved her in the chest with his shoulder and growled for her to hold on tight and not lose determination. He strikes the blade with a force bursting from within and calls Ryong what he knows she still hides her true power. He is eager to see what an absolute monster she will become as soon as she finally breaks her limits. He turned to Ryongwi and ordered her to make it so that at the festival, every single thing burst into bloom. As soon as these words burst from his lips, he unleashed a dazzling slash right at her. The crowd froze, jaws nearly dropped when they saw his flawless masterclass in action. No one smart could have expected that Ryonga would bring such crazy heat. Looking at his sister, Yongchen noticed. She finally straightened up and broke the chains that held her in brakes. A massive smile stretched across his face as he reveled in what he saw and derived pure pleasure from every second. The smile spread across his face as soon as he realized he had finally seen something truly worthwhile. It finally clicked: his sister was completely right when she ordered him to stop obsessing over victory. And when that burning question finally got an answer, he sharply turned around and walked away. Bea shouted, demanding to know where he thought he was going. Yan just smiled boldly and said he had just remembered some very important matters he needed to resolve. He looks her straight in the eyes and will beg to tell his sister one thing, that she did an incredibly strong job. Suddenly to Yan Shan, and he really rushes like crazy to his next destination. While everyone was staring at the festival, our guide grabs a moment and quietly slips away to sniff out everything that's going on. He ran straight to Hidzik's secret hideout. The disciples of Mount Hua finally arrived at the spot. He needed to see the truth with his own eyes before the Murim allies descended on the area. He searched the perimeter and carefully watched to make sure those guys from the Alliance hadn't shown up yet. As soon as he saw the path was clear, he let out a huge sigh of relief, promised to get to the finals on time, and only then dared to take a quick, risky look inside the cave. Thanks to his energy, he ignited a flame and stepped inside and froze, stunned by the brutal sword wounds covering all the walls. He wondered whether Mount Hua was really hunting the survivors or if the rumors were true, that they were only pulling out the bodies left in the cave. Yanchun couldn't help but wonder what other dark business was the Dark Knight Palace up to in this shabby shack. While he surveys the area, his sixth sense suddenly catches a presence that he can no longer ignore. He noticed a jar from which a dark, demonic force was oozing out through the cracks. It was then that he was sure he finally hit the jackpot. He tears back the curtain and enters the final chamber. The pressure of the demons pressing in confirms every terrible legend about Dark Knight Palace that he had heard. Our guy knew the drill. In a place like this, a hidden room almost certainly exists. He crawled to the throne of Hijik, slickly scanning the hall for that undeniable pulse of demonic energy. He knew these secret hideouts were always locked behind some cunning hidden switch. He combs the area, his gaze jerking sharply from side to side, gathering every detail. Yonchen's gaze narrowed as soon as he realized this armrest was clearly suspicious. As soon as he clicked the switch, the gigantic throne roared and screeched, sliding back to reveal secret stairs leading deep into the unknown. Yonchen's jaw nearly dropped as he froze in pure shock, unable to believe what he saw right before him. He truly began to doubt that these guys shared even a single brain cell. Honestly, he didn't care because the whole situation just fell right into his hands. He rushed down the stairs, delving deeper into the darkness. But as soon as he stepped onto the lower floor, he was met with a real puddle of fresh blood. Seeing this, the guy was overwhelmed with pure rage. His blood boiled. His gaze fell on the bodies of the missing Mount Hua students, thrown away like trash. He couldn't believe that this real psycho had taken human blood and made an entire pond out of it. He was shaking. He couldn't comprehend how Dark Knight Palace could commit such an undeniable nightmare. In the middle of that bloody horrible puddle, he notices a single flower, and for some reason, it is blooming. He began to wonder, did the Dark Knight Palace really pull all these strings just to get that one flower? Yan Chang could not understand what was happening, but as soon as he leaned in to look at the flower, he saw something truly twisted. He was pulling the body right out of that huge pool of blood. Then it dawned on him, this fighter did not belong to the Mount Hua sect at all. One look at the body was enough. The guy had just collapsed. Seeing the familiar logo on the clothes, Yan Shan immediately identified this was one of the Muram Alliance. The cold truth hit: the Muram Alliance had already beaten him. Just as he froze, staring at the corpse, something with wild howling flew through the air straight at his face. Yan Chang ducked his head for a moment and at the last second dodged a deadly blade aimed right at his skull. The blade struck the rock just in front of him, missing by a hair. The crowd was completely stunned by Yan Shan's lightning-fast reaction. Yan Chang sharply turned around and saw a disguised man sitting on the stairs. The man snorted, as if to say now he finally understands why Hijack lost. Yan Shan asked him straight to his face if he was just a pathetic lackey, and this threw the guy off balance until he recovered. Then he sharply replied and called Yan Shan a complete insolent. Meanwhile, the man with the iconic red robe and his tiny stature put everything together and immediately understood exactly whom he had caught sight of. Yunchen was completely confused as soon as he realized the Dark Knight Palace already knows his real name. The masked man stands straight and throws a bomb. Yangshan was his target from the very beginning. He laughs. He did not expect that our guy would calmly bring himself right into his hands as if on a silver platter. Yangshan did not waste a second. He immediately rushed into a combat stance. The man leans down and throws a bomb. He has a deal for him. He reveals a shocking truth: the palace wants him brought back alive. Now he demands that he simply surrender and follow him without a fight. Our guy lets his aura explode and tells the man, "Stop carrying dirt and end this circus." In response, the man twitches at his words as if saying, "Dude just tried to tear his head off." The man tries to excuse himself, swearing he had no idea exactly whom he was attacking. Yangshan basically told that guy that his lie is complete rubbish and gave the order, "Stop talking and finally step up if you really want to fight." This guy was boiling with anger because Yangshan really turned out to be smart, so he drew blades and declared himself the warding demon. Yangshan demands an answer why this guy even needs a formal introduction. And here the guarding demon with terrible speed rushes forward toward our guy. He just raises a smile as if saying he is simply a good guy giving him a proper introduction. He told Yan Chang that he must know exactly who is killing him, and before he could blink, our guy was already staring closely at the edge of a cold blade. His jaw almost dropped as he tried to comprehend how blindingly fast this guy was. One more moment and the blade would have been just a few inches from his eye, but he released pinpoint hell right into the demon's face. But fortune was not on his side. The man effortlessly spun around the flame. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared and appeared right behind him. Yang Chan spun around in a whirlwind in an instant. He realized that the exit was miles away, and although every fiber of his being begged him to tear away from the spot, he stood his ground. Did he really think he could win? Before he could react, the warding demon loomed over him and instantly closed the distance. He burst out in a flurry of strikes at dazzling speed. Yan Chun only managed to duck his head at the very moment the steel whistled past. The warding demon starts babbling and making his words stick because the blades look like tiny toothpicks next to Hijik. He looks straight into our guy's face and asks why the hell he's running away like a coward. Yangshan is furious, breathing raggedly, grinding his teeth, and his veins boil with pure mad rage. He knew if his internal energy hadn't dropped so low, he would have smashed this guy. He dashed back like lightning, barely dodging the flying blades of the warding demon. The man sharply raised his head, trembling from shock. Could Hijik really be defeated for real? Be a single guy like him? He openly declared that Hijik's life was doomed, and as soon as these words left his lips, he went into a killing strike. He lunged at our guy and swung his blades in a deadly circle. Yunchun threw his hands forward to stop it, but he was thrown back, crashed with a thud into a pool of blood just as his vision began to fade. He was told, as soon as he finally burst awake and opened his eyes, he was immediately looking straight at. He had already gotten himself into another massive mess, and as soon as he hears Qi's voice, Yangshan's jaw drops on the spot. Our guy snatched a knife from the late disciple of Mount Huoshan, while Qial prayed to the heavens to witness the absolute deadly payoff of that Mainvan after death. He jerked Yanchuan back to his feet, barked that this was not over yet until they try once more. While Yangchun and Chihal are busy talking, the guardian demons gaze darts everywhere hunting for our hero. He calls out to our guy, demanding he stop hiding and show his face. He desperately needs to finish the fight quickly to finally return home. He even politely acknowledges Yan, admitting that his abilities are much more impressive than he thought. He had no idea that this kid had the reactions to deflect that giant attack. Muttering through his teeth, he complains how annoying it is when a simple assassination attempt drags on so long. But as soon as these words leave his mouth, he notices something eerie. Bubbles start to boil up from the pool of blood. He was dead certain Yangchun is lurking right here. He barks that he will end this fight with one single, devastating blow, but just as he decides to swing, a huge explosion of energy rushes straight into his face. The saving demon swiftly raises his blade in time to take the full blow himself. The giant shockwave literally blew the blood off the ground around him. The possessed demon stood still, completely frozen in shock. Yangchen lands perfectly, slicing the air with a cold pose, blade firmly behind his back. The blood that splattered falls like a red haze, and our guy's voice drops into a chilling new register. He reminds the demon he must know for sure whose hand is about to send him to the afterlife. The demon goes mad that Yangchen really holds a sword. He is in total denial, rejecting the very fact. Our guy is a secret beast with a blade. He is shaken by panic because the info said nothing about this. He was explicitly told, Yangchen is purely a fighter, only strikes with fists. He yells at our guy, demanding an explanation for how he managed to snatch a high-level attack like that. Looking him straight in the eyes with a stone face, our guy rejects the truth. He is Shinchi. As soon as these words left his lips, he dashed forward and swung the blade straight at the guardian demon. That strike completely tore his mask and finally revealed the face hidden beneath it. The guardian demon was so overwhelmingly pressed that he didn't even have time to blink. Jill sharply turned around and called that guy a real impudent one right to his face. Jill officially possessed Yanwen's body, and Chao's strike simply pushed the guardian demon into full, mad, bloodthirsty rage. Blind with pure fury, he lunged forward, but Chiel the guard stopped him effortlessly. The demon roars and calls him a complete freak, saying he will tear him to pieces and give the remains to the local wildlife. Chao didn't even flinch. Those words meant absolutely nothing to him. The guardian demon tears upward, gathering every drop of his power for a powerful strike. His body and blades sharply enter a high-speed spin. Everything merges into a deadly whirlwind as Chao quickly snaps into a defensive stance. He warned him, a mind nurtured by pure rage only blinds the heart, and lack of focus immediately dulls his steel. He lunges forward with his foot and sharply fixes an entirely new combat stance. He dared to make Yongchen open his eyes and see the spectacle with his own eyes. He claimed that a true master can make the heavens tremble without even needing a drop of the tea he uses. He sharply raised the blade just in time to deflect that colossal strike. He responds with a strike, unleashing the legendary first sword of the blooming cherry. As soon as their swords clashed, Heel's blade tore and exploded with a huge wave of plum blossom energy. The guardian demon's jaw slammed into the ground, completely stunned by what he had seen. Yunchen's jaw almost dropped as he tried to comprehend the complete madness unfolding right before him. He stood motionless as if in a trance, watching a cloud of plum petals swirl in the air and settle all around him. Chili suddenly flickers in the air and appears right behind Yongchen. He grabs our boy by the hand and forcefully guides the blade, showing how it's really done. The old master utters a few words and explains. Fist and sword are essentially the same, and admits he himself is surprised a genius like Yongchen has not yet connected these pieces. He couldn't believe his Aisho had this boy held onto this for so long. He openly tore Yan Shan apart, saying he moves at a snail's pace for someone truly traveling through time. Our boy's heart nearly stopped. His most secret was already in plain sight. Trembling with shock, he begged the man to repeat those words once more. Gio squeezed Yonyuan's hand and dropped a bomb. The monster inside him had finally consumed him completely. He hit our boy with a bomb and revealed, this power allows him to see everything, even those secrets Yang Chan was afraid to recall. Our boy remained completely speechless. Everything in his head snapped and became empty. In Sheol there are a whole mountain of questions, but no, not yet. At this very moment he needs to push everything aside and discard thoughts just to feel the power. Without missing a beat, he grabs the boy by the hand and hurls the young man across the entire room. Yunchen looks Shigo straight in the eyes and drops a real bomb. He is not a swordsman at all. With a protective demon on him, he slammed the brakes sharply in time and stopped before he managed to hide even one thing. Now he's just going crazy, demanding an explanation for why our boy restrained such power from the very beginning. He snatches the blades and falls into a deadly combat stance. He snarls at Yan Shan and declares that the real pleasure is finally beginning. He shouts that he doesn't care whether his opponent is a sword master or not. And as soon as these words leave his lips, he lunges forward and instantly reaches straight for his throat. Meanwhile, Shil demands explanations. Why do the Mount Hua disciples push their bodies to such insane limits of endurance? He explains that they do everything just to finish their cup, and as soon as these words fly from his mouth, the suffering demon flares up right in front of our guy. He slashed at Yongchen with his blades, and Chihal reminded, true power can cause maximum destruction and almost without any effort. Barely finishing the phrase, he jerks back sharply and again gives Yan Chang full control over his body. The young man manages to swing the sword just in time to take the devastating blow of the warding demon. He grips the hilt so tightly that his fingers turn white and does not allow the weapon to betray him even for a moment, but he immediately realizes his whole body suddenly weighs a whole ton. Xiao breaks it down for him, explaining, the burn is real because he finally awakens muscles he had never even touched before. Instantly regaining control over his body, he told Yan not to despair so much to make those plum petals bloom. He told him to stop forcing it and just let the crazy talent flow naturally. 1. As soon as he finishes speaking, he sharply rushes into attack and slashes the sword right across the opponent's arm. 2. During the swing, a whole storm of purple petals bursts from the blade. 3. The strike hits the target, cleanly cutting the right arm of the warding demon, completely severing it. His jaw almost dropped to the floor. He froze in place, paralyzed by the absolute madness unfolding right before his eyes. His rage reaches the limit, and he begins to relentlessly unleash a series of lightning-fast strikes on his opponent. Our guy takes every blow with his bare chest, but his muscles literally scream from overstrain. Chiyu starts mocking and asks if it's terrible to play defense without any chi, while Yanchuan demands, if he is just stalling, let the old man return control back. He now warns our guy, let him dull his arrogance and stop acting as if no one can touch him. He pressed all his weight into the blade, forcing the demon guardian to retreat, but it was not over yet. It lunged back for a second round in the blink of an eye. Chiao did not sweat at all. He blocked every strike effortlessly. Still, Yan Chun felt very bad. He felt every bit of that force pounding on his bones. Chiao looked him straight in the eyes and mocked him, as if in a past life he had blown himself up to such importance. He laid it all out simply and plainly without the key. Our guy is 0, and he aimed at the deadly side of all demon martial arts masters. Their power rests on emptiness because there is no foundation. Our guy nods and says, Kial, for now keep your eyes fixed on that man. Kiel suddenly teleports behind him and demands, is he finally ready to push his body to the absolute limit? Yang Chan doesn't even blink, just firmly says, yes, damn right. Kiel presses further, saying that now he will start acting like a big shot just because there's finally some Kai in the system. But our guy immediately shuts that down, swearing he will never again allow himself to rely on Kai as a crutch. Kakal sticks with a self-satisfied smile and declares that things could not possibly be going better. He warns Yunshin that the protective demon is almost bleeding out after that crazy slaughter. He promises our guy that the old man has finally matured, and even asks if it wouldn't be better for him to deliver the fatal blow himself. What a beast this boy is. Jan did not believe what they were peddling and immediately cut off the offer without any pause. He reminded himself to keep Kai under tight control, understanding releasing too much power now would be a complete disaster. He deflects the blade aside and takes a stance, ordering Zeol to keep his eyes ready and watch carefully. He admits that he cannot even imagine the scale of everything he witnessed in his past life that overwhelmed him. He never weakened in the fundamentals, so even without demonic arts, Chihal made him show what he was really made of. The guardian demon threw his head back and howled in madness, shouting that Yanchun is a complete scoundrel. He locked eyes and declared he would end him here and now, then without wasting a heartbeat lunged to fulfill his deadly promise, slashing fiercely aimed straight at Yanchuan's throat. But our guy reacts on another level, barely managing to deflect the blade with a sharp tilt of his head. That demon, which was driving away, was far from finished. He spun up to the limit and unleashed a continuous barrage of blows. Our guy somehow managed to dodge every attack. But the pressure was such that it pushed him back and he slid back along the same ground again. Every swing of that blade end, the monster got closer. Yan's knuckles turned white because he clenched his fist. He understood the hot-tempered enemy is careless, and that means this guy can be taken down without any effort. Yan Chan convinced himself he would pull off a complete miracle almost without any effort. He squeezed every ounce of strength out of himself and directed it straight into his fist, and he punched so hard that the bones thudded right into the boy's chest. He stabbed straight into the man's chest at point-blank range, a fiery blast. He breathes evenly, activating the mode even the slightest movement can have the most disastrous consequences, and he delivers a strike with such explosive force that the boy is thrown into the air. The strike is so hard that the blade slips right out of his grip. In an instant, Yan Sheon poured everything into himself and directed every ounce of strength straight into his palm. The defensive demon twitched in the air, caught his gaze with his ice and immediately burst out laughing, mocking him and calling him a complete hooligan. Before he could utter another word, Yanchen unleashed all the accumulated energy in a strike so fast and precise that it was over in an instant. Before Jan Chun's feet touched the ground, his fierce aura incinerated that demon deputy right from the sky. The hidden force suddenly snapped awake and the terrifying demon guardian unleashed its brutal energy, pouring it directly into Yunchun. It tears straight through his back, piercing through from behind. Our guy clenches his jaws and rages as best he can, breaking free through the hellish pain pressing on his very soul. He realized his demon-sucking artifact was spinning out of control, again drawing the energy of the guardian demon straight into his core. The excessive chi waves strike Yan, and his energy core begins to feel like a ticking time bomb about to detonate. It is pure cruel torment, but Yanchen grits his teeth and does not let the pain break him, knowing that if his concentration falters even for a moment, it is the end. Chill looked at how Yanchuan was struggling and immediately let out a disgusting, humiliating, mocking snort. He stated that with the training he had already given him, this should have been a walk in the park. And he even teased the boy, asking if he really expected every move to be spoon-fed to him. Our hero was completely stunned when he suddenly heard Chill's voice in his head. He clenched his fist to the point of pain, struggling to regain that insane surge of strength he had before. He held his breath and clenched his teeth so that his huge kai would not burst out like a volcano. He compressed all that unstable energy into one single deadly point. He pressed him right against his chest and drove straight into the very heart end at that very moment. The mad aura around him finally begins to fade and dissipate, cracking more and more weakly. Yan Chun gathered that raw strength together, snatched it with a jerk, and struck straight into the body. He gasped for air, his chest torn by pure tension, and just as he finally finished. But as soon as he looked at his hand, his eyes widened sharply in complete shock. He felt his inner strength spreading through his body in wave sand. Everything was under control without any effort. He stood still, struck as if by thunder, unable to comprehend what he had truly achieved. And then the truth struck like lightning. He had finally ascended to the legendary realm martial pinnacle. The heat coming from him was scorching to the point of shivers, but it did not burn. Instead, it seemed as if this great power had lived in him since the day of his birth. The upgrade begins, and this is exactly the moment when Yangchen finally starts evolving into a true beast. Honestly, it was such a rise that he had almost never felt in his former life. He relentlessly pushed his own limits, burning an inhuman amount of demonic energy, firmly believing that it was all just his own raw talent, but his dreams are interrupted by Tsiu, who sharply pulls him with words and asks how much further he intends to completely trip down memory lane. Suddenly, he appeared right next to him in his tiny form and ordered Yangchen not to take his eyes off what was about to appear. He gestures toward the rock and directly asks if he really intends to do something with this strange flower. Yang's thoughts race, does not understand why in a place as gloomy as the Dark Knight Palace they would even grow such a flower. He understood the palace was preparing something grand if they were ready to throw such a bunch of elite warriors headlong like real expendable cannon fodder. Our guy was dead sure it was a trap, sinister, especially with that disgusting, nauseating energy that stank from the flower. It struck right then. Only there on all the earth could they find a flower of that type, and those were the depths of the demonic realm. But Shul was completely confused. He could not feel even a hint of that bad, disgusting energy you would expect. Inside, something warned Yangchen. Something was very wrong here. He told the old man directly that the truth was staring them in the face. But Chili threw in harsh reality. Not everyone has the crazy gift to sense such a huge aura. Yangchen sharply turned to him. There was enough despair just to find out what their plan was. He asked if it wouldn't be easier to drag those goods back to Mount Hua, but Shihu didn't even want to listen. Shihu warned. As soon as they show up with that flower, Mount Hua will immediately start roasting them, forcing them to tell exactly where they got it. Xiu found out that the sect leader was hiding this flower in his private garden, and Yang immediately realized that he was absolutely right. He asks what the plan for the flower is, but insists that turning it to ashes is a complete and utterly pointless waste. Kaio orders our guy to simply tear that thing apart and take its immense power for himself. As soon as Yan Chan hears this crazy proposal, his jaw almost drops off. He looks at Kaio as if he has lost his mind and asks if he realizes what he is suggesting. Yan Chan demands an answer. Kaio is blind to the pure, chaotic energy bursting inside this flower. He tries to play modest and insists that he can't just take off with such an important thing for Mount Hua, but Chio just snorts disdainfully and calls him a complete idiot. He calls him out for a talk and reminds him he already swore his decision was final. He demands to know why he is wasting time worrying about such trifles. He warns Yanchuan. Enough of using your guilt or moral complexes as a pathetic excuse to stall. He was dead certain Yangshan definitely knows exactly what it takes to pay for his sins. To honor all who have already fallen so far, he ordered him not to look back and to focus only on rapidly unleashing his own power. No matter how he twisted and turned, Yangshan was completely powerless to argue with Chili. He had not a shred of doubt left. He knew for sure he was 100% right. He locked eyes with him and said directly, finally understood everything. Then he reached out and snatched that glowing red carmine flower right from the ground. He finally had to face the facts. Shiel was 100% right. Swearing never to look back, our guy threw away doubts and finally went full throttle. He didn't even hesitate, shoved the flower straight into his mouth. He stuffed it in and swallowed it in one gulp without any pause. Only the flower touched his energy core and Yangshan's power vanished. He hit the floor. Every nerve in his body screamed from the absolute white heat of unbearable pain. Veins bulged on his skin as soon as he finally touched this insane surge of divine energy. He froze there in complete shock, unable to believe that a single flower could hold such a chaotic, twisted tangle of both internal and demonic energy. He immediately understood. This flower was too powerful. No ordinary martial arts master would survive if they ate it. He released all that charge into his palm, and suddenly his fire flared up with deadly violet flames. Our boy's eyes widened as he realized. His flames suddenly began to pulse with the power of deist energy. He felt the stubborn resistance of the flower finally start to crack and give way. Burning tongues of flame in his palm trembled, weakened, and went out, and as the last spark flickered and vanished from reality, Yangshan sharply pressed his palm to his chest, preparing for the shockwave. His jaw nearly dropped when he saw something absolutely insane. Xiao was not blind to this either. He caught the exact same nuance. 5 wheels are now spinning wildly in a spiral around the Yangwen core. Flame will finally get a 5-star rating, and our guy is thrilled his hard work paid off. Switching to the forest, there Yangshan tears through the trees, fired up by his huge combos but racing against time to make it. He knew he was already late. The ceremony was definitely over. He dashed into the trees, parkouring through the branches to fly out lightning fast. When the sun began to peek over the horizon, Yang Chan washed every drop of blood off his skin and burned his ruined clothes before going back inside. When the mission was finally completed, the guy knew it wouldn't be long before the Murim Alliance or Mount Hwa sect would come across that missing martial arts master. The guy finally says enough, collapses exhausted to recharge before the huge road ahead. Yangshan shakes the door and suddenly opens it, and in his bed, Bea rubs her eyes, and he immediately realizes he completely forgot she was there. Chul smiled maliciously and literally grilled him with a question, whether he finally made a move on the girls while he was away. Yang Chan's face immediately twisted. It was clear the question hit and irritated him. He immediately fired back, demanding clarification on what exactly Progress Kai meant. Without missing a beat, he immediately dropped this bombshell fact. Ba sniffs the air and immediately catches the metallic smell of blood, instantly exposing him. She starts interrogating passionately. What the hell held him up so long? She throws his own promise in his face and reminds him. He said he'd be back in a moment. Yangshan waved it off and quickly went about his business, checking his clothes on the go to make sure the blood smell was gone. He was sure he had singed it with his heat, but then B drops a bomb. Ryangwa actually lost her match. Our guy didn't even flinch at the news. He knew it was normal when facing the legendary sword dragon, and Ba even noted that Ryangwa looks like she genuinely enjoys all this chaos. She was actually glowing despite the loss and said she had never seen Ryangwa so incredibly charged. Yangshan honestly couldn't care less about what was happening there. While he was completely stuck in his own body, Bea slid closer and gave him an unexpected hug. He was caught off guard and immediately sharpened his attention, reminding that she literally just said he smelled of blood. Yangshan moved closer to catch her scent and teasingly asked why she hadn't even wondered where he had been hiding all this time. She decided to let it slide and keep her burning questions to herself for now. She begged, "Don't leave," desperately wanted to hold that moment as long as possible. Yen gives her a thumbs-up sign. You can be sure, Shial is in madness. He directly hit Yangshan for being so petty and greedy for attention, flirting with everything that moves, and our guy was left completely speechless. Suddenly we are thrown back into the darkness of the cave. 2 Murim Alliance big shots descend into a hidden underground chamber, and the feeling immediately becomes eerie. They are met with a complete nightmare. The bodies of their missing comrades float in a huge pool of blood. One official, completely baffled, mutters, "What sick, twisted goal were these kidnappers even trying to achieve?" His senior immediately cuts him off, warning that trying to understand the logic of monsters is a losing game. He warned there is no way to comprehend the twisted, furious rage of these unorthodox sects. As soon as these words slipped from his lips, he immediately noticed something that completely knocked the ground out from under his feet. He barked at the junior, let him catch his breath and drag himself back to the base and deliver the report himself. He promised that when he finished there, he would tell the rest of the dirty details. The rookie was completely overwhelmed, his jaw almost dropped to the floor. He rushed to the rack, accepted the task, and wished his mentor the best of luck. He burst out of that cave like a real cannonball from a cannon. As soon as his junior tidied up, the man again shifted his gaze to the lifeless body at his feet. That torn scar on the deceased's face looked too familiar for it to be a coincidence. Suddenly, a click went off in his head. Before him was the very same legendary warding demon. He recalled, this monster was supposed to be sent on a mission with a crazy price to retrieve the Mount Hua essence. So how, damn it, could such a strong man end up like this, charred to a crispy crumb in such a dump? He lunged to grab the essence, but it had completely disappeared. His mind was racing as he tried to understand who the hell had snatched that flower. As soon as this dawned on him, the spy's gaze stopped on fresh burn marks and on how warmth was still radiating from the demon's body. Finally, it clicked in his head. The very same monster that slaughtered the warding demon, it was definitely him who destroyed Hijik. He pressed his palm to the guardian demon and desperately felt for any traces of power inside, but his heart froze as he realized the heavenly chi of that man was completely erased. He was thrown into a storm. He couldn't comprehend how such colossal power could just vanish without a trace. The situation was becoming utterly hopeless, and everything was heading towards complete chaos. He understood he had to rush right now and flee from here to deliver a full report to the Palace Master of the Dark Knight. Next, we move deep into the mountains, and Yanchen will push himself to the absolute limit. He crouched into a low stance, putting strength into his legs to prepare for the impending clash. Squeezing every ounce of his wild, explosive power out of him, he sharply thrusts his fist forward and unleashes a huge flame that burns everything in its path. His hell burned everything in its path, thoroughly clearing the battlefield. The entire landscape was instantly engulfed by a true sea of flames. Zio teased Yan Chun, asking if he was really so eager to reach the pinnacle realm and achieve the 5th star. But our guy kept his cool audacity and calmly replied that he was actually only interested in power. Kyle looks him straight in the eyes and asks if they can finally have a real, serious talk. As soon as he hears this, Yangchen feels his nerves wildly unraveling. Kyle admits he has a mountain of questions he can't wait to ask, but he decided to stick to just one question for now and demanded that our guy reveal the truth about the real identity of the heavenly demon. Yanquin looked him straight in the eyes and asked if he was really ready to hear the truth about her. The old man did not waver for a moment and confirmed, yes, without a doubt. He laid everything out for the guy, explaining that his mind was like a safe filled with buried memories. But the main thing, everything related to the heavenly demon, was completely forbidden, locked up, and tightly hidden. He cornered our guy and demanded that he precisely name where the heavenly demon was hiding. The clock rewinds time and instantly throws us back to the past, just as a huge, jagged crack tears right through the sky. Every person on Earth sharply jerked their head upward, frozen in place. From where the rift passed came screams. A figure was truly stepping out from the gates of the demon realm. Yan Chun and the entire crowd were in complete shock at what they heard. Our guy even dropped his jaw, simply not believing what he saw. He freezes in awe as the mysterious girl in resin-colored clothes slowly descends to the ground. As soon as her feet touched the ground, the martial masters drew steel and their leader stepped forward, demanding that she immediately identify herself. She sharply threw her hand up from her palm. A dark, energetic flame burst out like a whirlwind, and throwing the last bomb, she said, "She is the legendary heavenly demon." As soon as those words escaped her lips, she released a devastating energy explosion that hit the martial arts masters and completely leveled the entire location. Zio realized that something had gone out of control as soon as heavenly demon stepped through the gate and crashed into the tournament, ruining everything. Panic spread across Yan Shun's face as he desperately shouted at the old man. He clicked his tongue and sharply fired back, asking if he had already forgotten the absolute hellish scar he once tore on Mount Hua in a past life, and demanded an explanation for why he was so drawn to heavenly demon instead of the carnage he himself had caused. Zhao's eyes became utterly deadly as he barked and asked the boy if he was really ready to see him lose control. He made it clear that he had not forgotten a single detail but allowed it to pass because he truly understood the rage that burned in Yan Shun toward Mount Hua for failing to protect his sister. Zhuan Lu tells Yan Cheng to keep his eyes on the main thing and not to take his gaze off the road ahead, and that Yan Cheng understands everything the first time. He looked him straight in the eyes and declared that he definitely knew what he had to do and instantly poured every drop of his power into him. He clenched his fist into silence and swore that only he could put an end to the madness of the heavenly demon. Next, we catch Yanchen on the move. He is rushing straight to his next location. As he is already heading back, he crosses paths with the legendary Sword Queen. She turns and asks if he has just finished a brutal training. She let them know that the servants were finally ready to move, and when she invited him to walk to the carriages together, Yan Chun made a respectful bow and accepted her offer. Near the carriages, the disciples were completely broken. They were crying and begging Riyangwu to stay healthy and never forget about them. The disciples teased her, insisting that they would never forget that radiant smile she showed at the Mount Hua festival. Rihengwa's jaw clenched convulsively, her teeth nearly ground from sheer rage. She sharply replied. She told those boys that she would never forget their terrifying, ugly faces. Neng Chan's mind twitched as he tried to piece together what exactly this crowd was doing here. Only the realization struck him, and immediately a forgotten memory flared up. He instantly turned around to finish off the one who stood behind. Finally, he stepped forward to the Sword Queen to collect that gigantic debt deposit, and she immediately asked if he had finally figured out what he wanted from her. Our guy looked her straight in the eyes and asked her to cover him, even if just for a moment. Then the camera sharply cuts to sect leader Fu and his senior disciple. The old man says to Yan Shan, after all these upheavals they have endured, he just wants him to return home safe. Our guy shouts to the sect leader and falls into a deep, respectful bow. The master stops as if struck and asks if something is pressing on him. Yan Shun honestly admits before the journey he has one last reward left to collect. He looked the sect leader straight in the eyes and made a bold demand. He wanted to be named an honorary disciple of Mount Hua. This sudden truth completely threw the old man off balance. He asked if it was all because of the wild energy that surged into our guy. Yan Chun just nodded, confirming the old man hit the mark. He explained that he desperately needed a legend to cover to hold so much power in his hands. He was going crazy because he had no idea how to actually teach him to control it. The Sword Queen stepped forward to calm the sect leader, reminding him that they were still deeply indebted to Yan Chun. The old master nodded and officially proclaimed Yan Chun an honorary disciple of the Hua Mountain sect, and from this, the main character received a flood of thanks. The sect leader casually threw him a bag from the second elder, pretending it was just worthless trash. Yangxian and the whole team rolled out in their carriages, finally setting off on the road. But Fen was not going to let them go so easily. He shouted that he would come for a rematch as soon as they met again. While he was riding, Yan Chun's mind was racing wildly. He replayed every moment that brought him here again and again. Now Shin Chil is simply staging a full-body kidnapping. He clenched himself in a fierce clash with Heljik. He races against time to expel the poison and save the legendary Sword Queen. And only then do they finally face the man himself, Jie Jelhu, who is now completely voiceless. The Divine Doctor and his grandson teamed up as soon as they began the long journey back to the Gu clan. Yanhun hesitated for a moment and doubted, but quickly realized this might be the best move he has ever made. They finally reached Shangshu just as the autumn cold gripped the city, and right by the main gates, the entire clan was already lining up and waiting for them. Rihanna flashed past her father in stone silence, but to her absolute shock, he really met her back with open arms. As soon as she stepped through those doors, true madness began. Yanshan and Bayer were just nearby to give him a proper greeting. She introduced herself as Namgun Bey and thanked him, but Yanshan was completely stunned by how strangely she usually behaves. Chio starts shaking her mockingly, saying she's just a sleepy girl who can't keep up, but Yanshan immediately strikes back even harder, saying he's never seen her use her head even once. Guqialan introduces himself and immediately drops a full bomb. He knows her story, and since the Namgun clan is scouring the lands for her, he will be the one to call them. EIA bowed her head in respect, thanking him for his genuine kindness. Just as Yan Chun was about to leave, he is hit by a fierce shock. Some mysterious guest has been camping outdoors for 10 days just to see him, although Yan Chun was not expecting anyone at all. While he remains guessing who this mysterious person is, Seola connects and tells BYA that she looks remarkably legendary. The clan finally reunited with the divine healer. They wondered why they waited so long until Elder Tide dropped the heavy truth. Many years had passed since they last crossed paths. Olin tries to act casual and greets as if in passing, but the Queen of Swords with a single look that could kill instantly stops him. Yangchun rushed to his room to compose himself because he knew, before going to meet their guest, he had to look impeccable. As soon as he steps over the threshold, he sees dirt all over the doormat and the girl is out of her mind, drooling and mumbling that the room is so cozy, as if he is lying next to her, just beside her. And she prayed desperately for him to come home as soon as possible, sooner rather than later. She suddenly opened her eyes wide and saw that Yangchun was looking at her up close. From this, she let out a wild scream of pure shame and, leaving him completely stunned and wondering what the hell he should do next. So he quietly slipped out of his own room, urgently seeking escape from that suffocatingly awkward vibe. A little further, Yangchun was buried, and she rests under the cold earth. He almost trembles as, stammering, he pushes out the question, such despair that he needs to know why she suddenly appeared right at the doorstep of their clan. She pulled him aside and looked as if she was finally ready to drop a huge bombshell. She slammed her palms on the table and, sobbing from the scream, declared that he was not Gu Jiuliop and demanded the truth, and he froze, realizing that his cover was completely blown. At first she insisted that she came only to visit Julia, but while waiting in that room, it became clear she was secretly enjoying the chance to finally see Yan Chen. And then they throw in a twist and Giulio suddenly rushes onto the stage. He flashed her a confident smile, introduced himself, and made it clear that he heard she was looking for him. His jaw nearly dropped from shock, and Soil demanded to know who this guy really was. Her question completely threw him off. Giulio was left wondering how she could possibly not know who he was, probably. Soil was utterly stunned when he found out he was using a fake name and demanded explanations here and now, but Yang Shun just remained restrained, apologized for the lie, and he seriously scolded himself for not hiding under a false name. But before he could ask what brought her all the way to Shanxi, Soil finally realized she still hadn't explained a single thing. She didn't even try to hide it. She told him directly and without detours that he was the only reason she had appeared at all. She quickly steps back and says there's something else and leaves him a nervous wreck while he begs her to explain. She snatches a document, and you already know, everything is about to turn upside down. She confessed that the Phoenix Palace dragon is finally stirring and, blushing slightly, asked him to keep her company during a walk. He was completely stunned when that invitation suddenly ended up right in his hands, appeared out of nowhere. The collection Dragon and Phoenix was supposed to be the main scouting ground for young talents for the Moram Alliance, but now it is just a shallow vanity project where titles are handed out like candy. Yan Chun recalled rumors about that last meeting. They say the place was teeming with absolute monsters. It was there that Tang Soil finally took his legendary title, Peak of Venom. She crossed her fingers and desperately hoped he would accept her invitation. In his past life, Yan Chan was too humiliated to even show his face until he became the official heir of his clan. He kept a cold distance from Seo. He said he wasn't even sure if he would show up. He told her he couldn't give an answer yet, and you could almost see her heart shatter. Yan Chan looked her straight in the eyes and asked if she still had any secrets left to reveal. Soyo stared him right in the eyes and said, "That's it, period, nothing more." Kaio was completely stunned. Did she really have to come all the way from Sichuan to bring such news? Just then Kaio stepped into the light, asked if he was really so blind to the truth. The old man was already completely devastated that Yan Chun still didn't understand. He dropped a real bombshell. It turned out Soyo sought him out only because she was actually deeply in love with him. Yan Chan's jaw almost dropped the moment he heard that. Keel started venting his outrage, unable to understand why every girl goes crazy over a guy who looks like a literal praying mantis. Yan Chan stood rooted, full disbelief and no way to digest the sheer absurdity of what he was hearing. He was utterly confused by her feelings. In 2 whole lives, he had never experienced a single genuine moment with this girl. Looking back at every meeting they had, he finally realized that eternal blush meant Soyo had been madly in love with him all along. Yan Chun wasn't going to let it go. He stepped forward and immediately challenged her to a conversation right there. She blurted out the answer instantly, and he took a pause and confessed, there is one thing he really wants to know. Sheo demands to say what he has in mind, but the realization hits her like a truck. He has cornered her and is forcing her to answer. She begs him to stop, calls him a complete idiot, and prays that he will just leave her alone. But Yan Shan does not flinch. He looks her straight in the eyes and finally asks the one question she has been avoiding with all her might. Do you really love me? Barely had the question slipped from his lips when Bea burst through the door and confidently stepped right into the room. Both of them immediately sharply turned their heads to look at her. Ahia dropped her apologies, then nervously asked if they were still in touch at all and if they were talking. Yangchen confirms the truth and orders her to get out, but Soyo apologizes and begs to be given literally a few more minutes alone. Stunned by her words, our MC demands explanations, but Keel simply cuts him off. He is a complete idiot, shut up and disappear if you want to stay sane. Soyo was literally throwing daggers at her friend, and the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense. Reading the situation, Yan Zun decides it's time to run and throws Bei a smug smile while wrapping up matters with Soyo and promising to respond regarding that proposal. She expresses gratitude and Yan Chun immediately takes off, unable to endure the suffocating tension. Al wasted no time and closed the distance, sharply moving to the right toward her friend. Soyo cornered her, making it clear that they needed a serious conversation. Second Bei finally took her place. Soya finally dropped the bomb she already knew about the engagement with Yan Shan and immediately cornered him with the truth. She suspected that Bea was behind this important decision, but Bea swore her hands were clean and suddenly she turned around and declared that this was actually a colossal win. Soya quickly grilled her with a deadly look, as if burning a hole through her. She clenched her fist and declared that she would hit her again with the exact same response. She was really head over heels in love with Yan Shan. Bea only shook her head weakly, admitting honestly she had no idea. She openly confessed that she had no idea what love was at all, but she just wanted Yanshan to stay, and with a radiant smile told him that the only thing she was 100% sure of was that he had to stay. Soya was thrown into a dead end by that huge smile, but the words coming out of her friend's mouth, she hated the very sound. She felt completely betrayed. She couldn't understand why Bei and Yan Shan even decided to get engaged. She seriously scolded herself for securing this agreement with Gu Clan so late. Sawyer was completely detached from reality, but Bayer sharply brought him back to reality with unexpected apologies. Soya was completely confused and demanded an explanation for what she was apologizing for at all, until Bei revealed the stunning truth about her old feelings for Yantran. Soyo cut her off mid-sentence, insisted that she was the one who should apologize, and warned to stay away from all this dirty business of their clan. Bei's gaze immediately fixed on the document on the table, and she immediately started twisting her brain with questions, getting to the answers. Soyo dropped a bomb. It was an invitation to the legendary Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. She had already asked Yeonchun to join, although she was afraid he would just ditch her, but Bei told her not to worry, not for a second. She swore from all sides that she really intended to see it through to the end. She smiled softly and promised to leave, calming her friend. As long as Yanshan is here, everything will be perfectly fine. Bei burst into a smile, and her whole body began to radiate a dazzling, heavenly glow. That sharp flash was so strong that it completely burned Soyo's sight. She was left completely in the dark. She had no idea what secret drama had just been ignited between her bestie and this guy. She was completely stunned. Be a girl who once regarded these events as a death sentence was actually going voluntarily. And while she wondered if the power of love was really that terrible, she realized she had been completely outsmarted. She grabs her cup and takes a slow, tense sip of tea to pull herself together. Bia leans toward her friend and whispers she has to drop a huge secret. She fires a bombshell at Soyo. Maybe she is actually carrying Yan Chuan's child. Hearing this, she did a huge spit take and started choking, gasping for air as if her lungs were about to spit it out. Bia suddenly flies closer and checks if she is really holding on. Soyo finally came to, broke free from the fog, and begged her friend to repeat those words, as a light blush spread across the girl's face. Right outside the room, Yunchun was already rushing ahead, heading toward the next stop. He suddenly skids and stops sharply, then turns around abruptly. Shio looks at him, confused, asks if something happened. The guy waves it off, says everything is fine. To the old man, he says he feels a very bad atmosphere. And deep down, he just prays that those girls aren't discussing something completely crazy. Soyo cornered her friend and demanded absolute truth. Is she really carrying Yan Chuan's child or not? She gently pressed her hand to her belly and dropped the bomb. They had an intimate night in the Mount Hua sect, holding hands and falling asleep next to each other. She threw a real bombshell at her friend, confessing that it was probably that very night when conception happened. Soyo's jaw almost dropped. She literally couldn't digest what she was hearing. She never in a million years imagined their relationship would actually go that far. As soon as the thought touched her, everything finally came together. She pressed Bia, probing juicy details about what happened after they held hands, but Bia pretended not to understand, acted as if she had no idea what she was talking about at all. Soyo pressed with another question. Was this really the same place where they closed the shift? And then it hit her. Her friend noticed absolutely nothing when it came to anything even remotely romantic. She pulled up a chair, lifted her mood, and started talking to Bei, saying she would now drop a few truths, purely out of concern for her own well-being. She fired a truth that babies are not made like that, and Bei was completely blown away by this revelation. She begged Soyo to reveal the secret of their creation, and her friend ordered her to lean in and listen carefully. She pointed a finger at the utterly ignorant girl and began laying out cold, hard facts where babies really come from. Bei's jaw dropped on the spot. She couldn't believe her own ears hearing this. He was completely stuck and had no idea where he ended up. After what seemed like an eternity, Bei finally comes out of the cells and immediately runs into Yeonchun, who was already lurking nearby, and immediately starts interrogating why she was gone so long. He immediately noticed she was utterly exhausted. He leaned closer and asked what the hell had happened to her, then he flopped onto a stretch, releasing tension. He reached out his hand to help her up and asked if she was still intact. Bei's face flushed bright red as soon as she looked at his hand. She abruptly turned around and took off sprinting, while Yeonchun shouted in despair, "Wait and tell me where you're running." He was completely stunned. Thoughts raced wildly, and in despair he tried to find out if he himself was the cause of all this. Now we immediately cut a path into the inner sanctuary of the clan leader. The Sword Queen steps forward and Xiaolin gestures for her to sit. He is ready to press her with questions for the answers he so desperately needs. She told him to stop overthinking and promised that in a moment she would stop interfering in his life. She officially ended it. She looked the clan leader straight in the eyes and addressed him only as squad leader. Kai Allen immediately twitched in response. He demanded that she call him by his true, high rank. He said they had been apart too long to play such petty status games, but the Sword Queen cut back. She said, "Squad leader is the only name she will use if she wants to hear the truth about what happened that day in the demon realm." Ellen's jaw dropped the moment she heard that. He let his power explode, and in an instant his whole body turned into a huge pillar of flame. He demands to know if the Sword Queen has already forgotten their agreement, but she only snorts contemptuously and reminds him, her promise was strictly about Chunhai, not about the chaos of the demon realm. The clan leader's eyes, shining with anger, spat out a challenge. He asked if she really thought those cheap tricks would work on him, but the Sword Queen did not flinch, and it became crystal clear she was not playing. She brought up the elite dragon squad that the Moram Alliance built to protect humanity from the demon realm, swore she would never joke about it again, especially since the very children who once followed him as their leader were involved here. The Sword Queen almost fell to her knees and begged Shallan to reveal the horrors he witnessed in the demon realm. She demanded to know the truth. What insane force pushed his squad to start slaughtering and cutting each other down as soon as they stepped into the demon realm? The rescued tremble from absolute horror and decide to end their own lives rather than face the nightmare. As soon as he heard this question, Qialan immediately restrained his power that was rushing forward. He looked her straight in the eyes and asked if she really believed that he had seen with his own eyes the same thing as she did. The Sword Queen still saw that moment as if it had been etched into her brain. Right there towers a gigantic, gnarled tree. Its twisted branches hang with leaves pulsating with a creepy purple glow. Searching in the demonic realm of Chunhee, she stumbles upon a memory of that very wood. Its chaotic energy tore at her just for looking so incredible that it literally trapped her, so she could never again even pronounce its name. Roman was completely stunned. Xiaolin had experienced the same horror, but the clan leader immediately cut off the conversation. Without saying another word after she shared his brush with death, he threw a chilling warning that everyone who sees it eventually loses their mind. He dropped a bombshell on everyone. The entire crew invaded the demon realm under the orders of Sword Supreme, the then chief dog of the Alliance. The Sword Queen stayed aside. She was sidelined by a treacherous illness while the rest rushed into attack. Shaolan made it clear to her they were only soldiers carrying out unconditional orders of Sword Supreme. He reminded her of Heian's words, his brave message that destroying the demon realm was the only way to save humanity. The Sword Queen's jaw clenched with pure furious rage when she spat back that it was all one huge lie. She turned Xiaolin back to that difficult moment when the Sword Supreme dispersed the veteran dragon squad and, becoming Alliance leader, left the throne. Haegun dropped a bombshell into the hall. He claimed that the key to resurrecting his daughter was hidden deep in the demonic realm. The Sword Wielder Queen's jaw nearly dropped, but Xiaolin didn't even blink. She declared that she had already met Hagen on the way, causing the Supreme Swordsman to fall to his knees and confess. His entire plan was based solely on pure narcissistic greed. The Queen of Swords' jaw nearly dropped when she saw the legendary Sword Supreme was actually kneeling right before her. She glanced at Shaolan and spat that this was all honestly a pathetic circus. She even prayed Heian to stay confident so that she would finally have a legitimate reason to properly take him down. She looks the clan leader straight in the eyes and drops a bomb. Her people did not die for some noble cause, they were sacrificed because of the twisted greed and lies of Sword Supreme. Hyolan bluntly admitted that Haegun's crimes are unforgivable, so Sword Queen was completely shocked when she demanded to know on what basis he made his decision. He looked her straight in the eyes and said without beating around the bush, he did what he had to do. He puts her out for the whole day, frankly says that he has officially exhausted all answers. This bombshell scandal suddenly threw her off balance, but she took a deep breath, composed herself, and sharply turned around. She sharply turns to leave and shouts over her shoulder to Shallan that she will definitely come back to visit him very soon. As soon as she left, a flood of old memories overwhelmed him. He understood Sword Supreme is going crazy, not just like that, as if a dark force had seized his mind and now is pulling him like a puppet. We sharply move on to the second elder, and Saolathi stare intently at Yeonchun without any pause, maintaining maximum pressure. They froze in complete silence with delight as he enveloped his entire body in a giant burst of energy, and Gurion, boasting of the legendary dragon hidden in their clan, turned around and began to grill Jonah. Seola was completely stunned by the new power from Mount Huakled, him a true legend, and Yan Chun finally tamed his devastating aura, and as soon as Seola noticed the second elder, she immediately rushed to him and gave him. Howell did not hold back and told Elder that calling someone dragon is cringe and too awkward, which made Ryan think, maybe guys their age just have something against epic titles. So the hit to memory Chun like lightning. He snatched the pouch from the sect leader, told the Elder that the sage Manhwa Sleva bequeathed it, as if it belonged to him, and then burst out, like, what the hell is this really? The old man nudged him to look inside. Yan Chun opened the bag and his eyes widened as soon as he saw the mysterious bracelet. The second elder just waved it off as if it were nothing and told him to keep the treasure for himself. Yan Chun easily promised to pass it to Zool if there was nothing serious inside, and was on cloud 9 because she was receiving a gift from him. But as soon as he handed her the bracelet, the elder slammed it into the ground with a huge blow and growled that you can't just twist a gift like that right in front of the person who gave it to you. Viola's jaw dropped too at the elder's move. She rushed to Yangchun, trembling. She wanted to say that officially it was all over, she was done with this. As soon as Yan Chun pulled her head out of the dirt, the second elder suddenly remembered a key detail. He blurted out that the Namgung clan had already infiltrated their territory. Yan Chun froze, couldn't believe it, those guys moved so fast. The second elder dropped a real bomb. It turns out they were just waiting for his fiancée to arrive, right there behind the clan gates. He was stunned when he saw powerful representatives from both the Tang and Namgung clans appearing in the very same place. Yangchun abruptly stood up and rushed away like a whirlwind, realizing that he might. He completely denied that Bai Ah was finally going home, and desperately tried to convince himself that it was just a normal part of the journey. She imagined that smile the only anchor point that kept him from complete madness. She put her whole life on the line to pull him out of this, and finally, when the chaos subsided, she leaned against his shoulder. Don Chun's nerves were completely on edge. He couldn't understand why the very thought of Bai A going home made his heart race wildly. As soon as he ran to her room, he burst through the door and threw it wide open. He stormed onto the threshold and saw a complete nightmare. A boy in blue mercilessly grabbed the girl right at the entrance. I felt as if I were nailed to the spot. I froze in complete silence while that deadly look from the boy burned through her. Youngchun's world instantly plunged into darkness as he hit the ground and immediately lost consciousness, completely senseless. Finally, he broke his restraint, and a giant force and pure, unadulterated rage burst out explosively. In Yan Chun's head flashes a memory of a past life. He stands over a lonely grave, pours wine on a sword, and his thoughts immediately spiral into complete chaos. He crashed to the ground with a thud, and those bottomless, abyssal eyes stared lifelessly straight ahead. He looked down at the tombstone as if catching up with his best friend, with whom he had no separation. His last moments flash in his mind with vivid scenes pulling him back to the day he looked at her and said she shines like the moon. She turned sharply, completely confused, and demanded explanations, but he panicked and instantly silenced everything, claiming that his mouth simply moved faster than his thoughts. He slapped himself for that slip of the tongue, but he couldn't deny it when she looked at the moon. She was always drawn into a full trance. Even when life was retreating, she did not take her eyes off the moon, making him wonder, does she really see it, or is she already staring into emptiness? He couldn't stop wondering what exactly was rushing through her mind that day while she was looking at it. He was stunned. Even in such a miserable life, she had enough spirit to stop and look around. He could not understand if she died here, she would never again wave her beloved saber or admire the moonlight. When death knocks on the door, that's it, the credits roll, and that's the end. He called her in his thoughts Kim Boo, but even knowing the truth, she still chose to meet her end, to embrace it. Yunchun hung his head in pure rage, boiled with anger, and blamed everything on that girl. He remembered how she said she did it simply because she wanted to, but then he dismissed it as complete nonsense. He realized there was no point in winding himself up anymore. He was already on the threshold of the very same. He will take that secret with him to the grave, haunted by the truth he will never really be able to reveal. When the fog in his head receded, reality hit him like a freight train. Namgun Patriarch had just slapped Bia for the crime of trying to escape. Just in time, Yan Chun bursts onto the stage. Finally, he snapped, his eyes flared with a terrible, burning red rage. He didn't even hesitate, he lunged straight at the Patriarch. Namgun Jin's clenched fist flares up, burning with deadly fire, fueled by pure, unadulterated hatred. Clan head didn't even flinch, his whole body exploded with dazzling, pure sky blue energy. With a single light block, he stopped all of Yunchun's furious attack, and it looked like child's play. Yan Chun's jaw nearly dropped when he realized his strike was deflected like a fly with one wave, and the Patriarch roared, demanding to know who the hell decided to meddle in other people's family affairs. Understanding finally hit Yunchun like a freight train. The man right in front of him was the legendary Patriarch of the Namgun clan, the Azure Sky Sword King. Namgun Jin, just like that, with one move, Yunchun subdued the deadly aura and responded with cold-blooded iron composure. He stepped forward like Gu Yongchun of the Gu family, declared himself the fiancé of the young lady, and demanded to know in detail what the hell had just happened. The Patriarch's gaze turned icy, and he snapped that he was about to ask the same question and demanded to know why Yan Chun thought he could just barge in while the father was raising his own child. Yan Chun kept calm, bowed slightly, and made it crystal clear. He was not going to stand aside when someone tried to lay a hand on his fiancée, especially when it seemed like the Patriarch was honestly attacking his own guest. This was the last straw for Namgun Jin. He snapped, burst into rage, and barked that Yongchun was just a cheeky, spoiled teenager. His whole body was torn apart by a surge of wild, cruel energy shockwaves that shook the entire world around. Bia desperately begged him to stop, but her pleas meant nothing. The Patriarch's voice thundered through the hall and declared. He told Yongchun that despite his insane talent, his huge ego made him a complete copy of his father. And instead of trembling in his boots, Yan Chun stood his ground and fought back with full defiance. He said he was nothing like the spoiled son of the Patriarch, who stupidly showed off without any talent and with even less humility, then finished with a wild truth. Now he was no longer a son, officially became the Patriarch's second daughter. Every word Yan Chun spat out was like throwing gasoline on a fire, and his rage instantly exploded straight into the sky. He looked as if he was about to tear the child to pieces, finally breaking loose, snapping the limits, and screaming that Yongchun was nothing but a petty little peasant. Suddenly a hand rested on Yan Chun's shoulder, and a calm voice dryly said that his child had definitely caused big trouble. Yongchun sharply turned his head and saw that the clan leader was standing right there. Namgun, completely exhausted and gasping, stammered his name aloud in shock, but Gu remained calm, brushing off Yongchun like a reckless boy and asking Namgun to show mercy, promising to punish him properly later. Without hesitation, he lunged at Yongchun, barking that he should apologize immediately, so Yongchun bowed deeply and stammered out sorry to the clan Patriarch Namgun. Gu tore his son away and tried to escape with a half-baked excuse, but Namgun sharply barked after them. One sorry is not enough, but only. The head of the Gu clan simply stared at him with a gaze capable of freezing blood, and Namgun, catching the hint immediately, decided to fall silent and retreat. The door slams and closes. Namgun and his son hang in heavy silence after the last warning from clan head Gu saying, "Tomorrow at the meeting they will meet." Suddenly, silence fell in the room. Heavy tension covered the face of the clan head Namgun Dara. He finally spat out that the punishment was over and barked at the staff, "Patch Bia immediately," while that guy just lowered his head, complete submission. We cut outside to see how clan head Gu follows Yan Chun, who walks through the eerie silence of the moonlit night, and how Yan Chun Taiyan was drowning in guilt, scolding his own feverishness for everything getting out of control, when suddenly clan head Gu broke the silence, calling him by name. He barked the question a third time, forcing him to answer whether he was being ignored, and from this Yongchun fell into complete panic. Stammering, he blurted out a frightened answer. Inside, he panics, fully sure that he will soon be wiped off the face of the earth. Yan Chun was already preparing for the worst, but instead of a death sentence, clan head Gu suddenly began to praise him. Stunned, Yan Chun froze and just stood like a deer in headlights, barely managing to squeeze out a confused, "Stop." What? Clan head did not blink and hit even harder, making it clear that he said exactly what he meant. Against all odds, Yan Chun really pulled it off. He did what he had to do to protect his own, and honestly you can't blame him for having their backs. Yang Chun froze, looking at his father's distant back in complete shock. What happened to the old man? After all, the same father who for years cared only about battle results finally recognized him as his own son. Suddenly, a storm of childhood memories overwhelmed him, flooding his thoughts once again. Remember those extremely poignant moments when Yunchun and his sister poured their hearts out to each other, trying at all costs to show their parents their love. He still feels the warmth of his mother's radiant smile and the pure, heart-melting love she showered on him. That gentle stroke on the head, a moment forever etched in his memory. He realized if his parents were still alive, everything would be completely different, and this very thought drove him insane. They were supposed to become the perfect family, a life of continuous laughter and warmth that would forever imprint on his heart. Yunchun froze for a moment, gathering courage before diving headfirst back into this meat grinder. He finally broke the silence and spoke, addressing his father by his formal title, Clan Head. Clan Head Gu, turning with a chilling calm, gave him the floor, and Yan Chun immediately raised the issue of the ration pill promised to him for saving the youngest. Clan Head Gu was just about to speak when Yan Chen cut him off mid-sentence. He shook his head and declared that officially everything with that pill was over. Instead, he knocks everyone off their feet and orders to show him the underground personally. The clan head's mouth drops open, completely stunned by such a crazy request. Since then, he summoned Yan Chun for a talk because he was avoiding this place like the plague, but trembling Yan Chun only muttered. As a representative of Clan Gu, he finally had to face the truth. He realized that he could no longer escape his fate, and the clan leader was simply sitting in dead silence, weighing the full weight of the decision. Smiling placidly with pure superiority, he said to him, "As soon as the talks about the wedding are settled tomorrow, he will take him to the dungeon." Young Chun stood stunned and had no idea what wedding was even being talked about. The clan head dropped the news. Yang Chun will meet with the legendary clan leader Namgung to agree on the wedding date, and warned be there on time otherwise. Yang Chun sharply and respectfully saluted in response, and a little later, returning to his chambers, the angry Yang Chun started reproaching Elder Shin, saying that he just stood and watched everything roll into the abyss. And Elder replied, "When has he ever listened to advice?" Yang Chun interrupted him, pointing out that for someone who pretends indifference, the old man's gaze was constantly fixed on the spectacle. Elder Shin finally gave in and admitted. From the spectator's position, this show from start to finish was nothing but legendary. The conversation abruptly breaks at a sharp turn. The elder begins to interrogate him about that tournament the Tang girl mentioned, directly indicating that he could easily refuse, but Yang Chun clarifies, this is the Yongbang gathering. He admits he had no reason to refuse, because the whole story unfolds in Hunan. It was a short road, and he knew well, as soon as he arrives he will finally be able to settle huge scores. Meanwhile, Elder Shin looked at Henan, wondering if the legendary Shaolin Temple even survived this onslaught. Yang Chun confirmed that Shaolin is still at the peak of its form, so Elder Shin asked him to drop by the temple and check the suspicion he had. Yang Chun asks if he just needs to show his face. After a short pause, the old man confirms that is the whole mission. Yang Chun nodded and, as if casually, said he would drop by, saying he would be passing by anyway. The next morning, Yang Chun arrives at the meeting place completely alone, right where the clan head ordered. He almost ran there in full panic, afraid of being late, but instead dead silence, at least until Be's voice thundered somewhere from afar, teasing that he actually came first. Yan Chun poked her with a finger and demanded an explanation for what held her up, grumbling that they were supposed to be the first on the scene. Dia tucks a strand of hair behind her ear, and her smile is so warm, far too kind for this world. Instead of the monster Yang Chun expected, an astonishingly elegant woman appeared before him. Her white hair was impeccably styled, and her gaze so gentle that any man's heart would tremble. Yang Chun froze in place, paralyzed, his whole body leaned in as if the boy was seeing true beauty for the first time in his life. Let's move to the banquet hall. Both clan heads were already settled, and Gu started the conversation by asking if he had managed to get a proper sleep. He insisted that if such a disaster really happened, no one would ever sleep peacefully again, and Yan Chun sat right there, completely stunned, yet still decided to remain silent. Nam Gung kept a calm face, but irritation flickered in his eyes. He thanked Gong for his concern and essentially made it clear, stick to your own lane and don't meddle in others. Gu sharply cut in, saying that was absolutely impossible because that heavenly demon was literally tied to his soul. Nam Gung's face twisted with pure irritation as he nearly crushed his cup, barking that he realized the same thing yesterday. Gu hadn't changed at all. He slowly, deliberately took a sip of tea and casually dropped a bomb, saying he was still a level above everyone else. Yan Chun froze completely, not understanding what the hell this flex meant. Gu finally returned to the topic of the children's wedding. The air thickened with tension, and Yan Chun desperately tried to slip out the exit. Everyone was already expecting a full-on slaughter, but the meeting went surprisingly smoothly. It turned out even these bitter rivals know how to keep their standards and behave decently. Yan Chun glanced at Bia while she was continuously stuffing her mouth with food, and suddenly realized that they were actually just warm spots, and even in the mind, and wondered how she could even hold in her lunch in such a suffocating atmosphere. Feeling his gaze burning her, Bile raised her eyes and met his gaze. The air thickened from everything they were keeping silent about, right before she sharply jerked her head to the side and her face flushed a deep crimson. While Yan Chun wondered why she was suddenly blushing right now, he waved it off. After all, everything was finally going the way he wanted. So they made an agreement. The wedding would wait until the child grew up and was finally ready to take on the role of the new clan leader. Nam Gung stopped everything instantly and declared that waiting for years until the child grew up was a huge waste of time. Gu didn't even let him finish, cutting him off mid-sentence and asked if he had some problem with how things were going. Namjiang immediately began to back down, swearing that he meant something completely different, and Yeonchun observed from the side, again realizing Namjiang was completely incapable of standing up to his elder. This was not a conversation, a complete authoritative scolding, where Gu did nothing but command, and without losing a second, he demanded to know the exact time when they would set the engagement ceremony. He suggested if they didn't have an exact date in mind, the coming spring would be just right. Nam Gung flinched, but he eventually gave in, promising first to coordinate this with the elders and only then give Gu the official word. Gu officially declared the matter finally resolved and made it clear. Before moving the conversation further, he expected nothing less than a complete victory from Nam Gung. Later, Plan Head Nam Gung sits alone in his room and furiously drives his sword to death. Burning rage, cold moonlight twists the tension to the maximum, and he even grits his teeth from pure madness. His teeth ground as thick veins bulged all over his face, absolutely mad, enraged. When the name Guqialan echoed in his heart like a reverberation, waves of childhood memories surged and suddenly crashed down on him. Gu had not changed an iota. He still looked at him condescendingly with the same arrogant gaze that forcibly threw him back to the day of his cruelest, soul-twisting defeat. The heat from those roaring flames was simply insane. It demonstrated a level of ruthless power that no child his age should be able to control. Since that day, he burned all his youth in the fire, obsessed with a single goal: to finally leave Gu behind. He was dead certain that pure willpower would overcome the abyss, but let's be honest, no matter how much you want it, desire alone is not enough to make the world change. Since some elder told him that he was just an empty shell, those words have haunted his soul. Once Nam Gun was stuck as if in a dead end and could not piece those words together. When he demanded explanations, he was given a harsh truth: he was an empty shell and first had to fill his emptiness. This was not just some random advice. It was said by one of the legendary 3 celestial venerables, and it was not only about boosting power inside. He was simply trying to fill the void in his soul. For decades he clung to those words, fearing that he would never break free from the suffocating shadow of Gu Kaelin. His eyes burned with a hidden storm, and his mind entered absolute acceleration. Got so bad that even Gu's own son dared to look at him condescendingly. He fixed his gaze on the blade and did not take his eyes off it for a second. He gave a silent vow: if Gu does not put his troublemaker in his place, then he himself will intervene and teach them a lesson they will never forget. He decided it was finally time to intervene personally and teach that chatterbox some respect. Meanwhile, Sulo, somewhere in the shadows, fully focused, practicing sword skills in absolute secrecy. She closes her eyes and lets the voice of her past self, the legendary sword saint, guide her to move in the perfect rhythm of the whisper of her steel. Step by step, she felt an invisible current of energy swirling around her. Without hesitation, she sliced the air with her blade with unwavering confidence. Suddenly, a soul-crushing force rolled across the sky. The pressure tore the very sky apart, shattering even the air itself. She unleashed the massive aura of the sword, which completely obliterated everything in its path. The ground was laid bare and leaves scattered to the sides until she finally let out a heavy sigh, completely exhausted and ready to give up and go about her business. Right beside her appeared her spirit companion, anxiously insisting that the tough training had finally paid off, but Seol Ag could only look back and ask if she had really come that far. Even her own spirit was forced to admit she had insanely leveled up since the very beginning. And just then a wave of pure terror overwhelmed her like a truck. Breaking her thoughts, she sharply turned her head to see the source, and it was her S. The spirit asks if she felt the same, a giant explosion of pure power erupting right from the Namgun family estate, and this is a terrible problem because that is exactly where Namgun's elder sister stopped. Sensing danger, the holy sword sent Sola begins to panic and shouts to her, "Get there as fast as possible." But Sola freezes. She knows that if she appears like that, everyone will immediately understand that she is actually secretly just a servant in the Gun clan. Then she flashes a determined smile and tells them that she already has the perfect plan to deal with this. Meanwhile, on a deserted road, the head of the Namgun clan was rushing forward, his eyes burning with a rage that could set the whole world on fire. He was already ready to unleash his fury to the fullest, but he was suddenly stopped, like rooted to the spot. Suddenly, a barking voice thundered at him, "Stop," and there stood Seola, her face hidden under a hat, and the moonlight flooded the path ahead. He growled a demand to name her, but the realization hit him like a truck. It was the same escort who had been watching over Chayat Van's son. The whole clan mocked her pathetic disguise, and Soil A's heart stopped when she realized her cover was blown. Panic overwhelmed her completely. It turned out the elder sister's secret plan could have been exposed from the very beginning. Seeing the blade, Saint Seola froze in place. Finally, it all came together in her mind, and that crazy plan clicked like a lock. The head of the Namgun clan pierced her with a piercing gaze and, without looking away, demanded to know what such a worthless servant was doing here and who was pulling her strings. Then, as if she wasn't even worth his breath, he sharply ordered her to get out of sight immediately, not intending to waste even a second arguing with someone so far beneath him. Seola was clearly overwhelmed by a wave of great doubts. He retorted, turning back and running away was completely out of the question. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when he double-checked if he heard her right, but she simply pointed to the colossal wave of deadly intent emanating from him and asked where exactly he thought he was going. She shook her head and nervously asked if he was really about to let his deadly rage fall upon the young master. These words hit his ego like a brick on the head and instantly ignited a fire within him. Pure, genuine rage overwhelmed him, and in an instant his whole body exploded with a wave of wild, destructive power. When an ice-breaking storm tears through the skies, Seola begins to panic and desperately presses her older sister, begging for a plan, although every instinct screams that she must draw her sword. The entire clan mob roared in blind fury, shouting that the descendants of Gu had the audacity to behave so arrogantly. He was simply torn apart. He babbled madly that each of them was disgusting disrespect, and that they insulted him by their very existence. His fingers on the hilt turned white as he gripped the handle of his blade. Lightning bursts from him like a fierce waterfall, vaporizing everything in its path. He draws his blade and sends an icy wave of energy straight at Seola, amplifying it with a thunderous roar as if it were a hungry beast. That sword. Then Seola urged her to keep training, and Seola responded. A pure fire burned in her eyes. She draws her blade and effortlessly slices through the monster's attack in one stroke into 4 equal parts. He was refined and at the same time remarkably deadly. The head of the Namgun clan remained completely paralyzed by the wild madness he had just witnessed. That devastating sword strike shattered into dead fragments, scattering safe sparks behind Seola, while his entire body froze in pure shock. His thoughts spun in pure shock as he looked at her, unable to comprehend how she had actually blocked his attack. He narrowed his eyes, suspicious. His heart pounded wildly and pure terror pierced his entire body. He shouts that he wants to know the truth about who she really is, but Seola simply stuns him with deafening silence. She did not say a word, her gaze aimed at the opponent with absolute, razor-sharp precision. A mysterious figure stealthily moves through the labyrinth of the dungeon where flickering light casts him, and suddenly stops right in front of the cell where the old man was just brutally destroyed. While the old man wasted time in his cell, a mysterious visitor emerged from the darkness and asked if he was the one who called him. He glanced from the floor at the visitor, looked him over, and inquired whether he had truly come to embrace the clan he so fervently pretended to be part of. The stranger stretched out his hand forward, scratched his face, and then finally gave his answer. In the end, everything became pure muscle memory. Unable to bear the silence, he demanded an explanation for why he was called. The old man pressed a letter into his hand and said he was heading straight to the Black Knight Palace. The visitor was completely baffled by the destination, but the old man explained. The first elder accepted a request with extremely high stakes, and the letter must be delivered at any cost. He began to mutter that the mission was a complete burden, but the old man just waved it off and still dumped the entire burden on his shoulders. So the mysterious guest turned his back to the dungeon and disappeared. Sitting alone in his cell, the old man only snorted mockingly and muttered that it was desperate enough for these griffins to get even here just to seize the place. For now, Guanjun is snarling somewhere here like a maniac, his eyes blinded by sheer greed, and he boasts about how incredibly much he likes it. In the dark forest deep at the heart, the full moon hangs high, flooding the trees with a creepy silvery glow. The fight erupted into total chaos. Both sides clashed with everything they had. Namong Jane with a swing drove a wedge into the veiled Seola. Their weapons exploded with a mighty burst of raw energy. He barely holds his position against her relentless pressure, completely knocked off his feet by her insane strength, and remains guessing what the hell is even going on here. He saw gaps in her defense everywhere, yet her pure rage still forced him to step back a step. The energy between them finally reached its limit, and Seola burst out screaming as the explosion hurled her into flight. The force of the blow, it just tears her veil to pieces and rips it right off her head. Namong Jane gives them no pause to breathe, immediately finishing with a deadly slashing strike, which is. The shockwave blasted towards Seola right in midair, and from the lethal energy aimed to kill, her eyes nearly popped out. These two monsters collide head-on, and an explosion of such power flares across the entire sky. The clash exploded, and giant shockwaves tore the whole forest to pieces. Naming Jane was shaken to the core by how incredibly masterfully his opponent fought. He realized, Seola reads every move he makes and counters precisely on time, striking with frame-by-frame timing. Seola lay stretched out in the mud, desperately clutching her mangled hand after that last brutal exchange, gasping for air. Namyang Jin snorts disdainfully, loudly pondering whether the Ghoul clan is really teaching their worthless servants the art of the sword now. He trembles. His deadly strike was somehow parried by a girl like her. His perfect attack was completely stopped, and it just throws him off balance. Suddenly a low hum pierces the air, and the Bladeshis and Cialis begin to vibrate with pure power. He instantly understood it, the ringing of a sword. Frozen in complete shock, he could not piece together how some worthless servant was doing what even legendary swordsmen achieve with great difficulty. He was struck as if by thunder, thought that the legendary Azure Sky Sword King had really sweated over some miserable servant was frankly insane. Just like that, he unleashes a titanic surge of power and swallows the entire battlefield with a blinding storm of blue light. Under the unbearable weight of Soul's pressure, she finally breaks down and transforms. Her dark hair bursts into bright, radiant gold. Neiman Genie froze, his gaze fixed on the newly transformed Saint Cial, his eyes burning with pure, destructive focus. He throws down the glove, mocking her. Let her try to stop the same move a second time. He unleashes another giant burst of pure, devastating power. But his strike hit right in the head end. The reference itself met no less a monster of strength. Seola holds her position, easily parries the strike, and then both warriors rush forward. Their blades clash, and an explosion of light bursts between them. The force of their collision exploded into a gigantic pillar of light. The forest was torn apart, and the entire landscape turned into complete ruins. When the smoke finally cleared, Naming Jing was the only one standing. He shakes his head back and forth, completely baffled, as if the opponent had just vanished, as if he had never been there. Suddenly his instinct screamed. He jerked his head up, not believing his own eyes. The swordsman Seola loomed over him directly, her golden braids and blade flashing with a blinding, divine power. He was completely knocked off his feet when the color of her hair suddenly and shockingly changed. They collided again, and a wave of massive raw energy rolled through the air in shockwaves. And then it hit him. The rhythm of her blade had completely changed. The elite swordsman Seola stared at him, full of pure disappointment. She said his blade was completely empty and called it all a curse. These words hit the nerve exactly. Jean trembles with rage. Noticeably irritated, he gritted his teeth, restraining himself from snapping. His blade hissed sharply from the raw energy as he just burst out, shouting at her to shut up, while simultaneously directing a huge, terrifying flash of power. He gathered every particle of his energy and dashed, preparing to unleash a devastating explosion. A blinding pillar of light tore through the air, screaming, straight towards Sword Saint Seola. Namong Jin and Seola remained locked onto each other in a brutal duel at insanely high speed, neither yielding an inch while they fought. She immediately recognized those deadly strikes as the legendary sword-style Namong, but it was rough and completely uncontrolled, as if she had lost her way and was torn from her own roots. She recalled even a master of the highest level like Chanjin was cornered by this wild manner, and when she faced the onslaught of Nam Gongjin, one thing wouldn't leave her mind: had their family fencing school always been this brutal? Kia realized truly only one could oppose him, the queen of the demonic blade, and as soon as their blades clashed, the power of the strike proved to be entirely legendary. She suddenly remembered how the queen's blade felt, as if every movement was controlled by the steel itself. She couldn't help but wonder why the queen was the only Namong warrior who forged her own path, but these thoughts shattered instantly when she and Namong Jin struck each other and explosively burst with energy. The explosion threw Namong Jin into the air like a rag before he crashed into the ground with a dull thud. Broken and spitting blood from his mouth, he stared at Sword Saint Kola with a look full of disbelief and hoarsely uttered the doomed words, "How did it come to this?" She towered over him, her face frozen into a mask, cold, stone-like, and revealing absolutely nothing. Out of nowhere, dozens of blades, woven from pure energy, simply manifested in the air. When each weapon was aimed at him, the helpless Namong Jin roared in despair, demanding answers and screaming wildly from pure frustration because his blade couldn't even touch her. He poured every last ounce of strength into his blade, and suddenly a huge surge of blue energy erupted from the ground, devouring the entire battlefield in one dazzling explosion. A gigantic explosion shook the entire world, and when the dazzling light finally faded, the entire area was blown to dust. Sword Saint Kola was nowhere to be found. The sword-bearing Seal Saint knew this could not go on any longer. She really did not want to break his spirit, but she understood officially there were no more options. A dazzling white wing of energy bursts from the ground, and from the very glow begins to materialize a gigantic, ghostly blue titan. Right in the center, Sword Saint Kola hovered, her golden aura wildly collided with the figure, tearing through with blue energy. Two colossal forces merged, swirling into a gigantic blade of raw energy that filled the entire sky. In the glow of her golden light, Sword Saint Kola took control and unleashed a devastating strike. That enormous blade thundered down directly onto the head of Nam Gongjin. He froze as if stunned, and with pure horror watched as the secret power of his clan struck him and shattered everything around. When the smoke finally cleared, they both stood in a deadlock amid the ruins. Namong Hen fell to the ground in complete shock. His head spinning, he realized that the technique just unleashed by her was the secret art of his own Nemen clan. He completely lost control. He burst out demanding how she could wield that blade, but the Sword Saint towered over him, her golden hair flashing under the moonlight as she stared closely at the leader Nam Gung. She demanded to know who he really was and how he stole their secret sword style. The Sword Saint's eyes sharply narrowed as soon as he realized something was wrong. The worthless servant had just snatched the legendary family technique from its place, and the clan head could only calmly ask how. At that moment, a thirst for curiosity killed the very breath of desire to kill within him, and the clan head suddenly dropped to his knees and begged Seola to tell him how she mastered the secret sword style of the Namgung family, but he immediately cast aside his pride, admitting how did not matter as long as she taught him the technique so he could finally rise to a higher level. Seola lowered her gaze and told him, "Stop before it's too late," forcing him to stand while she trembled from that same incredible, deadly despair in his eyes. She admitted she was merely a worthless servant of the Gu clan, and only from fragments had she managed to piece something together so she could not give him the full picture. The jaw of the clan leader dropped to the floor, and he immediately demanded to know who leaked that secret to her. Solo threw a relieved, self-satisfied smile. He was trembling with joy that he could finally dump this unbearable burden onto someone else's shoulders. She playfully challenged him and asked if he would really buy it if she claimed that this guy was her young master. The clan leader completely lost it. He barked that Chulvanov's son couldn't possibly be of such a level of power, especially when rumors say they stumbled upon the lost Namgung technique purely by accident, sheer luck. Seola told him she didn't care whether he believed her or not, only one thing mattered. He had to keep his mouth shut about everything that happened that night. She threw him a reality check. If he really wanted the young master to train him, he first had to learn to control himself. She disappeared in an instant, and the clan leader was shocked as he wondered whether a child like Gu Yanchun was really the secret weapon he needed. Under the moonlit sky, the swordsman saint rushed forward, but suddenly Seola's voice rang out. She begged her sister to forgive and swore to return her body right here and now. She began to panic that they had gone too far. She was afraid that another blow to the young master would cause a complete disaster, but quickly told her sister to just calm down and not worry about it. She finally confessed openly, saying that all she really did was take on a whole mountain of new problems. She leans down and whispers a soft sorry right into Gu Yanchun's ear. The night blurs, and a moment later the morning sun breaks through the darkness. Yanchun finally blinks and opens his eyes, but his hand is completely dead and his body pulses with sharp, intense numbness and burning. Not believing what just happened, he glanced over and saw Bia was already sleeping right next to him. She used his hand as a human pillow all night, but he finally pushes her away and demands an explanation for why she acts so recklessly around his father. Honestly, it looks like she's just setting herself up for another huge scolding. Suddenly, his gaze clings tightly to the mysterious letter on the windowsill and he reaches out, completely bewildered. He stood as if rooted to the spot, completely bewildered, read and spun things around in his head, trying to understand what the hell he was even seeing. He tears the envelope to see Xiao A's elegant handwriting. She says that even without it, she has already put the leader of the Namgung clan in his place and now he can finally relax. Despite this, Mayan still stands nearby, completely puzzled by what is really happening. He muttered to himself, exhausting his brain to understand what this mysterious message was really about. His eyes did not leave the sketch at the bottom of the page, but he still had no idea who the main figure was or who the mysterious sender could be. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded from the corridor, calling to see if he was really in the room. Jianchun almost jumped out of his skin when he realized. At dawn, the leader of the Namgunis was knocking at the door, and he stumbled over his words and began to desperately beg for just a second to come to his senses. He rushed to the door, still convulsively flapping his half-undressed clothes, and blurted out why the clan leader came at such a crazy hour. But the leader remained calm, insisting that he just wanted answers, but these words. His voice breaks off at the very moment he notices a shadow flickering in the corner. The temperature drops to 0 and Ahi crawls right out of Yangchun's bed. She asks who is there, but as soon as she realizes she has been exposed, she completely breaks down. Pure, unadulterated rage exploded again on the face of the clan leader. He cursed her moment of awakening, the worst second of all possibly, and his eyes sharply darted to Yang Chun, a look as if he was about to tear him to pieces, although he suppressed pure rage to keep a broader picture in mind, and instead, he practically told Yanchun, if he is not busy, let them take the conversation outside, but Yanchun just stood there sh. Stunned, he jerked into his gear and trudged after the clan leader, while his mind was spinning hard about why the boss even needed to speak on the training field. The clan leader slowly raised the blade coldly with icy precision until the tension in the air reached its limit. When the deadly strike covered Yun Chun closely, his thoughts spiraled from the terrible thought that it was a trap to finish him off, so in despair he flared his palms with fiery energy and cursed through the nightmare he had fallen into. But the clan leader did not strike. Instead, he demonstrated a masterclass of the legendary Nam Gung sword forms, and as soon as he finished, he immediately clicked the blade back into the sheath end. The boy asked Yangchun what he thought about it, but Yangchun only scratched his head in confusion, not understanding where he was leading. The clan leader makes his demand crystal clear. He wants Yangchun to expose the flaws in his swordsmanship. But Yangchun simply blocks his way, calls the request insane, and swears he has no idea what is wanted from him. Clan leader lunges forward, pressing the blade right into his chest and shouting for him to stop playing dumb. He had already learned that Yanchun was a master of the legendary Namgung sword style, and as soon as he heard this, Yanchun's face darkened. His eyes became cold and lifeless, like a dead fish. He barked a demand who leaked his secret, and mentally immediately returned to that strange letter he had just uncovered. Driven by pure despair, the clan leader rushed forward and begged to show that sword style again, swearing he would give him everything he wanted, but the frightened Yan Chun retreated into chaos and almost suffocated at the thought of why the leader was acting so mad. Seeing this terrible confusion in his eyes, he wondered if the man had gone mad. How could someone's entire self be turned upside down so sharply overnight? Nearby, Elder Shin looked with a grim face and muttered that the clan leader was simply a pathetic tragedy, an empty shell of his former self. Yanchun jerked sharply in shock and exclaimed how this man could be the Namgung patriarch if his sword style had nothing to do with the legendary techniques of their family. Elder Shin realized, although in Yanchun's memories the swordsman Namgung looked extraordinarily refined, they had no soul of the blade. It was not true swordsmanship, but a showy, empty shell, all tinsel and no substance. He understood the soul doppelganger of Yan Chuni from a past life had finally forged his own fate, and at that very moment, the legendary sword style of Nan Gun looked completely disgraced, broken, and left entirely unfinished. It hit him right in the head. Min Nai once swore to pass down his god-level sword style to generations, but now he was completely erased from history, and he could not help but wonder. Was this the same Min Nai the Elder whom Elder Shin mentioned? Isn't this one of the legends that fought alongside to drive out the blood demon? Suddenly a name flashes in his mind: Namgung Min, the thunderous heaven sword. Cornered, he was gnawed by one burning question. What the hell was he supposed to do now? The harsh truth struck like a truck. In his entire arsenal, there was not a single original sword technique, Elder Shin realized. If he hadn't even mastered the basics, then he didn't know at all what the way of the blade was. But he did not consider this a complete disaster as a sword master. He could not watch someone so helpless, so he decided to intervene. Not a word, not a hint, Elder Shin began to take control of the boy's body, and young Chun in madness was reduced to nothing because he did not understand what the old man had planned. Elder Shin snatched the clan leader's sword right from his hands, instantly revealing the great truth about how the Namgung sword style really worked. It is made to flow like waves crashing against the shore, but because it is powered by raw thunder, it strikes with the blinding speed of lightning. And the real turning point was mastering the relentless rhythm it covers like an endless wave. This is what he emphasized, the most important part of the entire technique. No show-offs, everything boiled down to surgical precision and perfect form. And as soon as Elder Shin finished speaking, he immediately began slicing through the air with simple but deadly accurate strikes. Listen, those moves had not a drop of explosive power. He presses, attacks, but everything looks purely mundane without any flashy moves and definitely without real power behind it. They moved with hypnotic, rhythmic grace. They floated so easily, like the tide coming in and going out. The head of the Namgung clan stood motionless until the truth finally dawned. This technique was not just a move, but the literal power of the ocean crashing against the shore. His eyes snapped open. The realization hit like a freight train. Everything finally fell into place. He understood exactly what it meant and surged forward. Pressing Yunchun's hand with all his might, he gripped it tightly and, overwhelmed with pure emotion, shouted that such a great favor was a complete blessing. He clenched the sword so hard his fingers turned white and dashed away, cursing, swearing to carve the memory of that nightmare into his very body. He vowed to repay every penny of that debt, even before disappearing right before their eyes. He rushed away, leaving Yangchun and the Elder behind, and Elder Shin understood. Their leader had finally reached enlightenment and unprecedented fortune for the clan. Yunchun abruptly turned to Elder Shin and demanded the truth about that Namgung sword style, and the old man admitted. His demonstration was just a cheap imitation of a movement he had seen long ago. Yanchun muttered to himself, wondering which snake had fed the clan head that terrifying lie about supposedly mastering the Namgung sword style. Elder Shin admitted he was completely at a dead end, but Yun Chun realized, at least the clan leader was no longer after his blood, and that was a huge step in the right direction. But just as Chun Yan widened his eyes, an even more urgent crisis surfaced in his memory, one he had to rush to save immediately. He presses the gas to break through to the secret passage under the Yan estate and discovers the head of the family is already standing there waiting for him. The man turned sharply and immediately began reproaching him for being late. Yanchun briefly bows deeply and frantically starts explaining he was held up by urgent matters. He pours out his soul in a sincere apology, and the father, surprisingly, brushes it off, only asking if it was the Hofmeister who guided him along the way. He insisted that they all dive into the very depths together. Yanchun's face instantly became completely impassive as soon as both stepped forward. They both descended the massive stairs, sinking deeper and deeper into the dark earth. After what seemed like an eternity of steps, they finally reached the lowest level. The father turned to his son and announced that they had finally arrived at the very place he had so longed to see. Chun freezes, staring into the endless corridor of prison cells where the flicker of torches glimmers and every shadow becomes a complete nightmare. One question strikes his mind: where the hell are they supposed to start? Suddenly, demons with glowing red eyes begin to roar wildly as if a fresh visitor has finally arrived. These monsters are behind bars, but they are practically foaming at the mouth. They are torn apart by impatience. They want to see exactly who has just stepped into their trap. The monster whispers to Dakebai that a tiny person is trailing that boy. Dakebai starts shouting at Yangchun to let him go. He literally screams that he will cut down anyone who comes into view. Gio is drenched in sweat, turns to Yongchun and demands an explanation of what the hell is going on here. He looks his elder in the eyes and throws his own words back at him. This is the exact reason why the Gu clan was born. This is the crushing weight of karma that the old patriarch is forced to carry on his shoulders. And this was the grand legacy that Yang Chun was doomed to inherit. Yang Chun immediately pressed his father, demanding an explanation of what those mysterious words meant. He walks past the cages and Qialan shocks his son. These monsters are not from here at all. He lays everything out clearly. Each of them crawled out directly from the demonic realm. The doors to that hellish dimension are forever closed and tightly sealed so that these creatures do not flood their world. But a few nightmares that still managed to slip through now rot right in this underground prison. Qialan confronts his son and asks if he truly understands the dark legacy and terrible karma that the Gu clan is forced to bear. He dropped a giant truth bomb on Yan Chun, revealing the man who tore open the gates to the demon realm was actually the founding patriarch of the Gu family. He tore all of Zhongyuan into boundless madness, and even now the Gu clan still pays for the sins of their founder. Chio's jaw nearly dropped when it dawned on her. It was the Gu clan that was the secret mastermind behind every monstrous nightmare that tormented Zhongyuan. He demands to know how Yang Chun manages to remain so calm, and here our MC unloads the full bomb. He had already seen this in advance in his past life. As soon as Chio heard this news, his jaw almost dropped in surprise, but Yang Chun only narrowed his eyes and asked how he could have missed such a grand thing in his own memories. The old man quickly interrupted, reminding him that his mind was still a complete labyrinth of locked doors and hidden secrets. He puts Yang Chun in a dead end and demands, "Explain why you even show up if you already know the layout." Our guy grits his teeth and shouts right in the clan leader's face. He throws the old man's words back at him, reminding him of this so-called punishment. He will look Qialan straight in the eyes and demand an answer. Is there really a secret puppeteer above them giving orders? As soon as those words hit his ears, Qialan sharply turned to Yan Shan. In his past life, Yan Chun mastered all the secrets as the heir of the clan, but still died without ever revealing who behind the monster's mask turned their life into pure hell. Qialan roared, calling his son by his full name, and his voice thundered authoritatively and still. His father blocked his way, promising to reveal the truth only after he earned the title young clan head, so trembling Yan Chun had no choice but to agree to the deal. Those otherworldly fools laughed to tears at Yan Chun's refusal, but our guy didn't even flinch. He already knew that old Yama would immediately shut him down. In fact, he wasn't too bothered by it as soon as his father finally admitted that someone was hunting them. For him, that tiny truth became the very conclusion he needed. Qialan passed by his son, bluntly stating, "Time in this place is officially over," and right there, without extra words, made it clear it's time to leave home. Yan Chun shouts through the crowd of clan elders and lets them know he will separate and explore this place alone. A little later, we see Yan Chun gasping for air, moving deeper into the dungeon, and Shio notices he is already at the limit. She warns that he has been sitting too long in this hellish den and must get out immediately. Yang Chun forcibly pulls himself together and grits his teeth because he understands he must push himself just a little further. He suddenly remembered the first elder used this very creature to carry out his plan, so having already ended up here, he would never leave without seeing the monster with his own eyes. He walked straight up to the bars and stared through them for a long time into the deep darkness of the cell. And then he begins to recite a spell in a language that no one can even recognize. Jial demanded explanations, not taking his eyes off the chained, naked entity completely exposed and defenseless. He lunged at the bars of his cell as soon as he heard what our guy said. The essence transformed into an ideal copy of Yan Chun and flashed a cold smile. She demanded an answer as to why Yan Chun dared to say her name. Jial was completely confused, but when Doc noticed that Yang Chun didn't even flinch, he admitted everything and said directly he was just trying to shake his cage. He instantly turns into the clan leader and mocks our guy, asking if he finally started feeling fear. Yan Chun just stares at him with a gaze so cold it seems to burn through to the very core. Docubai shudders completely. Our guy doesn't even blink, no fear, not even close. That's when Yan Chun notices there is no trace, no crumb, that this monster has ever left the prison even once. The document directly calls him a boring freak and demands an explanation of why he is here at all, and our guy just says he was simply coming for an inspection and is now officially ready to tear away. He turned around lightning fast just as these words flew from his lips. Docubai groaned, admitting, locked in this cage slowly devours him from the inside. Then he stared Yan Chun straight in the eyes and promised, "We'll tear him out of there." Our guy sharply turned and hit him with a look so cold it could stop a heart. He warned, drop this act immediately if he intended to pull any dirty tricks. He promised. If he catches him fooling around again, he will burn him to ashes so that only dust remains. Yunchun throws these words and sets off, but as soon as he disappears, Dr. Hibai starts releasing clouds of steam like a human pressure cooker. Finally, he dropped the mask and unleashed his true mighty form. Believe it or not, this is the same man who sent a secret letter to the leader of Dark Knight Palace. He smiled boldly, slowly stroking his beard as he figured out everything that was happening. Now he finally understands why the first elder called Yanshan a complete headache. Yanshan, gasping for air, struggles out of prison, while Q stands still in complete shock, admitting he never imagined the Gu clan was hiding such a huge, dark secret right under their feet. Yanshan pulled himself back to his feet, mumbling that he had no idea how long they would tie him up here. No sooner had he spoken, Seola caught him red-handed and demanded to know where he was hiding while she was combing the place looking for him. She reaches out her hand and touches his face, and there is anxiety in her voice when she says that he looks like he is about to completely break down. With panic on her face, she questioned him about what happened, whether some idiot was really extorting him. Yanshan quickly waved her hand, keeping her pace and pretending as if nothing had happened. She immediately changed the subject, asked what made her look for him. COLA showed the main news. Both the young lady and the local beauty are inviting him to a luxurious dinner. As soon as Yan Chun heard about this mysterious beauty, his jaw almost dropped. He was 100% sure that it was about his own younger sister, but then it dawned on him. The beautiful woman described by Seola was actually the legendary Sword Queen, the very same Sword Queen. He pulls our girl to himself, demanding to know if she really had the courage to call the Sword Queen pretty lady right to her face, but Seola just smiles crookedly and reveals. Queen liked that nickname so much that she herself ordered her to keep using it. Yan Chun tells her that he is totally fine with it if she doesn't mind. Suddenly it hits him. His stomach is actually roaring after a whole day without food, and he decides to immediately fall into a feast and join the banquet. He goes straight up to Yola to demand the location of Bae, and she makes it clear. Right now he is deeply in a meeting with the leading lady of the Tank clan. As soon as these words left her lips, she pointed her finger straight at the ground and warned her master that she was already here, and as soon as Yan Chun spun around, he notices Soil and Baya coming out of the room, and Soil immediately lashes out at him with a question about why he is even here. Yangshan has to remind her that this is his territory, and he is completely shocked why these two girls barged into his space. He demanded to be told what they were doing inside, but Bia just avoided his gaze and insisted that they had not done anything. Yangshan shocks with the news. The Sword Queen wants to sit together and have a snack. And as soon as he asks if they are in the loop, Soil literally explodes with joy, immediately turning back to our guy to check if he is in. She was just lying there in shock, unable to comprehend that she was sitting at dinner with Yang Chun. Only at the moment when this thought slipped into her mind, and everything finally fell into place. She asks who will join them for dinner, and Yang Chun drops a bomb. It's Sword Queen, and he can't believe she didn't know the legend, and here she is, right in front of them. Soil literally cracked, lunging towards her, shouting right in her face and demanding to know how she was supposed to figure this out. She was paralyzed by indecision. She was racking her brain for a way out, but even in the worst nightmare, she couldn't expect to ever cross paths with the legendary Sword Queen. They haven't finished their sentences, and the Sword Queen herself enters in the middle, sweeping them off their feet with a wave of her hand just as casually. Realizing that Soil was a complete stranger, she blossomed with a friendly smile and babbled about what a lovely new guest they had. Soil's face was instantly cut by a wild, intrusive smile as soon as she saw the legendary Sword Queen. Her hands tremble with nerves as she drops a total bombshell. It turns out she really is the eldest daughter of the legendary Sichuan Tang clan. Sword Queen flashed a dazzling smile and greeted her with open arms. Feeling that things were getting too awkward, she abruptly cut off the chatter and ordered everyone to move the conversation to the dining hall. Yang Chun was completely frozen. He couldn't expect that this girl would immediately, upon seeing the Sword Queen, completely lose her mind. She was not surprised at all. The Sword Queen is unquestionably #1 in the Orthodox faction, so it is quite natural that Soil treats her as an absolute legend. Ryanva lunged right in her brother's face and demanded an explanation why there was another girl in this photo, and whether Soil was really in love with him too. The blood of Yanshunya boiled, so he snapped his hand to interrupt his sister and declared that she was completely wrong. What excited her the most was that she was actually 100% right. When night falls, we are abruptly transferred to a completely different house. Yanshunya is stunned as soon as he sees the mountain of food waiting for them. He can hardly believe his eyes. This is a feast at a level more expensive than their usual serving. The Sword Queen drops a bombshell. It is revealed that Hayek actually teamed up with the servants to arrange this banquet miracle. Yangchun freezes with his mouth agape as he realizes it was Hayek who cooked. He is in complete shock. The boy really knows his way around the kitchen. Then it dawns on him. He remembers how Hayek once, back when they were in the demonic cult, talked about exactly this. Hayek reveals his secret passion for cooking and his dream to open a restaurant even before the cult got involved, but Yangchun cuts him off on the spot, coldly reminding him that he never asked. Yunchun knew this guy was a pathological liar, so he just prayed that his dish wouldn't become a one-way ticket to the grave. He picks up a dumpling with chopsticks and takes a slow, measured bite. To his complete shock, he realizes the food is actually top-notch, and while trying to keep a straight face and call it mid, he is already throwing the next dim dumpling into his face. While he greedily devours his lunch, a mysterious figure settles into someone's hands and leans in to whisper something to the Sword Queen, but most importantly, that figure is actually made of pure soil. Her hands were trembling and the girl nervously extended a glass to the legendary Sword Queen. She begged, "A sip and enjoy it," while she finishes preparing the food. But the Sword Queen was not naive. She immediately demanded to know what exactly was in that cup. She pours out the secret and shows tea is brewed from a mysterious quiet herb, silent flower herb. She presents it as a miracle cure, promising the lady that her skin will shine like never before. But the Sword Queen suddenly breaks out in sweat and panics, asking if this herb is really a deadly poison. Soil confirms the truth and Yan Chun completely loses it. He makes a crazy spit take right on his sister. Rian stood there in complete shock and couldn't process the crazy trick her brother just pulled. Yan Chun, all sweaty, let out a trembling groan and crawled out a pitiful apology. She was not going to accept his apology and threw the sticks straight like daggers into his eyes. He lets out a piercing scream full of pure pain, then falls right to his knees before his fiancée. Fuming with rage, Reincarnates suddenly attacks her brother, calls him a complete psycho, and demands to know what the hell he thinks he's doing. When their stomachs were finally full, Yunchun and the Sword Queen went outside and only then took a step back. Our guy immediately started apologizing for acting like a complete mess, but the queen just laughed and said he shouldn't worry. Honestly, she really enjoyed the walk with him. She frantically asked about his eyes, and even when tears streamed down his face, Yan Chun insisted he was fine, saying his sister didn't even hit that hard. A wave of relief washed over the Sword Queen as soon as she heard that. Barely smiling, she told Yan Chun that his sister looked exactly like him when losing self-control. She laughed. It was impossible to deny these two people were definitely siblings. Because of this, Yan Chun was completely confused and wondered how the Sword Queen really saw him. He tried to explain Soil's strange behavior, but the Sword Queen just waved him off, saying not to worry. She saw that the girl's heart was in the right place. Even for a member of the Tang clan, the queen never expected Soil to actually swallow poison just for a skincare routine. Honestly, she was genuinely impressed by such a level of dedication. She beamed a warm smile and declared that he was destined to become a legendary force in martial arts. Yan Chun immediately realized that something was wrong. She pointed to the exhausted expression on her face and demanded to know what had happened. He froze in place as soon as those words hit her. She forces a painful smile and asks if he caught her game. She thanks him for truly watching over her. She places her hand on his shoulder and assures him, nothing terrible, he has nothing to worry about. She steps forward and tells them to simply let everything flow as it should. Yangshun's gaze did not leave her back as she walked away, but he had no idea where such tension in her came from. He was completely stuck, staring at her until suddenly Soil shouted, "Snap out of it, bring him back to reality." With a radiant smile, she thanks Yan Shan for the treat and says she truly enjoys every moment of their shared meal. The Yanshan man moves closer and throws the final jealousy test, asking who is better at the party, him or the Queen of Swords, thereby driving the frightened Soil into a stupor, forcing her to stammer that she was definitely talking about the queen. She quickly turns around and insists to Yan Shan that sharing food together is a total vibe. Sheol bursts out, calls our guy a cold-blooded jerk, and asks why he would ruin relations with someone who clearly cannot be indifferent to him. But our guy is stone-faced, he has no idea at all what this is about. Chio puts an end to the dreams, sharply brings him back to reality about the girl he needs to talk to, and suddenly the words Yan Chun was ready to say at the cost of his life flash wildly again in his head. He looks Soil straight in the eyes and immediately announces the news. He is officially joining the Dragon and Phoenix assembly she talked about. As soon as he asked her to join, Soil was on cloud nine, pure delight. She rushed forward to grab Yanchuan's hands, thanking him warmly from the bottom of her heart and declaring that she was incredibly motivated to continue this epic journey. She flailed her hands back in complete panic and even stammered apologies because she hadn't even noticed she grabbed him, while our guy held his face and told her it was nothing serious. He told her that very soon they would set off and asked her to rest quickly while there was still a chance, and Soil thanked him sincerely. Yangshan dropped a bombshell and left, leaving Soil watching him until he disappeared into the distance. She stared at her palm, her eyes wide with utter disbelief. She burst into a soft smile glowing with joy as she finally held our guy close. We sharply cut to Ciola and Bea, who are slowly strolling through a picturesque garden, and joy flashes in Ciola's eyes as soon as she sees the sea of white flowers that takes her breath away. Bea leaned closer to the petals and whispered them, white smiling flowers, and our girl wondered if she really recognized them. Bea flashes a gentle smile and admits that she is a fan, adding, her mother once also simply loved them madly. We do a flashback. Young Bea stands before her mother, who gently places a white smiling flower in her hair. She begged her to find a way to be happy even if she would no longer be around to see it. At the moment when Bea begins to get lost in memories, someone suddenly recalls their little walk and the girls instantly turn away, overwhelmed with complete shock. And strangely enough, here stands Yangchun himself. Our guy looks at the garden and immediately calls it quite banal. He remembers how it used to be in flowers when his mother took care of it. Bea looked him straight in the eyes and asked if she could pick a few of those flowers. And Yan Chun just waved it off. Let her take them. He said do whatever she wants because he doesn't care. Bea takes a flower and immediately weaves it into Ciola's hair, saying that her mother used to do that for her every day. Ciola pulls out the flower and sews it right into Bai's hair, forcing her to wear it unquestionably. She simply must. A satisfied, self-satisfied smile spread across Bai's face as soon as she heard those words. The two girls suddenly sharply turned to Yan Shan, called him by name, and were burning with impatience to find out what he thought about their new look. Those white flowers that were smiling literally shone, illuminating the whole place with a radiant, otherworldly glow. Yangchun froze in place as if instantly deafened and completely confused, unable to find words. Chiel suddenly teleports and sharply knocks our guy on the head. He falls out of this sweet delirium about the flower that wears another flower, making it shine all night. Then Chiel also presses Yangchun to wipe those cringy words from the girls. Our guy doesn't care, he can't stand it and looks completely exhausted from all this nonsense. He sharply cuts in. Stop stuffing those stupid thoughts into his head. Ciola looked at his face and immediately was overwhelmed. It seemed to her that they were just a complete failure. But Yangchun didn't hesitate. He picked her up and promised her that everything looked fine. We move to the training ground. There we catch someone doing some real hard work. It turns out it's the main boss himself, the legendary leader of the Namgung clan. Under the sun, shirtless, he pushes his body to the limit. Muscles roll, veins are about to burst, and he swings that sword with frightening intensity. Just when he draws the blade, someone calls out, "Did you hear he visited Shanghai?" They say he actually managed to unlock some crazy new insights. Jan sharply turned around at that very moment, as soon as he heard that voice. He stepped forward with a confident smirk, greeting the clan leader as if they had known each other for 100 years. This man is Gu Changjun, the mighty first elder of the Gu clan. On the battlefield, he is a real beast known as Exchange Zero Burning Sword. The second elder drops a giant bomb on Yanchuan, revealing, the first elder is already behind closed doors alone with the head of the Namgung clan. The heads of Yan Chun and Si Oli twitched toward him as soon as they heard those words. The guy looked Ryan straight in the eyes and dropped the bomb. He knows the truth. As soon as he heard this, the old man's jaw almost dropped. He warned Yanchun, playing with fire, and this is not something to joke about lightly. He bet everything that the desperate old man, obsessed with becoming the clan leader, is a complete dark horse who would do anything to win. But as soon as these words left his mouth, it finally clicked in his head. He understood exactly what Yanchun was planning. He asks if our guy is really like that, but MC just barely smiles and drops the bomb. He is essentially besties with the head of the Namgung clan. Only a few hours ago, Yunchun set off for a risky meeting with the head of the Namgung clan. But on the way, he noticed Jin's in the field. He was relentlessly training with the blade. Yunchun called out to him, admitted he had been looking everywhere and had no idea where he disappeared. He honestly didn't think he was still here, pushing to the limit and cutting with the sword as if his life depended on it. Jan wiped the sweat from his face, admitting he felt his connection with the blade sharpening with every precise stroke. He says he feels like he's holding a sword for the first time in his life, like a true beginner starting everything from scratch. He turned back to Yanchen, desperately trying to find out if his swordsmanship really improved after dawn. Chiel ordered Yanchen to pass on the words. He is finally beginning to see the light, even if it's just a tiny flash. And so our guy stepped forward and gave those words straight into the person's eyes. Zhan immediately reminded him that the only reason he even got these lessons was because she pushed through everything with heavy levers. He looked Yanchen squarely in the eyes and swore he would repay every single part of this debt. But the catch was our guy had absolutely no idea who Zhan was talking about. He was left to give some super awkward, nervous laugh to hide his complete stupor. Clan leader finally drops a bombshell and shows our guy that the first elder came for him earlier. As soon as Yanchen heard those words, his jaw almost dropped. He didn't hear that a step ahead the old man finally stopped waiting and was ready to make his move. Yanchen pressed for details of their secret conversation, and after a brief pause of hesitation, Zhang decided to be completely honest with him out of respect for their bond. He let our guy know it was just a quick hello, but here's the catch: Chang Jun tried to recruit him right then and there. Pondering whether their ambitions were a perfect match, the elder tells him they will gather later to dive into all the fine details. Zhang raises his sword, mocking Yanchen for clearly being the least favorite son, and says outright he would have really agreed to that deal if the first elder hadn't been late. This guy doesn't care. He's fully focused on pushing his weapon right to the very edge. He made it crystal clear, no more unnecessary drama. That's it, the end. He ordered Yanchen not to overthink and just relax, and he gave his word he would refuse the elder's offer without hesitation. Throwing a confident smile, our guy tells him it's better to take that deal, and Zhen is utterly stunned by the very proposal. Yanchen moves closer and reminds him it's finally time to pay that promise. He immediately makes it clear the debt must be settled exactly the way he wants. He orders the clan leader to play the mole. Pretend to be loyal to the first elder to sabotage his twisted plans. In front of Zhang, he waves a huge carrot promising elite fencing lessons if he supports him. He grins crookedly and asks, "So, agreed or what?" Zhang's jaw almost dropped as he glared at Yanchen and demanded, "Is he serious or for real?" Turn to the present tense. The dust is finally starting to settle. Yanchen catches a huge opportunity. The clan leader is completely and entirely fixated on his sword and nothing else. He is beaming. He managed to turn a complete disaster into a golden chance. And he tells the second elder not to worry. The first elder won't be a problem for a very long time. Ryan just shakes his head, admitting that these words make him even more scared. The elder asks if our guy has finally set off on the road to appear at the Grand Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. Yanchen confirms he is already ready and says that his official invitation should have arrived long ago. Then he turns to the old man and asks if he has heard any rumors or has updates about the situation. Diving his hand into his robes, the elder informed Yanchen that he has a special gift for him. He grabs a cookie and hands it to Seoli. Our girl starts to drool as soon as she sees it. She looks him straight in the eyes and says that she is definitely starting to feel affection for him. The elder pulls out a mysterious document and hands it over, and our guy doesn't waste a second. He shows genuine gratitude. He didn't miss a single beat, but as soon as his gaze fell on that letter, his jaw dropped. The old man smiles at Yanchu, boasting that he has held it in his hands for 2 long years, waiting for the right moment to use it. But Yanchen immediately stops him, showing this is not an invitation at all. The old man says that the symbol on the paper literally means defeat, but listen, this is a top-level letter of recommendation, straight from Aura Supreme himself. Aura Supreme stands at the highest peak as one of the legendary 3 Great Supremes. He is a warrior who clawed his way back after every devastating defeat, refusing to fall again until he could single-handedly crush entire dark sects with his bare fists. Yanchen could not understand why a legend like Aura Supreme would even pay attention to a guy like him. He turned to the second elder, desperately trying to find out where this mysterious recommendation came from. The old man simply dropped a bomb on him, confirmed that it is a direct gift from Aura Supreme. The guy was completely thrown off balance, and he demanded an explanation for why such a monster of a level who can shape destinies personally vouched for him. Because honestly, such invitations are usually issued by elite clans, not legendary masters. The second elder roughly pushes Yanchuan's head down to shut him up and growls, "Just keep your mouth shut and accept everything the adult gives." He sharply turns around and orders Yanshan to mercilessly crush his enemies. Meanwhile, our guy stays behind and scratches his head, not understanding how the old man suddenly lost his temper. It was a continuous disaster, and he hated every second of it. The stress from First Elder was already pushing him to the absolute limit. He knew if the assembly sensed this, a real hellish commotion would begin. Siola leans closer and sees that he is about to collapse from exhaustion. Yan Chun admits that he is completely exhausted and tells her that he is going for a walk to clear his head. He sharply turned and fixed his gaze directly on Siola. He turns to her and asks if she minds joining his journey. Our girl simply glows with joy upon hearing this. She rushes to seize the chance and immediately records everything, not thinking for a second. As soon as they enter the city, Siola bursts through the streets, aching with joy, and forces Yangshun to stop her. She hasn't returned for a long time. He was completely thrown off by how electrified and energized she was. She almost teleports to the nearest stall, spreading a huge smile as she greets the vendors. A woman met her saying that too much time had passed, and when a man said she had become even more beautiful, Siola simply beamed and thanked him. Yangshun suddenly remembered how she said she liked walking here, and now panic overtakes her. Was there a hidden message in those words? Lost in thought, Siola grabbed a couple of candy sticks from the shopkeeper. Yola hooked Diane Chun and insisted that it would be at her expense, leaving our guy completely thrown off when he snapped and grabbed, "Stop, do you even have money for this?" She finally admits that she is actually a hired servant. Our guy is simply stunned. He can't believe that this is the same girl who just shamelessly begged him for treats. When she managed that room together with those merchants, Yan Chun finally realized, now our girl is no longer the same person. She was sure that the old woman would surface any moment now, and at that moment realization hit him like a ton of bricks. When the second Theola calls him Gucklaner, our guy's jaw just drops and he immediately starts interrogating her why she just used that name. Siola endlessly called him the heir of the Gu clan, pointing her finger at the fact that this is the only name the whole other world now knows about him. She flashed a playful smile and admitted she desperately wanted to try that nickname, though she was afraid she wouldn't be able to pull off something so cool if anyone said it, except her. As soon as those words hit him, Yan Chun's consciousness darted back to an event that happened long before the heavenly demon even appeared. Flashback alert, we sharply return to the past and see how it all began. Here is the elder Yangshun sitting right on the torn edge of a cliff in a completely different world. At this stage, our guy had not even come close to crossing paths with the demonic cult. Suddenly, a mysterious figure emerges from the shadows to meet him, and imagine the stranger addresses him as none other than Gu Claner. Yangshun sharply turns around and immediately asks if something happened to her. He says they still have plenty of time until the next shift. He is truly confused. Why is she here at all now? But as soon as he sees her face, it's the elder Siola. She asks if he wants her to brighten the silence for him while he stands guard. And then she also asks if she can just sit next to him right here. Yunchun tells her if she wants to sit next to him, she needs to tame that wild hair, but Siola doesn't have a single thing to tie her hair back. Our guy didn't even listen. He snatched a strip right from his own clothes and handed it to her. Siola's eyes suddenly widen in shock, but a gentle smile instantly softens the expression on her face. She tucks her hair back and throws Yanshan the ultimate curveball. What will he really do when they finally escape this world? And honestly, our guy was definitely not ready for this. He couldn't understand why she was bringing this up right now, especially after they had been locked in this demonic hellish labyrinth for 3 long years. He forced her to face the harsh truth. Half of the elite warriors from the gathering were torn apart by beasts immediately upon landing, so how could she even dream that they would get out alive? He spat that he should never have set foot on that trashy event, but being the heir of the clan meant he was backed into a corner and forced to play by the rules. Suddenly, Siola intervened, asking if he had any real dreams he was truly chasing. She leaned closer and whispered that she was burning to hear what he really desired. Yangchun waved his hand dismissively as if he hadn't even thought about it, so Siola's heart could almost be seen sinking down. He turned to her and threw the main question: what would she do first once they finally got out of this place? Siola lit up with a bright smile and declared that her dearest dream was to travel the whole world. She was dying to leave everything behind and dive straight into the heart of civilization to see their world for herself. Returning to the present, Siola fixed her gaze on Yunchun, not looking away, and with burning curiosity tried to understand what was really going on in his head. Nervously, she asked if he was really furious just because she called him Gu Claner. She quickly promised she would never let that name slip from her lips again, but Yan Chun simply reached out and tugged her cheek roughly, boldly, mockingly. He begged her never to pull such stunts again. Siola couldn't hold back. She called him a complete idiot right to his face. Our guy's eyes never left her as she plunged with fierce determination into the thick of the action. He would give anything just to stop time and keep her soul so pure before the world inevitably breaks her. 7 weeks fly by like a moment, and now it's finally time to pack up and head to Hunan. But duty calls. The second old man must rush to the front line because the 500 are in a really bad way. And Vibai is just a beast as a leader, so if she's calling for reinforcements, it means everything has officially gone downhill. Right before the start, the old man throws Yan Chun a thick wad of cash and orders him not to lose it all in one place. Yan Chun's jaw drops, had no idea the old man would prepare such a jackpot for him. The elder drops the bomb completely. Yan Chun's sisters are officially competing in the legendary Unified Dragon Assembly this winter. He tells Yan Chun to just keep a cool head and not overthink it. But our guy is completely stunned, asks again if it's about his second sister, and the younger one too. The second elder confirms without further words, yes, that's exactly how it will be. The second sister Yan Chuan was directly in the clan, but because she was locked in solitary training, our guy missed his chance to meet her. Meanwhile, he realizes that Yanzio joined the Unified Dragon Assembly only because he heard. Our guy is heading to the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. When the dust finally settles, Yunchun turns away from the clan forever and takes Grunt, Maiyuan, Xiaolu, and Beiyu with him. Dia finally begged her husband for permission and got the green light to rush straight to the event. While the Sword Queen and the Divine Doctor settled in the clan, Hayak was nearby, but Yan Chun still did not understand whether that guy was an ally or just a walking bomb with a timer. What really annoyed him was one thing, being crammed again into this cramped compartment for another long trip. Indeed, this wooden box was already starting to feel not like transport, but like his permanent home. Barely had the squad set off on the road when the weather suddenly turned into a complete nightmare. The road was completely covered by a mountain of snow, and the icy gale tore the spaces in all directions, and all that remained was to shiver from the cold by the fire while she incessantly muttered that the cold was simply unbearable. She returns to Yang Qin with a trembling voice and asks if he is not cold in these thin layers, and he only looks away and says that this cold, on the contrary, feels incredible. Sayale and Namungbai are trembling from uncontrollable cold, and Namungbai realizes that the young master is essentially a human stove, so she asks to huddle for warmth. Qin only gives her a cold recoil and says he doesn't care. As soon as he falls silent, Sayale and Namgungbai instantly fly up and take seats right next to him. Sayale's face shines with pure delight. She grabs his hand and gasps at how warm he feels. Namgungbai leans closer with a self-satisfied expression, and poor Yangqin is left completely stunned. They are in their hands. He loudly joked, asking if they had just seen some kind of walking spatial heater in him, but when he looked down at the girl who was gripping his hand tightly, his thoughts drifted aside. He suddenly realized. Sword Venerable, who missed this trip, did not stay behind for nothing. It was a huge sign. The old man finally trusted him to endure this road on his own. He remembered catching a glance, as if the old master was huddling together with the avenging doctor before disappearing again, as if he had far more important matters to attend to. He looked down at Namingbaya, who was still clinging to his hand, and his thoughts slid to her father. Probably he had already returned to the Naming clan. Until the boy disappeared at that very second, he kept pestering Yang Qin with requests for sword lessons, but fortunately he managed to break free thanks to a clever pretext from the old master. As soon as this thought clicked in his mind, the old master teleported. Anger was uncontrollable. He snapped at him for being an ungrateful kid who tried to dump all the work on his shoulders. Terrified, Yan Chen began to hiccup and babble that they should be grateful at least for surviving this nightmare. He crossed his arms and abruptly cut off the conversation with a short grumble. Confused, Yang Qin was actually tracking the very monster that tried to eat him, but what hero is capable of that? Let's turn the clock back to the times when young Qin had not yet said a final goodbye to his family. Yunqin found himself in a deadly confrontation with the Great Elder. As soon as he heard those words, his face twisted with rage. He demanded to know exactly what Yunqin meant. Yan Chen lowered his head and his voice became a cold, dangerous growl as he challenged the elder over his excessive ego. He claimed he just wanted the world to know the truth about the power of this land, but his real goal was to steal the family throne and bring it to himself. The Great Elder simply exploded. He laughed in his face, admitting that he himself was preparing for something truly serious, but ended up with a story so crazy it became complicated. He just laughed in their faces, calling Yunqin and his old man truly arrogant and asking if they seriously thought they could handle all that karma on their own, while the elder meanwhile tore Yunqin apart for acting like a complete know-it-all who was only looking for a fight. He called Yunqin out because of his obsession with the family's influence, asking if he was truly ready to stake their entire future just for the taste of that power. The elder only nodded, and it was clear. Yan Qing hit the mark because whoever holds these treasures is doomed to rule over a truly terrible force. Following those words, Yan Chen did not delay. With slow, threatening steps, he closed the distance, and he stood shoulder to shoulder with the great elder, not flinching at all, and dropped the final chilling message. If that old guard dog dares to sink his teeth into the hand that feeds him, there is only one option left: burn the traitor to ashes. He threw a terrifying warning and left, and the old master told him he was lucky to stay alive. Those words almost got him executed on the spot, and if they were still in the mountains, the master's father would have ended him forever. He warned, the old fox is too calculating to move before he is ready, so Yanchen must wait for Clanhead's signal and keep the main target in sight, the Dragon Phoenix gathering. Suddenly, Yangchen's gaze caught a person standing right in front of him. Everyone jumped to their feet, completely confused, but she fired a bomb. Her hands were icy too, and honestly she just needed an excuse to hold the young master's hand. Before she could even process what was happening, Nungai lunged forward and grabbed her hand. Noticing how warm it felt there, and Tengo, completely embarrassed, began to babble an explanation, but trapped with no way out, she finally gave in, allowing Namum to flash a smug, victorious smile for stopping her rival, while Yangchen just stood there staring like a complete deer in headlights, torn between laughing and covering his face with his hands. The crew finally rolled up to Hanan, and the servants ordered Yangchen in a grand tone to lie low for 4 days at the Min family's estate before they move on to the Muram alliance, and he agreed with a dry, icy nod. Yan Chen rushed into the room and threw the elder's money pouch onto the bed as if it weighed a ton. Only then did the full weight of what was happening hit him. Here it was, he was really about to compete, entering the legendary Dragon and Phoenix gathering. His gaze sharpened as a storm of memories struck, because in his past life, the Dragon Phoenix gathering was a complete nightmare. A few years ago, the demonic world suddenly tore apart and emerged from oblivion, devouring an entire generation of gifted ones in a catastrophe that the Zhang clan forever brands as the Demon Realm incident. He remembered every agonizing year he spent slowly rotting in that dark cell. In his past life, he was the only soul who managed to cling on and escape alive from that absolute hellish den. Since then, it was as if the demonic world never existed at all. Everyone simply reappeared as if nothing had happened, and even those who died suddenly got back on their feet. Only the memories of the entire nightmare were erased to zero. When the dust finally settled, he remained the only one bearing the burden of every oath and betrayal, while the rest of the world lived on in complete ignorance. He still nursed a terrible grudge, but there was one person he was downright panicked to face again. He was overwhelmed by a devastating realization. Life would have been completely different if fate had never brought them together. He suddenly freezes in place. A terrible realization hits him like a freight wagon. Could she really appear again any moment now? Panic spreads throughout his body, and he fiercely scolds himself for stubbornly ignoring the obvious. He struggled to tame his wildly racing heart and hoped she would skip the Dragon Phoenix gathering this year, but the temporary relief shattered the moment Maoyan slowly stepped into the room. He asks why the young master is sitting here alone at dawn. Probably the rest of the team got stuck, tangled with their mountain of suitcases. Yan Chen knocks them off their feet and reminds everyone that they are here for a brutal tournament, not a vacation, and even mocks their huge suitcases. But then a girl slowly descends the stairs, and he almost mistakes her for one of his own. Yan Chen growls and rages, shouting at her to hurry up because he will literally die of hunger. And he cut off the phrase halfway. Dead silence, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets from pure shock. Forget about Nam Gongbai or Xiaoloi. The girl walking down the road was the last person he wanted to run into. She completely froze, utterly suddenly, because some random stranger suddenly started yelling in her face. She was so lost in her own thoughts that she lost her step and tumbled straight down the stairs. He surrenders the steering wheel to his bare instincts. Yang Xin rushed to catch her, but as soon as he realized what he had done, his face twisted a mask of complete remorse. He froze in total shock, his face blazing bright red from pure, flawless shame. Just in time, the Tango Wall squad and Nam Gunbai finally broke onto the scene. They started asking if they were late, but the words instantly died in their throats as soon as they saw the absolute madness unfolding right before them. Everyone's jaws nearly dropped as they struggled to comprehend the complete chaos that had just erupted. Yan Chenlei was pressed to the ground. He became a living shield for the girl who had just fallen down the stairs and crashed nearby. He hissed something through his teeth, checking if she was injured, but he already saw it was going to get much worse. A wave of horror washed over him among the 4 students. This girl was the undisputed Blade Master and the best disciple of the Divine Doctor of the Mu Yan clan. Meet their pride and joy Mu Yanhee, the legendary snow phoenix and a true powerhouse among the elite 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes. Memories from a past life crashed down all at once and he instantly realized she is the last person he ever wanted to see again. He silently cursed his fate, not understanding how the hell he ended up in this complete horror. Memories of the demonic world hit him like an electric shock, how she screamed and hurled insults while he lay on the ground broken and helpless. He fiercely reproached himself for even trying to help her, realizing what a huge idiot he was. Suddenly, a passerby snorted disgustedly, asked if his brain was made of stone since he was still babbling nonsense, even though he was already completely shattered. Another voice joined the bullying, called him a shameless loser who had not a shred of dignity left. Each insult cut straight to the heart, fueling self-hatred even more than before. Suddenly, a calm but eerily familiar voice cut through the air from behind and asked if she was really Mu Yanhee. Mu Yanhee recovered from the shock, gathered her thoughts, and greeted the newcomer, noting that ages had passed since the last Dragon Phoenix gathering. She demanded to know what the hell had just happened. Trembling, she got to her feet and explained that she had completely fallen on the stairs and only young Master Yang saved her from a total collapse. She admitted her own foolishness and sincerely apologized for the commotion, but that girl waved her hand as if it was nothing at all. She played it off as if nothing serious had happened, but Yan Chen saw that her stubbornness had not disappeared in the slightest, so he decided it was better to just drop the subject. He had to get out of there instantly, but most importantly to get ahead of Mu Yang. He literally saw the words escape her mouth even before she opened her lips. Yan Chen panicked and on the fly invented a desperate excuse to escape as cleanly as possible. He grabbed the dinner invitation, essentially begging to stop the conversation right here and now. Speaking, he pulled Tang Su to himself and she remained standing there, completely confused and red with embarrassment. Namongbi stepped right behind them, his silver hair and blue robes flared, and Mu Yanghee's gaze instantly locked onto him. One look at her outfit was enough, it was dead proof. She belonged to the Neiman clan. Mu Yanhee shouted for them to raise their hands, calling their meeting a complete coincidence of fate, then asked to arrange a table crash for them. Her group was late, and she was simply starving. Those words made Yangchen freeze in place. He sharply turned around as if he saw a ghost and muttered in a panic that she hardly eats lunch anyway. As soon as those words slipped from his tongue, Mu Yan's hand almost instantly flew to his mouth, full panic, when the weight of his huge mistake finally overwhelmed him. Thin, confident smile crept across his face as if he was already 10 moves ahead. She calls him a complete weirdo because although he constantly bites her head off for no reason, he somehow knows every one of her secret habits, making her remind him that they literally just met. She tilted her head and directly asked if they had really met somewhere before. Yungchen's heart dropped to his heels. Pure desperation froze in his eyes as he couldn't understand why fate arranged such a twisted game and pulled him back into the dark past he had struggled so hard to escape. Suddenly we are thrown back in time right into the heart of the demonic kingdom. Above the land, under a solid black sky blanket, rise torn, gigantic mountains. A loud voice thunders over the wasteland. Like thunder in a clear sky, someone is being driven away. The team completely loses self-control and erupts with pure rage at this news. But suddenly one man steps forward and shouts that they will never leave a friend in trouble and demands to take the blow himself. Another voice cuts into the conversation, calls him Little Sword Saint, and pleadingly asks not to lose self-control. If their absolute powerhouse leaves, nothing will remain of the squad. Because his colossal power is the only reason they survived these 3 hellish years in the demon realm. It was Mu Yangxua, also Mu Yanhee, who intervened in the dispute and declared, yes, honor and loyalty are good things, but sentimentality must be thrown out and the cold, hard facts looked at. She coldly stated that not all lives are born equal, and it was insisted that sacrificing a few for the many is their only move left. Sword Saint's gaze narrowed in pure horror when she demanded to name exactly who would be targeted, and just as the truth was about to come out, Yan Chen slipped from the shadows and interrupted her, asking. Maliciously asked what the problem was, as if the answer lay right before them. After all, it was they, not just anyone but him, nobody who said just disappear, die, and vanish. Wang Sua remains completely calm, approaching Yan Chen and swears there are no hard feelings, he just knows. Yan Chen was chosen only because he is the absolute weak link in this room. He was a complete waste, and Yan Chen suddenly realized, if he were in his place, he would have given up too, especially since Wang Sua was a ruthless psycho who didn't show any mercy. Yuang Shua, passing by the group, threw a final warning, stay safe because if he falls, he will be waiting for them in the pits of the underworld. The Tiny figure of Yan Qing sank into the cold, biting snow of the Demon Kingdom as if he was completely and irreversibly lost. The Sword Saint watched him leave, tears flashing in her eyes from pure despair and something much stronger. The entire Guangxia's body trembled and she clenched the fan into a fist, pressing apologies into the air so quietly that it was almost a ghostly sound. Beyond those walls, we finally returned to reality. When the snow finally settled and the banquet ended, one of them returned to the young master, thanking him for the incredible dinner and the honor of sharing the table with him. Mo Shua flashes a bright smile at Yan Chen and asks if she can call him ninth young master, while promising to repay her at the future banquet of the Mu Yan clan. Yan Chen's face immediately breaks into a full sarcasm, saying that he is by no means against going there, although he secretly scratches his head wondering why Mo Shua who. For a girl who never took a hint without a catch, suddenly and in front of the very young man she literally just met, she bent backward, doing everything to please. She weighs the possible reward and puzzles over whether this ninth young master is really a secret descendant of Shani Zhuff. He fights for his bloodline, and here's what's interesting. Maybe he also wields serious firepower with the energy of fire. As soon as that possibility clicked in her head, her face lit up with an expression of perfectly self-satisfied pleasure. She realized the tournament is her golden ticket to see his skills, but the conversation was cut off when a voice called Ms. Mu Yang. She was surprised that she actually defeated them there. Yan Qin's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as soon as he saw the alien. He notices Namong Chunjun at the tournament. As soon as their gazes meet, the air chills with pure bloodlust, and both are already itching with the desire to tear each other to pieces. Namong Pai met the team with a big smile and kindly called out to his younger brother, and Yanchen just fiercely stared at this small bastard and, barely audibly muttering, cursed him for even existing. Immediately, as soon as he saw Yangchen hanging around his sister, the boy's face twisted with complete disgust. Clenching his teeth in blind rage, he swore that if they had to cross paths in the tournament, he would smash that boy so hard he wouldn't even be able to lift his head. At that very moment, someone leaned in to tell Jiang Xin that the others had finally arrived. He pretends to be completely shocked, points directly at Yangchen with his finger, and lashes out at him for going too far, especially after they had appealed to the Jewish family so many times. And Yan Qin's eyes flared with pure irritation when he was ignored, but the other just laughed as if it was a joke and desperately begged the ninth junior master to keep his composure. King Ziohe breaks the silence, says that a hot minute has passed since their last meeting, and asks if both of them are okay. She is stuck in a complete mental spiral, hesitating whether she is really ready to call her sister-in-law. The ghosts of that day still scratch at Naming Chanjan's thoughts, giving him no peace. Clenching his teeth, he let out a furious roar, warning them, never bring up this topic again. Pin Ziohe rushed into the thick of it to diffuse the tension and ordered Rai Long to retreat. Now was definitely not the time for that. Suddenly, the terrifying weight of those words crashed down on him like a ton of bricks. Rai Long instantly quelled his bloodthirstiness before anyone could notice. He swallowed his rage and forced a smile so fake it hurt, throwing out an empty congrats on their engagement. But honestly, just watching Rai Long play out his pathetic show was disgustingly creepy for Chen. Rai Long turned and spun to Tang Soal with a horribly fake greeting, but she literally tore it off his face, declaring she had a deadly allergy to his sentimental nonsense. Her insides twisted with utter disgust, and after silencing Rai Long with a harsh blow in response, Yang Qin demanded an explanation for why young Master Pin was even associating with him, and most importantly, where Hua and the rest of the Pang clan were hiding. Ping Xiaoheap acted boldly, insisting it was nothing, just a coincidence, especially considering this time he was a lone wolf representing the Pang clan. But while he was riding, having caught wind that Rai Long had gone to meet his fiancée, he decided to shadow him just to see how the drama would unfold. Yang Qin was completely bewildered when suddenly Lady Mu Wan stood up and declared the time was perfect for young Master Namuan had finally appeared. She quickly slipped away, telling the group it had been a complete pleasure, but before flying off, she made sure to give the ninth young master a special farewell. Finally, Yang Chen got it. Mu Yangshuo and Lai Long were actually engaged. And even when young Master Zheng forcibly dragged Lai Long away, he was still shouting that they absolutely needed a serious sibling-like talk later. Naming Bai just barely waved his hand and told him to be careful. At last it clicked in Yang Qin's head. Mu Yangshuo hadn't just been friendly at dinner. He shamelessly brown-nosed Naming Bai to earn entry into the family of her future husband. And as soon as this thought occurred, he couldn't resist asking, If he already had his own history with the Neiman clan, then why didn't he try to take a step to solidify that connection? And he knew her game wasn't that simple, and he felt deep down that it was all tied to the chaos that had erupted earlier. He was suddenly thrown into a memory of how they both stumbled, and suddenly the same unbearable weight of terminal illness overwhelmed him again. This caused a deadly cold growing inside her absolute meridian sickness, and now it was finally clear. Her true goal from the very beginning was only to find a cure. Her words about the energy of fire struck his head like an echo, and suddenly every piece of the puzzle finally clicked into place. Yang Shua spent her whole life searching for a cure, honing the art of faking any emotions just to get hers, and only now did he realize the cold, calculating mask was her true essence. 4 weeks fly by like a moment, and now they are a moment before the Grand Dragon Phoenix gathering finally begins. Yunchun and the team dive into the tail of their carriage, unwilling to waste a single second. He barks orders to everyone, "Get settled faster, there is no time to lose." Yan Chen simply explodes. Sayala and Nungai are still stalling, although he warned they must reach the Maram Alliance banquet before the sun sets. Sayala tries to turn everything into a joke, insisting that her sister simply forgot to fall into hibernation because of the winter cold, but Yan Chen sharply cuts her off. Asks if she thinks she is literally a bear, and mutters to himself that they will definitely be late. He jerked back sharply, stunned that Mu Yongsai Hwa was still standing in place, and when he demanded an explanation why she hadn't left, she only smiled lightly and said it was pure fate she and the 9th younger one had crossed paths again. She explains that young Master Noon was too impatient and abandoned them, so now they are forced to sit and share one carriage. Yunchun sensed the deceit immediately. The lie was blatant, and when the carriage rumbled toward Muram Alliance, he realized they arrived just in time. Mu Yongsai Hwa quickly disappears from the room and orders everyone to dress for the banquet, to then gather together, but she freezes in place as soon as Yang Chen calls her name. He turned sharply and looked as if nothing was happening at all, casually asked if there was any problem at all. He swallows his words and waves it off, convinced that she completely misunderstood his true intentions. She says directly that they have no time for games and simply leaves, leaving him hanging. As soon as she finishes, the old master teleports in to thoroughly roast Yan Chun, saying that he is a complete womanizer, just turned away and already picked up another girl. He jokes that now is not the time for romance, but they are still a perfect couple, and this shocks because he himself seemed sure that they were at each other's throats. Yan Chun keeps everything icy, firing back with words, "When life is at stake, he will not let feelings cloud his judgment." The old master nodded and secretly thanked his lucky stars that he did not mention the cursed disease, otherwise he would definitely have been exposed for sticking his nose where it shouldn't be. He realized neither the fiery techniques of the Zhu family nor the legendary physical attributes of the Namong clan were even in the same league. The only way to finally drive out that cursed ailment is the absolute meridian. If the correct path is not found, her life will be counted in seconds until the end. Time passed and Yunchun had already put on formal clothes for the banquet, and when someone warned him to throw away the flashy necklace, he just shrugged and said he hates that junk so much he won't even pack it. She playfully teased him and called it a bit of a failure, but CLA smiled and began fixing the young master's hairstyle, and after a brief hesitation, Yangchun finally gave her permission. A somewhat mysterious silhouette was approaching his room from outside. Guard Yangchun froze, his eyes widened in complete shock when the man swung open the door and sharply entered. Yunchun sharply turns and asks if his hair looks strange. When the guy tries to lie, Yunchun catches him in the act and jokingly threatens if it continues like this, he will give him exactly the same haircut. The maid nearly jumped out of her skin, burst into a hot apologetic tirade, and admitted that things were going awry, just at the moment when the man behind them cut off the conversation, demanding to know if the 9th young master was really inside. And he had a huge secret that he had to reveal, and stepping into the spotlight was the main leader himself, the leader of Muram Alliance, Southern Sword Zhang Qin. Meanwhile, Zile A decides to give Yangchun some completely crazy-looking hairstyles with buns, and from embarrassment he even begs to change everything back before anyone else sees it. When the repairs finally finished, he gave a sharp salute to the boss, but Zhang Qing simply waved off all ceremonies and openly admitted that he was the one who started the disrespect. Blushing bright red from the sheer awkwardness of it all, Yangchun finally broke the tension and asked what the hell brought the alliance leader there personally. Zhang Qin pulls out a recommendation letter and pesters him with questions whether the fallen noble really wrote it, forcing Yang Chun to admit he knew something was off here but didn't dare throw away the gift from the elder. Zhang Qing interrogated him whether the letter was delivered personally. When Yang Chun denied it, the leader demanded to name who was actually the secret courier. When asked if he really looked at the back of the recommendation letter, Yang Chun was forced to confess he hadn't read a single word. He had no idea if there was a secret message on the back, but the alliance leader simply pushed the sheet back, ordered him to flip it over and look for himself. Yang Chun flipped it, but as soon as his eyes fell on the text, he immediately froze like he was rooted to the spot. His face froze as if those words were almost shouting at him from the page. The letter fell like a bomb. The secret master, the legendary fallen respected one, was officially siding with Ningyang, the god of the Shaniju family. Although he was a complete lazybones, he actually put his whole soul and heart into training this student. The prophecy declared that this boy would literally split the heavens one day, and the fallen master placed all his faith in him to the last drop. He afterward casually mentioned that some ancient treasure works like a magical remedy and will be returned through the disciple, only they warned that boy not to complain. This completely confused Yan Chun while he was handing the letter back to the alliance leader, who just wanted to know if the young master had finished reading. After Yan Chun nodded, Zhang Qing even insisted, "The aura and the seal are genuine, and even this dirty handwriting is so unique that there is simply no reason to consider it a forgery." Even if it looked genuine, the alliance leader was not going to take risks and demanded indisputable proof. He looked into Yunchun's eyes and threw a heavy question. Was he really the disciple of the fallen legend? This question hit Yan Chen like a complete knockout. He froze in the middle of the room, and a carousel started spinning in his head. He kept replaying the title Fallen Venerable's Disciple in his mind over and over and realized, in 2 whole lifetimes he had never heard of such a thing, but at the same time somehow he was suddenly labeled with this title. But for him the whole situation was a complete circus, a full and utter stupid joke. Taking a deep breath to keep control, he understood he could no longer play along. It was time to drop the mask and tell them the cold, hard truth. Yan Qing finally drops the mask. He admits that he was never the disciple of the fallen venerable and the legendary treasury. From that note, he, like everyone else, had no clue. The leader of the Miriam Alliance paused for a moment, then twisted into a smile and confessed. Everything unfolded exactly as he had predicted. He hid the letter and walked away, throwing Yan Chen a brief apology for wasting his precious time. Completely confused by the abrupt ending, Yan Chen blurted out if that was really all the leader wanted, and the man coldly and briefly replied only, "Yes." He came here hunting for clues about the missing fallen venerable, but seeing Yan Qing's genuine shock, he realized he knew nothing at all and finally decided to give them a break. The alliance leader told him to stop overthinking. This letter is a real deal. And honestly, Yan Qin's skills were so insane for his age that even without his master's legendary reputation, he would still become an absolute monster. The alliance leader says his eyes are burning to see how Yan Qing will smash everything at the Dragon Phoenix gathering and promises to catch up with him at the banquet, while Yan Qing bows low, thanking him for the great honor. When that guy finally disappeared from the road, Yan Chen was left alone in the dead silence of the room. But that silence, it did not last even a second. Pure rage overwhelmed him as soon as he grabbed to scratch his hair, muttering that he was going crazy all because of that unfortunate old man. His sharp outburst. The explosion roared so wildly that it almost blew Mao and everyone outside out of their skins. He completely lost his mind, cursed at the elder who wrote that recommendation, and shouted that he never agreed to be called a pupil of the fallen prelate. It was clear that those old geezers were just using him as a pawn to cover some ridiculous bet. Exhausted and broken, he clutches his head in despair, looking for someone to blame, but ultimately admits he saw this collapse coming, and it is 100% his fault that everything went this far. He never even in his boldest dreams thought that he would ever be called a title of such a caliber, but he couldn't shake the feeling the leader of the Marimsky Alliance really just asked only one single question. Because one of the 3 legendary masters who disappeared several years ago suddenly sent a letter and declared that he had finally found a student. And no matter what it seems, that is exactly why the main boss even paid attention to him. And here was the real blow gnawing at Yan Chen from within. This fallen honorable man was his own father, and he knew exactly where the old man was hiding and what he was planning right now. He could have simply told the truth, but being in the likeness of a faithful disciple is not his style. And even if he had slipped up, no one would recognize the fallen master in this completely unrecognizable new form. Then it dawned on him, this letter is his ancient treasure. The fallen master made it clear that his apprentice would be the one to carry this treasure. Since then, Yan Chen remembered the pouch that the second elder pressed into his hands, and he could not forget the old man's warning to use the contents with extreme caution. Panic overwhelmed him at that very moment as the terrible truth finally dawned. He snatched the bag and hissed a curse, calling the old man a gray-haired fool. He gripped it tightly, but for a moment truly froze in place. He plucked the string and tore everything out, threw the sack, and a wave of gold coins clattered across the floor, filling the room with the sweet jingle of wealth. Hidden beneath piles of gold, he finally notices the one thing that gnawed at him from within, and his sudden roar shatters the silence with surprising harshness. He is boiling over, cursing the old man with every word, calling him completely insane and grumbling that if this old man really wanted to show even a little gratitude, he wouldn't have had to pull such a crazy stunt. Suddenly the banquet hall, and I say, there's no space left, packed to the brim, and it even vibrates with loud conversations at full speed. One hot-headed man at the table begins to lose his mind, growling about the delay and wondering if the alliance leader has finally kicked the bucket. The man next to him leans over and whispers, "The real show is just beginning because a bunch of absolute beauties just made a grand entrance." His curiosity flared. The boy in the brown shirt sharply turned his head to recognize what exactly they were pointing at. She noticed Doc Fong from the last assembly, elegant and mature as never before, while Tang Sowal was completely distracted, counting seconds until Yang Chun finally appeared. His buddy gave a double take as soon as he realized that the woman sitting right next to Tang Sowal actually belonged to the famous Namgung clan. Just hearing the name Namong Bai, these guys fall into complete confusion. They whisper as if a real goddess could even exist in her clan. They are deadly curious about what is happening between her and Ryung, especially since her natural elegance completely outshines Puryu the Snow Phoenix 7 when she is dressed more simply. Right in the middle of their conversation, Muangshua abruptly enters the hall with burning cheeks and a smile that enchants to the point of goosebumps. In those eyes of hers, they burned with charm, a truly hypnotizing one. She slid to the table where Namong Bai and Tan Soval were sitting, greeted them, and immediately pointed out that the 9th junior lord still had not appeared. Khan Sowol politely apologized for being late, then asked where the rest of the squad was, but CHWA indifferently adjusted her hair and stated that since the moment they first set foot on the territory of the Merm Alliance, she had not seen the young Master Ryung even once. She was desperate for any clue where he had disappeared, but Namong Bai just looked at her as if he understood everything and promised he would be there any moment. A few feet away, some guy in a loud orange shirt is taking it all in with a smile and telling his buddy that seeing 3 absolute beauties in one place is just a winning jackpot. Noticing a few empty spots right nearby, he thinks it might be better to join the group, but his comrade immediately pulls him back and warns, the alliance leader is about to arrive, so they cannot afford to cause a scandal now. Huan Bo gave a confident laugh and declared, true love is only worthy of the fearless, and right now he was going to prove it in action. He confidently approached 3 women and politely asked for a seat with a courteous smile, but the charm should not deceive. Yao definitely had something bad in mind. Monsieur cast a look of complete contempt at him and immediately recognized the robes of the Huangbo clan, a respected family, undoubtedly, but they were light years away from the legendary 4 great houses. Sowal's face froze like ice. She was literally bursting with anger because she couldn't attend any event without invading someone's personal space, without some greedy bastard trying to encroach on her space. Namong Bai did not say a word, but her body language screamed that she was completely tense. Tan Civil immediately shuts him up, showing that the seats are taken, but this guy is utterly shameless. He keeps pressing, insisting that they couldn't have taken all 4 seats. Her voice cut sharply. She sharply stated that the seats were already allocated and ordered him to return to his place, but he just brushed her off. Completely ignoring her, the bastard lunges forward and tries to touch Muangshua, ordering her to drop the icy mood so they could become friendly while Miss Hua was still in the room. Just as he was about to finish speaking, Wang Seva grabbed his hand and pushed him away, stopping him with a voice cold as ice. He couldn't believe they were attacking like that, and his chest tightened. Could it be that their clan completely failed to learn even basic decency? His face twisted with pure rage as he lunged forward and shouted that their pretty faces didn't make them special, and that even before the banquet started, he would teach them a harsh lesson in manners. Just as he was reaching out a finger to her, Yan Qing flashed onto the stage and completely knocked him down at the last moment. Wang Bo sharply turned back, boiling with anger, and roared at the top of his lungs to find out which blind idiot dared to stand in his way. His voice broke as a flash of pain pierced his head, and he froze in horror when he saw his hand was already broken like a branch. A terrible piercing scream burst from his throat, echoing through the huge banquet hall, and Agile and Mao Yan watched from behind, trembling with sadistic joy. Honestly, finally, this guy tried his own medicine on himself. Meanwhile, Van Bo clamps his shattered limb and mumbles to himself in complete stupor that his arm is really broken. Ganchun calmly approaches and kicks that disgusting freak, and he, diving face first into the ground with a swing, falls into the mud without a drop of tension. He burst out laughing, realizing that Van Bo's strength is pure absolute trash and just finished with what he had. Yangchen quickly gives orders to his people to spread the rumor that the guy was seriously overwhelmed even before the party started. It turns out he officially surrenders his position, and that's it. Tomorrow he will be left out of the big tournament. Then Yangchen shifts his gaze to Muang's group and checks if they all got out of that fight intact. They are incredibly grateful. They say they survived only because the young master intervened in time and protected them. Zai is clearly enjoying the result and praises Yangchen for that absolutely legendary one-hit strike. But Yangchen waves his hand as if to say he just needed to humiliate the one who allowed himself to misbehave in public, and sighs, complaining about how many weirdos are roaming free nowadays. He turns back to CA and shows that since they were at the waterfall, she has become no less powerful than him, but she immediately plays dumb, pretending not to remember at all how she ended up there. Suddenly, slow applause breaks out from the darkness, and a mysterious voice starts urging the whole scene on. They admitted that they almost let the leader of the alliance see a complete collapse, but the young master arrived just in time and handled everything like a true pro. Yangchen slowly turned his head, and as soon as he saw who was approaching, the blood in him just boiled the same damned freak again. This guy hops forward with a confident smile, pretending to be a polite gentleman, and announces that it is a true honor for him to meet this group, then introduces himself. Xiang, representative of the legendary tailing Xiang family. As soon as his name was announced, the whole crowd exploded with frenzy, whispering and wondering if this Chang Zian could really be the son of the legendary leader of the Miriam Alliance. Yang fixed his gaze on the man, and his head was burning from the weight of every insult they still hadn't resolved. He realized from the very second Xiang was named the bride of Sail A, up to the tragic end of Namong Ba, the two of them were dragged into a merciless cycle of complete chaos. And it hit him right here in this place. Years ago, that great catastrophe happened. On that crazy day, the demonic gates suddenly tore open right in the middle of the Dragon Phoenix Festival, and the ancient prophecy itself was opened by Shangxian. Yang swore he would never forget that smug, stupid face if it was the last thing he ever did. Returning to reality, Kang Ai stretched out his hand and with a smile said it was fate, so it was better for both of them to give their all at the Dragon Phoenix gathering. Yan Qing looked down at his hand, and the word fate echoed in his head like a curse. He lets out a creepy smile and finds it all funny, while Shang Xian step by step walks straight into the death trap and then finally reveals the true name, Nyan God, Yangchuan from the Shani Ju family. The two of them clasp hands in a firm handshake. Yan Chang says he is ready for hints, but on Xiang's face for a moment a dark, icy grimace. He literally grits his teeth from sheer helpless irritation. He grits his teeth from pure pain as Yangchen squeezes his hand. His face contorts because every plan he just conceived falls apart. Meanwhile, Yangchen looks completely satisfied, confident that this bastard just wanted to test his strength. It looked like an innocent handshake, so he decided to play along and wonder if Shang Xian really thought he wouldn't feel the mighty burst of hidden power pulsing right in his palm. Behind them, Tango Wall watched everything unfold, holding her breath, her face flushed bright red from pure excitement. Yangshu boldly holds his opponent's gaze, squints, and mocks Xiang, asking if he can still hold on or if it's time to turn the pressure up to 11. But just as everything was about to go downhill, Noon Guy peeked out from behind and demanded to know what the hell he was doing. He stops him for a moment and demands that he drop it right here and now. Zhang clenched his burning hand and admitted, the etiquette of Yanchuan hits much harder than he expected. His consciousness was wildly swinging. He did not understand how an ordinary elite at a late stage could be so insanely powerful. He suddenly remembered how Yan Chan boasted that he came from the Shanaju clan, a name that had no weight among the true rulers of the world. Yan Chan definitely should not have inherited the Grandmaster's legacy, but he is still here, revealing pure power comparable to the peak stage of a beast. As soon as his head began to spin wildly from these questions, he noticed someone huddled far away. Right in front of him stood his fiancée from a past life, Xiao Ah, but not a warm welcome. She looked at him as if she wanted to tear off his head with pure, murderous bloodthirstiness, and he stood stunned, not understanding why she wanted to serve his head on a platter. He still does not know why trouble chases him everywhere wherever he goes, and he swears he has done absolutely nothing to anger anyone. A loud voice suddenly broke his concentration, ordered everyone to be silent and return to their seats, because the leader of the Merriam Alliance was finally coming into the light with a majestic, long-awaited appearance. The leader finally slowly entered the hall, apologized for the delay, and announced, since they had waited long enough, it was time to start the banquet. Seeing the tension ease, Yan Chen and Zuni finally broke it and retreated back to their seats. The guards suddenly cut the music and announced that the party was taking a break. It was time for the tournament lottery, so every fighter had to come out and find out who they would face in the arena tomorrow. As soon as the crowd realized who Chiang Zian really was, they flooded him like a full celebrity. They were thrilled and showered him with praise, eager to find out, was this his big debut at the banquet? He held the bar and admitted that he was a true newcomer, a little shy because this whole spectacular scene was completely new to him. The crowd begins to beg him to come to their next clan banquet, but Tango breaks away and rushes off in complete blindness and wonders to herself why everyone clings to this playboy when young Master Yang was the one who really got things done. After the heated clash, Yang Qin, the banquet atmosphere bursts back to life and the gossip only intensifies. Everyone buzzes about the mysterious guy who smashed Zhang Zai, trying to piece together who this Yang Qin really is. They whisper that he is from the Savage Gate clan and that supposedly explains his wild and uncompromising manner. But just now a darker rumor falls from above. Allegedly, an evil cult disciple registered for the tournament under the same name. If true, the crowd goes wild because the tournament just got a wild card no one expected. Tang Sua was glowing with happiness. She simply couldn't believe there were people capable of recognizing the crazy, god-level energy that Master Yang was emitting. Lost in her own thoughts, she twitches until she wakes up from a shout of her name and in panic waves her hand, calling out everything is finally ready to go. Tango Wall dashed to the lottery table, stumbling and scattering apologies, and cursed her own head for daydreaming again. Even when the lottery ticket was in her hand, she couldn't focus for a moment, feeling like a complete fool because young Master Yang still lived in her head rent-free. Peeking into the fight, she suddenly froze in place. Her next opponent was King's Union from the tailing Zhang clan, and she couldn't hold back. She whispered a curse on her extremely miserable luck. She settled back at the table as if she had just seen a ghost, and when the group asked who she drew for her match, she dropped a bomb. It was him. One fan noticed that everything was split into different brackets, and another joked, "She looks so unhappy only because she is bored to death." Tango Wall decisively approaches Yang Chen, looks at him dead seriously, and says she has a huge request. Few days pass and the atmosphere at the tournament grounds simply explodes with energy. The referee roars across the entire square, announcing a grand confrontation. The god Ninian Yang Chen from the Shanju clan finally faces Baal Sik from B clan. He checked if both were ready and finally gave the signal start. As soon as they were ready, the war began. Baal rushed forward without hesitation, but Yang Chen didn't even flinch, remaining completely icy as chaos unfolded. To the shock witnessed by no one, Yan Qing ended the fight with a single basic strike, sending Baal Sik cleanly out of the arena. The judge announces the end of the clash. Yan Qing's victory is officially recorded, and suddenly an old master appears beside him, mumbling that he just stands like a solid statue. He scolds Yan Qing for finishing everything with one strike and says, "Enough fooling around, it's time to start fighting for real and show respect." Yang Chen retorted that he understood. Essentially, he just trapped the kid, but there was no time for lectures. He had to dash to the second bracket to make it to the next fight. He had no idea that Tang Sol would get stuck face to face with a monster like Chang Jin already in the first round, especially after feeling that terrifying level of power during yesterday's handshake. He was sure she had no chance, but she still insisted on her demand, leaving him completely confused about what she really had in mind. In the second arena, Tango Wall was trapped in a bloody, tense fight for survival. Blood was already splashing coldly on the floor. The crowd was going crazy because there was no chance that a low-level practitioner from Doc Rayong could snatch the legendary 9 Dragon Poison Arts. They were shocked that she was still standing in place, holding only a handful of hidden weapons. They even admitted if this were a real fight to the death, they would be the ones hit. Proving exactly why she is one of the legendary 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes, she throws a deadly glance at her opponent and loudly swears to herself that she simply cannot lose to this guy. She instantly snatches 2 daggers from the floor and throws them straight at his head, but he just brushes them away as if they were nothing. She wasn't even close to managing it yet. He doesn't retreat a single step, unleashing a continuous barrage of stabs, the most broken ultimate technique of the Tan clan. Zunian just pushes through every strike and the whole scene looks like a complete farce. His gaze sharpened as he growled. If he were the one deciding, he would make her lose the right here and now. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately responded with a fierce kick, a blow straight to her stomach. The blow throws her upward and she crashes into the ground with a thud, sliding through the mud until she finally stops with a dull screech. Blood drips from her lips as a wave of burning pain washes over her, and this proves everything inside is completely shattered. Just then and immediately, a suffocating thought of giving up begins to gnaw at her. She tells herself, even if she still swings, the cruel end is already memorized. Her opponent turned out to be the son of the Alliance leader, and she seriously doubted she could even touch him. But then everything suddenly changed. Her gaze fixes on something and she freezes in place. Higher on the distant wall, as if chained, Yan Chen's gaze did not leave the fight, and she suddenly wondered if he had abandoned his own match just because he was worried about her. When she lunged to grab her dagger, she was shaken because actually, this guy shouldn't have given the slightest importance to what she was doing. But now a barely noticeable smile flickered on her lips and that old flame finally ignited inside her again. She sharply exclaims a short thank you to her opponent for stopping earlier, but it is clear, mercy ends right here. She still held her true trump card in reserve and had no intention of allowing this fight to end until she unleashed her real, hidden power. Zhang Zunian fixed his gaze on her, and his head buzzed wildly with questions. He was left with the thought, what exactly drives Miss Tang to push herself so insanely, pushing herself far beyond the limits? She freezes in dead silence, her eyes widen sharply, fingers grip the handles of both daggers, and her gaze locks firmly on the target. Her thirst for blood explodes like a nest of vipers. It coils around her and warns everyone that underestimating her is a fatal mistake. Zian's face was frozen in pure shock, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he tried to comprehend the madness unfolding right before him. It all begins with a flashback to the day before the big tournament. During a rare pause between training sessions, Tang Zhuo grabs young Master Yan Qing and pulls him into a private corner. Her voice is barely a whisper, but a flame burns in her eyes as she tells him that something very serious is on her mind. Yan Qing just raises an eyebrow, his sharp gaze almost demanding an explanation for why she is so secretive. Tang Zhuo takes a deep breath, gathers her nerves, and finally drops the main bombshell. Her next opponent will be none other than young Master Zhang. These words hit Yan Qing like a freight train, and he instantly froze, his eyes sharpened as if he had already seen the fear hiding in her heart. Her voice trembles nerves and honesty in one gulp as she says she planned to wait until the preliminaries were over. But since young Master Zhang is a complete wild card, she had to speak up now. Then Yan Qing looks at her for a long time until he directly asks what exactly she wants from him. Tang Seville clutched her robes tightly, her whole body trembling as she poured her entire soul into one desperate question. If she somehow manages to crush young Master Jiang and reach the finals, will he finally appear against her in the arena? He finally felt free enough to treat her the same way, with that deep, effortless attachment he shared with Namong and Sala. Right then, Yang Chen froze like stone and fell silent. He was not confused, just completely stunned by her request. He said that if she really wanted it, she only needed to say so. Tang Sowell blushed bright red and insisted, if she said it first, it would be a complete defeat. She quickly looked away, and her ears flared crimson as all those forbidden feelings crashed over her like a tsunami wave. She finally admitted his flawless appearance caught her eye first, but the long road to Hanan proved his heart was his best feature. Whenever he felt someone catch a cold, he discreetly released his fiery energy to warm them. Even when she couldn't swallow a single bite, he secretly slipped more dumplings into her hand so she definitely wouldn't stay hungry. And he fully played it off as if this whole story was just part of his crazy training. She knew to everyone he was pure tenderness, but her heart would not be calmed. She wanted to have him close as the only person standing right beside him. Her voice wavered and broke into a whisper as soon as she began doubting every move she made. Inside, she couldn't stop thinking whether she had the right to stand beside him, a man drowning in clan disputes, under the power of overly controlling brothers, and burdened by his own heavy title. She was not chosen, she was not born the absolute strongest. Carving a path to the Poison Phoenix title was a brutal, soul-draining meat grinder. So of course, she walked into this latest trouble expecting the same nightmare. As soon as she stands against Namong Bei, she immediately loses self-control and begins to stumble and confuse her words. Somewhere deep in her soul, a hidden power finally flared up and came to life. At that moment, a flame ignited in her soul and she understood. It was not yet time to give up. She raised her eyes, tears sparkled in them, and decided that she didn't care how pitiful she looked. Right now, she would prove to him that she was not some weak, helpless princess. She fixed her gaze on him, pride collided with despair as she begged him for help, and that look was so heavy it seemed as if the world itself stopped breathing. Next, the shot cuts to the infirmary. In a dazzling white haze there, the huge stasis tanks will be waiting. She suddenly opened her eyes wide and jumped up, drenched in cold sweat, while frantically trying to understand where she was and what the hell had happened to Match. She looked around the room filled with broken, bandaged opponents, and at that moment the truth hit her like a truck. All the memories came crashing in like a wave. The pain of her defeat surged again like a wave, and she finally broke down bitterly crying, struck by the fact that even her trump card, Poison Fang Iron God, ultimately proved completely useless. She ultimately had to admit, the son of the leader of Marim Alliance is a real beast. Pressing the blanket like the last refuge, she broke down and burst into tears. Her guilt simply overwhelmed her completely. She couldn't understand why everything was falling apart for her right now, but her spiral was broken by a voice painfully familiar. He joked that she had finally woken up. Tang Sowal almost jumped on the spot as soon as she realized that Yan Qing was standing right here, but just as she desperately blurted out, how long had he been staring at all this, he just leaned back with a worried face and told her to calm down. The doctor and Nam Gongbai were already on their way. She bowed her head in complete shame and admitted, too arrogant to believe she could actually win. But Yan Qing just looked away and said she fought like an absolute beast and looked incredible doing it. His words hit Soul like a freight train. She froze before finally whispering, after all, at the end of the day, she still lost. It was all over and she didn't even manage to bring up the promise she had been holding inside. Yan Qing abruptly cut off the conversation and broke away, and she tried to clarify everything, but he didn't look back, afraid she would see how deeply he was blushing. Tang Suyuel watched him until he disappeared into the distance, and a soft, understanding smile finally touched the corners of his lips. Her eyes flashed with pure joy because, honestly, this guy was doing a complete botch trying to hide his true feelings. The sky was clear, crystal clean, and completely calm, but this silence shattered instantly as the starting bell rang, officially opening the qualifying tournament, under the roar of a huge, heated crowd. Yan Qing stepped into the ring and finished the fight with one devastating blow, causing the entire arena to freeze in absolute shock. Across the stadium, Namong Bei was no joke either, instantly wiping out her opponent with a single, huge strike. The crowd exploded into complete madness. Everyone buzzed that another one-hit KO was already legendary, especially after what happened yesterday, and now everyone was betting on which new monster would really take the crown. The crowd was boiling with rumors. The guy who wrecked Poison Phoenix yesterday is actually the secret heir of the leader Miriam Alliance, so he is a real monster and he must not be underestimated. When the crowd starts betting, all eyes turn to the main force of the Zhu family, Yang Qing, a beast with the blood of a wild tribe, and rumors say he is a disciple of the legendary fallen revered one. Out of nowhere, young Master Pen sneaks up and scares the company to death, boldly declaring that he also has a bet with young Master Gu to have him destroy the competitors. Two guys almost jumped out of their skins from fear, but as soon as they recognized him, their jaws nearly dropped. It was the legendary divine dragon, Peng Wu Jun. And they couldn't believe he was really standing here, because the Hube branch hadn't even registered for the tournament. Peng Wu Jun just flashed a calm smile, as if he had dropped by the Alliance on a routine business trip. Meanwhile, Naman Bai moved straight toward Yang Chen, with a deadly serious challenge burning in his eyes. After another easy victory, Yang Chen just shrugged and told her that she also won her match, but warned her to at least remember the name of the person she just defeated. She just shrugged indifferently, called the other fighters a complete waste of time, and demanded a duel, so Yang Chen couldn't figure out why she was so insistently eager to face him specifically. He scanned the room and asked the team if they had seen that girl, since he thought she had already slipped outside just like yesterday. He scratched his chin and wondered whether he should warn Manhwa to keep that guy on a much shorter leash. Suddenly the world collapses into a pitch-black void so heavy that it can destroy life itself within you. He convulsively clenches his shattered hand, and his heart pounds wildly against his ribs, while a loud, frenzied scream relentlessly drives him out of the shadows. When blood poured onto the ground like a vision of hell, bodies lay in heaps in all directions, a continuous massacre without end. He frantically claws his way out of the pitch-dark cave, begging for all this to turn out to be just a twisted nightmare. He is still haunted by the nightmare in which the entire Shawnee cleansing was wiped off the face of the earth, all because of a fatal mistake. They ignored the orders of the palace lord. The place was supposed to be under full lockdown, so he could not understand how everything went so abruptly awry, even though the Shaolin abbot was kept in complete darkness. He gropes his way through total darkness, feeling the crushing weight of utter despair settling and pulling him ever deeper. Suddenly, Scylla jumps out right behind him. Her blade catches the light with a deadly, bone-cold gleam. He realized the mastermind behind this entire nightmare is just some mysterious little girl, and he knew he must not die here. He has to break free and warn the palace lord at all costs. He sharply turned on his heel and burst away at full speed. Every fiber of his body screamed for salvation as he convulsively told himself there must be a way out. Without any pause, Sail A responded and delivered a strike so pure that the man's head spun, and he was still fully aroused enough to feel the finale. Standing over his unconscious body, Sayala whispered an apology for stealing his body and dragging him into this complete nightmare. Then a quiet voice from her past spoke, calming her. Salo did it only for the younger master to ease the burden he carried. Her past self dropped a real bombshell, confessed that everything finally clicked the moment she realized Siale is her future self. When the work was finally finished, Siale rushed back to the inn, and then from afar his scream struck his ears, the frantic voice of Manhwa. Siale rushed forward and bit into the embrace with all her might. She grabbed her older sister and pressed her with a huge hug, but Manhwa immediately clung with a tirade. Her voice trembled as she demanded to know where Siale had been. She only flashes a sweet, innocent smile for a moment, stating that she just got lost while exploring, but Manhwa does not believe her. He warns, if she wanders off again, she will really regret it. She grabbed her by the hand and pulled her to the house, saying that the young master had been worried sick all this time. In her head, Sahil A hears the voice of his future self. It rings like a deadly serious promise. She swore if there is even a shred of hope left to fix everything with Gu Yanchin, she will grab it and never let go again. The third day of the group stage finally arrived, and Yan Chun drags himself out of the room, shaking off fatigue with a huge stretch. Just as he is about to do this, the sound of an angry, heated quarrel reaches him. He simply loses his step and almost crashes right into the heated confrontation between Naman Bai and Chen Jun. Chen Jun almost begs his own sister to stop the show and go home before she drags the reputation of the entire Ju family through the mud. But Bai immediately twitches in response, irritated, even furious. Why is he even interfering if they were supposed to lead completely separate lives? And on top of that, she snapped at him to take his hands off her right now. Chen Jun kept pestering her with questions and could not understand why she made such a fuss over a simple family arrangement. What kind of engagement could drive a person to such extremes? Bai's face instantly soured in a moment. He became deadly serious. She sharply pulls her hand away, freeing herself, and so unexpectedly that he, confused, bursts out screaming in pure disbelief. She shot back with a voice like pure ice and gave him the final deadly warning. She warned him to watch his tongue, swore she would never hear those words again, and her lightning-charged kai exploded from her body like a cursed hurricane. Chen Jun froze in place, completely baffled by the incredible force of her reaction. As soon as this happened, Yang Chun leisurely appeared on the scene and joked that he was curious who caused such a commotion, but when he saw it was his own brother-in-law. Afterwards, he turned to Chen Jun and asked what the hell they were even doing here. Chen Jun completely bypassed the question as if it were trivial and led them to the exit. He barely managed to take a few steps when Yang Chun started talking again, revealing he checked the bracket and his next opponent was none other than his own son-in-law. Yang Chun grinned wickedly and Chen Jun gritted his teeth. Blind rage overwhelmed him because he was told to really give it his all and put on a real show this time. Hanzong clenched his fist so hard the veins almost burst and told Yangchun that he was ready for any lesson he had prepared. Time flies and we are already in the quarterfinals, so the referee steps forward to announce the next explosive match. Naman Chenjun from the Naman clan versus the legendary Nine Young God, Yangchun from the Shanchaiju family. Casting a glance at Yangchun, Chen Jun finally snapped. He had held back only because his sister was nearby, but now the gloves are officially off. He warned Yangchun to wipe that smug look off his face, growling that he was just lucky to reach this round, and asked if he really thought such a miracle would happen twice. Since it was Yangchun himself who begged for a real fight, Chen Jun decided to go full throttle, warning that he would regret it when he had to crawl away in total defeat. Yangchun merely raised a confident smile and said that all this sounded like a complete victory. The report call thundered, and just like that, everything was official. Time to fight. In an instant, Yan Chun dashed forward and struck with a fist of pure flame. His energy twisted into a furious fiery wolf, turning everything in its path to ashes. Chen Dun's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He was completely caught off guard by the sudden strike. He barely had time to flinch when the fiery wolf rushed forward and swallowed him whole with enormous hellish flames. A powerful explosion tore the stadium from silence and completely tore off a huge piece of the arena. The crowd froze in utter shock, looking at the shattered arena, wondering if Yan Chun had been hiding such monstrous power all this time. Naman Bayu, Xiao A, and Teng Soval were bursting with excitement after Yan Chun's explosive opening move, while another part of the stands froze and whispered in shock, could Ryung still be holding on in the fight? Pierces straight from the heart of that suffocating wall of smoke. Out of nowhere, a giant storm of hundreds of sword strikes exploded. He tears through the debris, cutting through all the fog that swallowed the arena with explosions of lethal smoke. Chen Jun's eyes blazed with the pure rage of a killer as he looked at Yang Chun. His face said, "Did you really think that this pathetic little thing could defeat me?" As soon as he managed to fully enjoy his own ego, Yan Chun swiftly closed the distance. He rushed into battle with a strike, smiling broadly, mocking the fact that the other was neither scared nor fled. Chen Yun's face became ice cold and motionless as the blow rushed straight toward his skull, but at the very last second. At the very last moment, he unleashes the secret technique of the Namun clan and shoots like a phantom through that devastating fiery strike. Finally, he releases the legendary move that earned him the title Rai Long Thunder Dragon. Lightning arcs twist across the floor, masking every one of his movements. As he convulsively tried to reposition himself, he told himself, Yang Chun is just power without any skill. He was absolutely sure that Chen Yun knew Yang Chun's eyes would not be able to track his dazzling speed, and all that pure strength was worthless if he couldn't even hit, so with his through sheer audacity, he lunged straight at Yang Chun with firm certainty that this one strike would end it all. A thunderous strike sliced, the crack of lightning tears through the air, and although he is still not at the level of the head of the Namun clan, Chen Jun is confident this attack is the finisher. Yang Chun effortlessly tracked every move, easily and casually slipping under the strike as if it meant nothing. With a burning gaze and wild laughter, he mocked Chen Jun for leaving his lower part completely open. The strike, devastating, bone-breaking, crashes directly into Chen Jun's abdomen. The shockwave tears him apart and spills into a monster-like pillar of flame that pierces the very heavens. And just as instantly, everything caught in the blast radius disappears, only ashes remain. A blinding flash of agony tears through Chen Jun's brain. He whimpers in pain and cannot stay on his feet. He is violently sick. He barely had time to be surprised at how this insane power even works before complete torment overwhelmed him, a heavy pull, like a truck. Dunchun bursts into the sky and delivers a hard kick in midair. He receives a direct hit to the throat, and even before he manages to inhale, Yangchun grabs both his hands and, with a crash, drives him into the ground. It's clear he is shocked. The kid at this age is capable of such a monstrous strength. Chen Jun sends him back as if he were shot from a high-caliber cannon. The impact breaks the entire arena platform day and night. Only the crowd remains in place, frozen, looking through the deaf wall of thick, swirling smoke. Yangchun landed with full grace. Torn stone fragments fell around like a meteor shower. Amid all this ruin, Chen Jun lies face down in the mud, completely broken. Reality barely reaches him, and his entire life flashes before his eyes. He thinks this is madness. It was supposed to be Yang Chun who broke on the floor, not him, and somewhere deep inside he will beg Yang Chun to stop looking at him with those extremely irritating eyes. It hit him his whole life had been collapsing into one continuous disaster since the very moment he got involved with Yang Chun in Sichuan. It all started because Yang Chun's talent was so insanely overwhelming that everyone else looked simply pathetic against his background. And that's when the whole situation went nuclear. It spun so much that there was no way back. Not even his beloved sister was safe. One meeting with him and she completely overturned the scenario. Trembling with the desire to fix the past, Chen Jun bet on a power so terrible that even his old man began to tremble as if in fear. As soon as he felt this jerk, he immediately believed. Finally, the time had come when luck turned to his side. But there was a catch. The ritual energy still had to settle in his veins, and if he dared to release it before it stabilized, he would be playing with fire. Consumed by blind, hot rage, he threw aside all warnings and decided, even if the timing was completely off, he would put an end to it right here and now. In his head, he didn't even consider defeat. He was as firm as a stone and intended to take this W. He didn't care if the world burned to ashes as long as he crushed Yang Chun. He would pay any price. Letting out a furious roar, he lunged again at Yangchen. The sword flared with a terrifying black aura, and the power level just exploded relentlessly. Yang Chun was completely confused, retreating, forced to block a deadly strike with his bare hand, and his head was still spinning from where this insane power shift came from. He looked again and only then finally saw it. The sword barely touched him, but that was enough to break the tempo and drove him into a desperate, relentless dance of survival. Chen Jun let out a malicious laugh, fully satisfied as he mocked Yang Chun, saying that everything had finally fallen into place, and asked if he finally realized how huge the gap between their powers was. He completely lost it because of the new power, wildly swinging the blade like a maniac, shouting that a complete nobody like Yang Chun wasn't even worthy to touch his sister. He did everything to make it indisputable. His sister belonged only to him and no one else, and he wouldn't allow a single living soul to come between them. As soon as those words flew from Chen Jun's mouth, Yang Chun's passion finally ignited, and he completely lost self-control. Yang Chun shattered the blade with his bare hands and coldly promised to show Chen Jun the true meaning of the gap between their powers, while Chen Jun was paralyzed by shock. Chen Jun's jaw nearly fell off and his brain completely froze. He was trying to process the madness that had just happened. Yun Chen struck forward, lunged, and crushed the brazen throat with a grip like iron. Chen Jun choked on words in pure horror as Yang Chun slammed him to the ground, and his fiery aura burst out behind him like a giant volcano, uncontrollable and enraged. Yang Chun's voice falls to a bony, icy whisper. Pure murderous hatred flows through him as he demands the secret of Chen Chun's power. His grip tightens like a steel trap, so Chen Chun gasps and twitches, wildly struggling for survival. Barely drawing breath, Chen Chun spits out everything he can, calls Yang Chun a dirty demon, and screams for him to release his hand. Outside the arena, the crowd erupts into frenzy. A giant barrier thunders down and completely blinds them, cutting them off from the chaos unfolding inside. As Chen Yun literally exhales his last breath, he is strangled, yet he still convulsively gasps for air and invents excuses, as if Yang Chun disappeared, then he would finally have a sister just for himself. Yang Chun completely broke down, roaring in blind fury, demanding to know where Chen Zong got that giant, crushing power that surged in waves from within. Before Chen Jun could utter a single word, someone shattered Yang Chun's barrier and he gasped for air until he collapsed on the spot, exposing himself to ridicule right in the arena. Peng Wujun and the crowd were riveted to the spectacle, but Yang Chun's giant wall of fire completely engulfed the ring, so everyone was blinded while chaos unfolded inside. Peng Wujun bursts into wild, fueled laughter. Breathtaking. Young Master Gu, it turns out, is so reckless, and he's a living legend, a true genius. He sharply turns to young Master Qiang, who flares with pure annoyance as he coldly demands an explanation. Does Peng really think this disaster can be celebrated? Chung warned them this junior was not just strong, he had mercilessly outgrown the three great clans so much that their entire mission was already on the brink of total collapse. Peng Wujun's tone instantly became deathly serious. He clearly indicated that the boy only broke down because he forcibly squeezed unstable energy to seize victory. Then he turned to Qiang and demanded a literal explanation of why he even dragged Namug into this mess. Zhang Jian remains cold-blooded. He says he uses Namung only because it is a valuable tool. Peng Wujun snorts in response, mocking the idea that a talentless nobody could be worth his time. Then Zhang Jian sharply replies, saying Riyang is a true gift, and asks Peng if he is just angry that he was not the first to receive the enhancement. When he says this, Peng Wujun's face instantly twisted with pure terrible rage. Suddenly he laughed so hard that he burst into a roar, and everyone in the room was instantly baffled. Chang Xian was completely confused by the strange vibrations of Penguin, but before he could say a word, Penguin harshly silenced him. Penguin immediately stopped him, demanding he take back those words, because even without a falling star or some tricky power-up, the young master could trample any junior with a single blow, especially someone like Chang Jian. Changsun did not even blink, not understanding why Penguin was desperately trying to back away, even though they were both stuck in the same bad situation. He could not help but aloud wonder, have they really driven Penguin so mad? Peng Wuzhen quieted for a moment, then flashed that signature smile and told Chang Jian that he had twisted everything. He truly considers the young master great and was just speaking honestly. But Chang Jian immediately retorted, asking why he was acting as if they were best friends with Nanyang master, Yang Chun. Peng Weiyang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he looked down at the arena and explained that for him, Every drop of color vanished from him, and he, wandering aimlessly, reached through the gray abyss that was suffocating. He swore one day the dazzlingly beautiful light would finally break through the darkness. And then somehow it appeared out of nowhere, looking him straight in the face. This radiance was dazzling to the point of trembling. Words could not even begin to describe it. Such power that covered everything at once, permeated everything, and his entire gray reality burst into vivid colors. He did not understand how he could simply turn away after finally finding such light. He admitted Chang Xian definitely had his own way of shining, that's why he was liked. But young Master Gu, he literally radiated a completely different level of heat. As soon as he finished the phrase, an unbearable silence explosion thundered over the entire stadium. The Yangchun barrier finally cracks and bursts, releasing a giant wave of heat that strikes and bites into the stands. Everyone instinctively covers their faces, choking on the sharp blast, while a wave of frightened whispers rolls through the crowd as people try to breathe through the thick steam and stench so foul it makes them dizzy. Some even joked that it literally smelled like a toilet here because of this. Chen Xian froze in complete shock, while Ping Wuzhen just stood nearby with a huge, satisfied smile. He stands there in complete shock, trying to comprehend what just happened, while below the arena turns into total chaos. A huge cloud of dust and smoke covers everything around. When the fence crumbled and the smoke finally cleared, we saw for the first time who was still standing and who was lying face up. The referee's voice tears through the air and he declares the winner young Master Yang Chun, while the entire stadium erupts in a deafening roar that makes the ground tremble. The crowd erupted when Yang Chun took down Rai Long, proving once and for all, he is just as legendary as his brother from Sword Peak. Jin Wujiang clenched his fist with pure satisfaction. Finally, he had obtained the one thing he had starved for all his life. He swore, Master of the Nine Yans, Yan Chun must burn just as brightly until his light returns color to this dull world. Meanwhile, below, Yan Chun froze, staring at his own palm. It pulsed and spread with a strange, raw qi that he had just absorbed. He is drenched in sweat and he pushes through the limit, silently screaming in his head at all that absolute chaos he is stuck in. Seconds stretched into painful hours as the waiting dragged on inside that treatment room. The air was thoroughly pierced by continuous screams when Chen Zhen woke up, clutching his head in complete despair. He had gone mad because his inner energy make had completely vanished, like into water. His mind whirled back again to that absolute war he had just fought with Yangchun. Clenching his teeth, he swore in full denial that he would never allow this to become his reality. Ma Ronghua almost bit her fingers as the world crumbled to dust, thinking about how hard she had fought for this engagement, only to now see everything turn into a complete nightmare. She realized if everything continued to spiral into such a whirlpool, begging the Naman clan for favor would be the least of her problems. She would have to go straight up and plead with Heavenly Venerable himself. She let out a heavy, bone-weary sigh, as if she had finally reached her limit. She fell into despair. How much longer would this nightmare last before she could finally stop living in fear of the deadly disease that was suffocating her from the inside, from inside out? She so wished that this whole mess would just disappear, melt away like snow under the warm spring sun. Suddenly, the very first time she had crossed paths with Yangchun surfaced in her mind. She felt there might still be one crazy trump card left, but first she had to be absolutely sure it would definitely work. Returning to the mansion, Yangchun slowly walks the corridors together with Muan, who is almost fanatical about his master's legendary performance and keeps asking non-stop how many years Yangchun has been so seasoned. But Yangchun just shrugs and he sharply turned to his bodyguard, pure shock. Only now did he realize Muan somehow broke through the peak stage barrier while he didn't even blink, and Muan just scratched the back of his head, shrugged his shoulders, and waved it off. Reaching this level is only a basic requirement for the Ju family bodyguard. He asks how the fight actually ended, admitting it was impossible to see anything through that thick steam. Yan Chun's face instantly loses color as he rushes to cover and frantically invents a version, desperately insisting that he only used his firewheel technique to deliver the final blow. Somewhere deep inside he is already panicking. He can't understand how he will explain the complete collapse that just happened. He remembers the real reason why that heat flared up. He was literally just trying to dry the boy's pants, who had wet himself out of pure fear. Honestly, if he weren't bothered by the fact that he has the reputation of a future son-in-law from the Namong clan, he would have let this boy become the laughingstock of the century. Thank God he managed to put up the barrier just in time, otherwise this whole dirty story would have come out. Not too worried, Yangchun continues moving and shouts back that he's done. He's completely exhausted and wants to pass out. Yangchun politely bows his head, tells the young master that he did excellently, but just as Yangchun. He reached for the handle, but at the very last second suddenly froze completely. He had no idea about this disaster and was already starting to panic from the strange nightmare happening to his own body. He remembered that the monster inside him had surfaced again and simply devoured all of Rai Long's strange energy. He was completely confused. Where did this kid get so much colossal power? But no matter how deep he dug, every single lead turned out to be a dead end. It was not some dark demonic aura echo, it felt strangely familiar, like a power tuned specifically to extinguish his own. And as soon as he pulled the door and tore it open, he realized it was a dead copy of Kai Xiale. Zil headlong jumps to his feet with a huge smile, gladly greets him, and starts choking on words about how he simply smashed everyone in today's match. Yangchun shuddered all the time from complete shock, and Xiale sharply pressed her face to the ground but immediately began to nag him, why he keeps disappearing somewhere and whether he really paid attention to the martial arts fights. Wincing in pain, she raised her eyes and admitted she was watching them. She explained that the next matches are absolute must-wins, so she and her sisters had to go to the venue and study the opponents. She suddenly stood up and cornered Yan Chen, boasting about her skill in braiding hair, which she supposedly learned from Sister Lin Hua, and begged to be allowed to do his hairstyle, leaving him completely embarrassed as he stammered something about why she was doing it, and like this, out of nowhere. She instantly froze him with her signature pouty crazy look, begging for one last shot because she was absolutely sure that this time she would definitely hit the mark. Her desperate plea hit them like a brick to the chest, and Yangchun and Mu Yun both froze completely in shock. Yan Chun sharply glanced at his guard and demanded an answer whether Lin Hua had really taken him under her wing, and Mu Yun confirmed. Scouts had seen her training like a beast every night after the banquet. Having no choice, Yangchun finally gave in, but just then Namingbei and Tang Saowel wildly burst onto the scene and went completely crazy, telling how legendary young Master Gu was and that his flame looked exactly like a mad wolf. But as soon as they both tried to say a word, they were interrupted together, frozen in complete silence, paralyzed by the wild spectacle right before their eyes. Zale Ai tries to braid Yangchun's hair, but in the end, it turns out not a hairstyle but some shaggy chicken feather duster. Yangchun's face darkened as he pointed a finger at the newcomers and demanded an explanation for their suspicious behavior. Frightened Salai began to back away and stumble over her own apologies. Yangchun gave him a playful slap and kicked him right out the door, let him serve his sentence. Tang Sao looked completely broken when Yan Chun let his hair down, grumbling that it really looked cute, but Yan Chun just snorted. Being adorable was of no use to him at all. He sharply turned to Namingbei, fired up by the fact that he had really managed to break into the top 4, and teased, saying he couldn't wait to stand shoulder to shoulder against him together with his sister, but Namingbei just told him to calm down and not celebrate prematurely. He reminded him that the brackets were not yet set, and while they prepared to draw lots, Yan Chun loudly voiced the last 2 threats standing in their way, young Master Chang and Lady Murong. Namingbei narrowed his eyes, seeing how casually Yan Chun was talking with Tan So, and immediately demanded to be told what secret story he had missed. Yan Chun remained calm and explained. Tan Zio, he said, actually asked him that when they met at the tournament, they should not observe unnecessary formalities. And even though she broke her promise, he ignored it. He had enough cool-headedness to put the brakes on everything. Namong's face twisted with pure envy, and Yanchun caught him red-handed. He teased him about his sour expression, saying he wanted another favor, but Namong just pouted like a blatant troublemaker, sniffling that he was too ashamed to ask for anything because Yanchun constantly dodged his requests for sparring. Yanchun, nervously smiling and rubbing the back of his head, apologized and without backing down, confirmed Tanzio's words that the clash in the main arena was officially inevitable, and since Yan Chun had nowhere else to hide, Namingbei simply showed a confident, self-satisfied smile. Unfortunately for Namingbei, his grand plan was about to completely fall apart. Quarterfinal matches had just been displayed on the big screen, showing who exactly would fight in the next round of the tournament. The young master number 9 from the Shanju family, Yangchun, had just faced the formidable Murin Silhua from the Murin clan. Meanwhile, Mon Beiyu from the Nimeng clan was already ready to clash with Yang Zuni from the Tai Lin Zhang family. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiang solemnly entered the arena with a self-satisfied smile, fully confident that this entire square was built just for his great moment.